Chapter 1, Proceed with System Binding? My name is Yi Ji, a pursued undead dark mage.
At this moment, I'm hidden beneath the blood-flesh altar, buried under layers of magical runes in the frostwind plains of central Ilithia, blending into the dirt and gravel like a lifeless skeleton. This land of Ilithia thrives with both magic and swordsmanship, where ancient legends weave through mysterious ruins, and humans, dragons, elves, and dwarves coexist. Magical creatures are as numerous as stars in the sky. Once bathed in divine radiance, the gods' glory vanished mysteriously 6 centuries ago. The Gale Plains are treacherous lands, neither the Duchy of Eris nor the Kingdom of Joan wishes to vie for the right to colonize them. This place teems with savage monsters and perpetual magic gales. Worse yet, its proximity to the giant oak forest, one of the origins of magic surges, makes traversing it akin to gambling with one's life. You might just stumble upon a minor magic tide. Normally, not a single soul would be spotted here for years, yet today, 100 white-robed monks arrived all at once. Deploying magic shields, they hurried across the gale-swept plains before halting before a stone altar.
Found it! The flesh altar mentioned in the letter. Someone shouted. The altar bore obvious signs of artificial construction, half hidden amidst wild grasses. Piled high with monster carcasses and human limbs, the congealed blood, now a reddish-black, reeked of rotting flesh. Several less resilient cultivators gagged and vomited into their hands. Gritting their teeth against the revulsion, the cultivators searched through the pile of corpses and discovered 2 intact human bodies identified as the messengers, Cultivator Glyza and Cultivator Shilene. They exchanged glances, both furious and dismayed. We're too late again. Damn the necro butcher, faster than rats in howling swamp. Don't worry, the 2 monks' bodies are still warm, means he didn't get far. Found something. Black magic traces here. After him, they roared in unison, their footsteps echoing across the plains. As for me, I was staring full of bewilderment at the pale golden orb floating in my mental sea. It called itself the Light God Cultivation System, claiming the previous Light God had thoroughly perished and that I was to be the successor. It promised I'd become the next Light God within 100 years, adding that the very church currently hunting me would one day serve under my command. With those words, a glowing blue screen unfolded in my mind, displaying the prompt, Proceed with System Binding? Seeing the high-tech interface of this screen, my heart trembled. 700 years, I'd waited nearly 700 years for a system like this. I, Yi Ji, am a dimensional traveler. After arriving in this dark fantasy magical world, I've had terrible food, ragged clothing, no identity, struggled with the language, and had my entire worldview shattered by the savage cruelty of this backward world. Fortunately, through some talent, wisdom, hard work and sweat, plus 96% dumb luck, I managed to survive, even outliving most of the long-lived races. But the price was steep. I transformed from human to undead, fell from being an orthodox magical prodigy to becoming a black mage hunted by all, and have been wanted by the entire Elshan Church Alliance for 600 years. Though I've always obsessed about getting a system, centuries ago I accidentally made enemies with the gods. Every 80 to 100 years, some god nearing the end of their reincarnation cycle tries to possess my body through that cliché system installation trick, but I'm not falling for that scam. I gazed at the luminous sphere, conjuring a spiritual avatar in my mind's ocean to pinch and lift it up, kneading and shaping it between my fingers. I said with disdain, could you gods come up with anything more cliched? Installing systems was a trick used centuries ago, and you're still pulling it out now? Enough, I've had my fill of this, I suddenly declared. The shimmering blue screen shattered as the system's mask was utterly torn away. A blinding flash erupted between me and the glowing sphere. It screamed in terror, asking what I was doing. I grinned fiercely and told it I was sending it back where it belonged. Dead gods should stay dead. I accelerated the energy transfer. 3 seconds later, a translucent thread formed between us. Staring at the glowing sphere in my hand, my heart dropped like a stone. Oh no, it wasn't the god of light? Chapter 2, the system was fake, divinity was real. I'd come to the frigid wind plains originally to test a forbidden spell, but midway, I ran into 2 fanatical Dawn Church zealots. They died, and I got blasted half to death by the spell's rebound, giving the glowing sphere its opening. It took advantage of my severe injuries and nearly forced a one-sided contract upon me. Fortunately, I regained my senses in time, engaging it in conversation as a distraction while secretly reversing the contract's target. From what I know of deities, it should have been forced to self-destruct, yet the contract reversal actually succeeded? Closing my eyes to sense the information flowing through the contract, I had initially guessed it was the soon-to-be-reborn God of Light, both because of the tacky name God of Light cultivation system and the aura of radiant magic it emitted. Alas, I was mistaken. That luminous sphere wasn't the God of Light at all, it was the divine essence of the God of Light, or Olution, which had somehow spontaneously developed sentience. Divine status is not equivalent to the deity itself. It lacks the indomitable nature of a true god. I opened my eyes, feeling the weight in my heart lighten slightly, and thought with a complicated expression,
I knew it, that old thing died only 600 years ago. How could an ancient deity resurrect so casually? The deities of the Eldrian continent are divided into new gods and ancient gods. Ancient gods are primordial deities born from the world's laws, while new gods achieve divinity through cultivation in later ages. Resurrecting the former is far harder than the latter. The sheer amount of faith energy required is astronomical, absolutely impossible to gather in just 600 years, even if the Radiant Church, under the Light God, is the foremost religious order in Eldrian. I watched the glowing orb in my hand with amusement, muttering, but can a divine spark actually develop consciousness? The odds of that are about as high as some old geezer kicking open his coffin lid. But in this Altia continent teeming with diverse races and countless magical creatures, one more divine spark-born race doesn't seem too unreasonable, right? Regardless of how it happened, the outcome favors me. Through our contract, I've learned quite a few things. This luminous orb, being a fragment of the Light God's divinity that gains self-awareness, exists by divine power yet isn't recognized by the world's laws as a true deity. It holds no divine authority. The day its divine power is completely exhausted will be the day its consciousness perishes and dies. What's worse, after gaining consciousness, it could no longer receive the faith power from believers of the previous Light God. Without faith power, there would be no divine power. To survive, it had no choice but to seek out magical practitioners with the potential to become gods. Combine a magician with the divine spark, authority, and power of the Light God. Wouldn't that make a Light God recognized by the laws of nature? This way, it could continue gathering divine power to sustain the divine consciousness. Thus, this luminous orb searched across the Eltia continent until it finally found me. It trembled in my hand, screaming, "You're actually a demigod?" Freely entering and exiting the spiritual sea, that's something only a demigod-level mage can accomplish. When it found me, I was half dead from the backlash of forbidden magic, with almost no cultivation left. It thought I was just a powerful dark mage being hunted down. Who would have guessed I already had 1 foot through the threshold of godhood, wielding the ability to bind deities and reverse divine contracts? Had it known, no matter how tempted it was by me, the only candidate for the god of light it had found in years, it would have stayed far, far away. I glanced at it contemptuously and said, "Nonsense. I'm 700 years old, isn't it normal to have some skill?" My words left it speechless. I could tell it found my remark strange, as if I were trying to fool it. Ignoring its reaction, I reversed the one-sided contract, and all of its abilities became mine to wield. It wanted to control me, now it could taste the consequences of its own contract. I have to admit, this contract really comes in handy. With just a thought, a glowing blue screen materializes before the avatar in my spiritual sea. It displays information like, name, Yi Ji, Shi Mephisto Cullen Yi, race, undead, and so on. My heart finally settled. Thankfully, the divine spark comes with the camouflage abilities basic deities should have, capable of disguising itself as the revered and idealized form of a god in the eyes of believers. I don't worship the system as a deity, but my obsession with it is strong enough to control the divine spark's transformations. Pretending to be the system is more than enough. The glowing sphere trembled as it sensed a wisp of divine power draining from its body. Its voice panicked. "What have you done to me?" Its voice still quivered. I calmly glanced at it and said, "Didn't you claim to be a system? Well, dreams do come true now, aren't you thrilled?" Then, watching its growing terror, I remarked, "Your contract works quite well, it covers every angle, harsher than any indenture. Now all your innate talents and divine energy belong to me, including the very power that maintains your conscious existence. In other words, as long as I wish, I could erase its consciousness at any moment. After all, I'm already a demigod-level mage. With the divine spark of the God of Light in hand, I could easily fool those gullible fools in the blazing light church, ascend directly to godhood, and even claim one of the 13 ancient divine thrones. But for now, I choose not to." The relic suddenly stiffens, shrinking in my grip, its glow dimming visibly. It had only sought a puppet to help it achieve godhood, meticulously crafting a one-sided contract. Now that very contract has become a weapon against itself. I examined the newly appeared system panel, marveling at its contents with a low whistle. Truly a product of divine nature, it examined my physical condition with perfect clarity. After becoming undead, I lost most of my sense of pain. Had it not been listed out, I wouldn't have known my injuries could fill 3 full rows. At least the system panel proves useful as a qualified bodily scanner. I skimmed past the injuries marked in bold red text when an apparent glitch caught my eye. A special item, cross-dimensional, net spirit? I carefully made out a few characters, completely baffled. What the hell is this thing? The panel description was a mess of garbled text, indicating that even a divine-generated system interface couldn't fully analyze this object. An item even the gods couldn't investigate clearly, and it's actually inside me? I immediately touched the text on the panel to retrieve more information. This special artifact had apparently existed in my mental sea for 682 years? How could I not have known? And this number is too peculiar. 682 years is exactly how long I've been transmigrated to the Altia continent. This thing has been with me since the very beginning of my journey here.
A bold idea suddenly surfaced in my mind. Frantically clicking the panel, I followed its guidance to another part of my spiritual sea. Hovering midair was a faint blue light cluster, glowing softly and roughly the same size as the God of Light's divine core. However, while the divine core was a solid pale golden orb resembling a small plush toy, this blue cluster appeared paler in hue, flickering intermittently like a swirling spherical vortex. Staring at this strange light cluster, something I'd never before seen in my spiritual sea, my heart, which by all rights should have turned to dust long ago, began pounding uncontrollably. Without hesitation, I extended my mental tendrils to touch and probe. A faint click sounded from the void as the thin film on the surface of the light cluster vanished. In the next second, a torrent of chaotic information surged toward me. Headlines like popular celebrity caught in affair, debating how far away the S3 season is, stock market crashes, rooftops overcrowded with investors, next-gen VR concept trailer Divine Realm released, and Huagua's cultural influence spreads as the entire Blue Star celebrates Flower Festival together. After the initial shock, my attention was completely captivated by the mention of Blue Star. This light cluster was actually connected to Blue Star's network. The year 682, Blue Star, combined with my identity as a transmigrator, this was a cheat ability, the golden finger I'd been dreaming of for centuries. A sour bitterness welled up in my heart, so the damn transmigration deity hadn't forgotten to give me my golden finger after all. The cheat had been with me all along, it's just that for the past 682 years, I'd never realized its existence. One moment I was thinking how underwhelming divine traits had become, and the next I found it rather impressive, since even the hidden golden finger I'd spent centuries searching for had been uncovered. Or perhaps, this golden finger was specifically prepared for me after attaining godhood. At this thought, my emotions became incredibly complex. Even my cheat requires godhood to unlock? Is becoming a deity really the only way? Recalling my 6th century resistance against godhood, my excitement about discovering this cheat dimmed somewhat. Could anything in this world be more dramatic than this? Although the radiant sphere didn't know precisely what I'd seen within the blue luminescence, it immediately sensed room for negotiation when I mentioned becoming a god. Cautiously, it spoke, "If you wish to ascend, I can assist you." Having adjusted its perspective, it understood its survival depended on my mercy. Yet sensing I wasn't inclined to simply erase its consciousness, it recognized usefulness might secure its continued existence. As it spoke, it extended its almost invisible stubby hands to pat its chest. When I awakened, I inherited a portion of the memories of the God of Light, oral, just enough to know the method of ascension to godhood. With most gods now fallen, no one understood the path to divinity better than it did. Secretly pleased with itself, it thought that during its years of wandering outside the divine lands in search of Oral's successor, it had also gathered information about undead beings. It assumed that, as a wanted undead fugitive of the church, I must have been alone for centuries, without even a talking rat for company. It could endure the humiliation of serving as my tool and pet for now, biding its time to break the contract and regain freedom later. But its scheming was written all over its face, and I saw right through it. Disgusted, I held it farther away. I'd have to be out of my mind to pursue godhood. I already have cheats, why would I bother with something so thankless? The light orb was stunned. It had no idea what cheats meant, but achieving godhood was the lifelong yet unattainable dream of countless mages. Yet here I was, calling it a thankless endeavor. My attention was completely captivated by the blue orb of light. After being offline for 682 years, even a sow lining up to enter water by the roadside would seem fascinating to me now. Ah, this nostalgic 21st century blue planet. What's all this nonsense about light orbs and becoming a god? Seeing the persistent orb, I casually dismissed it. Whoever wants to tie themselves to divinity in the shackles of faith power can go ahead, that slow-acting poison isn't for me. The orb reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately defending godhood. Faith power isn't nearly that wretched. That's just the prejudice of dark mages like you. Only lowly undead creatures would refuse the opportunity to lie back and enhance their power through the faith of their followers. My eyes brimmed with mockery. No issue with faith power? Then the memories you inherited from that old relic must be rather sparse. Tell me, if there's no issue with faith power, why did all of Altia's deities perish without exception? The radiant orb widened its invisible eyes, lost within its own glow, and let out an incredulous shriek. All the gods are dead? According to its inherited memories, there was absolutely no information about this. After awakening, the land of gods was completely silent. It had assumed there simply weren't any living deities to begin with. Moreover, the gods' deaths were connected to the power of faith. Surprise! Turns out this mess was left by your previous owner. I chuckled with wicked amusement. Just mentioning the divine fall war lifted my spirits. Those rabid dogs who kept chasing me all dropped dead together. What absolute bliss! The glowing sphere pressed urgently. What exactly happened during the god's fall? What else do you know? How would I know? I shrugged. I just went to the scene to watch the commotion. Gnashing my teeth, I enunciated each word clearly, and because of this incident, I was misunderstood and hunted by various churches for centuries. I didn't want to elaborate and quickly shut my mouth.
In short, the power of faith is like a poppy flower, seemingly beautiful but entirely poisonous. A divine persona that inherited only fragments of the light god's memories probably understands deities even less than I do. If I really followed its suggestion, I'd probably end up being devoured by the backlash of divine power for impersonating Oriel. My appearance, personality, and thoughts would all transform into Oriel's, completely becoming the former god of light, a puppet controlled by the Radiance Church. Only someone with their brains chewed by a dog would do such a thing. Moreover, given my unique circumstances, there's a good chance that at the very moment I ascend to godhood, whoever awakens through my shell would be some old relic back from the dead. The glowing orb sank into silent despair over the deity's fall, leaving me to continue studying the blue light cluster. True, I definitely can't become a god, but now that I've stumbled upon a divine spark I can use without ascending, plus acquired a cheat ability, of course I should make full use of them. A blue planet network and a divine spark of the god of light, how can these two possibly be connected? Within the blue planet network, I'm merely a visitor. That blue orb is just a network interface. The network seems good for nothing but idle browsing, there's no way to extract anything substantial from it. As for the god of light's divine spark, it's not officially recognized by the world's laws. It only possesses basic divine attributes, the ability to mimic appearances of flying creatures, birds, fish, insects, or even systems, though just the outer shells without actual functions. It can monitor its own status like a health scanner, and most importantly, create divine avatars. Wait, divine avatars. Suddenly inspired, I reopened the trending topics board I'd initially seen within the blue orb. My gaze locked onto the number 1 spot marked hot, #NextGen VR game concept trailer Divine Realm released. #I've got it. My eyes lit up with excitement. I may not become a god myself, but I can make something else ascend to divinity and indirectly enjoy the other functions of godhood. I'm going to make the game a god. The glowing orb looked utterly confused. Huh? What are you talking about? It couldn't keep up with my sudden change in attitude. Just moments ago I'd been resistant, and now what I was saying sounded completely bizarre to it. The ghostly blue flames in my eye sockets burned fiercely as I declared, I said, I'm going to create a god. While the blue energy sphere indeed only offered temporary access to Blue Star's network, it didn't completely reject the magical energy I channeled into it either. After experimenting with continuously probing it with magic for 10 minutes, surprisingly, 1/1000th of a strand of mana successfully entered the Blue Star network. Although this tiny bit of mana is of little use, at best allowing me to shift from logging in with only one guest account to using two, it's a sign of progress. The space required for this amount of mana is equivalent to the consciousness projection of an ordinary person who has never practiced magic. In other words, as long as I prepare a vessel for a consciousness projection in Eltia, I can pull fellow Blue Star natives over. If I disguise Eltia as a virtual reality game, I could even dangle tasks to keep them helping me. If the game is well made, the love of fellow Earthlings for it could even become faith energy to nurture divinity. Is this the legendary tracking someone down through the internet? My heart burned with excitement, making even my injuries seem less painful. Calculating all the spells I'd learned over 600 years in the Iurtia continent, I realized they could perfectly accomplish the feat of packaging another world as a game. While continuously channeling mana to bombard the blue light cluster and deepen the connection between the two worlds, I opened the panel interface once more. Though I have a clear plan for the future, I must focus on the present. Right now, I'm merely an undead creature suffering from the backlash of forbidden magic, still not out of mortal danger. I need to see if the light sphere has anything that could help me. Doesn't the authority of the god of light include some healing powers? Name, Yi, race, undead. Level, 21, intermediate mage, /159, demigod. Skills, divine perception, shapeshift, multiple avatars, 0/10. Authority, life revival, life purification, divine power, 99, believers, none. Special item, anomaly, space, net, spirit, reverse divine contract. Status, severe injury, fractures, weakness, frost corrosion, burns, poisoning, mental sea collapse. I glanced at the panel and realized that after not checking it for a while, there was an extra line of data at the end. I couldn't help but exclaim well, muttering to myself, what's this? I've got 4 whole days left to live, that's actually quite generous. No need to mention name or race. There are 2 levels listed, likely constrained by my near-death condition. The first shows my current maximum usable magic level. Right now I can only cast intermediate spells at best, currently just a weakling who can't even leave the Frostwind Plains unaided. The second displays my peak magical capabilities. The backlash from that failed forbidden spell continues to erode my body. Seems my magic level still has room to plummet further. I'm intimately familiar with all 3 skills in my ability bar, they're all divine traits granted by the gods, essentially freebies I scored from that luminous orb. In my own words, they are, Divine Insight scans my detailed status like a personal biometric scanner, Protean Form lets me disguise the system to fool myself, and multiple avatars, for when I'm feeling mentally unstable and want to play at multiple personality disorder. The avatar ability exists because divine forms are special, they can't linger long on the Alteria continent and mostly must remain in the divine realm. When gods want to visit, they can only descend using lower-level mortal avatars. Since I'm already in Alteria with a mental sea collapse debuff in my status bar, I can't possibly bear the cost of creating avatars. This ability was originally completely useless to me, but now, when I saw the third divine attribute, my eyes lit up like 500-watt bulbs. What a treasure! This solves the source of players' bodies. Divine avatars require the main body to tear off a portion of soul or mental energy to activate. I could totally toss players' consciousness projections in before animating the avatar. The innate talents of a divine avatar far surpass some random skeleton picked up off the roadside. The power I gain from players would be exponentially greater. Another glance at the authority column. It displayed, authority, life revival, life purification. My grin, which had stretched ear to ear, toned down slightly. I grabbed the dazed glowing orb beside me and asked, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be the divine spark of the god of light? Why is there not a shred of authority or light magic related to you?" Well, you see, the orb stammered, "The god of light is dead, and you know the relationship between deities and their divine sparks. Whether it's the lowliest goblin or a dragon blessed by magic's favor, the highest realm they can reach through self-cultivation is demigod. To break through and truly ascend to godhood, one must master a portion of the world's governing authority. When this authority materializes, it becomes a divine spark. The spark's emergence births a god's death shatters the spark." What the orb left unsaid was clear. The god of light's authority had dissipated with his demise. My expression turned serious as I said, "So you're not just a deified artifact gaining sentience, but actually a fragment of a divine spark that gained consciousness?" Originally, a divine spark, being an absolute necessity for divinity, is already an incredibly tool-like entity. For something so inherently functional to develop awareness was already unimaginable, let alone realizing it wasn't even a complete divine spark. What kind of absurdly lucky break was this? The luminous orb looked up blankly and asked, "What does gaining sentience mean?" "You don't need to know," I replied. "Oh." The orb closed its mouth in dejection, mentally reminding itself repetitively, "This is my patron saint, must not offend." I stared at the fragment of divine authority comparable to leftover scraps from the god of life with a headache. Although the authorities of life restoration and life purification sounded decent, the skills that could be developed fell far short of the life god's ability to create life. At best, they could only accelerate a target's growth rate or heal severe injuries, something like the holy light spells every follower of the god of light learns, which can both heal wounds and damage monsters. That was pretty much it. The ceiling of this authority was painfully low. So I looked for healing authorities, and ended up with nothing but healing authorities? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, whatever. You can't become a heavyweight overnight. At least it's usable. Watching the text displaying, Divine Power, 99, my avatar in the mental realm rubbed its chin, pondering, 99 Divine Power. I wonder how much healing that can actually accomplish. As I willed it, the number on the panel gradually began to decrease. The moment the glowing orb saw the change in the panel's numbers, a sudden wave of panic surged through it as it shouted, "Stop! It will die if the divine power runs out." But it's too late now. I felt a warm current flow through my body, slightly alleviating the bone-deep pain that had plagued me. The data on the panel had also changed. Name, Yi, divine power value, 89, believers, none. Special items, anomaly, space, web, spirit, divine contract, inverse. Status, severe injury, weakness, frostbite, burning, poisoned, spiritual sea collapse. Summary, the dying undead survival time, 5 days 23 hours 14 minutes. One fractured status debuff disappeared from the status bar, adding 2 more days to the survival time. Seeing that only 10 points of divine power were consumed, the glowing sphere breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost thought half of my sphere would meet death, it thought. I observed all this and chuckled. Weren't you fearless when scheming to make me sign the contract? Now you know fear? Now the light sphere is in the exact situation it originally intended for me. Of course, I'm not foolish enough to exhaust all my divine power at once. The first attempt was just testing the waters. Looking at my still 3 rows long list of negative buffs, I clicked my tongue, somewhat effective, but not enough. Only a single fractured debuff had disappeared. Taking a moment to exit my spiritual sea, I glanced at my corpse-like body still buried in the dirt. Visually estimating, the bones I'd broken from the magical backlash explosion had already reconnected, with approximately 2 new rib-sized bones having regrown. If treated with soul marrow bone essence, it would probably require 500 G. So, 10 points of divine power roughly equals 500 G of soul marrow bone essence, which on the magic exchange market is estimated at 5,000 gold coins. Considering how difficult it is to cultivate soul marrow bone essence, not to mention it being forbidden material, the price could rise even higher. Even so, what 10 points of divine power can do feels utterly underwhelming. Converted like this, doesn't that mean 99 points of divine power are only worth 10 gene of soul marrow bone essence? When in doubt, take it up with the source. I add the glowing sphere skeptically. How come you only have this pitiful amount of divine power? This meager strength makes my next move rather tricky. The surface of the glowing sphere turned a shade of pink, as if blushing in embarrassment, and said, "Don't blame me. It's because you were busy turning into some system and checking your body just now, otherwise, my divine power would still be in the triple digits." "Which triple digits?" I asked. 100, it replied. I was instantly speechless, so transforming into a system only cost 1 point of divine power. Then, realizing something, I raised my voice. Wait, creating something like a data statistics panel actually costs 1 point of divine power? The practical value of divine power was even lower than I'd imagined. 1 point of divine power was practically equivalent to a third-tier magical spell like Life Sigil. I'm getting a bit frantic from the harsh reality and ask, then what about before that? Don't tell me that after awakening its consciousness, the Crimson Dawn Church's revered divine entity only possesses this meager amount of divine power? At this collection rate, that old bastard Oral won't be resurrected until the year of the monkey. The so-called number one church, this is how disloyal its faith is? Of course not, the radiant orb hurriedly retorted. Divine power is needed for the rebirth of the God of Light. It naturally flows to where his resurrection can most easily occur. I am just a fragment of the Light God's divine spark, incomplete, so I didn't inherit the bulk of divine power. Then, in my quest to find mages with godhood potential, I exhausted most of what remained. Its voice choked up toward the end. For years it wandered through Eltia, continually expending divine energy to search for worthy successors to the Light God's mantle, yet failed to find a single mage with the potential for godhood. And when it finally did stumble upon one, that candidate turned out to be me, a dying undead. It had been ready to grit its teeth and bear it, but I wasn't having any of that, ended up tying it down instead. Sniveling and sobbing, it poured out its miserable tale. If the God of Time granted it another chance, it swore it'd never leave the divine lands again. Better to die young than scrape by under my watchful eyes. I stared speechlessly at the glowing orb, growing increasingly distraught, then summed it up. So basically, you blew through all your divine power yourself? What a prodigal waste. No wonder I could overtake it so easily. This glowing orb was always just pathetic trash with a combat rating of 5. I don't need to scrutinize the other panel attributes. With the light deity's divine spark in my possession, I'm effectively a pseudo-deity whose power hasn't yet reached godhood, perfectly capable of gathering followers. Among the special items is a luminous sphere connected to Blue Star's network, along with the reverse contract between me and the pale golden orb. Nothing else here can help me further repair my body or advance my virtual reality game project. Setting the panel aside, I turn my attention to the blue luminous sphere, my temporary lifeline granting me 2 more days of survival. Throughout this entire conversation, I'd never stopped channeling magic into the sphere. Now, my access privileges within Blue Star's network had expanded several degrees further. Although I still only have guest accounts with limited permissions in major software platforms, I've managed to independently create web pages online. This is the result of my covert control and guidance. I muttered to myself, according to online news, Blue Star has already developed virtual reality gaming technology, and there's even a VR game being promoted recently. If I ride this wave of popularity, I should be able to attract quite a few, players. Chapter 6, Blue Star's virtual reality game concept trailer. No time like the present. Before my crossing, I learned some web design skills out of personal interest. I still remember bits of it, perfect for creating a game website. Once the official site is ready, we can start promotions and recruit players. On the surface, the sky darkened and brightened again. Midway, the monks of the Fiery Radiance sect made another futile attempt, returning to search once more. Finding nothing, they finally removed all the detection equipment near the stone altar. From beginning to end, I remained immersed in the sea of consciousness, busy as a bee. The hottest topic in Blue Star's gaming community lately is undoubtedly the game Divine Realm, heavily promoted by Ace Corporation, a supposedly 100% authentic virtual reality experience. However, the only information released so far consists of a 10-minute concept trailer and a slew of marketing accounts claiming things like "rumor has it, my friend works at Ace Corp," or "I heard from someone who participated in the beta test." None of it can be taken as reliable. But as an internet giant, Ace Corporation's greatest strength lies in its viral marketing capabilities. Even if it was just a conceptual pitch to attract investors, with no certainty whether the actual game Divine Realm had even progressed beyond an empty project folder, news of Ace's plans to develop the VR game Divine Realm still reached 80% of gaming enthusiasts through various channels. On the niche video platform, the concept trailer for Divine Realm hit 20 million views in just 3 days. The only comparable reception in recent years was the hype around Black Monkey 3 years prior. However, unlike the uniformly excited comments under Black Monkey, the reactions under Divine Realm were far more polarized. How do I get this video off my homepage? Damn, Ishin's money laundering again. Hey, Lao Xin released another new CG game? What old school nonsense is this VR gaming stuff? Still dragging this out to stir up controversy? If this game is real, I'll eat 10 pounds of it. Given AC Corporation's notorious reputation, no one believed the game actually existed, assuming it was just another one of their money-grabbing schemes. Although brainwave reading technology had emerged on Blue Star several years ago, this technology could only interpret simple surface-level brainwave commands from the human brain. It was primarily applied to physical machinery, such as operating drones without remote controllers, completely different from the virtual reality gaming technology players had imagined. It's not that gaming companies didn't want to develop a virtual reality game using this technology, every attempt utterly failed. Due to varying strengths in human brainwaves, even achieving basic gameplay was extraordinarily rare. Players who could merely log in and execute simple movement commands like moving forward, backward, left, or right were already as scarce as phoenix feathers, making widespread adoption utterly impossible. The game's visuals couldn't fully simulate reality either. In fact, due to disparate technologies, the graphics were inferior even to VR from over a decade ago. The crude, bizarre character models alone could shock players with weaker constitutions right out of the game, low realism, but 100% terror. In short, players universally slammed this scam of a game, a blatant case of deceptive marketing. But AIS company's goal was achieved, Divine Realm became a sensation. Nowadays, every platform, as long as it has even a hint of Divine Realm-related content, is buzzing with discussions about it, massively amplifying its exposure. Whether they're haters or not, the next time Divine Realm releases news, it won't struggle for attention. That's the beauty of being infamous yet trending. The game gained popularity, players got a chance to vent at AIS, and gaming bloggers scored tons of traffic, a triple win. It even revived discussions about the feasibility of developing virtual reality games. Lin Xian, known as Shoga, Old Show, or even Show the Dog by his fans, is a gaming content creator on the Kuaishou platform, originally named Lin Xian. Lin Xian is a veteran in the gaming content creation scene. In terms of seniority within the gaming community, while not claiming the top spot, he undoubtedly ranks within the first or second tier. His gaming and video editing skills are decent, yet he hasn't achieved much fame. After 4 or 5 years as a creator, his follower count remains pitifully low at just over 100,000, earning him barely enough to scrape by. The reason? He's cursed by terrible timing. Every time there's a trending topic in the gaming world, he somehow manages to miss it completely. But this time, the explosive popularity of Divine Realm finally gave him the break he needed. Despite his lackluster career, Lin Xian never considered quitting. His unwavering passion for gaming kept him going. Before becoming a gaming blogger, he was first a die-hard gaming enthusiast, a passionate fan of virtual reality games. Since childhood, from the very first moment he encountered the concept of virtual reality games, he had been enthralled by the gaming worlds described to him. A second life, a utopia almost indistinguishable from reality, gaming skills that truly emanate from oneself. Who wouldn't want that? When it came to the progress of major gaming companies in virtual reality games, Lin Xian could recite every detail like the back of his hand. A few years ago, when brainwave reading technology first emerged, Lin Xian would check its progress online almost every day the moment he opened his eyes. Unfortunately, it ended up bringing him nothing but endless disappointment. However, Lin Xian hadn't given up yet. He firmly believed that within his lifetime, he would definitely get to play virtual reality games, and if he couldn't, his sons or grandsons would have to burn him a gaming pod as an offering. Precisely because he was deeply familiar with the state of virtual reality gaming progress, the moment Lin Xian saw the video for Divine Realm, he already had a verdict: fake. Faker than fake. Pure CGI from start to finish, with no trace of actual virtual reality technology. How dare they call this a VR game? It wouldn't even qualify as investment attraction advertising, it's outright a scam to fleece money. But when this deception reaches the virtual reality gaming sector, Lin Xian can't tolerate it. The development of holographic technology is already fraught with challenges, and with Ace Company muddying the waters, player trust will be completely eroded by the time genuine virtual reality games emerge. Virtual reality game development demands immense costs, and failure to recoup investments quickly spells swift demise. This is squeezing dry the future potential of virtual reality gaming. Driven by sheer outrage, Lin Xian spent just 2 hours creating a roast video critiquing the concept trailer of Divine Realm, initially meant merely to vent frustration and warn players against being duped. As a result, Divine Realm became a hit, and since he posted his video early, his viewership skyrocketed along with it. The comments section gathered a group of gaming enthusiasts who shared similar opinions, all collectively cursing at Ace Company. The video's views, comments, likes, and shares were 10 times higher than his previous videos. Originally, Lin Xian had just spoken from the heart, but when he checked the back-end data, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. After all these years, it was finally his turn to ride the wave. He was about to blow up. Lin Xian immediately got to work on the second and third episodes of his Divine Realm roast videos. Whether he'd be eating instant noodles or steak next month depended entirely on these videos. He had to ride the wave of hype before public enthusiasm for Divine Realm died down, maximizing both views and fan growth. Chapter 7, the game that rode the hype, Beneath the Gods. The second episode was quickly completed. As expected, the video metrics skyrocketed. Though hardcore gamers claim virtual reality games are fake, deep down, they still harbor some expectations toward it. Thus, the transformed Divine Realm haters exhibit a stickiness comparable to mouse glue boards. Their mindset probably goes something like, I was already pissed off that the VR game research hadn't made any progress, and now you want to use it as a gimmick to make money? Lin Xian stared at the back-end's projected earnings, grinning so hard his eyes disappeared. With a grand gesture, he decided to treat himself to an extra sausage in his instant noodles for lunch today. After reveling in the good news, Lin Xian suddenly found himself drowning in worries again. He's run out of material for the third episode of his Dominion video series. Originally, the only Dominion-related content available was a 10-minute concept trailer. After Lin Xian gained a slight head start, competitors immediately jumped in and milked every possible aspect for commentary. They didn't even leave him the scraps to work with. He couldn't bear to give up just like that. Lin Xian continued playing the concept trailer for Divine Realm, even though he'd already scrutinized every frame of this 10-minute video countless times. But what if? What if he could still discover new material? After reading, he indeed found nothing useful. Lin Xian wasn't discouraged and proceeded to open the comments section. Sometimes, viewers' complaints could spark new ideas. At the very least, he could learn some creative new ways to insult others, something the audience would surely love to watch. The result appeared after Lin Xian switched to sorting by time. He discovered the entire tone of the comments section had completely shifted. Everyone was viciously criticizing and bashing another game called Beneath the Gods. The player's condemnation of Beneath the Gods actually surpassed that of Divine Realm? Lin Xian felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had witnessed firsthand just how deeply players loathed Divine Realm these past few days. Even mild criticism could get you accused of trying to whitewash Divine Realm. What miraculous power did Beneath the Gods possess to actually improve Divine Realm's reputation? And right in the comments section of Divine Realm, Lin Xian furrowed his brows, sensing the scent of potential material. As a gaming blogger, what he couldn't afford to lack most was sensitivity to the currents of public opinion. He immediately shifted focus and began searching for the origins of this new game within the comments section. One comment after another scrolled before his eyes. What kind of nobodies are jumping on the virtual reality gaming bandwagon now? LovePay might be stingy, but at least it's a major gaming company. If they throw enough money at it, they might actually pull it off. Where the hell did this crappy game even come from? Advertising directly in the comments section of Divine Realm, how shameless can you be? Did they deliberately choose a name so similar to Divine Realm? The official Divine Realm hasn't even launched yet, and a knockoff is already out? Lin Xian finally uncovered the origin story behind Under the Gods. It happened around midnight. All comment sections related to Divine Realm suddenly flooded with numerous guest accounts. They shamelessly promoted a virtual reality game called Under the Gods. They claimed the game was absolutely 100% realistic, with an upcoming closed beta test ready to play soon. Spam flooded every forum. Their pitch kept changing, with messages flying every second. Every platform that allows guest logins has fallen victim without exception. More terrifying than cyberlife itself. And the things it says are extremely provocative. When people responded by increasing the comment count of guest accounts, it could even engage in extended arguments. Under the Gods is about to start closed beta testing. Who's trying to ride the hype train anyway? Heart hands, TSK, Divine Realm XC won't let us advertise, are they scared they can't compete? Star eyes, oh who's copying whom? Don't people know which game's beta test came first? Smirk, the passive-aggressive rhetoric isn't new, but the opening interjections and trolling emojis at the end really know how to stir up drama. Players who were initially united in condemning Divine Realm. Ironically, after being labeled by trolls from Under the Gods as being blindly loyal, they started defending Divine Realm instead. These accounts post comments faster than the platform's reporting system can keep up. It's impossible to delete them all. You report one, they post 10 more. In the end, the reporting system completely broke down. Furious players cursed the platform's visitor mechanism. With real name registration becoming the norm these days, longtime users are automatically logged in when they open the app. Even for guest accounts, each phone can only have one. Where on earth do all these black market accounts come from? This rogue behavior forcefully shifted everyone's resentment toward Divine Realm onto Under the Gods. Ace Games now only dares to release conceptual trailers to attract investor funding. It will take at least 7 to 8 years before virtual reality games are truly successfully developed. Your gaming company, Under the Divinity, has the audacity to claim you've perfected the game and are ready for testing and launch? Who do you take for fools? Players hurled abuse, saying go ahead and free ride all you want, we'll never pay attention to this trash game. Ace Company also took notice of these round-the-clock troll armies. While dispatching staff to clean up the abnormal comment sections, They also issued warnings to influential gaming bloggers across various platforms, banning them from making videos criticizing this unethical game that's just riding on others' popularity. Even the chance to become infamous is denied to Beneath the Divinity. They rose to fame through controversy themselves. They know all too well the tricks Beneath the Divinity is trying to pull. Having witnessed everything, Lin Xian was utterly shaken. Which filthy rich second-generation heir with a net worth in the hundreds of millions has nothing better to do than buy internet trolls for fun? The bang-for-buck value of buying visitor accounts for astroturfing is way worse than proper accounts. Visitor accounts can't get replies and are limited to one comment per day. Just how many phones does that person have? After the momentary surprise, Lin Xian immediately opened his video's comments section, afraid his account might also be overrun by the powerful PR army of Under the Gods. However, nothing at all. The comments section was still filled with complaints about Divine Realm and Ace Games. Not a single discussion about Under the Gods appeared, and no warning message from Ace Games had arrived in the backend either. Lin Xian, being an unpopular account has its perks. Even those trashy web games trying to ride trends can't be bothered to cash in on his videos. AC Games didn't even spare him a glance. Neither side seemed to care. Lin Xian shamefully closed his own account. After a while, unable to restrain his curiosity, Lin Xian reopened Kuaido. He never could resist any news related to virtual reality games. The sheer scale of the troll army that could give even Think a headache suggests the opposition isn't short on funds. Maybe they really do have research expertise in virtual reality games? Lin Xian reminded himself. He just wanted to see how far this trashy game's disguise could go. Absolutely not really believing they've developed a virtual reality game. Anyway, neither side cares about him, so what's wrong with him taking a look? It's just an overhyped game. It's not like I'll actually reserve it anyway. Might as well enjoy the online drama. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Then he nervously rubbed his hands together, waiting for the webpage to finish loading. Chapter 8. Only a fool would believe this game. Reinforcements arrive. The official website server of Beneath the Gods is truly terrible. Lin Xian waited a full 3 minutes until the loading circle finally completed its rotation and jumped to a new page. A website page with black text on a white background, as simple as it could possibly be. Lin Xian, come on, man, at least put some effort into your scams. Where's the funding and courage for buying trolls? Lin had considered the possibility of the company being trash, but never expected them to be this trashy. A game's official website that's even worse than a computer science major's final assignment. Without any background images, fancy fonts, or even decent formatting, it's so shoddy it's painful to look at. Just a game title, a brief description, and a beta test sign-up portal, that's all there is. Where's the promotional image? Where's the recommendation video? Lin Xian closed the webpage with an expressionless face. He must have been kicked by a donkey to have clicked in here. His anticipation before clicking in was just like the 3 wasted minutes, nothing but waterlogged thoughts in his brain. Eltia, the Frostwind Plains. The piled corpses of various demonic creatures on the bloody altar had already been shredded by the cutting winds, reduced by nearly half. Thud, thud, crunch, crunch, crunch. With a dull thud, a figure silently appeared beside the flesh and blood altar. It was a man clad in silver-white armor, resembling a knight. He had brown hair, green eyes, and rugged features, appearing to be in his 30s. In his hand, he gripped a rusted hoe that stood in stark contrast to his gleaming attire. With a solid thud, the strike hammered against the stone altar on the ground. The opponent moved swiftly, each blow carrying tremendous force. Every rock touched by the hoe crumbled like tofu, shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully smashed the altar and began digging the muddy ground beneath. The spot happened to be directly opposite where Yi Ji was hiding. The luminous orb was the first to notice the abnormality on the ground. Originally ordered by Yi Ji to keep quiet, it could only pretend to be a mushroom in the mental sea. But seeing the straight-line distance between the other party and Yi Ji shrink rapidly, the orb of light could no longer stay idle. It leaped to the phantom's side in Yi Ji's spiritual sea and shouted urgently, "Wake up! Someone's coming!" As the divine spark of the god of light, it could sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the approaching figure. The opponent is a paladin. A paladin, that means they're with the Radiance Church. Not long ago, Lightball had just witnessed Yi Ji being hunted by the Radiance Church. For a paladin to be doing hard labor in this godforsaken middle of nowhere, there's absolutely no other possibility. The other party must know Yi Ji is down there. The glowing sphere didn't care whether Yi Ji lived or died, but now their fates were bound together. It had no choice but to care. All because it had drafted those unbreakable one-way contract terms. If Yi Ji dies, it will perish too. I told you not to bother me unless it's important. Yi Ji shifted his focus away from developing the game's official website, his tone clearly annoyed. As for what was happening on the ground, he wasn't worried in the slightest. If they were really from the church, they'd have been blown to pieces the moment they tried to destroy the altar. Since Yi Ji dared to hide here, how could there not be backup plans left on the surface? The magical curses carved beneath the altar are so numerous that even the blazing light church wouldn't dare to handle them rashly. Perhaps after fighting Yi Ji for so long, the opponent has learned caution. After searching back and forth nearby for what felt like ages, he stubbornly refused to lay a finger on what had been left behind. This might have given the luminous orb certain misconceptions. Just because he appeared to be only an intermediate-level mage now didn't mean he was truly waiting helplessly for death. Yi Ji had no desire to offer further explanation and directly imposed a silencing command upon the luminous orb. Compared to the situation on the ground, his progress in promoting Beneath the Gods was even more of a headache. Online players guessed correctly, the name was indeed piggybacking on the popularity of Divine Realm. But as long as it worked, that's all that mattered. Look, despite saying they'd never give Beneath the Gods any attention, netizens still did. Actually, already, 23 people have sneakily clicked into his magic-powered game's official website. Although not a single one signed up for the beta test. But it's a good sign. Thanks to the continuous injection of blue energy clusters, Yi Ji successfully obtained a bunch of visitor accounts. Just use some classic troll phrases, and righteous netizens will come to your defense, keeping your account's commenting privileges alive. Moreover, according to Yi Ji's tests, there's a twofold time difference between Earth and the Artia continent. In other words, 1 day on Earth equals 2 days in the Artia world. Yi Ji has twice as much time to argue with netizens. Even though he hadn't touched the internet for 682 years and was completely clueless about internet slang, with double time and the boost of 700 years worth of mental energy, he could still reply to every comment and never lose an online argument. His promotion efficiency was through the roof. The promotion is going smoothly, but the official website development for Beneath the Gods is fraught with difficulties. Yi Ji hadn't reached adulthood before crossing over, and learning computer science was just a hobby. Now that he's picking it back up, problems are cropping up everywhere. Yi Ji sighed. If only I could just buy a ready-made website. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money and couldn't afford it. Yi Ji could only bitterly continue building the official website, using online arguments with netizens as a diversion. After finishing the last bit of code, Yi Ji suddenly discovered that under the continuous modification of magic power, the official website had gained a new feature: uploading images. In other words, he could now upload scenes from Elitia to Blue Star's internet. A flash of excitement crossed Yi Ji's eyes, followed by another wave of headache. He still needed to add a promotional images page to the game's official website. Forget it, let's handle it later. Wait until Yi Ji finishes what's in his hands. The knights on the ground were almost done with their excavation. Yi Ji reluctantly withdrew from the spiritual sea. After looking up to see who had arrived, his eyes revealed a just as expected expression. Well, after waiting all day, reinforcements have finally arrived. Yi Ji's mind, which had been muddled by code, lightened considerably. The muted light sphere was filled with confusion? Reinforcements? Did it mishear? Or was there a misinterpretation of the Elshan common tongue? The paladins of the Blazing Star Church, Yi Ji's reinforcements? Before the luminous sphere's confusion could be resolved, Edgar outside had already unearthed Yi Ji's handbone. He glanced expressionlessly at the wildly twitching handbone that kept making its presence known. As if seeing nothing at all, not a ripple of emotion showed in his eyes. Then he changed excavation positions, continuing to dig downward along where the handbone was exposed. Within the mental sea, Yi Ji proudly showed off to the glowing sphere. See, one of our own. The sphere stared at this scene in shock. Yet seeing the Silver Knight's expression of having anticipated this all along, it had no choice but to believe. He and Yi Ji were indeed accomplices. A knight, a paladin who worshipped the god of light, coming to rescue a necromancer? And this was all happening while Yi Ji was being hunted down by the very church the other party belonged to. Shouldn't the undead be despised by all and driven away by every race? What exactly went wrong with its understanding of the Alteria continent? Chapter 9, The Hoodwinked Paladin Who Forsook His Faith. Just as the glowing orb was questioning its existence, Edgar had already excavated all of Yi Ji's bones, and erected a barrier on the spot to shield against the raging magical winds. The white bones made crackling sounds as they assembled on the ground, forming a complete skeleton frame. Because 10 points of divine power solved the fracture problem, Yi Ji's skeletal frame remained perfectly intact, showing no signs of having suffered severe injuries. 2 clusters of eerie blue sulfire ignited within the skeleton's eye sockets, bringing it fully back to life. Yi Ji moved his neck slightly, confirming his head hadn't fallen off, greeted the other person cheerfully. Good morning, Edgar. Yi Jining had managed to evade the siege of numerous churches for hundreds of years. Obviously, he wasn't fighting alone. No matter how enormous and widespread the church forces in Ayrshire were, there will always be those who march to the beat of their own drum. So Yi Ji established an organization called the Watchers, specifically recruiting heretics who either lacked faith in deities or outright opposed them. The organization's daily mission was to prevent gods from kicking open their coffin lids to resurrect and to oppose every religious order head-on. By the way, help the other members solve their troubles. Though small in number, every member of the organization has an extraordinary background. Take Edgar before you, for example. He was once a paladin trained from childhood by the Church of Blazing Light, the human genius with the highest magical talent discovered by the Church in the centuries since the fall of the God of Light. He was granted the title of Dawn Knight at the age of 20. He was the tacitly chosen successor to the papal throne. What a pity! On his destined path to becoming pope, he encountered Yi Ji. After being thoroughly bamboozled by Yi Ji, Edgar successfully comprehended the importance of divine beings. Divine beings are important precisely because, without them, it would be crucial for humanity and all races. So without hesitation, he defected from the Blazing Light Church and ended up on its wanted list alongside Yi Ji. There is no mourning in the bitter wind plains. Edgar glanced at the nameless bones he had dug up behind him, along with the chaotic blood-soaked altar. Many have died on the bitter wind plains. In his search for Yi Ji, the number of other bones he'd excavated far outnumbered those belonging to the man himself. The workload is enormous. Edgar frowned slightly. He didn't like the persistent smell of blood lingering nearby. Finding you hasn't been easy. After 30 years apart, how did you manage to get yourself into this state again? Yi Ji propped himself up with his skeletal hand, managing to sit up with difficulty. Failed the experiment and got hunted by your old employer, ended up with a few minor injuries by accident. If you'd arrived 4 days later, you'd have dug up real bones. Yi Ji tried to stand up but gave up after a few attempts, obediently sitting back down. Buried in the dirt wasn't so bad, but now that he was out, Yi Ji genuinely ached all over. His entire body was suffering from the aftereffects of forbidden magic gone wrong. It felt like there was a giant funnel inside him, constantly leaking magic power. Edgar immediately held him down. Don't move. He then took out the medicinal potion he brought and began emergency treatment. Yi Ji's obsessive pursuit of forbidden magic to regain his humanity had caused him injuries more than once. Edgar had gained experience from rescues before, so he tended the wounds swiftly. The undead were just piles of bones, there wasn't much to treat anyway. Magic restoring potions could simply be smeared directly on the bones. At most, it's a potion for treating spiritual ailments, just slightly more complicated to use. The more Edgar treated Yi Ji, the deeper his frown became. Yi Ji's injuries were too severe. The worst injury he'd treated before didn't even compare to 1/10 of this. The 4-day survival period Yi Ji mentioned was no joking matter. Yi Ji's injuries were urgently treated. Edgar's expression turned grave. Your injuries are too severe. I can only temporarily prevent them from worsening. To properly heal, you must leave this place immediately. We can take our time with this matter, I'm not dying anytime soon. Yi Ji leaned against the scattered rocks nearby, glancing behind him. Are you alone? If Yi Ji remembered correctly, his distress signal should have reached every watchman member by now. After all, he was still the organization's leader. The leader gets wounded, and only one person comes to rescue him? Isn't that a bit too heartless? Edgar's eyes darkened, as if he had long anticipated Yi Ji would ask this question. He thrust the hoe into the ground and began calling the names one by one. The siren is once again preparing the divine ceremony to resurrect the sea god, so Claire went back first to deal with it. The elf king is gravely ill, and Casa must return to the forest of elves. Chiron was also captured by his clan and taken back. Right now, I'm the only one without major troubles and still in a position to come rescue you. Though Edgar's voice carried not a trace of emotion, Yi Ji could still detect resentment woven between his words. He let out an awkward chuckle. Looks like everyone's lives have been quite, eventful these years? In recent years, he'd been pursued relentlessly by the Scorchlight Church, all while making new breakthroughs in necromancy. Amidst it all, he'd somehow neglected his duties within the organization. This leader of his seems to be somewhat of a failure. Yi Ji's voice paused briefly as he asked casually. By the way, where's Selkan? Why haven't I heard his name mentioned? Died of old age. Yi Ji's laughter cut off abruptly. After a long pause, he returned to normal, his voice dropping 2 octaves lower. It's about time by the count of days. The last time Yi Ji had met this dwarf craftsman was fully 15 years ago. At that time, the other party had even proposed having Yi Ji transform him into an undead to prolong his lifespan. Unfortunately, Yi Ji was missing 2 crucial magical herbs at the time, and the matter ultimately came to nothing. The atmosphere seemed to suddenly grow chilly. Edgar calmly put away the potion vial. The point of saying all this is to tell you, stop stirring up trouble when there's none left. We don't have many of our people left. Yi Ji was fascinated by delving into the forbidden magic of resurrecting the dead. I've always dreamed of shedding my undead status and becoming human again. Yet the progress of magical research has been disappointingly slow, not a single success in centuries. Every time the magic fails, Yi Ji not only suffers severe recoil, but also leaves behind byproducts of failed soul transmutation, piles of severed human limbs, compounded by the fact that the raw materials used to create these human limbs were monster corpses. Corpses, dark mages, human remains, magical beasts. Just these 4 words combined are enough to conjure in the uninformed public's minds every villainous deed imaginable. So, for the past 2 centuries, Yi Jiban's already foul reputation has become downright putrid. He also gained the infamous title of Undead Butcher. Even the Watchers organization was affected as well. The organization hasn't welcomed any new members for over 100 years. Well, this is just great. Yet another elder has been lost. The number of members has successfully dropped to single digits. The remaining members each have their own troubles, making it impossible even to gather together. Their organization is on the verge of complete collapse. It's just a matter of Yi Ji, the leader, saying the word. Chapter 10 Hunting for Magical Nodes, Lin Xian's Struggle. Edgar extended his hand. Come, we must find a magical node within 4 days to save your half-buried body. Though Yi Ji was a special undead who had retained all his memories, but it also inherited the undead signature trait being incredibly durable. Even injuries that damage the soul's core flame can heal rapidly as long as there's sufficient magical energy supply. Otherwise, with Yi Ji's habit of wrecking his cultivation to the point of complete ruin every few decades, he would have long since succeeded in killing himself through his own recklessness. The wounds on Yi Ji's body looked serious now, but preliminary estimates suggested that as long as he was buried in a large magical node and forced into a deep sleep for 20 or 30 years, his injuries would heal completely. Only, most large magical nodes were controlled by powerful nations and churches, or located in uninhabited areas overrun by monsters. The nearest location potentially containing a major magic node lies over 100 kilometers away in the Great Oak Forest. For Edgar alone, it wouldn't be a problem, but bringing Yi Ji along would require at least a full day's journey even at top speed. We must also account for the time spent encountering and dealing with monsters along the way. The time needed to locate the exact position of the magic node after reaching the destination. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Wait, Yi Ji didn't reach out. Where exactly are you planning to take me? Of course, the giant oak forest, Edgar said matter-of-factly. He glanced at Yi Ji, who would have been severely wounded and unconscious if he were of any other race, and felt a flicker of doubt. Only places infested with magical beasts have unclaimed mana nodes to help you recover your injuries. The giant oak forest might be dangerous, but it's safer for you than any human town. What are you afraid of? After death, undead creatures become almost indistinguishable from ordinary bones. Their intelligence is negligible. When Yi Ji wakes up from his decades-long slumber beneath the earth, he'll be completely unharmed. This wasn't his first time experiencing something like this. Why did you suddenly start worrying about the security of the plan? Yi Ji shook his head but then nodded. It's a long story. Just help me find a small magic node to keep me going. I won't go into hibernation this time. Edgar frowned, unable to comprehend. But he didn't insist, nodding and saying, all right. The people from the Flaming Dawn Church were nearby and knew Yi Ji was severely injured. They must have already gone to guard the known large mana nodes in the giant oak forest, ready to catch their prey in a trap. Finding a small mana node would let them avoid these pursuers. For days didn't seem so pressing after all. Yi Ji was momentarily stunned by Edgar's decisive response. Aren't you going to ask why I did this? Why? Edgar dutifully echoed. It sounded utterly perfunctory. Yi Ji was covered in black lines. Can't you be a little more sincere? We've known each other for almost 100 years, won't you even try to talk me out of it? And what if I did? Would you actually listen? I won't be. Edgar slightly narrowed his eyes, wearing a I knew it expression. Yi Ji felt a faint sense of embarrassment creeping in. Ahem, when I tell you the reason, you absolutely mustn't panic. Edgar was about to nod when he hesitated. Usually when you start with that tone, it's never good news. No, this time it's definitely good news. Yi Ji's voice suddenly turned grave. Because we're about to welcome a vast number of helpers, and as the leader of the organization, of course I can't sleep. Edgar widened his eyes slightly. With our organization's reputation, can we still find new recruits in Eltia? Yi Ji scratched his head. In a way, they weren't exactly found in Eltia. It's a long story. Then make it short. Edgar cut in. What do you need me to do? The Watchers are currently in desperate need of manpower. If there were enough hands, Edgar wouldn't go out of his way to evade the Radiant Church's pursuers just for an unclaimed magic node. Even if the few helpers who came could only assist with manual labor, Edgar would warmly welcome them. At the very least, as a former paladin of the illustrious Radiant Church, he wouldn't have to dig in the wasteland searching for skeletons. At this thought, even his perpetually icy expression softened noticeably. Yi Ji gave a thumbs up. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I need to find a magic node to temporarily alleviate my injuries. The size doesn't matter, but it must be far from the active areas of any kingdoms. Moreover, there should be a water source nearby along with reclaimable wasteland. The wasteland area must be large enough to grow plants that can feed at least 100 helpers. Hearing this, Edgar lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before nodding firmly, done. Inside Yi Ji's spiritual sea, the glowing sphere watched in stunned silence. No, How did this dim-witted guy even manage to become a paladin? Not even asking for a reason? And you actually agreed to such a demand? Any fertile land would have long been incorporated into the territories of various kingdoms. How could there possibly be a magical node with farmland and water resources so far from any kingdom? Where did Yiji get hundreds of helpers from? It had spent a whole day with Yiji but never saw them contact anyone. They were completely obsessed with fiddling with that mysterious blue light orb. Surely that orb couldn't just conjure up hundreds of burly men, could it? Edgar hoisted Yiji's skeletal frame onto his back and stood up, ready to depart. Wait, let me take a photo first. Yiji struggled to get down, the eerie blue flames in his eye sockets flickering. He captured Edgar and the frosty wind playing behind them, then settled back onto Edgar's shoulders. Alright, let's go. I can't help but feel you're hiding many secrets, Edgar murmured softly. With those words, he casually picked up the worn hoe he'd brought with him, then leaped away with swift movements. Blue star. Deep in the dead of night, Lin Xian tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. His mind kept flashing back to the official website of Under the Gods he'd seen during the day. It felt like a cat's claws were incessantly scratching at his heart, leaving him unbearably restless. A company that could so boldly deploy so many internet trolls surely must possess some real virtual reality gaming technology, right? Like the Ace Corporation. They dared to release the concept trailer for Sacred Realm precisely because they recently acquired a patent for brainwave sensing technology. Lin Xian abruptly sat up from his bed and slapped himself across the face. My brain really must have been kicked by a donkey. The official website was embarrassingly bare. Yet it couldn't quench Lin Xian's burning curiosity about Under the Gods potentially possessing virtual reality gaming technology. Lin Xian rolled out of bed, switched on the light, and pulled out his chair. While clicking open the comments section of Divine Realm, he muttered to himself, what if the page I saw during the day was a pirated version? With so many knockoffs of knockoffs online, who knows if the real official site actually looks like that? Lin Xian inwardly cursed himself for being so single-minded. If he weren't so single-minded, he wouldn't have stubbornly stuck to this single path of being a gaming blogger. Clicking the troll's link again, he faced the same 3-minute loading time. Lin Xian's sense of foreboding grew heavier. Fortunately, this time, the page was no longer entirely black and white, with some slight optimizations in layout. Yet it still couldn't conceal the rough, Xerxes war-torn aesthetic of the Beneath the Divinity official website. Lin Xian felt somewhat disappointed. The webpage I saw during the day was indeed their official website. Even if the game company behind Beneath the Deities truly possesses virtual reality gaming technology, given the construction speed of their official website, God knows when they'll actually finish developing the game. My last glimmer of hope was dashed, just as Lin Xian was about to turn off the computer. His peripheral vision caught a few striking flashes of color. Chapter 11, 2 promotional images of Beneath the Gods. Has Beneath the Gods uploaded 2 promotional images? Lin Xian was both astonished and delighted. So even game companies understand what they should showcase in a proper game promotion. Previously, without even a trailer, they loudly announced a closed beta. How outrageous can you get? Holding the mindset of, since we're here, might as well do something. Lin Xian decisively clicked to view the blurred image through the small window. The first picture had a bleak, gray-toned wasteland as its background. Dark gray gravel swirled in the air, while the plants on the ground hunched like old women with twisted stems. Beneath the crooked grass clumps lay the remains of unidentified species, mostly weathered by wind, appearing exceptionally desolate. Lin Xian's eyes instantly sparkled. What a handsome realistic style. Just an ordinary game. No matter how realistically it's advertised, scenes with howling winds always require auxiliary lines or post-processing to complete. This promotional image is completely different. Lin Xian zoomed the image to maximum magnification. Each grain of sand occupying just 1 or 2 pixels in the background remained uniquely distinct. Just like in a real photograph. This is the essence of virtual reality gaming. A completely simulated second world. Moreover, the dark plants in the foreground each have distinct characteristics. Building upon the harmonious color palette, Lin Xian carefully counted and discovered there were actually 7 or 8 different types of original plant designs. Lin Xian scrutinized the promotional image repeatedly, finding it increasingly nuanced with each viewing. Remarkably, it was merely a scenic photograph devoid of any human figures or distinctive architectural elements. It somehow makes supernatural powers in this world immediately apparent at first glance. Like draping a veil over the fantasy and gore of another world, half there and half not, it tantalizes and tickles one's curiosity. This must be some boss battle map scenario in the game. TSK, bones scattered everywhere, how intriguing. Lin Xian wasted no time clicking open the second image. Compared to the pure wasteland in the first promotional image, the second picture includes characters. A knight clad in silver-white armor stands at the center of the scene, his sharp gaze tinged with confusion. In his hand, he clutches a weathered hoe covered in dirt. Beside him lies a half-shattered altar carved with white runes, and nearby, piles of demonic creatures and human corpses are heaped like a mountain. The entire scene appears harmonious yet eerie, brimming with untold stories. Damn, these details. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Whoever designed this must be a total pro. The image is fraught with contradictions. A knight clad in magnificent armor wields a nearly broken axe. The sacred altar was desecrated, surrounded by piles of corpses. It makes you want to keep investigating further. Why had the knight come? What had happened to him? What is the purpose of the altar? Was the ritual performed at the altar successful? Lin Xian watched with intense excitement. Though the webpage for Below the Divine was poorly designed, its promotional images were packed with details. He suddenly felt confident about this game again. Maybe the game company just invested all the money meant for making the official webpage into the game development. After all, virtual reality games consume astronomical amounts of money. Lin Xian suddenly realized that he had withdrawn too hastily during the day. He hadn't even read the introduction to Under the Divine yet. These two images reignited Lin Xian's interest. He immediately closed the pictures and clicked on the game introduction that had been condensed into 3 ellipsis dots. Other games' descriptions at least reveal a few lines, but only Gods Below has its entire synopsis collapsed. If not for knowing Gods Below spares no expense in buying internet shills, he wondered if the official website was made by some programming novice. After reading the brief 3-line introduction, Lin Xian's excitement was instantly doused like a bucket of cold water, cooling down immediately. He couldn't believe it. You're telling me this is a game's description? There are so many issues with the synopsis that Lin Xian doesn't even know where to begin his rant. For example, 2/3 of the synopsis is just listing the game's genres. What kind of description is this? A hardcore sandbox, construction-based, multiplayer online MMORPG, card-based, roguelike, farming simulation, management-style city-building game? Are they really just throwing in every popular game genre to scrape together some hype and lure in players? If Lin Xian hadn't played these types of games before, he really wouldn't know how to parse this sentence. The actual introduction to the game content was just one sentence, probably set in a Western fantasy magic world, somewhat backward and feudal. Yuan #@ Lin Xian was left speechless after reading it. Whose game introduction describes its worldview with words like probably? The alarm bells honed by online scams were ringing wildly in Lin Xian's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling these words were deliberately skirting the issue, hiding something. But considering the nature of trashy games trying to ride on trends, it's all about deception. So he didn't find it strange anymore. Lin Xian scratched his head in frustration as he stared at the introduction and 2 promotional images, his eyes filled with conflict. Reason told him that the stark contrast between the promotional images and the game description clearly indicated a low-quality reskin online game. Emotionally, he genuinely loved the artistic style of the 2 promotional game images. Never mind, since I'm already here, making a pre-order registration isn't a big deal anyway. It's just a closed beta test, who knows if I'll even get selected. Without looking at his own face, Lin Xian clicked open the registration page with trembling anticipation. The page was as rudimentary as the homepage, maintaining the same simplistic design. Just a few rows and a form for players to fill in their identity information. It's the same old routine as other game beta tests. Then there's a payment entry for $99 beta test access. Only after paying does it count as a successful reservation. Lin Xian halted his registration movements. Isn't it a bit early to start fleecing the newbies? Lin Xian could understand why a virtual reality game required player payments. After all, this groundbreaking game demanded extraordinarily advanced technology. As everyone knows, the more advanced the technology, the more money it requires. Just a gaming helmet capable of detecting brainwaves alone represents an extremely expensive cost. Game companies can't possibly give away helmets for free. But, isn't this price a bit too low? Whose home holographic gaming helmet only costs $99? Even Ace Games hasn't mastered this cutting-edge tech, yet the price is just 2 digits? Only fools would believe this. Lin Xian cursed and closed the webpage. He really wanted to slap his hopeful self from half an hour ago. The other party might as well have scam written across their face. And he still dared to entertain illusions? Sleep. Just go to sleep. Lin Xian turned off the light and climbed into bed. The next day I woke up. Lin Xian gathered some material and created the 3rd episode of his snarky commentary video for Divine Realm. Because Beneath the Divine suddenly stole the spotlight, everyone now finds Divine Realm much less irritating. As a result, the engagement stats for Lin Xian's 3rd video were slashed in half. That's just how trends are. After the most popular few days, they quickly recede like the tide. Lin Xian actually had a pretty good attitude about it. Even though the viewership for the 3rd episode of his Divine Realm roast video had declined. But compared to his past gaming livestream data, the earnings could still double. Moreover, through these recent videos, Lin Xian gained tens of thousands of new followers, already making it worth the effort. During his leisure time, Lin Xian's thoughts wandered back to Under the Divine. Scrolling through various comment sections, it seemed the hired trolls for Under the Divine were still running rampant. However, many people clicked through to the game's official website and gained some understanding of its notorious nature.
He couldn't be bothered with them anymore. Chapter 12, Beta Registration Successful, the player's spawn point.
Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Lin Xian decided to waste another precious 3 minutes browsing his game's official site again. The official website has become even more refined. Honestly, the update speed for Beneath the Gods website.
It gives off a sort of cyberpunk cultivation game vibe.
Lin Xian still really likes those 2 game promo images, but after that sleepy nighttime haze passed, he no longer felt that burst of enthusiasm.
Probably stills from some film crew. What game nowadays could achieve 100% photorealistic graphics?
Lin Xian closed the webpage after just one glance, without the slightest hesitation. Several hours later, Lin Xian reopened the official website of Beneath the Gods, then closed it again. A few more hours passed, the official website opened, then closed.
Open, close. Unable to sleep in the dead of night, Lin Xian got up once again.
His hair was a disheveled mess, his expression numb.
I'm done with this.
Lin Xian, you're gonna fall headfirst into this virtual reality gaming pit someday. He cursed himself viciously, then resolutely powered on the device, filled out the beta test application form, and scanned to pay. Seeing the pop-up notification, reservation confirmed, 3, flash across the screen, Lin Xian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Because Under the Gods provided Zhang Yuanjing's promotional image. Lin Xian had deliberately researched film crews that shot fantasy dramas and short films in similar terrains during the day. No scenes resembling the promotional images for Under the Gods could be found. After all, everyone looks to Western fantasy worlds for the dazzling realms of swords and magic.
Who would deliberately film dull gray wilderness devoid of epic battlefields or exotic landscapes?
Lin Xian comforted himself, at least the 2 promotional images were made by the game company, showing some sincerity.
99 yuan isn't that expensive anyway.
Fortunately, his recent video earnings were quite good, so setting aside some money for a beta test slot wasn't a problem. Lin Xian had originally thought he was the only fool around. To think there were 2 others just as foolish as him, who also paid the 99 yuan registration fee. This realization made the feeling of being ripped off dissipate quite a bit for him.
With just one more day left until the application deadline, Lin Xian went to bed feeling completely at ease. At last, a peaceful night's sleep. The continent of Eltia. Due to the issues with monsters and pursuers encountered along the way, Yi Ji and Edgar traveled for 2 days and 2 nights before finally reaching the giant oakwood forest. Since the Divine Fall War 600 years ago, the gods have fallen, and the laws of the world spiral into chaos. Creatures of immense power, driven solely by instinct, emerged and gradually encroached upon the territories of various races. The vast expanse of wilderness composed of forests, marshes, and hills, the Great Oakwood Forest, is one of the territories entirely overrun by monsters. The Kingdom of Johan and the Duchy of Arisar erected towering walls around the forest to fend off the occasional rampage outbreaks of magical creatures. Inside the Great Oak Forest,
it had completely become a wild jungle where no one would set foot, except for adventurers and a few naive nobles.
Only in such a place could unclaimed magic nodes possibly exist. Another half a day passed. Finally, Edgar found a spot at the edge of the forest that met Yeji's requirements.
Amidst the shadowy woodland, dozens of dilapidated houses built from wood and clay stood quietly. Trees bursting through broken walls, dry wells choked with silt, streets buried beneath the earth.
Obviously,
this was a city utterly destroyed by the tide of magic. Hundreds of years ago, the expanse of the Great Oakwood Forest was far from reaching its current size. The habitats of magical creatures expanded outward, and with no human interference, the trees grew wildly beyond their former bounds. Thus, it naturally devoured the towns along its path. Around 400 years ago, Yi Zhihai had visited this place.
The town had a decent flow of people, though it wasn't even near the border of the Kingdom of Yon.
Yi Zhi faintly recalled that the town was called Sweetwater. The reason was the abundant fruit resources from the Warrens Mountains. Every autumn, all kinds of ripe fruits would fall into the Woolen River, and by the time the waters flowed to Sweetwater, they'd turn sweet. Yi Zhi lay on Edgar's back, watching and nodding along.
Not bad.
Rivers, fields, and endless trees to chop, perfect for a player spawn point.
Plus, the mana flow around here is gentle, clear proof of nearby mana nodes, and it'll solve Yi Zhi's recuperation needs too.
Then he stroked his chin and thought, it's just that the house is a bit shabby, might as well tear it down and rebuild.
Forget it, players don't actually need to sleep in Eltia. This flaw isn't a problem. Yi Zhi was very pleased.
Edgar helplessly carried the undead on his back.
Since we've found the mana node, can you walk on your own now? Yi Zhimu's eyes widened in shock. You'd actually make a patient who nearly died just 2 days ago walk on their own? Have you no compassion? Shocking to the core, this is what the once hallowed Dawn Knight did after renouncing the faith.
Edgar's forehead darkened with frustration. You'd better have some awareness of your own weight. Though Yi Zhi was just a skeleton, devoid of flesh and fat, his bones had undergone alchemical modifications, making them denser than mithril. Carrying Yi was more exhausting than Edgar hauling 10 fully armed knights. After shouldering him for 2 whole days, he'd already gone above and beyond. Edgar was no stranger to the undead. Once they reached the magic node, Yi knew that if his injuries couldn't be healed immediately, at the very least, they could be temporarily suppressed. The undead don't feel physical pain, they can walk on their own just fine. Seeing that his bluff wouldn't work, the soulfire in Yi's eye sockets flickered slightly, as if in disappointment. The convenient vehicle had reached the end of its service life. Yi leisurely strolled forward on foot, continuing to explore Sweetwater Town with Edgar. Quite some time seemed to have passed since Sweetwater Town's downfall. Every house they passed along the way had lost more than half of its original structure. Not even a single intact wall remains in what could be considered decent preservation. The only building with its ceiling still intact is the church at the town center. As Yi gazed at the time-worn yet still sacred church, he clicked his tongue in disapproval. Edgar frowned. Another damn church. People in this world have this attitude towards gods, we'll just have to get used to it. Yi Zhijian had witnessed similar citywide destruction too often to feel anything anymore. I'd wager building this church consumed over half of Sweetwater Town's funds. Edgar remained silent. He had no interest in sure bets. Having grown up in the Blazing Light Church, he knew all too well the zealotry of the faithful. They were truly capable of donating until they were penniless, if only to add one more golden spire to the church. Yi stretched lazily. Let's go see which deity is so fortunate to have found such devoted followers, people who would rather die fighting than let monsters enter their church. Squeak! The long-sealed door swung open, sending a cascade of dust swirling downward. In the center of the hall, an ivory-white goddess statue shimmered with radiant hues under the shattered stained-glass skylight. Yi stared in astonishment at the symbol engraved in the statue's palm. Yo, an old acquaintance. Edgar's gaze was complex, the god of light. Chapter 13, the dragon-slaying hero will eventually become a dragon. A deity's appearance stems from the believer's faith. Even for the same deity, under the same church, the appearance of enshrined idols can vary, especially since the god of light has been dead for 600 years. Believers' conjectures about his appearance rely purely on whimsical imagination. This led to the absurd situation where Aurel Lucian, the god of light, a male deity, had believers erect female statues in his image. Yi smirked and asked, "How does it feel seeing your old employer again?" "Not great," Edgar replied coldly. "Knock it down. Though I'm not sure where you'll find help, now that this place has become our territory, there's no need for churches and statues to remain." "That won't do. It's the only building we have that can shield us from wind and rain." Yi refused the suggestion. Yi circled the deity statue twice, his bones creaking with every movement. Any more walking, and he'd fall apart. Tisk, these injuries are worse than usual. Yi immediately came to a stop. He had barely walked a few hundred meters underground when he hit his physical limit. This backlash really hit harder than expected. But it was the perfect excuse to slack off, rightfully so. Yi rubbed his chin. This statue of the goddess isn't half bad, perfect to use as the game's poster girl, though it'll need some adjustments. The source of the power of faith is vast and varied. Even simple players' love for the game and its characters can be transformed into the power of faith. It's just that these strands of power are faint and somewhat chaotic, still usable, though. Edgar looked surprised, turning his head to study Yi intently. "Are you planning to work for Aurel for free? This is the idol of the god of light, only the god of light can harness its faith energy." "Don't tell him. Does Yi not know now?" "Of course not." Yi shot back with a look that said, "What are you thinking? These past couple of days, I've been acting so strangely, aren't you going to ask why? Ask who my accomplice is?" Edgar looked puzzled. Is that even a question? When has Yi ever behaved normally? The 700-year-old undead kept spouting bizarre phrases that his 200-year-young companion could never comprehend. Probably a buzzword from the Age of Divinity era. Helpers are helpers, members of the Watchers never ask about origins. Even if the newcomer is a malicious spirit summoned from the abyss, as long as they can assist, they're comrades. Does this really not require asking? Yi retorted. Then what if I told you that I've obtained the divinity of the god of light, and can ascend to godhood right now by absorbing the remnant faith from this idol? Would you believe me? Edgar's expression instantly turned grave. Are you trying to get yourself killed? It's not because the leader of the Watchers defected from the organization first. After vowing to fight the gods to the end, he actually became one himself. Moreover, Yi fundamentally cannot become a god. Edgar was fully aware of Yi's circumstances. He was someone the gods had sought out as early as the divine era, destined to be a vessel for rebirth. His body was densely covered with divine seals. If Yi were to obtain the divine spark and ascend to godhood, the fragment of universal dominion he inherits would dictate which god's essence would replace his own. For others, ascension means immortality. For Yi, divinity spells annihilation. Edgar instantly assumed a combat stance, gripping the longsword at his waist. If you really had that intention, you shouldn't have called me to save you. I'm no match for Aurel, who's awakened using your body.
If Yiji were still human, she'd surely be twitching at the corner of her mouth right now. Am I really the kind of person who would burden the living with tasks when death is at my doorstep? Edgar nodded firmly with great conviction. Yiji, having a bad reputation outside was one thing, but why was his reputation even worse within the organization? Yiji pulled out a pale golden orb from within his body. This was Yiji's latest discovery from yesterday. The god of light's divinity was a physical entity that could naturally leave his body. You believed me when I said I obtained Oriel's divinity? Well, the truth isn't far off. I got fragments of K's divinity, the kind that's already gained consciousness. The luminous sphere lay lifelessly limp in Yiji's palm. Ever since coming into Yiji's possession, it had been treated like a handy tool, grabbed and tossed around at will, without a shred of dignity befitting a deity. It had already gone numb. A self-aware deity? From the first glance, Edgar recognized the orb's uniqueness, his pupils dilating slightly. How could a divine emblem possibly develop consciousness? A divine emblem is merely a vessel containing the power of divine laws and authority. Even deities can only harness the power within these emblems. If a divine emblem were to develop consciousness, who would truly be the god? Should the divine emblem not recognize its deity, couldn't its power then be invoked by ordinary people? This is utterly absurd. The laws of the world would never permit such a creature to exist. Yet the sphere of light undeniably possesses the pure divine power of the god of light. As a former paladin, Edgar found himself lost in confusion. Truth be told, these things just happen. Yiji spread his hands. Maybe the will of the world accidentally fell asleep? After the initial surprise, Yiji explained his plan. After gaining self-awareness, the light orb could no longer accept the divine power bestowed by the original followers of the god of light. Similarly, the former god of light could not utilize this portion of power from the light sphere in its grand resurrection scheme. But both of them originate from the same source and can equally utilize the divine statues of the god of light. All Yiji needed to do was slightly modify the statue before him, for instance, adding the light sphere's true form as a glowing orb in the goddess's hand. This would mark it as the light sphere's idol, allowing it to absorb the power of faith. Yiji had formed a contract with the light sphere, meaning its power was now his power. After listening, Edgar fell into deep thought. The light sphere, silenced in hand, had teary eyes. It could actually obtain new divine power. Suddenly, my decision to leave the land of gods didn't feel wrong at all. Although its very existence was in Yiji's hands, Yiji was a good person. He'd even repaired its sacred idol for it. After a long while, Edgar finally came to a realization. The plan's viability is high, but are we truly going to follow the same path as the gods? The reason the Watchers were established was to safeguard their own race's future, rejecting divine interference in the affairs of all races. Now they've instead started feeding something akin to a divine deity. This contradicts the principles of why he joined the Sentinels. Yiji's forehead was practically sweating dark lines of exasperation. Next time before you speak, remember to hide that if you dare nod, I'm quitting the Sentinels immediately expression on your face. Of course I haven't forgotten the origins of the Watchers organization. Change cannot be accomplished overnight. When necessary, we can absolutely utilize divine power. There's no need to deliberately avoid it. He lowered his gaze to the silenced light sphere in his hand. For example, this was simply an excellent tool for borrowing strength. It's so useful that it feels tailor-made for Yiji. Every dragon-slaying hero eventually becomes a dragon themselves, Edgar reminded. At first, they might have only regarded the light sphere as a tool. But in the end, who knows if Yiji might become addicted to the power of divine might? Will the Watcher members responsible for supplying the power of faith gradually transform into the fanatics they once despised? Chapter 14, Friend, have you heard of the fourth heavenly calamity? You don't need to worry about that. Yiji's skeletal face showed no discernible emotional expression, but the crimson flames of his soul burned fiercely within his eye sockets. No one understands the methods of the gods better than I. If I could be tempted, I would have given up 600 years ago. During the first 100 years after crossing over to Eltia, Yiji had thoroughly experienced the overwhelming might of divine power firsthand. Since he hadn't compromised back then, he certainly wouldn't compromise now. I am no hero, nor will I become the evil dragon. As for you and our new member, there's even less to worry about. The fact that you grew up in a religious environment yet still recognized the dangers of divine existence and joined the Watchers is itself a form of selection. As for the arriving reinforcements, they're no exception. Edgar remained silent for a moment. The probability of someone surviving as a Watcher with enemies on all sides and a worldwide bounty on their head being brainwashed into a zealot was indeed quite slim. He did indeed understand Yiji's temperament well. That earlier remark had been deliberately aimed at the reinforcements about to arrive. How can you guarantee that all the new helpers are reliable? Keep in mind, even the Watchers have had their fair share of traitors in the past. They simply couldn't withstand the test of time. Of course they're reliable, Yiji declared with unwavering confidence, because they come from the same place as me, the approaching Blue Star players.
They are undoubtedly 80% more worthy of Yiji's trust than the dark and twisted people of the Ertia continent. Edgar wore a look of astonishment. What kind of place is that? This was the first time he'd heard Yiji mention his own country. Edgar had always been curious about the kind of nation that could produce an undead like Yiji, filled with such unorthodox views. Unfortunately, Yiji had always remained tight-lipped about it. Edgar had even assumed that Yiji's homeland had perished centuries ago. Yiji smiled. It was a country where atheism dominated the majority, something utterly unimaginable on the continent of Eltia. They didn't believe in placing all their hopes on deities who viewed humans as ants. Instead, they emphasized personal effort and tangible action. When gods couldn't help them, they would actively abandon those deities, refusing to endlessly sacrifice themselves like a bottomless pit. It represents the absolute, the civilization that belongs solely to humanity itself. Edgar listened quietly, chiseling off a piece of marble from the doorframe that had been meant for a lamppost. The height was just right for making a stool. Yiji unceremoniously sat down on it. Thank you. I can tell you really love your country. Edgar's voice carried a trace of complexity. It was the first time he'd seen Yiji express such obvious happiness. Yiji usually acted boisterous and smiled often, but Edgar could tell their usual smiles never reached their eyes. The past experiences were like a heavy stone weighing down Yiji's emotions. If there hadn't been a string constantly pulling that stone, Yiji would have gone mad long ago. Now it seems that other party's string was most likely connected to his country. Just hearing Yiji describe it makes it sound like a beautiful country. Edgar's eyes shone with longing. The empty promises Yiji had used to coax him into joining the Watchers were nowhere near this enticing. Yiji fell silent for a moment before speaking in his usual tone. That's just how people are, they don't appreciate things until they're gone. Luckily I've lost so many things, I couldn't possibly cherish them all even if I tried. Suddenly, the blue light cluster in Yiji's mental sea trembled. Whoops, almost forgot, the beta registration should be closing soon. He immediately set Edgar aside and opened the official website for Under the Gods, which he had created himself. There, he saw the registration count displayed as a mere 3. Damn, there are actually 3 people, Yiji exclaimed in surprise. Since Yiji hadn't regained his programming skills yet, the official website homepage still looked like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Yiji saw that not a single person had signed up on the first day. He had already decided to take it slow and planned to change the name next time to ride the trend wave. 3 idiots actually fell for it. Oops, I mean 3 discerning players spotted their game. What are you waiting for? Yiji immediately set the beta test time for 2 days later on Blue Star, and 4 days later on the Eltia continent. Then he fixed Edgar with a burning gaze. Edgar, our backup has arrived. Edgar was shocked. So soon? He hadn't even seen Yiji contact anyone. How did the news arrive so abruptly? Yiji closed the official website and said solemnly, the situation is urgent, they'll be here in 4 days. We must get everything I mentioned prepared before then. Edgar frowned deeply. Can't they arrive a bit later? 4 days is far too tight. Unfortunately, I can't, Yiji lied without batting an eye. So you'd better get moving. First, we need to modify the idol before us by carving a luminous orb onto it. Yiji pointed at the luminous orb in his hand, which might as well have been an inanimate object. Then clear out the church so I can perform the forbidden magic to summon them. Although the church's main doors remained intact, many of the overhead windows had long been shattered. The interior was littered with destruction marks and filthy debris left behind by flying demonic creatures. Apart from this patch of ground near the entrance, there's not a single spot where one can stand. Finally, eliminate all level 3 or higher monsters around Sweetwater Town since players can't handle them yet. I'm injured, so I'll sit out the fighting. Alright, I'll give you a settings handbook later, make sure all your dialogue with players strictly follows its descriptions. Yiji gazed at the glowing orb in his palm. The lore compilation includes your part too. The orb, which had already resigned itself to merely clinging to Yiji's existence as an accessory. It leaped from Yiji's hand, floated mid-air, and cried out in startled delight, I'm included too? Yiji nodded with an expression that suggested it was only natural, of course. As both the deity of the beginner's village and Under the Gods and the game's mascot, the glowing orb naturally had to be utilized as well. Otherwise, just Yiji and Edgar alone couldn't possibly handle players as wild as huskies. Edgar frowned, seemingly still doubtful about the 4-day time limit. Yiji immediately stood up to paint a promising picture for him, speaking with exceptional sincerity. Trust me, just put in the effort these 4 days until they arrive. Then you'll see that the future I described isn't empty talk. Humanity can still thrive and live well without relying on gods. Edgar's expression softened. He really fell for this routine, otherwise he wouldn't have been fooled by Yiji into joining the Watchers. What kind of personality does your backup have? Edgar asked. Since they would be working together in the future, Edgar planned to fish for some information from Yiji in advance. The other party had come from afar, so he needed to show appreciation for their presence to facilitate future cooperation. Listening to Yiji's boastful talk was like hearing the clouds and flowers blown about in the wind. He must be a warrior fighting tirelessly for the future of human civilization, standing firm against the gods even if misunderstood and scorned by thousands, unwavering in his resolve, right? Edgar speculated. Yiji's eyes gleamed with excitement. At last, after waiting 2 whole days, you finally asked the right question. Edgar sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. Yiji rubbed his hands like a fly, flashing a smile that Earthlings would instantly recognize as the Amway grin. Or more accurately, the expression of a slimy real estate agent who's just spotted a wealthy sucker ready to be ruthlessly fleeced. Hey friend, ever heard of the fourth cataclysm? Chapter 15, Game Helmets. Blue Star players discussing Under the Gods. Blue. Lin Xian finally finished editing the final episode of his Divine Realm video series and collapsed into his chair, sprawling out like a dead dog. Lin Xian threw back his head and howled, finally finished grinding. Being a trend chaser isn't easy either. The hype surrounding Oracle was already fading. It was time for him to pocket the earnings from these 3 videos and return to his roots, making gaming commentaries. The only problem was, recently all the buzz in the gaming community had been sucked dry by Celestial Realm. The new games that were originally scheduled for pre-sale have all been delayed. For the moment, Lin Xian didn't know which game to feature in his next video. Should he try making gameplay videos of beta test games? Lin Xian was at a loss. Suddenly, the computer let out a ding sound. Lin Xian looked down. It was the notification sound for a new email in his inbox. What's this? Some spam mail? Wait, it's an email from Under the Gods? Lin Xian immediately sat up straight and clicked to open the email for a closer look. Since only 3 people signed up for the beta test, the 3 of them were directly bundled as the first batch of players for the official testing of Gods Unseen. A holographic helmet preloaded with Under the Gods is already on its way. The closed beta officially launches in 2 days. Holy moly! Lin Xian's face still bore a dazed expression. He paid with the fantasy of being able to play Under the Gods. But isn't this progress too fast? He originally thought getting updates within 2 months would already show the developer's dedication. This is practically delivering the finished product in one go. Excitement gave way to worry. Lin Xian stared at the message on his computer screen, suddenly feeling the urge to back out. With such high efficiency, could there be something wrong with the helmet they sent? What if putting it on causes my brain to crash instantly? But this is the very first virtual reality game. Lin Xian's mind seemed to host 2 tiny figures locked in debate, neither able to convince the other. If he could find the other 2 players participating in the game's beta test, he'd probably feel more at ease. But the official website of Under the Gods didn't even have a player forum section. He didn't even know where to begin looking for someone. Lin Xian caught a peripheral glimpse. Suddenly, he spotted the phrase Under the Divine floating past in his fan group chat. A light bulb suddenly lit up above his head. That's right, he didn't know how to find people, but he had fans. Although Lin Xian's self-media career hadn't been particularly successful, over time he had still managed to accumulate a group of loyal followers. With the power of his fans, maybe he could find other beta testers? Lin Xian decisively opened his fan group chat. The folks inside were chatting away, just happening to discuss Divine Realm and Beneath the Gods. Field Manhwa, how come Divine Realm's reputation seems to have improved? Village Ergo, duh. With Beneath the Gods being the ultimate hate magnet, even a pig would look like Marshal Tianpeng by comparison. Field Manhwa, that harsh? What if Beneath the Gods actually delivers on its promise? I heard it's about to enter beta testing? My fish pond is full. Which do you believe, that Beneath the Divine can actually deliver a game, or that I'm Qin Shi Huang? 3 flowers in the field, the IP checks out, I believe you. My fish pond is full, good. Send me 50 right now. When I regain my power, I'll appoint you as the Grand General of the realm. I am Qin Shi Huang, how dare you? I am the real Qin Shi Huang. When I rise again, I'll crush the 4 great powers, unify scripts and axle widths, and make the whole blue planet speak Chinese. Those who believe in me, reply 1. Field Trio, 1. Village Dog, 111, Your Majesty, so we really don't need to learn English anymore? The pond of this humble scholar is overflowing. Pa, liars, clearly it's about unifying writing and standardizing cards. I alone am the true Qin Shi Huang. The building is leaning more and more. Just as Lin Xian was thinking about how to broach the subject, a chatter named Grandpa Can Fly suddenly dropped a bombshell in the chat. I got my hands on a closed beta spot for Under the Gods. I'll be doing a text live stream for you guys in the group chat 2 days from now. Everyone's welcome to join. The other chatters? Lin Xian, what do you call this? Getting something without any effort at all. Just when I was thinking about finding 2 more gullible spenders, here they come knocking on my door. Lin Xian typed away loudly. Renbuxi Uji, at Yehui Fei, buddy, did you get the game helmet yet? Master Can Fly? Brother Xiao, don't tell me you too. Show off master, ahem, I've got the closed beta access too. 3 flowers in field? Village Dog? My fishing pond is full, question mark. I am Qin Shi Huang, no way brother Xiao, even you fall for this kind of scam that only fools would believe? Put. Lin Xian felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. This was exactly why he had been struggling to find the right words earlier.
This is so embarrassing. People don't show off, ha ha ha. Well, I am a gaming blogger after all, always on the hunt for bizarre game materials. Ye can fly, oh, I see. No wonder. I just signed up since the entry fee was only a few bucks, basically free, and didn't expect to actually win. Ye can fly. I checked the tracking, the game helmet should arrive this afternoon. But my dad said stuff from unknown sources might be risky, so he's taking it to his company for inspection first. Probably won't get my hands on it till tomorrow. Just like freeloading. Seeing these words, Lin Xian felt another stab in his heart, two thick streams of tears flowing down his face. Lin Xian was very familiar with the ID I can fly. It was the third highest donator on his account's leaderboard. A young second-generation rich kid. When he became the third top donor on Lin Xian's livestream, he had uttered similar words too. He said Lin Xian had too few followers, so becoming the third top donor felt practically like freeloading. Ah, how can the gap between people be so vast? But after seeing the second message, Lin Xian regained his fighting spirit. That's exactly the kind of news he wanted. Lin Xian immediately pulled Lord Can Fly into a private chat. Man who doesn't flaunt, bro, after you get your gaming helmet test results, could you send me a copy? Lord Can Fly, oh, so that's why Brother Shio pulled me aside. No problem at all. Man does not show off, thank you, Kaodao. By the way, do you really think Under the Gods has the potential to be made into a VR game? Ye Can Fly, the chances are slim. Although our family isn't in game development, we're fairly familiar with the latest brainwave technology. Ye Can Fly, to create a game pod that meets public expectations, we'd need at least one critical technological breakthrough or maybe two major innovations. Lin Xian listened with growing reverence. This Master Can Fly truly has an extraordinary background. Information of this caliber is definitely not something Lin Xian could have gathered casually from anywhere. Lin Xian chatted with them a little longer, agreeing to meet up in 2 days to see what mysterious scheme beneath the divine was brewing. If the game becomes accessible by then, they'll team up and log in together. With a nervous heart, Lin Xian closed the chat window. Grandpa Can Fly said that even a small possibility is still a possibility. Some disruptive technologies don't need to follow the rules of technological development at all. Just like during the Industrial Revolution, the progress of human society has surpassed everything achieved in the previous 1,000 years. What if Under the Gods actually possesses such technology? They'd stand to make a fortune. That's right. Consider it a stealth investment, win big if it pays off, lose little if it doesn't. After talking with Master Can Fly, Lin Xian felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 16, Renovation of Sweetwater Town, Player Bodies Completed. Elphia, Sweetwater Town. After Yiji's explanation, Edgar had gained a general understanding of the player's chaotic neutral nature. Currently holding a stack of precautions written by Yiji and memorizing them by rote, Yiji was patrolling the completely renovated, well, perhaps not entirely renovated, Sweetwater Town. Though called patrolling, the town was actually quite small. Originally, it didn't even have 100 buildings, with only 2 roads deserving to be called main streets you could practically see from one end to the other. In preparation for the impending arrival of vulnerable players, Edgar rounded up and dealt with the few scattered monsters in town. He also set up a temporary magic circle spanning a kilometer around the area. This served both to prevent new monsters from entering and to conceal their presence, reducing the likelihood of being discovered. The outskirts of the Great Oak Forest. For some high-level mages, the danger was still manageable, making it a decent training ground. At the same time, this was also a potential threat Yiji and his companions might face in the future. Additionally, taking into account that players would need to build their own houses and find food while pioneering new territories, Edgar had also left the giant oak forest to borrow some tools from the nearby town of Nari. Yiji glanced at the sky. The players would be arriving soon, so he gestured to the man and the orb by the church entrance, inviting them to join him inside. How's it going? Yiji asked, turning to Edgar. Edgar nodded. Not bad. Apart from some sentences I couldn't understand, it's relatively easy to remember. No problem. Just respond in the specified language. If you don't understand something, pretend you didn't hear it. You'll naturally figure it out later. Yiji had anticipated this all along. There was no way he could directly explain internet slang terms to the Righteous Dawn Knight. They could only wait for the other party to figure it out themselves later. He tested Edgar with several questions, and the other answered them all perfectly. Yiji was very satisfied. In the future, the player base for Under the Gods would only grow larger. As a seriously injured patient, he obviously couldn't personally guide players every time. Edgar was the next successor he was grooming, or more accurately, the tutorial guide for new players. Inside the church, the dilapidated tables, chairs, and candle holders had long been cleared away, leaving only a solitary divine statue behind. Before the divine statue lay a magical circle strikingly similar to the flesh and blood altar.
spanning dozens of meters in width. This was indeed the byproduct of a failed necrotic resurrection spell, a forbidden magic that can transform monster corpses into human bodies. However, these bodies cannot contain a complete human soul, making them unsuitable for Yiji's needs. Since being created by Yiji, this magic has never had an opportunity to be cast. But now things were different. The players arriving from Blue Planet happened to bring only fragments of conscious projection, perfectly meeting this body's usage requirements. Yiji rummaged through his robes and pulled out a black long-handled staff. The calm mana around them began to surge, converging within the magic circle. The magic circle abruptly flared to life. Forbidden magic, undead resurrection 2, flesh rebirth. The monster corpses Edgar had piled at the center of the magic circle gradually dissolved, sinking into the formation. Then a crimson-tinged black mist surged forth from it. The already damaged marble completely dissolved, exposing the earth and ground beneath. The glowing orb shrieked in a low voice, "My church!" In its eyes, the church that had carved its divine statue was its rightful possession. Seeing a massive hole suddenly appear in its church's floor nearly made it faint from distress. Not daring to offend Yiji, it could only mutter complaints under its breath. If it disturbed the necromancer's ritual, the entire church might be wiped from existence. After a long while, 3 pale male bodies lay arranged in sequence on the ground. Yiji nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, the magic was successful. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the game helmets imbued with his magical power to reach the 3 beta testers. After several days of research, Yiji discovered that his magic was like a computer virus lurking in the internet, always exploiting network vulnerabilities. Since that was the case, he decided to do what viruses do best. For instance, diverting the payment from 3 players who purchased closed beta access into a dummy account, then using that money to obtain a legitimate account of his own, and used the money to purchase 3 motorcycle helmets at a low price. After passing through several intermediaries, he found some craft shops where he embedded a networking device inside them. Yiji then channeled magic power through the networking device and sealed it into the helmets. This way, once the players received the gaming helmets, Yiji could use the magic he had pre-embedded to obtain the players' brain coordinates, successfully projected their consciousness over. Everything is absolutely perfect, just waiting for the players to arrive. Edgar stepped forward to help dress the 3 corpses. They're being hunted now, down on their luck. These clothes were just stolen from the neighboring town, so it didn't fit properly. Some were so short they choked the neck, while others were long enough to trip over when standing. Perfect. These shoddy beginner outfits should motivate players to buy new skins, Yiji commented. There was no helping it, Yiji didn't want it this way either. The current organization conditions are harsh, so we'll have to make do with inconveniencing the first batch of players for now. There's still some time before the closed beta launch. Having nothing better to do, Yiji decided to review the settings one more time. Let's go through our character settings again. When the players arrive, make sure you don't slip up and reveal anything. Edgar nodded in understanding. Before Yiji could finish speaking, he took the initiative to continue. The leader of the Watchers, Yiji and, the players, you were all humans who left Eltia before the Age of Gods. The winds of the deities doomed Eltia to destruction. Now, you've returned to your homeland with the mission to save the world. Whatever words came out of Edgar's mouth naturally carried 3 extra points of credibility. Yiji listened with genuine pleasure. His judgment had been absolutely correct. Edgar was simply born for this kind of glorified novice-guiding confidence trickster role. That's right, this is exactly the feeling. If anyone asks you about the setting, just tell them according to these details. Don't reveal too much at once, just feed them bits every time. You've got to keep players hooked. What lore-focused players love most is piecing together the full picture from fragmented hints. These setting crumbs will keep them occupied for an entire minor update. Edgar responded sullenly, acknowledging that he understood. The newly arrived players, were a chaotic bunch who grew tired of things at lightning speed. To keep them around as long-term helpers, he'd need to diligently practice the onboarding techniques Yeji had taught him. The glowing orb muttered sarcastically from the side. Even a brainless red earthworm wouldn't believe such a nonsensical story. Ouch! The glowing sphere cried out, clutching its numb head before sulkily shutting up. Yiji withdrew her staff, glancing sideways at it. Just now I was too focused on examining Edgar, almost forgetting about you. Come on, recite your part of the settings from memory. Chapter 17, Closed Beta begins. The light orb's luminous filaments stood on end, like a schoolchild called upon in class. After stammering for a long while, it could only recall a few scattered words. It seemed to be the traitor who rebelled against the divine factions. The information was too laughable, it never bothered to memorize it properly, so how could it possibly recall it now? Why do I have to memorize it too when they can't even understand my words anyway? The glowing sphere spoke with a distinct lack of confidence. The facts indeed confirm this, the languages of Blue Star World and Etheria World are mutually unintelligible. Only Yiji, acting as an intermediary guardian, can facilitate communication between the two parties. However, Yiji only imprinted a psychic mark on Edgar. This allows him to understand players' speech within a certain proximity to Yiji. Although the light sphere had formed a contract with Yiji, Yiji didn't trust it one bit, never mentioning the spiritual imprint throughout their dealings, clearly guarding against it. Yiji's face abruptly closed in as his voice turned menacing. Oh, so you didn't remember anything at all? The glowing orb was startled by the suddenly approaching skull and instantly retreated several meters before barely managing to stop. It clutched its rapidly beating little heart. It couldn't shake the feeling that it had just narrowly escaped death. But considering the events of the past 2 days, the glowing sphere had a bold speculation. Yiji seemed afraid to directly ascend to godhood, yet now placed great importance on the power of divinity. Therefore, this self-aware divine spark of his must hold significant value to the other party. Even if his life was in their hands, they wouldn't dare make any rash moves. Having realized this, the glowing sphere puffed out its chest, feeling completely justified. Anyway, I can't understand what they're saying, so I'll just pretend not to hear them. Isn't that what you suggested? Yiji advised Edgar to ignore the player's occasional erratic remarks, and the same rule applied to the glowing sphere. But since the sphere couldn't understand anything anyway, it conveniently meant it never had to respond. Perfect. The more he thought this way, the more pleased the glowing orb became. His mung bean-sized eyes kept glancing at Yiji, waiting for the other's reaction. Yet Yiji seemed to lose interest all at once, instantly returning to his original position without so much as an extra glance in its direction. Edgar looked at Yiji, then shifted his gaze to the stunned glowing orb not far away. Should we just leave it be? The tone was flat and emotionless. Although the glowing sphere's identity had complicated, tangled connections with him, but he was no longer the Dawn Knight, and the other was no longer the God of Light, they were just teammates now. That would be helpful. After all, the other party carries the divine aspect of the God of Light, bringing them to our side would offer significant advantages. Yiji shook out a black mage robe from his storage space. Dressing himself, he replied, "No need. Just like it said itself, it can't understand anyway. Best to honestly play the role of a mascot." Yiji said it lightly, but Edgar knew this sentence completely eliminated any possibility of the glowing orb communicating with players. From his standpoint, he was quite pleased with this outcome. The concept of divine authority carries far too many hidden dangers. For them, having the other party obediently serve as a tool presents much more manageable risks. And so, Edgar fell silent for 2 seconds, making no further attempt to persuade. Blue star. Ding ding ding. Snap. Lin Xian drowsily crawled out of bed and glanced at his phone. Damn it. 7:50 in the morning, how could I have set an alarm for 8 o'clock? With that, Lin Xian tossed his phone aside and fell back asleep. 5 minutes later, he suddenly leaped out of bed. Wait, today's the closed beta launch day for Under the Gods. Lin Xian grabbed the clothes from the bed and leaped across to the gaming desk in 3 quick strides. Between the computer and gaming peripherals sat a sleek silver-black helmet brimming with technological flair. This was the gaming helmet Lin Xian had just received yesterday. After being inspected by the enthusiastic stream viewer Yi Huifei, the helmet's safety was guaranteed beyond doubt. So when it comes to playing the game right away, Lin Xian's expectations are sky-high. According to Grandpa Can Fly, there's a completely indecipherable core encoder at the back of the gaming helmet. It must be related to the game itself. Lin Xian listened with a burning excitement in his heart. The secrecy surrounding this is so tight, the game company must genuinely have something remarkable. Lin Xian put on the VR helmet, and a dark countdown timer appeared before his eyes, showing 3 minutes remaining. Phew, almost didn't make it. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Under his expectant gaze, the countdown finally reached 0. Then, bang! Lin Xian tilted his head and collapsed backward into the chair. The mana stored within the game helmet began circulating, activating the magical runes crafted from communal machinery. Magic Matrix, activate. From Lin Xian's perspective, the moment the countdown hit midnight, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. A subtle pulling sensation emanated from the back of his head. The next second, he found himself lying on the ground. Lin Xian opened his eyes to find himself staring straight at the white cathedral dome above. A strange scent wafted to his nose, blending the metallic tang of blood with the fresh aroma of grass and leaves. Did I time travel? No, wait, did I get transported into a game? Lin Xian sat up from the ground in disbelief, staring down at his own hands. This light, these hands, this smell, this texture, this is the virtual reality game he's been dreaming of. Lin Xian stroked his own body while shedding tears of excitement. Whoa, I never thought I'd get to play a virtual reality game in my lifetime. Damn, there's a pervert here. A terrified scream assaulted Lin Xian's eardrums, the other person even hitting dolphin-like high notes. Tears blurred Lin Xian's vision as he looked over. There stood handsome young man staring at him with undisguised horror. From those clear yet vacant eyes, Lin Xian instantly recognized him as a fellow gamer. Thinking there were only 3 beta testers, Lin Xian tentatively spoke up.
Grandpa can fly? The handsome young man's frightened expression turned to astonishment. Brother Xiao? After receiving Lin Xian's affirmation, the young man let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death, Xiao. What the hell are you feeling yourself up for? God only knows what happened after he put on that gaming headset. Opening his eyes to see a grown man groping himself while alternating between sobbing and laughing was downright terrifying. And that guy's voice was so damn mournful, it made my goosebumps so intense they could have flown right off. Lin Xian cleared his throat awkwardly. It's not my first time playing games like this, I just got a little too excited. That's true. Grandpa Can Fly immediately started leaping about excitedly. Bro Xiao, let me tell you, this game is freaking insane. The smell of blood everywhere feels so damn real. The visuals are stunning, the tactile feedback is incredibly lifelike, even this dirt smells earthy. The choking sensation around the neck feels exactly the same as in the real world, it's like we're actually playing a real virtual reality game. The game company behind Under the Gods is truly commendable. When they have a good game, they genuinely let players experience it. Lin Xian glanced at Grandpa Huifei's noticeably ill-fitting clothes, his gaze lingering particularly on his neck. His expression was one of hesitation, as if he had something to say but held back. Have you ever wondered why you're feeling that choking sensation around your neck? Chapter 18, The Third Game Player, Opening Scene. Ha! Yi Huifei belatedly looked down and tugged at his collar. Damn! What era is this outfit from? Why's it so tight? When pulled open, a deep purple strangulation mark had already appeared on Yi Huifei's neck. It looked as if he'd been hanged. Clearly, the choking had persisted for quite some time. Surprisingly, the shirt's fabric held up stubbornly well. Even after several sharp tugs, Yi Huifei couldn't physically tear open the collar. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately moved to assist. Don't rush, let me try. Yi Huifei quickly intervened. No way, Xiaoji, don't move. Thud. No sooner had the words been spoken than Lin Xian took a nosedive. Pulling up trouser legs longer than both his legs combined, his mind swirled with confusion. Who is this kind of pants for? Even giraffes couldn't wear pants this long, could they? Master Fei let out an awkward chuckle. Ah, seems like the starter gear in this game isn't very kind to us, huh? Suddenly, a dull sound came from beside me. Let me handle it. Then came a loud ripping sound. The trouser leg that had been as tough as steel wire in Lin Xian's hand tore apart instantly. After getting both pant legs done, the other person went to help Yi Huifei with the collar. Finally able to breathe freely, Yi Huifei looked at him gratefully. Thanks, dude. The third player nodded. No big deal. Hey, you're really interesting to talk to. Old Man Can Fly casually walked over with natural ease. Staring at the other person's sleeves which bore similar tear marks, he clicked his tongue in amazement. Even though we're both beginner accounts, how come there's such a huge difference between people? The clothes that had given him and Lin Xian so much trouble came apart like paper in the other player's hands. The third player looked down at their own hands. Probably has something to do with our inherent attributes. I've had unusually strong hands for a long time. That makes sense. My nose has always been more sensitive than most people's. Switching bodies didn't change that at all. Grandpa Can Fly also found supporting evidence. Lin Xian followed along. Exactly, my height is about the same as in real life, which means apart from randomized appearances for anonymity, this game copies everything else. Physical strength, stamina, sense of smell, all these are directly replicated from our real bodies. With that, Lin Xian gasped in astonishment. This data wasn't filled out on the beta test application form. Who would have thought a tiny gaming helmet could double as a body scanner? Height, muttered Flyin' Lord under his breath. His gaze lifted above Lin Xian's head, then lowered to his legs. His expression was subtly nuanced. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson with anger. That's because the beginner outfit's pant legs are too long. It has nothing to do with my actual height. My barefoot height is 178 centimeters, okay? Not exactly tall, but definitely not short either. Just as he was about to argue further, the church door creaked open with a squeak. Yi Ji entered, accompanied by a person and a glowing sphere. Bang! Without anyone touching it, the door closed automatically. Lin Xian's mouth formed an O shape as he stared at the newcomers in shock. A wizard whose figure was entirely concealed beneath a sorcerer's robe. A knight he had seen on promotional posters. A floating orb that was unmistakably a magical creature. Every step they took forward felt as though they were treading directly on Lin Xian's heart. That peculiar aura from another world rushed straight into Lin Xian's mind. Holy shit, he's gorgeous. Lin Xian couldn't help but speak, his eyes gleaming. Yi Ji's jawline, hidden in the cloak's shadow, twisted into a grin. These past 2 days, he had deliberately taken Edgar to practice a set of noble elven banquet etiquette. All for this moment. The third player couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Fly Guy quickly pulled him back. Don't move. This is probably the game's opening cutscene. Missing it would mean losing key information, and might even make NPCs hostile. Opening cutscene? NPCs? The third player sounded shocked. They're not real people?
Of course not. There's only 3 of us fools in this game. Can't you see their outfits are completely different from ours? Show, the plot's starting. Grandpa who can fly made a silencing gesture. He turned his head like a stupid goose stretching its neck, craning to look at the approaching figure. Edgar paused momentarily under the gaze, but quickly regained his composure. Just as expected. These players were just as unpredictable as Yi Ji had described. Just as he currently couldn't understand the purpose of the other person craning their neck, Yi Ji felt relieved to see that these 3 players were actually behaving so properly. Before coming in, he had even imagined several scenarios where players might rush up and get handsy with them, thinking about how to beat them up within the boundaries of his character setting. Now it seems unnecessary. Yi Ji lifted his cloak, revealing a skeletal body reduced to bones. 3 sharp intakes of breath immediately sounded around him, followed by hushed whispers. "Holy shit, a skeleton man," whispered Flying Master. "Is this what 100% realism feels like? That skeleton looks incredibly lifelike." Lin Xian marveled. The third player's pupils suddenly contracted. Before the cloak was lifted, he'd harbored doubts about Flying Master's judgment. Now all those suspicions had completely vanished. This game actually achieved a level of full immersion that's truly lifelike. "Welcome home, returnees." Yi Ji spoke, his deep and sharp voice softening the fear his appearance had elicited. "Just as you can see, my mission has failed. The conflict between the deities and Eltia ultimately proved irreconcilable, and 600 years ago, the gods initiated the final divine war, resulting in their complete annihilation. As prophesied, Eltia embarked on the path toward its ultimate destruction. The remnants of the fallen gods gave birth to terrifying monsters. These creatures relentlessly encroached upon the lands of various races. The elves retreated to the forest of elves, the sirens dwelled in the deep seas, the dwarves vanished without a trace, the dragons buried their heads in the sand within the Valley of Dragons, and only humanity continued to resist stubbornly. The battlefront cannot keep retreating. All races must step out from the shadow of the gods and find the true future of civilization. We will be the first to fire the shot of rebellion. Though I couldn't prevent the prophecy from being born, my experience of returning before you is enough to help you rebuild the radiance of the Watchers. Now, the first step we must take is to rebuild Sweetwater Town, establishing our first stronghold for returning to Eltia. Go forth and act. We share the same goal and ideals, fighting for tens of thousands of our brethren behind us. Every minute and second is precious, there's no time to waste. Before the next magic tide arrives, we need enough weapons, food, and a sturdy city wall." As the words fell, a dead silence filled the air. Yi Ji had anticipated this. Though these money-grubbing players were easy to command, they weren't fools to be exploited for free. He cleared his throat and continued. "I respect every brave soul who risks their life to return to Eltia, but different acts of courage and sacrifice deserve different rewards. Please silently recite game panel in your hearts, it contains what you need." Chapter 19, Do Faction Leaders' Privileges Even Include Bestowing Titles? Lin Xian followed Yi Ji's instructions. With a thought, a pale blue panel immediately appeared before him. Name, no need to show off. Race, human. Level, 1, novice. Experience, 0 out of 100. SAN value, 100. Skill, none. Backpack, empty. There really is a game panel. Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. He thought the game had poured all its efforts into achieving 100% realism through its visuals. After all, this was just the first closed beta test. Based solely on the game's graphics and realism, Lin Xian's tolerance for it already reached maximum levels. Most beta test versions are essentially unfinished products. Some games can practically be 2 different experiences between their first test and official launch. From Lin Xian's current perspective, the completion level of Under the Gods has already exceeded 70%. And this is only its first closed beta test. The game panel follows all the classic data templates. Lin Xian casually skimmed through it. He also found the exit game button in the upper right corner of the game panel. The only data he couldn't understand was sanity points. Why would a Western fantasy adventure game have a sanity system? Does this game feature Cthulhu too? Lin Xian felt somewhat puzzled. There hadn't been any corresponding hints in the NPC's earlier introduction of the game's universe either. With these questions in mind, Lin Xian clicked open the precautions below. The precautions button was deliberately highlighted in bold red, making it impossible for Lin Xian to miss. Watchers Organization Handbook version 1.0. 1 players may choose only one faction, the Watchers faction. Faction changes are not permitted. 2. The faction leader is exclusively and solely Yi Ji. Should Yi Ji perish, players will lose their anchor point in Ayrshire. The main questline of opposing deities to save Ayrshire will automatically fail, the closed beta channel will be terminated, and the game will undergo bug fixes through reset before reinitiating closed beta testing. 3. The faction leader possesses privileges including confinement, temporary account freeze, and faction expulsion, account termination. Although Yi Ji has a mild temperament, please refrain from attempting to provoke him. For the final interpretation of the above terms shall rest solely with the faction leader.
Lin Xian's eyelids twitched as he read. Holy cow, apart from the first rule, the other three were all about Yi Ji. Did their faction leader really have that much authority? Are accounts getting banned too? Does the game shut down when you die? Even though they said closed beta will reopen, who knows how long that might take? What if by then Under the Gods blows up and he can't even grab a beta spot?
Lin Xian secretly vowed to ensure the safety of their faction leader.
But, come to think of it, isn't their faction leader a skeleton? What exactly counts as being alive in that case?
Lin Xian searched for a long time but couldn't find any explanation regarding the SAN value, so he had no choice but to give up. Regardless, with such a name, as a 20-year veteran gamer, he knew exactly what this attribute meant. Lin Xian continued reading ahead. Apart from the character attributes page, the game panel also had a separate quest module. He clicked it open, and a batch of task messages popped up.
Lumberjacking, 5 EXP awarded per tree felled.
Trees must be over 8 meters tall with no species restrictions. Street cleaning, 2 EXP awarded per barrel of trash collected. Stone collection, 2 EXP awarded per unit of stone gathered. Unit calculation method as follows. Collecting wild fruits, for every unit of wild fruit collected, reward 1 experience point. Unit calculation method is as follows. The mission types are varied, but they're all just mundane tasks like cleaning the town. It's clear that the Watcher's organization in the game setting is truly struggling. Lin Xian sighed quietly to himself for a while.
The highest EXP comes from the logging quest listed first. He did the math. Cutting down 20 trees would level him up to 2, it wasn't difficult at all. He wondered if reaching level 2 would come with any rewards. Yi Huifei shared the same thought and took the initiative to ask, Lord Skeleton? My name is Yi Ji, your senior, and currently the Lord of Sweetwater Town. Got it, Lord.
Yi Huifei promptly switched his tone.
May I ask what rewards we get for reaching level 2? It's coming.
Yi Ji, who had long been waiting for them to ask this question, spoke slowly. You've only just returned to Eltia and need time to adjust to this completely changed world.
Once the adjustment is complete, I will initiate you into magic. Powerful strength is the foundation of everything. Magic initiation. Grandpa Canfly shouted.
The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears.
So magic actually exists in this world, and we can learn it when we reach level 2? Yi Ji nodded subtly.
Yi Huifei was so excited his hands fluttered aimlessly before he dashed straight for the door.
Lord, wait for me.
I'll chop down those 20 trees for you in no time.
I'm coming too. Lin Xian's enthusiasm was at its peak. Quests. I must complete quests. I need to level up. Wait. Yi Ji shouted. Edgar immediately responded, pulling back Grandpa Huifei and Lin Xian.
I wasn't finished speaking. Yi Ji glanced calmly at the two of them.
Now you're finally in a hurry?
You still have to hear his opening speech out. This place is called Sweetwater Town, located on the outskirts of the Great Oak Forest, one of thousands of ordinary city-states submerged by the magic tide.
Magical creatures surround this area.
Beyond the 1-kilometer radius around Sweetwater Town, everywhere else is extremely dangerous.
Do not leave casually, or you'll bear the consequences. This is Edgar Reno.
Some missions come with allocated supplies, you can get them from him.
Edgar nodded to the crowd. And this is?
Yi Ji's voice carried a hint of hesitation. The luminous sphere gazed at him eagerly.
Judging by Edgar's movements, Yi Ji must be introducing them. Is it my turn now? As the future deity of these peculiar humans, how would they introduce me? To gather divine power, Yi Ji will undoubtedly portray me as flawless. Yi Ji thought to herself, this is bad. I've been rushing about these past few days and forgot to give the light sphere a name.
Normally I just call it light sphere casually, and during script writing sessions I referred to it as the mascot.
That's why I never noticed this issue until now. Surely I can't just call it Oriel Lusson, the god of light directly? When the real Oriel resurrects, there's a high likelihood the light sphere would get assimilated due to sharing both its name and power source. This was absolutely something he didn't want to see.
Yi Ji's mind raced rapidly. The orb of light, the divine spark of the god of light, Oriel Lusson.
What name should he give it? Got it.
Yi Ji had a sudden flash of inspiration and seamlessly continued with his previous statement. It's called Xiaoming. As a mere fragment of the god of light, it understands that the deity's crimes are beyond forgiveness, so it voluntarily joined the Watchers, willing to dedicate its divine power belonging to the god of light to assist them.
When you're ready to learn magic, you can come find it at the church. The glowing sphere didn't understand Chinese.
Seeing that Yi Ji had finished speaking, it immediately responded enthusiastically.
Jiu Jiu Yabo.
According to Yi Ji's explanation, this word/phrase was considered a universal blessing in the other language.
How about that? Convinced by how approachable your deity is, aren't you? However, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Xiaoming, what a casual name. Is the god of light perhaps terrible at naming things? Chapter 20, the game's poster girl, getting to know each other. Terrible namer Yi Ji. What's wrong with Xiaoming? Don't tell me you look down on Xiaoming. Frequent appearances indicate high public recognition of this name. If the god of light isn't called Xiaoming, should we call him Xiaohong instead? Be thankful it works at all. Yi Huifei hissed through his teeth. So this glowing sphere is a fucking traitor? As the god of light, or at least his avatar, he inherently belonged to the divine faction. Yet here he was defecting to join these god-defying watchers? Wasn't this the ultimate act of self-betrayal? Too abstract. Way too abstract. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, looking at how dumb and speechless it is. Could this be the game's mascot character? The traitorous Xiaoming Lightsphere stared puzzled at three jaw-flapping visitors from another world. What's going on? Could it be that they're overwhelmed by the honor of receiving blessings directly from my own mouth? So happy you don't even know what expression to make? Lin Xian turned back and said, look at the goddess statue behind us. Isn't the ball in her hand actually Xiaoming? It really is. Old man Fei's eyes sparkled with amazement as suspicious-looking liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth. If Xiaoming is an avatar of the god of light, wouldn't it grow up to look just like that statue? His attitude changed as he gave a thumbs up to the glowing sphere. Betraying them was the right move. We watchers need a goddess who's kind, sensible, fair-skinned, and beautiful. The beam of light raised by the glowing sphere lowered again, its mood slightly lifted. It recognized this gesture. It was a sign of praise. Sure enough, the believers were praising themselves. Jiu Jiu Yabo. It cheerfully sent out blessings once more. Yi Ji, who knew everything, was struggling to suppress his laughter. He cleared his throat. The briefing is complete, comrades. May you all adjust swiftly to life inertia. With that, he grabbed the glowing sphere and walked away into the depths of the church. With a gait that appeared slow in movement yet was anything but slow in actual speed, they swiftly vanished from sight. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to maintain his facade. Edgar turned sideways, revealing the various baskets, pickaxes, and other tools stored behind him. Those who've accepted tasks, come collect your tools from me. The trio immediately shifted their attention from the departing Yi Ji and swarmed over to him. Each player could only accept one task at a time, and consequently, could receive only one item. Edgar carried the remaining tools and stepped inside the church as well, leaving the entire space to the three players. Lin Xian and the third player gathered together. Lin Xian looked at the dark green leaf he had been given. The leaf was as large as both his palms combined, with only the grip area smoothed to remove thorns. The rest of the leaf's edges were lined with menacing serrations, exceptionally sharp. The Silver Knight from earlier said this was the axe needed for the lumbering task. Lin Xian tried bending the leaf blade. It was extremely hard, like ironwood from Blue Star. He couldn't help but complain, is our faction really this poor? We don't even have a proper axe? Opening his inventory, he indeed found a new item, makeshift axe, broad thorn leaf blade. The third player swung the broad bramble leaf effortlessly, producing a sharp whistling sound through the air. He ran his fingers over the leaf's sharp barbs. Not bad at all. This leaf might be far more useful than your average axe. Really? Lin Xian gave it a try but still shook his head. The shape is just too different from an axe. Doesn't feel right in my hands. I wonder if I can switch to a different task. Chopping down 28-meter tall trees using leaves is way too difficult. If only he had gone to gather stone materials with Yi Huifei instead. Speak of the devil. Yi Huifei came running out from the depths of the church. Brother Xiao. Perfect. You haven't left yet. Take me with you. You can fly? Lin Xian gaped at the identical broad vine leaf in his hand. I thought you went to accept the stone collection quest? Just moments ago, the three of them had been choosing mission props. Both Lin Xian and the third player had rushed straight for the logging quest, accepting it before heading off to find Edgar. Yi Huifei initially planned to take the lumberjack task too, but ultimately backed out, fearing it might be a trap. So he kept lying on the ground calculating, stubbornly determined to find the fastest task to reach level 2. Since he took so long to pick a task, Edgar didn't indulge him any further. After watching him for a moment, Edgar simply picked up his basket and left. Only then did Master Huifei realize the urgency and scurried over to calculate the most cost-effective stone-gathering task for him. So in the end, you still chose logging? Yi Huifei sighed. Don't even mention it. The tool for collecting stone turns out to be a rusty hoe. I'm afraid I won't even make it to level 2 before the quest item breaks first. The game hasn't implemented a currency system yet. I'm afraid when the time comes, I won't even be able to afford what the NPC demands in compensation. After all that selection, turns out this completely natural tool works best. I've asked the quest item NPC, he said broad thistle leaves are everywhere nearby, and we can exchange worn-out ones at his place. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Wait, that's actually an option? So it seems his first choice was still the best after all? As expected, the first step in every survival game is chopping trees. Looking at the nearly identical broad bramble leaves in each of their hands, Lin Xian pondered before speaking. By the way, since all three of us need to complete the lumberjack mission, why don't we team up? I think it'll work. Cutting trees together with 3 people won't be as boring. Yi Huifei responded enthusiastically.
The third player remained silent but nodded in agreement. Lin Xian scratched his head. By the way, dude, my name is Rinbuxiuji. We've been here for so long and still don't know your name. Name? The third player frowned slightly. That's right, the game ID you filled out when signing up for the closed beta test, Lin Xian said. Seeing the other's expression, Lin Xian secretly thought it didn't look good. Could it be their first time playing an online game? But that doesn't make sense. Who would follow a beta test if they weren't a die-hard gamer? This is my first closed beta test. After a moment's hesitation, the third player explained, I was feeling down when I registered, so I didn't put much thought into the name. It's a bit awkward to say out loud. Lin Xian was at a loss. What should we do then? It's alright now. For quite a long time recently, Under the Gods probably only had the three of them as players. But how would they find people when more players joined later? They couldn't just keep calling everyone buddy or pal every time, could they? Yi Huifei suddenly thought of something and slapped his palm. Oh right, brother Xiao, I forgot to tell you something just now. You can see player IDs and NPC information through the translucent game panel. This was actually an accidental discovery Lord Canfly made during the storyline earlier. For example, when he looked at their faction leader, the tags above their head showed, Leader of the Watchers Organization, Lord of Sweetwater Town, Dying Undead, 7 days 12 hours. Especially in those final moments, he was terrified thinking such an amazing game would shut down in just 7 days. Fortunately, looking at the seconds counting afterward, it was adding 2 seconds and subtracting 1, not a pure countdown. Probably something related to the game's backstory, which they still didn't fully understand. But as long as it wasn't a server shutdown, that's all that mattered. Lin Xian followed the instructions and successfully saw the third player's ID. #U and %, Lin Xian. No wonder the other person hesitated and couldn't bring themselves to say it. This ID was clearly not thought through at all. It looks like someone mashed their face on the keyboard to come up with it. Lin Xian rubbed his temples with a headache. Your name, never mind, let's just call you Brother Gibberish. We'll just treat it as if you rolled a bad username in a game. Chapter 21, Novice Rewards aren't just benefits, they're retention strategies too. Though the three appeared to be the same physical age, Lin Xian couldn't shake the feeling that the other person was slightly older than both of them. How to put it, there was an air of worldly experience about them. Brother Random nodded, I have no objections. My name is Master Canfly, and I came specifically because the description said this is a Western fantasy game where I can learn magic. Master Canfly introduced himself. Lin Xian laughed heartily and introduced himself once more. I'm a gaming blogger. My ID here is the same as my gaming handle. Man doesn't show off. Feel free to follow me. Brother Messicode nodded in understanding, then paused before speaking. Speaking of magic, everyone just heard the opening cutscene, right? What do you think about the game's background and the faction NPCs? I didn't expect Brother Messicode to be such a lore-focused player. Lin Xian showed slight surprise. Looking at his tough and taciturn demeanor, it seemed unlikely. He thought the other person was a hardcore player who skipped all the cutscenes and pursued a no-damage, one life clear. Luanma gazed at the peeling paint on the church walls for a long moment before speaking. Just a little curious, that's all. After all, the game is really well made. It's like another world. Flymaster nodded in agreement. I'll admit that the game's details are truly impressive. Every damage in this church we're in is unique, just like it's been genuinely abandoned for many years. Lin Xian lowered his head in thought. This question successfully triggered his occupational disease as a gaming blogger. The words Yi Ji had just spoken replayed in his mind with cinematic clarity. It seems we players are a group of natives who left and then returned to the continent of Elsha. Our purpose is to prevent some unspecified prophecy? Faction leader Yi Ji was the first advanced scout to return, but his efforts failed. The prophecy unfolded exactly as foretold. His organization created to stop the prophecy, the Watchers, has only 2 surviving members, so we've returned as the second wave? An ordinary player turns out to be the savior storyline, incidentally leaving plenty of plot hooks for later. For example, what exactly is the prophecy? Why did the faction leaders fail? Even the founding history of the Watchers. These could very well be the main plotlines going forward, full of mysteries. Though the remaining organization members are rather strange, Fly Lord chimed in. One's a luminous sphere connected to the god of light, another appears to be a knight from the divine faction, and then our faction leader turns out to be an undead creature? This feels jarring on every level. Lin Xian made a should gesture. Be careful not to let our faction leader hear you, he might think you're speaking ill of him. But there are indeed many suspicious points here. With the limited information they currently have, they can't analyze anything substantial. The only possibly related clue is that they might soon experience a magical tide event, but beyond this concept, they knew nothing else. Lin Xian took one last look at the dilapidated church before they all headed out to prepare for their mission. What's the plot? Leveling up and learning magic is far more tempting. Not long after the three had left, Yi Ji, Edgar, and Xiaoming emerged from behind the statue. Yi Ji surveyed the spot where the three had just stood with satisfaction. Excellent. Everything is successfully falling into place. No wonder the gods always love to play cryptic and act mysterious. So leaving things half-said for others to guess is this satisfying? The game panel was created using his divine ability, operating on the same principle as his fake system interface, like a notepad floating right in front of the player's chest. The contents inside were all typed by him personally after receiving the registration details from the 3 individuals. After the 3 obtained their mission items, it was also him, hiding in the shadows, who remotely added 3 new items to their game interfaces, all just to successfully deceive those 3. Although Xiao Ming had lost most of the authority of the God of Light, his divine power still carried a hint of that old trickster's deceptive nature. It was more prone to transformation than ordinary divine energy. As long as the 3 genuinely believed this was a game panel capable of recording player information, before long, this single high-tech notepad with automatic skill and inventory detection capabilities can truly transform into a game interface. Such is the toxicity of divine power. That's why Yiji specifically chose Xiao Ming to serve as the medium for the game's master server. Since divine power was extracted from it to form the game interface, faith power naturally ought to return through the same channel. A self-aware deity, precisely the new god Yiji intended to nurture. Edgar frowned as he listened to the trio's loud exclamations after stepping outside, seemingly astounded by the unfamiliar scenery. Yi, does your world not even have forests or abandoned towns? That's different, Yiji replied with a smile. You could think of it as their personal fascination. Some people refuse to step outside to see real beauty, yet they'll stop for hours to watch a dancing chicken in a game. They'd even do menial labor for it. Edgar looked solemn, a completely incomprehensible value system. After seeing actual players in person, Edgar's bewilderment toward them only grew stronger. What's so interesting about a dancing chicken? And then there's that experience value you added to the, game interface. It's just a completely meaningless number. Why does it motivate everyone so effectively? Edgar saw it clearly. Before Yiji could finish saying upgrade to level 2, 3 hands had already tapped on the mission acceptance interface. On the panel operation page invisible from the player's perspective, everything was clearly visible to Yiji and him. I even think if you raised the magic learning threshold to level 5, their enthusiasm wouldn't show any noticeable difference. Yiji shook his head. No, you're wrong. The beginner's rewards aren't just perks for players, they're also crucial retention tactics. Without experiencing the wonders of magic firsthand, players would never persist. The first spell was part of Yiji's carefully laid plans all along. Mastering magic is no simple feat, it's like advanced physics and chemistry combined. If he doesn't dangle a few more carrots, players would be shouting what crap game this is, and sprinting away. Otherwise, they'd just idle in the beginner village, stubbornly refusing to click the magic line. His path as the 4th apocalypse would be ruined. So, ensuring players have a great gaming experience is also one of Yiji's important goals. Edgar retorted, do they think learning magic is easy? Even a child who's just become aware of the world wouldn't have such naive thoughts. Humans' magical talents are no stronger than those of winged folk or dragons. Only 1 in 1,000 has the faintest spark of magical aptitude. And those truly capable of walking the path of magic, of comprehending its mysteries, are far fewer still. Magic has always been the exclusive privilege of only the most exceptional few. Every human child undergoes mandatory magical aptitude testing at the age of 6. If one could measure innate talent, it would be equivalent to instantly leaping across social classes, elevating the entire family to celestial heights. This shows how difficult learning magic truly is. Yiji cleared his throat twice. Ahem, pretty much. After all, in our world, magic only exists in games and stories. Games and stories are meant to serve the players, of course. We want every player to experience the joy of magic. So in stories or game plots, magic seems so common that everyone can use it, making it appear easy to learn. Edgar remained silent in contemplation for a long time before finally saying, was it because your world lacked magic that it developed the prosperous scenery you described to me? Chapter 22. This game actually has no censorship. Yiji froze for a moment before shaking his head in denial. No, there's nothing wrong with magic itself. The problem lies in how you're using it. The reasons behind this were far too complex to explain. To someone native-born who grew up accepting Eltia's worldview, it sounded more like storytelling. When more players come to Eltia in the future, you'll naturally get new answers. That was the only reply Yiji could offer. Xiao Ming sat on the edge of the statue's base, pursing his lips at this response. What kind of prosperous other world is this, breeding such bizarre human behavior, and you still think another world would be better? Yiji grabbed his pinky-sized feet and lifted him up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll turn you into a goddess statue. Her voice was laced with menace. Xiao Ming trembled all over. You promised, if I willingly bear being the symbolic totem of that game, you wouldn't touch my true form. He absolutely refused to become a goddess. For this reason, he was even willing to endure the backlash of bearing new divine authority. He broke his promise. As everyone knows,
Black mages never keep their word, Yiji said with a grin.
Xiao Ming,
Ignoring the luminescent sphere's world-shattered expression after receiving its new name, Yiji tossed it upward, landing it perfectly in the water-cupping hands of the goddess statue.
carrying around an ancient relic is such a hassle.
Since you're just a mascot anyway, you may as well stay put in the church. Remember to memorize the key vocabulary I gave you. Let eligible players learn their first spell.
If you can't even handle this brainless little task, then you don't deserve to keep those extra brain cells of yours. Xiao Ming's round little body shrank back as he muttered under his breath, always using the same old threats.
Xiao Ming instantly fell silent.
Yiji withdrew his gaze, in a rather good mood, finally managed to push out the task of lighting up skill points for players. One less thing to worry about, feels good. Let's go, we should check outside.
Yi Zhizhen truly couldn't rest easy leaving 3 players to run wild outside alone. I always feel like they might cause some unexpected trouble for him. Recreating a body after death consumes expensive magical materials.
The organization is in financial straits right now, they'd better know how to behave.
Outside the church, little has essentially changed. The only difference from when they entered was that the mud on the ground had been smoothed out. A few grimy handprints now marked the church walls.
And a bite mark too.
A commotion arose from the northeast corner of the church. Yi Zhi hurried over with Edgar.
Around the corner,
they saw a player with strangulation marks on his neck running down the street, still clutching the starter gear that Edgar had specially obtained for them. Grandpa Fei dashed towards Lin Xian as fast as the wind, free and unrestrained.
Brother Xiao, stop eating dirt. Look, this game isn't censored. Lin Xian turned around upon hearing the voice.
He then spat out the dirt in his mouth.
Damn, I'll be damned, it's really true.
He immediately tossed away the unidentified weeds he was holding in both hands. With a swift whoosh, he dropped his pants. Gazing at his lower half that hadn't been blessed by holy light, his eyes filled with admiration.
This game really gives the good stuff to the brothers. Glitch brother, look at this. Lin Xian also joined the chaotic bird-chasing sprint.
Edgar. Yi Zhi silently crushed a section of the wall beside him.
Had he known players could be this shameless, he should have castrated them outright.
Or better yet, find some way to implant eyes that'd automatically radiate holy light whenever they glanced at dirty content. Yi Zhi sighed in frustration, rubbing his forehead with his hand. It was all his fault. He shouldn't have designed those resurrected human bodies based entirely on his own physical specifications when first researching necromantic revival magic. And when adapting the byproduct flesh and blood revival spell, he'd kept this fundamental characteristic unchanged.
This isn't some inferior genetic trait that would be deliberately discarded when touched by divine manifestation qualities.
That's precisely why these 2 rascals got their sweet rewards.
So embarrassing. After a long while,
Edgar spoke, his tone strained and complicated. You said when faced with words you can't comprehend, you should pretend not to hear them.
Should I also pretend not to see such incomprehensible insolence?
Alright, Yi Zhi now felt like his old face had been utterly humiliated. He really shouldn't have said he shared hometown roots with these 2 creatures.
No need.
Yi Zhi lowered his hand from his face, speaking through gritted teeth.
Basic decency dictates we shouldn't show them excessive tolerance either. I'll teach you how to handle this situation.
Yi Zhi quickly opened his own game interface. Beyond just players, Yi Zhi had equipped himself, Edgar, and the glowing orb Xiao Ming with various control panels.
Only,
Yi Zhi held administrator privileges as a GM, while the other 2 had NPC control panels at their disposal. Yi Zhi swiftly manipulated the controls on the panel.
The next second, both Lin Xian's and Yi Huifei's game panels simultaneously popped up. Warning, due to your unusual actions, your sanity has decreased by 1. Warning, due to your unusual actions, your sanity has decreased by 1. Warning, due to your peculiar actions, sanity decreased by 1.
The 2 men leaping through the air simultaneously crashed down while screaming in unison.
Holy crap! Holy shit! Pop-up messages kept appearing.
By the time they'd pulled their pants back on, the pop-ups had stopped. Their sanity points had all dropped to 89.
Lin Xian clutched his buttocks that had split into 4 pieces from the fall. What the hell is this?
Yi Huifei grimaced in pain, scrambling to sit up on the ground.
No idea. Sanity -1? Does this thing even have pop-up notifications? What's the point?
He spotted a question mark in the top right corner of the pop-up and immediately clicked on it.
Warning, to safeguard players' physical and mental health and prevent confusion between the game and reality.
Under the Gods employs cutting-edge cerebral cortex activity monitoring to track players' level of confusion between reality and the game, quantified as SAN value. When SAN reaches 0, Under the Gods will revoke the game account and disqualify the player from beta test eligibility for 1 major version cycle. May all players return to real life and game healthily.
What the heck? 0 sanity score results in immediate account ban? Grandpa Can Fly widened his eyes, his face filled with shock. though he knew this game was made to feel incredibly real, prone to certain unexpected outcomes.
It's perfectly normal for gaming companies to take some preventive measures,
but the punishment they've come up with is way too severe.
Lin Xian looked utterly constipated. This is absolutely brutal. Reading between the lines of these precautions, isn't it basically saying he can't tell reality from games because of his sizable endowment? Is he really this fragile? Lin Xian stubbornly pulled his pants down again in disbelief. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior, sanity points decreased by 1. The warning appeared instantly.
He was so frightened he immediately pulled up his pants.
Luckily, his sanity points only dropped a little further. From then on, he didn't dare joke around with his account anymore.
He hadn't even had his fill of this game yet. There was no way he'd let himself get banned before even leaving the starter village.
Chapter 23 Bonus EXP for Tree Cutting. Yi Huifei wore a bitter expression.
Forget it, Brother Xiao, let's not think about running off to show Brother random code. The SAN value only mentioned reduction methods, but didn't say how to recover it.
We need to conserve what we've got. Lin Xian nodded with profound sorrow.
Indeed, such abilities should be applied to more practical purposes, not wasted on hollow displays of vanity.
Yi Ji, impressive. Alright, Brother Xiao, Yi Huifei said with resolute determination in his eyes. In that case, let's proceed with our mission first. When we've gained solid strength, then we'll work on more practical application methods.
You're right,
Lin Xian sighed. We were all deceived by the hollow scenery outside the church.
Not steadfastly choosing to go to the village entrance, no, the town entrance, to chop wood.
What a complete failure. Let's go. The two finally disappeared from Yi Ji's sight.
Yi Ji tossed aside another crumbled brick. Humph, at least they remembered what's important.
Edgar inquired, what's this sand value they mentioned?
The chains that keep dragon slayers from becoming dragons themselves, Yi Ji answered.
After going back, I thought it over and realized you were right.
Though I trust my players, I never underestimate the church either. If they truly reach the point where they're brainwashed by the church and beyond saving, I'll send them away.
This was also the final safeguard Yi Ji left for the players of Blue Star. From beginning to end, he never intended to drag the players completely into the quagmire of Elitia. No need for their sanity to hit zero.
Whenever players appear and their real-life thinking is influenced by Eltia,
Yi Ji will forcibly set their SAN value to 0 and kick them back to Blue Star.
Consciousness projection doesn't mean being completely immune to harm. Only consciousness projection plus a SAN value can serve as protection. Of course, this was Yi Ji's initial idea.
Now I feel that occasionally using SAN values to restrain players' behavior works quite well too. Edgar looked absent-minded. You really care about them. I've never seen you be so considerate toward anyone else.
Yi Ji shrugged.
Perhaps it's because I saw my former self in them. When he first crossed over to Eltia, he was slightly more composed than these gamers.
After all, he knew this world wasn't a game, there was no respawn mechanic.
But not that much more composed, he still stumbled into pitfalls that even 6-year-old local children would avoid.
I've been stumbling and falling for years on end.
Edgar raised an eyebrow. And yet you're making your former self do menial labor? Or would you prefer to do it instead?
Yi Ji shot back.
Or perhaps you'd like this undead creature who might fall apart after walking a few steps to clean up this entire town by myself?
Edgar silently shut his mouth.
As a noble paladin, he naturally wouldn't jump at menial labor unless absolutely necessary.
Moreover, he was still recovering from his injuries, deprived of his former strength after his apostasy. He needed rest to heal. Yi Ji's gaze swept over his face, the ghostly blue flames of his soul flickering faintly.
Oomph, he knew it. Only a fool wouldn't use free labor when it's offered.
And guess what? Now that I've acquired the God of Light's divine spark, what material do you think I'll use to craft their bodies?
Edgar first pondered, then suddenly had an epiphany. Divine avatar?
His tone was brimming with certainty. As a former high-ranking paladin of the Scorchlight Church, Edgar, like Yi Ji, understood most traits pertaining to divine nature. Among these was the ability to create mortal avatars, a signature skill of divine manifestation.
For gods to roam freely across the Alteria continent.
The earthly incarnations of gods naturally possess enviable talents. They also bear traces of divinity. What appears as menial labor or box carrying to ordinary eyes is actually divine avatars deepening their comprehension of the world's fundamental laws. The more dirty and tough work the player does, the stronger they become.
But, for the first time, Edgar witnessed a divine avatar being seized and used by someone else.
How did you do this? Edgar was stunned, utterly unable to believe it. This was as incomprehensible as the birth of consciousness within the radiant god's divine spark.
Yi Ji smiled smugly. I told you, my necrotic resurrection magic isn't some suicide explosion technique. Now believe me? A byproduct of forbidden magic arrays.
A divine spark that gains self-awareness.
A glowing sphere connected to Blue Star's network.
Successfully crafted the perfect method for summoning players, along with superb bodies endowed with magical talent.
The more Yi Ji pondered, the more convinced he was of his own genius.
Otherwise, how could I dare promise that all three of them would learn a magic spell after reaching level 2? Is it thanks to the player's talent? No, it's the gift of divine power. Divine power directly enhances the avatar's strength, which is much faster than improving ordinary humans. If it weren't for Yiji's limited 89 divine power points, which only allowed each player to receive one breakthrough infusion at most, he would definitely upgrade the level 2 reward to 2 magical spells. The stronger the player, the more assistance they'll receive. Creating bodies for 3 players cost 30 divine power points, while 6 game panels consume 6 points. Next, imparting a level 1 magical spell requires 10 divine power points. His divine power was just running short. Moreover, if he kept using it, Xiaoming would probably fight him tooth and nail. Come to think of it, the reason Xiaoming obediently stayed in the church earlier was also closely connected to Yi Zhihua's divine power draining away like flowing water. To survive, the only option was to work diligently and earn divine power. Yi Zhi donned his cloak, shrouding his entire body in shadow. In an instant, he transformed from a standing skeleton into a gloomy, introverted mage. Let's go. We haven't cleared all the monsters from Sweetwater Town yet. We should keep an eye on them on the first day. I bet their current combat strength couldn't even defeat a red-skinned earthworm. Rip, rip. After the rasping sound of wood being sawn, a tall cypress tree cracked and slowly toppled down. Master Huifei immediately dodged away with a flash. Not bad, Brother Glitch, that's your 8th tree already? You've already completed 40% of the upgrade progress so quickly. Brother Code, have you worked as a lumberjack before? They had arrived at the woods together, with the other party barely ahead in selecting trees at most. Yet as time passed, the gap in their work achievements grew wider and wider. Luanma wiped the sweat from his brow. Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to help out at the lumber mill for one of the uncles. And also, the progress isn't 40%, it's 45. 45? Yi Huifei was shocked. That can't be right. I remember all logging tasks give 5 XP. Could there be a hidden quest? Lin Xian lowered his head in thought. They had all checked the quest list thoroughly earlier, there truly weren't any tasks offering more than 5 XP. Considering he'd been chopping trees for 2 hours straight, he actually felt more energetic the longer he worked. Lin Xian had a bold idea. Brother Gibberish, could you be? Gibberish nodded first. Yep, chopping trees gives you EXP. What? Grandpa Canfly shouted. He immediately opened the game interface and indeed saw his experience points at 3 out of 100. Although he had chopped down 6 trees, he hadn't yet returned to turn in the quest. Where did these experience points come from? Lin Xian also displayed his own experience points, 8 out of 100. It seems this is the hidden reward of the mission, besides the final prize. Chapter 24, Tree chopping is so satisfying. Lin Xian's expression showed little surprise. No wonder we've been doing manual labor here for 2 hours without feeling tired at all. Our breathing has even become noticeably smoother. If it were his real-life otaku body, forget about 2 hours. He probably couldn't chop down a single tree before collapsing on the ground like a dead dog. Yi Huifei touched his own body. Absolutely right, I can even feel the muscles on my arm. Lin Xian's forehead creased with exasperation, whose muscles show results after just 2 hours of training. The geezer could fly, heh, with a smirk. Not now, but after a few more days of chopping, there will be. Speaking of which, why is there such a big difference in the hidden experience points the 3 of us received? Yi Huifei pointed at the 3 piles of wood they had stacked on the ground. Forget that Luan Ma got 2 more logs than us too. We all chopped down exactly 6 trees, so why did one person get 8 points while another only got 3? Is my tree chopping posture wrong or something? He'd been swinging the wide blade leaves he'd been chopping for 2 hours without feeling any discomfort. Why couldn't he gain any experience points? The leaves were absurdly tough. His hands had turned red from the effort, yet the leaves remained unscathed, exactly as pristine as when he'd first received them from Edgar. Yi Huifei looked at Lin Xian with eager curiosity. Brother Xiao, please teach me. Even the garbled text turned its gaze. Among the 3 of them, the most efficient at gaining extra experience isn't the hacker who cuts down the most trees, but Lin Xian. Lin Xian stroked his chin in thought. It might be a matter of how much heart you put into it. You all know I'm a gaming blogger, so while chopping trees, I specifically pay attention to the patterns on the bark, trying to figure out how the game's code operates. How did they create the physical model of trees being cut down? After watching it, the mechanics of tree trunk collapse, calculations, and so on. Although the game is so well made that it's almost impossible to detect, my analytical results are practically zero. But sometimes, I can feel my mind suddenly clearing for a brief moment. Thinking carefully, it happened about 8 times. Even garbled text resonates now. That's right, I've been looking for loopholes in the game too. It's precisely because I occasionally get those peculiar sensations that I spotted the abnormal experience point accumulation. Old Man Can Fly was dumbfounded. So I'm the only one who's charging ahead without using his brain? When told to chop wood, he literally just chopped wood. This new logging tool is razor sharp, delivering an incredibly realistic tree-cutting impact. Watching the notch in the tree stump gradually widen filled him with a deep sense of accomplishment. The task became increasingly effortless and addictive. The more he chopped, the harder it was to stop. He absolutely loved this sensation. Everyone just treats this game as stress relief, totally ignoring other aspects. All I remember is how satisfying it was to chop trees. It's alright, it's not too late to know now, Lin Xian reassured them. Let's hurry up and keep going. We'll grind our way to level 2 today. No problem. The three of them threw themselves back into the task with renewed vigor. Another hour passed on the game panel as the sun reached its zenith. Experience compensated for exhaustion, and the players worked with exhilarating efficiency. But gradually, the fatigue grew heavier, forcing them to pause for rest. Just in time to evade the scorching midday sun. Scrambled Code found a vine with blue-purple hues in the nearby bushes. Its extreme toughness made it perfect for transporting lumber. They spent another hour half rolling, half dragging the firewood to the open space beside the church. Edgar tallied their individual contributions and, using his NPC privileges, distributed experience points to each of the three in turn. Scrambled Code, 12 logs, Lin Xian, 9 logs, Yi Huifei, 8 logs. To gain a little extra experience from tree chopping, Grandpa Can Fly actually reduced his efficiency somewhat. The three of them received some wild fruits from Edgar as their first day novice bonus and ate them for lunch. Then they went to rest under a giant banyan tree at the edge of town, its trunk 10 meters in diameter. Crack! Lin Xian bit down hard into the wild fruit, and its sweet sour juice immediately burst open in his mouth. It tastes a bit like cherries and pineapples. Quite delicious indeed, and incredibly filling too. Lin silently evaluated it internally. He polished off the whole fruit in no time. With his hands clasped behind his head, he leaned back against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. A sigh escaped from deep within his chest. Ah, bliss! The breeze brushing past my ears felt cool after filtering through layers of foliage. The contentment of resting after exhausting labor and a satisfying meal is the most delightful sensation. Even though he knew logging off for a few hours would make his physical fatigue vanish upon return, Lin Xian still couldn't bring himself to log off. For some unknown reason, Under the Gods seems to possess a magical quality all its own. Even grueling labor becomes an activity he can find joy in. That must be the allure of virtual reality games. It's like a one-day trip to another world, so enchanting you never want to put it down. Lin Xian tilted his head slightly. Brothers, how are you feeling? Still want to keep playing? Of course. Yi Huifei exclaimed excitedly. Such an amazing game just entered closed beta testing. We should obviously play until they kick us offline. Luan Ma also chimed in. I plan to log off only when my game character needs to sleep. That means we're both playing all day? What a coincidence, so am I. Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. Now he'd have company come evening. Bird songs drifted from the distant deep woods as Grandpa Feifei scratched his ear. This game is fun alright, but it's a bit lacking in magic elements. Seems like we haven't encountered any magical creatures since leaving the church. Where are the walking grass and talking animals we were supposed to see? The only magical beings they'd met so far were their faction leader Yi Ji and the game mascot, the goddess Xiaoming. That night NPC probably knows magic too. Other than that, there was nothing else. Lin Xian raised his neck to look over. What? You want a tree that can run away? And have the three of us chasing after it to chop it down? Not exactly. Yi Huifei looked up at the shade of the tree. It just feels like something's missing. It's alright, the game company probably hasn't fully established the magic ecosystem yet. Just wait a few more updates and it'll be fine. Lin Xian was all too familiar with this kind of beta testing situation. Beta test games are notoriously lacking in content. They usually don't even have voice acting for generic NPCs. The NPCs in Under the Gods may be few, but each voice performance feels inherently perfect. You can see the game company's dedication. It's just a small magical asset pack easily added. Don't you think the game's civilization points are quite lacking too? Leave that church aside, and you could almost convince people this game is set in a primal tribe. The town bore too few traces of civilization, utterly devoid of medieval traditions or the extravagant, decadent flair of revelry. Yi Huifei pondered for a moment. That does make sense. The garbled text expressed slight surprise. What suddenly gave you the idea to look at game assets? Yi Huifei sighed. Alas, I want to see if there's any magical plant more suitable for making axes than wide bramble leaves. Chapter 25, Crafting More Efficient Tree Felling Tools, the Possibility of Handmade Chainsaws. Among the three of them, Yi Huifei had the slowest tree-cutting progress. Moreover, the extra experience points also accumulate the slowest. Indeed, concentrating intently on observing nature can boost experience points. Yet despite copying the motions, he still couldn't match the comprehension speed of those two genuine tigers. He kept turning it over in his mind. He figured he might as well stop worrying about the extra experience points. As long as he could chop trees fast enough, 5 minutes per tree. That would completely make up for the lack of bonus experience. But to achieve this, he needed a better logging tool than the broadleaf axe.
Chopping trees is satisfying, but we can't just stay fit in the game forever. Yi Huifei groaned while rubbing his sore arms. Exercise results in the game won't carry over to real life.
Lin Xian lowered his head in thought.
Don't be fooled by how diligently he worked all morning.
As a hardcore player with thousands of hours of farming and construction games under his belt, he knew himself too well. Sure, at first he could happily chop trees all day without getting bored. He'd sit cheerfully under the banyan tree at the town entrance, gazing contentedly at the remaining stumps they'd left uncut in the distance. That alone filled him with accomplishment. He should suffer the hardships of tree cutting within 2 or 3 days at most.
Even if there are many labor tasks on the game panel, they'll come one by one. In about half a month, he probably won't be able to take it anymore.
I really should think of ways to improve task efficiency.
The game's setting is about conquering the whole world. We can't afford to waste 2 or 3 years grinding in the beginner zone. Lin Xian, feeling parched from talking, pulled out an unidentified wild fruit and took another bite. But the magical plant route probably won't work.
If there were more convenient tools available, the NPCs would have given them to us already.
Even if there were, it wouldn't be something that could be implemented in the current version or the next couple updates. Random Codes frowned. Could it be that the local geographical environment can't produce plants more suitable for tools than broad bramble leaves?
Pretty much, Lin Xian replied. The meaning is the same, but your phrasing is usually what game companies say to hype up players and flesh out game settings.
Grandpa Can Fly winked mischievously at Garbled Code.
Bro Garbled, who'd have thought such a towering guy like you would be an immersive gaming enthusiast?
First analyzing the plot, now defending the game and fleshing out its settings.
If this were posted on a community forum, players would surely label him a game fanboy after the developers messed things up. Garbled text left him speechless, unsure of what to say for a moment.
In the end, he only managed. Because this game is truly worth immersing in.
He lowered his head, gazing at his perfectly intact right hand and legs, murmuring softly.
It's like having a new, healthy body in another world.
What? Old man Fei lying beside him didn't catch his words clearly.
Nothing important. Wanma continued with the previous question. If finding new tools doesn't work, why don't we make our own tools? You mean tech tree development? Lin Xian immediately grasped the idea.
In most games, pioneering new territories and researching technology are indeed standard gameplay mechanics.
But isn't this supposed to be a Western fantasy magic world? Wouldn't pursuing a technological path contradict the main storyline? Slapping his forehead in sudden realization, Yi Huifei exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, with this game's incredible freedom, we can literally do whatever we want. If we could just find some iron ore, we'd be able to craft a chainsaw, then we'd really take off. It's the perfect chance to show this magical world the power of modern technology. Random Code fell into brief contemplation.
The iron ore needs to be smelted to remove impurities to achieve the hardness required for making a chainsaw.
I think I can help with this step.
The two of them began tossing ideas back and forth.
Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Wait, you two actually know how to make a chainsaw?
I can fly, just give me the parts and raw materials, and building a homemade chainsaw shouldn't be a problem.
As long as it works, that's good enough for me. Gibberish, all I know is smelting iron. Hang on, knowing how to smelt iron is pretty outrageous already? What normal person would even deal with that stuff?
Lin Xian suddenly felt like the two people beside him had become complete strangers.
Was he the only one who'd ever done handiwork solely in a game?
The only remotely craft-related activity in real life, legitimate craftwork, that is.
Just assembling a computer, that's all.
But he wouldn't go so far as to make his own coils and resistors. Master Yuifei lamented while clutching his forehead in anguish. Sigh, I must have had water in my brain when choosing a major.
Went and picked mechanical engineering.
My dad said if I fail any courses and bring shame to the Oli family, he'll cut off my allowance.
Speaking of it brings nothing but tears.
Lin Xian wore a complicated expression. Your dad is way too hardcore. I've never seen anyone in mechanical engineering who can whip up a chainsaw with their bare hands. And it couldn't possibly be such a coincidence that right when the game requires it, Master Fei just happens to know how to crank up a chainsaw. What he could rub together must be far more than just this. The master flung his hand dismissively and heaved a long sigh toward the sky.
Ugh, don't even mention it.
I thought playing this game meant being a superhero, never expected to run into mechanical work.
As for Glitch still responded with his usual brevity. Job requirement.
Lin Xian fell silent.
Fine then, these are all skills life has forced us to cultivate. However, even with two badasses who can handcraft chainsaws, producing a finished chainsaw product isn't something that can be done overnight.
During their break, the trio went to ask Yi, who was basking in the sun at the church entrance. They've successfully received the news that the novice village's iron ore materials are ready. However, they still don't know exactly where the iron ores are yet. Yi only said that the giant oak forest is rich in resources. If they want any materials, they should go find them themselves. It's not like the three of them are fools. You wouldn't go out of the beginner's village to seek death just because you hadn't encountered any danger all morning. In the end, the three of them still decided to level up to level 2 by chopping trees honestly, gaining some self-protection ability before venturing out to explore. Soon, it was dark. Wanma was the first to gather enough experience points to level up, but he didn't immediately abandon the two of them to go report the completed mission. Leave aside the extra experience points, the three of them needed to chop down 60 trees just for everyone to level up. The trees near the town entrance simply weren't that numerous, and most didn't meet the requirements. They were either too short, either it's like primitive jungle, or cutting down one tree is even harder than cutting 3 normal standard trees. They had no choice but to venture deeper to find other timber sources. Luanma thought about the game setting of the giant oak forest and feared that going alone would be dangerous for both of them, so they ended up going together. Anyway, he had plenty of time, earning a bit more experience wouldn't hurt anyone. Everything went smoothly, until night fell. The last glow of sunset hadn't fully faded when the sky above them suddenly darkened. Raindrops filtered through the leaves, soaking the soil as muffled rumbles echoed from the clouds. Lin Xian swiftly bundled the fallen logs with vines, shouting over his shoulder, "Yi Fei, hurry, the thunder's about to strike." He really didn't want his first death in the game to be caused by getting struck by lightning under a tree during rainy weather. "Almost done, just one more," Yi Huifei replied. His movements sped up, the broad thistle leaves nearly sparking from the friction. Having already chopped halfway through the tree, he truly didn't want to give up now. If out of the 3 people who got the game slots, he's the only one who didn't reach level 2 on the first day, that would be utterly humiliating. Chapter 26, Torrential Rain, the Giant Underground Earthworm. Pitter-patter, splash splash. Within just a few sentences, the drizzling rain had already gathered into heavy droplets. His hands throbbed with pain from the striking. Lin Xian watched the rain grow heavier, his gaze shifting between the fallen logs and the figure chopping trees ahead. "Forget it, I'll help you." Both Luankot and Lin Xian dropped the vine simultaneously and turned back. 3 people worked together with all their strength, and the tree was quickly chopped down. Bang! The trunk crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the surrounding soil to tremble slightly. The thumb-sized red fruits that grew on the tree scattered everywhere upon impact. The trio then joined forces again to chop off the unnecessary branches, lightening the load. Without the shelter of leaves, the 3 of them were quickly drenched to the bone. Lin Xian wiped the rainwater and hair from his face, struggling to open his eyes. Ugh, hopefully, we won't get hit with a cold debuff when logging in tomorrow. Or maybe leveling up could reset the character's status or something. The 3 of them dragged the processed timber back. At that very moment, Lin Xian suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet. Holy shit! For some unknown reason, the soil around the freshly cut tree stump had been washed into an unusually soggy state by the rain. It was almost like stepping into a swamp. If Scrambled Code hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed him, Lin Xian would have already been swallowed up. Lin Xian stepped back 2 paces with lingering fear. What the hell is this? A ground collapse? No sooner had she finished speaking, the muddy ground suddenly developed uneven bumps that kept shifting and changing. A colossal cylindrical creature burst forth from the earth. It appeared before the trio. Holy shit! Only the most primal exclamation could convey Lin Xian's astonishment at the creature before him. Even with the rain obscuring his vision, the creature's vivid crimson coloration completely dominated Lin Xian's field of sight. It was an enormous red earthworm, with a body width of at least 3 meters by visual estimation, thicker than all the tree stumps they had chopped down that day. The segmented rings along its body looked like gnarled vines, exceptionally menacing. Lin Xian murmured, "Good grief, who was it that said they'd never seen a magical creature this morning?" Whoosh! The red earthworm's body rubbed against the soil as it raised its head toward the trio's direction. With a sudden lunge, the 3 scattered in panic. "Ah, Master can fly. Feast your eyes on the magical creature you desired," Lin Xian shouted while fleeing. "I never want again." Yi Huifei shouted through the downpour, having swallowed half a bellyful of rainwater. He wanted to see magical creatures, not monsters. Earthworms had hollowed out the only path back to town, then blocked all other exits with their massive writhing bodies, forcing them to keep running in circles nearby. Creak! The earthworm once again knocked over a small tree just ahead of Lin Xian. "Screw this, I'm not running anymore." Lin Xian panted heavily. The icy rainwater chilled him to the bone, but the blood in his veins burned furiously from the exertion. If they kept running, all 3 would exhaust themselves and be left waiting for death. They might as well make one desperate stand. Gripping the broad bramble leaves in his hand, his chest heaved violently. "Damn it, I was the second-place finisher in the javelin throw back in college. There's no way I'm just gonna stand here and take a beating." Seeing this, Yi Huifei dashed toward the worm. "Brother Xiao, I'll help distract it." Yi Huifei grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at the worm. The earthworm successfully turned its head, opening its mouth as Grandpa Fei pounced forward. Grandpa Fei spun around, darting between trees like a monkey. "This is the moment," Lin Xian took a deep breath, every muscle tensing as he executed a perfect javelin throwing stance. A sweeping backhand slash. The broadleaf blade parted the curtain of rain, darting straight for the earthworm's vulnerable mouthparts. Then, just 3 centimeters away from its target, the leaf's momentum abruptly faltered. It plunged downward in a straight line. Lin Xian clutched his head. Oh no, it went off course. Yi Huifei kept glancing back as he fled. What? Didn't you say you came in second place in the school's javelin competition? Because only 3 people competed in our school. Damn you #UNAT. Lin Xian had thought with such a large target at such close range, nothing could go wrong. Yet something did go wrong. Lin Xian hastily shouted, run towards me. I'll save you. Put. The long-forgotten broadleaf dart finally landed, though it happened to pierce through part of the earthworm's body. A clean cut into flesh. Almost half the leaf blade had buried itself within. In pain, the earthworm quickly burrowed back underground. Master Fly? Lin Xian widened his eyes. Holy shit, I'm awesome. Master Fly, this demon's defense is so low? Given Earthworm's recent demeanor as the master of ground clearance, he had always assumed its defense was incredibly high, so I never dared to confront it head-on. After the initial shock of the garbled text, I quickly came to my senses and shook my head. No, it's not that the Earthworm's defense is weak, it's that our mission item's attack power is too strong. A blade that could chop down over a dozen trees without showing where its sharpness was beyond imagination. He picked up the vine tied to the logs on the ground and gestured to the 2 of them. Don't just stand there, now's our chance, hurry up and go. The 2 immediately came to help, but it wasn't long. The earthworm in the mud returned again, the broad thorn leaves at its wounds having mysteriously disappeared. They'd already been disposed of. Because of its injury, the earthworm became even more irritable. Its massive body stirred up mud and sand as it charged toward the 3 of them. But now that they had a way to deal with it, the trio wasn't as afraid as before. Yi Huifei shook his wrist, gripping the broad leaf of the chase tree. Let me give it a try this time. He took the stance of skipping stones across the pond with others. The moment the earthworm opened its mouth, he sent the leaf flying straight at it. Little did he expect. In the next instant, the earthworm twisted its head away. The leaf's target shifted from the initially more vulnerable head to the tough, resilient midsection of its body. Master Can Fly widened his mouth. This thing can even fake skills? He clearly saw the moment when Broad Thorn's leaves left the opponent's hand, that triumphant air about them. Besides, just as the leaf was about to hit the earthworm, from between the segments of its body, sharp, needle-like bristles suddenly protruded. These bristles, though small, were tough enough to forcefully pry open the leaf blade, sending it flying backward. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Yi Huifei and Lin Xian shouted in unison. Does the opponent have a hidden form? How are they supposed to fight this? Garbled suddenly darted out from the side and caught the flying leaf. Then he spun around, wielding a broad leaf in each hand, and thrust them back. Since Garbled was engaged in close combat, the earthworm's bristles couldn't withstand the force of his attack. He pierced down fiercely. Thud. Splat. 2 sounds of flesh being torn apart. Swish. The earthworm writhed in pain, its tail lashing out and scraping against the ground with a piercing screech. It retracted its bristles, attempting to replicate its earlier escape into the mud. But Chaos denied it that opportunity. Without its bristles, Chaos clung to the earthworm's body using only broad bramble leaves in both hands. Pressing against the worm's slimy surface, he planted his feet firmly for leverage. Then, gritting his teeth, he let out a muffled shout suppressed with force. Die! Thud! 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 The garbled text ran along the earthworm's body like a zipper being pulled open, dragging 2 broad leaves of thorns downward with it. Most of the pinkish flesh was hacked out. The more the earthworm struggled, the larger the wound became. Half his body almost split apart from the effort. Lin Xian and Flying Grandpa were utterly stunned by the Chaos Warrior's actions. Snapping out of it, they immediately rushed forward to assist. Working together, the trio managed to chop the giant earthworm cleanly in half before it could burrow underground. Chapter 27. Even the earthworm's doppelgangers came? Yi Ji saves the day. Both segments of the earthworm stopped moving. Lin Xian stared in disbelief at his hands covered in foul-smelling mucus. We did it. Although it was just in the game, he was still only playing a supporting role in the battle. But managing to kill a creature dozens of times his size, and chopping it in half at that. That's enough bragging material for months. Sweet mother of mercy, the combat system in this game feels so incredibly real. A surge of overwhelming satisfaction flooded through Lin Xian's entire being, so much so that even his soaked clothes felt far less uncomfortable to wear. Master Huifei first rubbed his hands together, then wiped them against his back, before rubbing them together again. His hands were performing 180 maneuvers every second. Did we really do this? No, to be precise, it was Brother Random who did it. Lin Xian's face muscles stiffened from smiling, his mouth corners simply refused to come down. He gave Random a hearty slap on the shoulder. Not bad there, Glitch bro, what do you do for a living? You've got some serious skills. While the two were focused on escaping, neither noticed when the earthworm had gotten so close. The earthworm probably didn't see them either. Otherwise it wouldn't have chosen to attack him first after dodging the leaf. Lin Xian's perspective. All I could see were leaves scattering backward, as if heaven-sent warriors descended to reverse a doomed battle. The fight ended in a flash. Old man Fei Hu nodded vigorously. Exactly. What's that phrase again? Propping up a collapsing edifice, saving us from fire and water, and that thing, what was it? Turning the tide when all seems lost. Right, that's the one. Yi Huifei's gaze toward random code carried a touch of newfound respect. Brother Code, was that upside-down golden hook move you did on the worm some ancient Huagua martial art? Can I learn it? As the first to get close to the worm, garbled character bore the brunt of the mess. His face was completely smeared with the worm's blood and mucus. He wasn't as excited as the other two, yet compared to normal, his expression still carried noticeable happiness. It's not that exaggerated, just a little trick of leverage. Just as the three were about to say something more, in the muddy ground where puddles had formed, the already half-buried earthworm corpse began moving again. The little blood it had left completely clotted, as if rapidly repairing its wounds. Just as the three were about to retreat, the severed rear half of the earthworm also began moving. Both severed halves acted like independent creatures, charging at them once again. Are you kidding me? Yi Huifei's face darkened. Now it's splitting into clones? After finally managing to chop through the earthworm, they only ended up doubling their number of enemies? The two broad thorn leaves, unable to withstand the intense workload, were now completely ruined. Weaponless, the trio immediately turned tail and ran. But if a single earthworm could block their path, what chance did they have against twice as many now? Misfortunes never come singly. After a long day's work, Yi Huifei stumbled over a stone that had been washed onto the road by the rain. His leg cramped. Ouch! Yi Huifei let out a pained howl. A piercing pain shot through his right calf. He staggered unsteadily and fell face-first into the muddy ground. Behind, the worm segment with mouthparts had already gaped wide, revealing hundreds of sharp teeth. The two people being chased by another worm segment simultaneously turned their heads. Lin Xian, I'll fly. Roll. Roll. Garble, roll to the right. Yi Huifei closed his eyes and instinctively responded by rolling as the two had instructed. Put. The earthworm successfully took a big bite of mud. Master Fei clutched his right leg as he staggered to his feet, preparing to flee. But he suddenly felt the temperature around him skyrocketing. At the same time, a savory aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Unable to resist, he turned back only to have flames immediately illuminate his entire face. Reflected in the pupils was a giant, scorching fireball. It completely enveloped the entire body of the earthworm. The air twisted in the searing heat. Though earthworms lack vocal organs, their violent writhing and contortions spoke volumes. The fireball's temperature was far higher than what Yi Huifei had felt. In less than 3 seconds, the earthworm was completely incinerated, leaving not even ashes behind. Yi Ji emerged from behind the tree, holding his black staff. This is a red-skinned earthworm, the most common creature in the giant oakwood forest. They feed on wild fruits and decaying leaves in the soil. They spend most of their time underground, only emerging through the damp soil after rain to forage for wild fruits. Master Huifei stared dumbfounded at his own faction's leader, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Still dazed by the colossal fireball moments ago, completely stunned. It's magic. Magic fireball. So strong, so fucking awesome. Before they knew it, the rain had stopped. Yi Ji wore dry mage robes, looking like he and Yi Huifei existed in completely different weather conditions. Edgar finished dealing with the other half of the red-skinned earthworm and brought the 2 other players over. Seeing the sorry state of the 3, he couldn't help but find it strange. Red-skinned earthworms are the lowest creatures in the giant oakwood forest, they don't even eat humans. How did you manage to provoke them? Yi Ji glanced at the scattered wild fruits on the ground. Probably juice from fallen fruit stained on the clothes, one of red earthworms' favorite foods. Red earthworms have neither eyes nor brains, so they mistook them for moving dinner plates? Edgar rested his chin on his hand and thought, that makes sense. The air fell silent. Looking at the condition of the 3 players, Yi Ji felt somewhat guilty. It must be said that the players' luck was a bit off. They just happened to encounter a fruiting tree while it was raining. They wouldn't have attracted the red-skinned earthworms if even one condition had been missing. It was currently summer in Eltia. The Great Oak Forest didn't see much rainfall, but when it did rain, it brought flood-level downpours that ended droughts. Who would have thought the players would be so unlucky as to get completely drenched on their very first day? They hardly got to enjoy any benefits of the game while experiencing all its drawbacks to the fullest. What if they quit the game because of this reason? Yi Ji felt deeply troubled. Imagine if, on the very first day of launch, he got chased by monsters and was drenched in rain the entire time. He'd absolutely quit and delete the game immediately. After explaining the origin of the red-skinned earthworms, Yi Ji fell silent. Using his cloak as a shield to maintain an aloof demeanor, he waited for the players' reactions while contemplating countermeasures. Boss! Yi Huifei suddenly grasped Yeji's staff with both hands. Once I reach level 2, can I learn that spell you just used? Lin Xian eagerly chimed in, me too. Although Edgar's swordsmanship when rescuing them earlier was also quite impressive, nothing could compare to the dazzling special effects of that fireball spell. Just look at this ground. The rain had just stopped, yet a fireball stubbornly baked the ground until it cracked. Absolutely gorgeous. Yiji responded, sure, fireball spells are beginner-level magic after all. Random code followed up, so red-skinned earthworms are the magical creatures we'll be facing later? Yiji nodded initially, then shook his head. Common wisdom holds that all new species born from divine remains are demonic creatures, but the earthworm's magical aura is far too faint, and it lacks the environmental destructiveness typical of monsters. It's already become part of the ecological chain, so technically speaking, it's now considered a beneficial insect. Lin Xian's eyes widened. That giant earthworm that chased us all over the place doesn't even count as a monster just because it's not strong enough? So you're telling me even an oversized earthworm doesn't qualify as the first beginner-level monster? I can't even imagine how powerful real monsters must be. Is this the true difficulty level of Below the Gods? Chapter 28 Edgar's evaluation of the player's performance. After explanations from Yi Ji and Edgar, the trio finally understood they had been relentlessly pursued by the red-skinned earthworms. The reason turned out to be a complete misunderstanding. Even brainless red earthworms could push them to this state. The trio felt somewhat discouraged. They were too weak, so they decided not to proceed until they each possessed the strength to single-handedly defeat a red earthworm. They no longer attempted to explore the outskirts of Sweetwater Town. After greeting Yi and Edgar, they carried the lumber back into town, though the NPC responsible for mission evaluations was right beside them. The task verification site had to be at the open space near the church, so they decided to move back first and figure things out later. Gathering enough of this lumber would allow them to wield the same fireball spell as Yi Ji. This thought alone filled the trio with boundless fighting spirit. Watching their retreating figures fade into the distance, Yi Ji's eyes brimmed with complicated emotions. Did those three actually not have their fighting spirit dampened by the rain at all? Is this the perseverance of a hardcore gamer? Just how much shit have they eaten to develop such formidable endurance? Yi Ji was filled with sincere respect. We should pay more attention to the player's mental well-being from now on. Edgar's eyes were filled with confusion and dread. Even after being beaten so miserably by that crimson crawler, as soon as the danger passed, they're already looking forward to fighting it again? Don't they feel any fear at all? The crimson earthworm serves as a beginner-level experience package for mages, yet in the eyes of ordinary people, it remains an overwhelmingly formidable creature. These crimson earthworms have indeed appeared in the night examinations of the Blazing Light Church. Historically, 30% of children develop psychological trauma from battling these crimson earthworms. In the end, he abandoned the path of the night and relinquished his magic. The devil of emotions that cannot be controlled by others, but players are utterly unaffected by it. The moment their emotions fluctuated the most was actually the brief surge of shame upon hearing how feeble the red-skinned earthworms were. Why feel ashamed when facing an enemy you can't defeat? Edgar couldn't figure it out. Just like how he couldn't understand why they weren't afraid of the red-skinned earthworms. Yiji snapped back to reality and saw Edgar's face plastered with an utterly devastated "the world has changed" expression. My mood suddenly brightened. Now you see where my confidence comes from when I say I'm willing to let the Watchers establish a stable base? Edgar paused for a long while before speaking. If this is their limit, they can't be considered excellent, just barely passing. A passing grade rewards their courage in not being controlled by fear, and particularly for that swordsman's skill among them. Forgive my bluntness, but their current capacity for growth remains limited. Having followed Yiji throughout the day, Edgar had secretly observed the three individuals as well. When they grasped the method of cultivating through observing nature, he had genuinely been astonished by the players' keen powers of observation. But that's all the talent they possess. It's nowhere near the entry threshold of the former Watchers. Edgar's passing grade was given for their courage to turn around and face their opponent head-on. If the players had only focused on fleeing instead of joining forces to slash the red-skinned worm in half, the player couldn't even meet his passing standards. Yiji smiled without speaking. As for the player's true potential, Edgar would naturally experience it firsthand later. The night had grown deep. All three players were now equipped with the free starter gear and toiletries provided by Yiji. Took a bath in the river. Forget about whether it's healthy or not. It did wash away the lingering chill Lin Xian had carried since the rain. Finally feeling comfortable. While waiting for the others to finish washing, Lin Xian opened his game panel. Name, no need to show off. Race, human. Level, 1, novice. Experience, 158 out of 100. Sanity, 88. Skill, none. Backpack, empty. Besides chopping trees in the afternoon, he was also testing other methods to gain experience points. So after accumulating enough experience to reach level 2, he didn't put in much effort. After conversion, the experience points should be 108. The extra 10 points were automatically added after he defeated the red-skinned earthworm. Aside from him, Grandpa can fly gained 9 points, and Random Code earned 19 points. Indeed, leveling up by defeating monsters is still the fastest way. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Don't look down on the small amount of experience gained, it might seem less rewarding than chopping down a few trees or doing manual labor. But Old Yi, the leader of their faction, had once said that red-skinned earthworms were just low-tier magical creatures. Powerful monsters undoubtedly yield far greater experience. Once they level up, their primary focus for earning experience points will unquestionably remain monster hunting. Besides, the sanity points deducted during the day due to mistakes remained unchanged. It pained him deeply to see it. He could only remind himself to at least act like a human being in the game. He'd tried it, flashing his privates during showers didn't cost any sanity points. So, it wasn't because of the giant bird that Daylight couldn't distinguish between the game and reality. It was because he was being an exhibitionist on the street, and the system deemed his behavior incompatible with the game's version of reality. Damn it! I'm playing a game, why do I still have to follow real-world rules? Lin Xian howled at the sky, as if praising beneath the gods during the day as though it were from another world wasn't his own doing. Next, now came the moment players eagerly awaited, leveling up to acquire new skills. Xiaoming lay lifelessly in the goddess statue's palm, utterly defeated. Yi Ji had drawn a boundary for its movement, it couldn't leave the church at all. And the player and Yi Ji were nowhere to be found all day. He was practically dying of boredom. After leaving the land of gods, it had never stayed in one place without moving for so long before. At last, the church door opened. 3 players walked in together. Xiaoming looked like he'd seen a savior. Jiu Yabo. After delivering its customary linguistic blessing, it shot towards the trio like a golden cannonball. Snap! Yi Ji suddenly appeared from nowhere, intercepting the spherical blow with effortless grace. He glared disdainfully at the dim-witted luminous sphere in his hand. Could you at least be aware of your own weight? Even if most of Xiaoming's abilities were in Yi Ji's hands, but the other was still considered a divine-level creation. Could an ordinary person withstand the impact of a divine-level creation? 3 players gathered together to discuss. Yi Huifei, what are they talking about, those NPCs? Garbled text, probably happy because we're leveling up too fast? Lin Xian, judging by the goddess's child form's actions, that seems to be the reason. But can't the goddess's child form speak? Why does it keep repeating the same word? Yi Huifei, after all, it's just the game mascot. If mascots were too clever, they wouldn't be as endearing. Lin Xian, that makes sense. Garbled code showed newfound understanding, so games have this layer of consideration too? Yi Huifei replied smugly, damn right. Xiaoming struggled in Yi Ji's grasp. Let me go. Let me bond with my followers. I'd never harm my precious believers. Well, grown bolder in just half a day? Yi Ji remarked in surprise, but now it really needed to go over there. After some thought, Yi Ji let it pass. Xiaoming immediately began circling the 3 players, reciting from memory the words of praise that the god of light, Edgar, had once bestowed upon his chosen ones. As his first believer, of course I deserve the best treatment. Chapter 29, Learning Magic. Yi Huifei watched Xiaoming circling around them with glowing orbs until his eyes nearly crossed from dizziness. What's the goddess child doing? Weren't we here to level up? I don't know, I tried saying it, but it doesn't seem to trigger the keywords. Wait, it triggered. Lin Xian stared at the automatically popped-up game panel and immediately became obedient. So that's how it is. It was when the radiant orb was bestowing blessings upon 3 believers. To its dismay, all 3 followers stood there dumbfounded, foolishly requesting only that it teach them magic spells about each other. What a joke! How could a simple beginner-level magic compare to the blessings of a chosen one? During the flight, it was poked no less than 10 times by 3 people. Ah, you short-sighted believers! Not to mention Yi Ji and Edgar lurking behind, waiting for their chance. Xiaoming could only suppress his anger and complete the task assigned by Yi Ji first. 30 divine power points were deducted from Yi Ji's system panel. Golden light erupted from the 3 players' bodies. Lin Xian gazed at the newly appeared interface panel. Please select your initial skill to learn. Fireball, Windriding Technique, Holy Light Technique. Note, your initial skill selection will influence future career specialization. Please choose carefully. Lin Xian clicked on the skill details introduction in the upper right corner. Fireball is purely an offensive spell, dealing damage only. Unclear career development path. Gust is a magic that enhances one's own speed. The corresponding career development paths would likely be assassin or ranger type roles. Holy Light can both attack and defend, capable of healing oneself while also dealing damage to dark magic creatures. As for the types of dark magic creatures, for example, their faction leader, The corresponding professions would be healers and warriors. Lin Xian stared at the panel, weighing his options carefully, and ultimately chose Fireball. He still didn't know much about LTA yet, so he couldn't determine what career would interest him in the future. Fireball suits him best. Currently, his level isn't high, and he's lacking combat methods. The Gale Step technique could only hasten his fleeing speed, whereas the Holy Light spell proved nearly useless. After making his choice, an overwhelming flood of memories suddenly surged into Lin Xian's mind. They appeared to be memories from a child learning how to read. Time seemed both endless and fleeting. By the time Lin Xian recalled it, all he could remember was a drawn-out incantation. But his body remembered more, recalling the course of every strand of magic flowing through him. Remember the mantra's ebb and flow of emphasis in the throat. A force made Lin Xian swallow uncontrollably. Fireball. A flame appeared at the tip of his middle finger. Lin Xian was instantly overjoyed. I did it! So this is what it feels like to wield superpowers with my own body? So mystical, so utterly addictive. Although the flickering flame was somewhat small, it left Lin Xian slightly disappointed. But he had read in the precautions that spells would grow stronger, even transform, with the user's proficiency. It was equivalent to him cultivating magic. By the time he mastered it to perfection, would he summon forth a massive fireball or perhaps a rain of fireballs? Everything was up to Lin Xian, full of freedom and room for growth. The slight disappointment in his heart was immediately offset by Yi Zhihua's enticing promises. 2 upgrade completion sound effects chimed nearby. Lin Xian immediately moved closer. Old Fly, Garbled Code, have you all picked your skills? Garbled Code nodded. I'm going for a solo assassin build, so I chose Windwalk. He muttered something under his breath. His body suddenly left a blurry afterimage as he moved behind Lin Xian in 2 seconds, then returned just as quickly. It gave Lin Xian a real fright. Wanma clenched his fist. I can only maintain this state for 5 seconds currently, but my speed rivals that of a car. Magic is truly marvelous. Lin Xian gazed enviously. Do wind riding spells always give such generous starter abilities? With this kind of speed, the attack effectiveness might surpass even Fireball. He turned his head to glance at Grandpa Can Fly. Where's yours? Well, Grandpa Can Fly scratched his head. I was going to pick Fireball, but I figured you guys would probably choose it too. There are only 3 of us in the beta test. Picking duplicate starting skills would hurt our early game progress. Not long ago, I had a bad leg cramp. It hurt terribly, so I chose Holy Light that has healing effects. They already knew about this discovery of Lin. When they returned later, Grandpa Huey's leg was throbbing with pain, yet the 3 of them still managed to haul the timber back together. Choosing this skill was actually quite reasonable. No matter how powerful the magic is, nothing beats good health. Yi Huifei swung his right leg vigorously and performed 2 high knee lifts with force. His tone carried a note of surprise. Look, my leg has completely healed. Perfect. Now our team has gathered all the essential roles, mage, assassin, and healer. Lin Xian exclaimed with joy. Then his voice dropped. It's just my fireball spell. Sai might still need more nurturing. Other skills could transform into humanoid cars or instantly heal leg injuries. How come his skill can only serve as a lighter? Yi Huifei curiously leaned in. What's wrong, Shoga? Is the fireball spell not effective? Lin Xian grimly extended his right middle finger. A tiny flame flickered on his middle finger, swaying in the wind as if it might extinguish at any moment. Master Can Fly. Garbled Text patted his shoulder. It's alright, at the very least, your skill has top-tier trolling potential. No way, even Brother Garbled's cracking jokes now? Yi Huifei exaggeratedly took a step back. You can't possibly be Brother Random Code. Speak, what kind of disguising monster are you? Random Code. With Yi Huifei's antics, Lin Xian's melancholy instantly dissipated. Of course I'm not disheartened. After all, with Olji setting the example, I'll eventually cultivate to his level. Just thinking about it puts my mind at ease. You're right. When that time comes, don't forget to protect this tank and healer combo. Big shot. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget you. Yi Ji had already left with the light orb at some point, unnoticed. He opened the system panel. Forcing 3 players to suddenly comprehend beginner spells had drained another 30 points of divine power from him. Additionally, with his tacit approval, Xiaoming had secretly used 3 points of divine power to secretly bless the players. Now his divine power balance had dropped to 20 points. Divine power is running low. Let's wait and see how much divine power the players can provide tomorrow. Yi Ji muttered to himself. This was the first time he sincerely hoped his followers would offer more faith power. As for Lin Xian's side, Edgar said that magic requires frequent practice to improve. The 3 players used this time before logging off to diligently practice the spells they had learned. Unfortunately, all 3 of them were complete novices at magic. After just 2 or 3 attempts, they had already exhausted all the magical energy within their bodies. The side effects of mana depletion are immense. At the very least, Lin Xian felt more exhausted now than after a full day of hard labor. His mind couldn't suppress the urge to sleep and log off. Each time the screen went black, he forcefully logged back in. The fatigue level was so high that the newbie meal Yiji provided in the evening was meat-based. He couldn't even taste anything. After resolving the game character's hunger issue, Lin Xian was finally completely logged out. Chapter 30. After spending 14 hours in the game, it was only 3 p.m. in reality. Blue Star. After taking off the game helmet, the exhaustion that had seeped from Lin Xian's very bones vanished without a trace. He once again grasped the true significance of Under the Gods achieving 100% realism. Lin Xian uttered the exclamation he had repeated countless times in the game. This game is absolutely insane. However, even without the debuffs in the game, he played games all day, yet physical exhaustion was unavoidable. Ha! Lin Xian moved his neck, his face filled with astonishment. I played games all day, and I'm not even a bit tired? Not only that, but there was also a profound sense of comfort from waking after deep sleep. Due to long hours sitting at his computer, Lin Xian suffered from severe cervical spondylosis. Even if he slept honestly every night, there was almost no chance in a month he'd sleep as wonderfully as he did today. Lin Xian gazed at the gaming helmet in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. This was no ordinary gaming helmet, it was a godsend for insomniacs. He'd bet anything that even if the game turned out to be absolute garbage upon release, its insomnia-curing properties alone would attract wealthy patrons who wouldn't blink at the price tag just to buy this helmet and play. But after sleeping for so long, what should I do now? Lin Xian said as he turned on his computer. On the screen, the boot-up animation kept jumping and repeating. Now fully awake with abundant energy, sleep was impossible, he could only find something to occupy himself. His gaming character's fatigue level is so high, he probably won't wake up without sleeping a full day and night. This is the downside of Under the Deities, the negative status effects on game characters are way too realistic. When it says you're unconscious, it really won't let you log in, which means Lin Xian probably won't be able to go online at all tomorrow. Perfect timing. In 2 more days, he should post a video update. But after playing Gods Among Us, how could Lin Xian possibly enjoy any other games? Lin Xian clutched his head in frustration and let out a heavy sigh. Why can't I just play Gods Among Us forever? Ah! Lin was inwardly screaming in protest. At last. Yet again, dreams had to yield to reality. Sigh, still gotta eat. Might as well go look for some new games. Lin Xian's computer was an ancient relic that took forever to boot up. But Lin Xian was very satisfied with it, because this old relic has only this one flaw. Apart from that, using the computer for video editing is very smooth, no worse than a new one. Saved Lin Xian a hefty sum on a new computer. So, after the unbearably long and stinky boot-up animation finally ended, only when Lin Xian saw the pop-up window did his jaw drop in shock. 996 boot-up assistant reminds you. Your boot-up took 13 minutes this time, defeating 0.1% of computers nationwide in speed. Click here to speed up your computer. Beijing time 15:05. What? It's only 5 p.m. Lin Xian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He immediately stood up and pulled open the heavy curtains in the room. The next second, dazzling sunlight flooded the entire space. Lin Xian had no choice but to believe it now. He calculated the time he had spent in the game. Although there was no clock in the game panel could track how many hours he had spent inside. He distinctly remembered that last glance at the game panel. The time displayed above shows 14 hours. The game server went live at 8 o'clock in the morning. That is to say, time in the game flows twice as fast as in the real world. Whoa, this company even has mind acceleration technology? Lin Xian's heart was shocked numb. He genuinely spent a full 14 hours in the game. Looking closely, doesn't this technology practically have life-extending effects? Beneath the divine, what other surprises do you have that this emperor doesn't know about? Lin Xian murmured, his gaze complex. He'd truly hitched a ride on the trending wave this time. He had a strong premonition that Beneath the Gods would become a smash hit. As one of the first beta testers, he would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefits. Prior to this, accelerated cognition had been merely an academic concept. Who would have thought a gaming company could quietly pull off such a groundbreaking achievement? Lin Xian's gaze gradually grew determined. I've decided. For the next video, I won't be doing a gameplay livestream of some new game, I'm going to make a game recommendation instead. A recommendation for Under the Gods. All this because of the recent hype surrounding Under the Gods, plus the fact that it's currently only in its first closed beta test. After the recommended video is posted, Lin Xian will definitely face massive ridicule. There might even be cyberbullying. But Lin Xian isn't afraid. After a whole day of personal experience, he knows the quality of Beneath the Divine all too well. As long as more people participate in the game's beta testing, his reputation will naturally take a turn for the better. Beyond Gods is destined to be a hit. All he needed to do was use his own strength to make that happen ahead of schedule. By then, his time to profit could also be brought forward. Before this, Lin Xian needed to first add the garbled contact information. As one of the only 3 beta testers, They had agreed to team up next time, so of course they couldn't leave without contact info outside the game.
Grandpa's Flying Penguin account, Lin Xian has it.
He added all three of them to a new group chat for easier communication.
He wanted to complete the upcoming game recommendation video. Lin Xian's personal impressions alone wouldn't be enough.
The technology behind Under the Gods is too perfect, too advanced. The experience of the other two players was also important to him, suitable for identifying any gaps. No idea if they'll cooperate, Lin Xian fretted anxiously.
Just as he was weighing his words, preparing to conduct a simple interview with both of them in the group chat, suddenly discovered that Grandpa Can Fly is currently chatting away in his fan group. He's even arguing single-handedly with several active members. Judging by the pop-up chat window, they seem to be discussing beneath the deities.
Lin Xian immediately opened the fan group chat and scrolled through the messages to see what had happened.
Tianli Sanhua, so boring. Why does the group feel so empty today? Village idiot ergo, isn't it obvious? Because Shogo flopped. Tianli Sanhua, that's not the reason. When has Shoji ever been warm? Lin Xian, upon seeing the chat log. Thanks, please stop talking.
I have a friend who reacted strongly to these words.
Field Sanhua, wait, I remember now. Didn't Suanzi Can Fly say he was going to do a live text stream of a new game today? Field Sanhua, it's already afternoon, why hasn't he shown up yet? Qin Shi Huan, what new game?
Tianli Sanhua, that's the shameless knockoff game that tried to ride the hype of Divine Realm a couple days ago, the one with the terribly designed official website.
Tianli Sanhua, I remember you were right there at the scene back then. I am Qin Shi Huan, hey, now that you mention it, I remember. At Ye Can Fly, Supreme Commander of the Nation, where are you? Ye Can Fly, Tada. The protagonist makes a dazzling entrance. Sorry, everyone, the game was so fun I totally forgot. Village dog at the entrance, exclamation point. Flower in the field. My fish pond is full. My fish pond is full. You actually managed to let him out, huh?
I asked him for the STEM student idiom cheat sheet this morning and he ignored me.
Grandpa Can Fly, get lost.
If you dare use my story to pick up girls again, I swear I'll trace your IP and come find you.
Chapter 31 Game Recommendation Under the Gods is undoubtedly the greatest game of this century. Skipping a large chunk of meaningless filler commentary, Lin Xian indeed found mentions of Under the Gods in the records. Just as he expected, Yi Huifei was singing praises of Under the Gods in the group chat, but unfortunately, no one else was buying it. Yi Huifei, haha, listen to this, buying a game helmet for 99 yuan is hands down the best decision I've made in my entire life. Yi Huifei, Under the Gods is absolutely the greatest game this year, no, scratch that, the greatest game of this century, bar none. A certified masterpiece. Second dog from the village? Did your account get hacked? 3 flowers in the field? Did your family go bankrupt? I am Emperor Qin Shi Huan?
Bro, no offense, but even if you're broke, being a troll isn't exactly a promising career.
My fish pond is full, true.
Just look at their game website with that war-torn Syria aesthetic, clearly can't afford to pay anyone.
I Can Fly, nonsense. Your grandpa here never hacked accounts, went bankrupt, or worked as a troll. This is an insult to my dignity.
Village dog number 2, of course grandpa didn't do these things, what nonsense are you talking about, my good grandson, kindly smile.jpg.
Field cat number 3, grandma believes you too, mirror kindly smile.jpg. Flying Gramps, no, could you two please just listen to me properly?
Perhaps it was the repeated interruptions that made him impatient, so Yining Fei simply exercised his administrator privileges.
Yining Fei, if I weren't absolutely certain, why would I unmute my mic?
I Can Fly, while current VR games are still fussing over art styles, Under the Gods has already achieved 100% realism in vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. I've truly experienced all this in the game, not a shred of deception, declared Flying Gramps.
I Can Fly, on top of that, the game offers extreme freedom, with quest NPCs delivering smooth dialogues, immersion level maxed out. It's 10,000 times better than what they advertised. I Can Fly, especially this game's combat system, it's exactly like the real world, except your opponents are creatures that absolutely don't exist in reality.
I'll fly for ya, he said, fighting with every slash cutting deep, incredibly exhilarating.
The rush of victory? Unbeatable, absolutely epic. After saying this, Grandpa Huifei lifted the mute restriction.
He didn't mention anything about magic, perhaps wanting to keep it a mystery, or maybe his reason for choosing Holy Light was just too hard to explain.
They couldn't very well say it was because he'd recently stumbled on flat ground and got a leg cramp, could they?
So find a healing skill to save the situation. Lin Xian shook his head upon seeing this.
Too naive.
Under the Divine doesn't allow screenshots or recordings. Relying just on text alone makes it too hard to convince my gaming buddies.
Moreover, his entire speech was overly emotional and lacked vivid imagery.
It feels less like recommending games to others and more like finding a place to express his love for Beneath the Gods.
Others would believe that? Not a chance. That's why he wanted to use his identity as a gaming blogger to create a professional game recommendation. Sure enough, In the chat records below, almost no one believed what Master Fei said. Village dog at the edge of town, damn, power tripping mods. Field Blossom, wow, Under the Gods, is that incredible? Then isn't it even better than Divine Realm? Grandpa Can Fly, Divine Realm is still running ads for sponsorship slots. It's not even worthy of shining under the God's shoes. I am Qin Shi Huang, how preposterous. If I recall correctly, isn't Under the Gods still riding on Divine Realm's coattails? Percent. The rookie's fish pond is full, looks like it stopped this morning. Probably couldn't afford the water army fees anymore. I am Qin Shi Huang, a game that can't even afford to make a promotional trailer, and you're telling me it's developed a truly 100% realistic game? Ergo from the village, that's like expecting a newborn baby who can't crawl to skip walking and learn to fly directly. Manhwa from the fields, but even adults don't know how to fly. Ergo from the village entrance, so Under the Gods simply can't be made. Baby, love you. Manhwa from the fields, shy, moi. Ye Can Fly, you're not denying their efforts just because Under the Gods is too genius. Ye Can Fly, they've already taken 99 steps for us in developing domestic VR games. If we can't even bring ourselves to believe in them, how tragic would the gaming world be? Master Can Fly, today's virtual reality gaming market is like the mobile phone market 70 or 80 years ago, flooded with knockoff devices. Master Can Fly, and the emergence of Under the Gods is as earth-shattering as when Jobs unveiled the X-Phone 4s. The group chat seemed to fall silent at this point for quite some time, because Lin Xian noticed that a timestamp appeared before the next comment. Village's second dog, I think I heard the sound of crystallization. Field's third flower, grandson, you've truly changed. My fish pond is full, became pure. I am Qin Shi Huang, could it be you've been kidnapped by a gaming company? If you need me to call the police, reply with 1. Master Can Fly, just believe me for once From those final 4 exclamation marks, Lin Xian could sense Master Can Fly's desperation. The debate between both sides grew increasingly heated afterward, mainly because other netizens were absolutely convinced Master Can Fly was spouting nonsense and boasting, so their replies weren't serious at all. But it was precisely this joking attitude that Flying Master couldn't stand. Based on how his typing grew increasingly frequent and rapid from that point onward, he was clearly getting flustered. Lin Xian shook his head. We haven't even gotten started yet. Once my recommendation video goes live, I'll definitely receive way more negative comments than this. It's all because the gods didn't bother making a promotional video. The promotion materials with just 2 posters are far too scanty. Let this group of genuinely devoted fans of Under the Divine know there's a treasure, yet find no one to share it with. If people knew the true quality of Under the Divine, who would care about its half-finished official website? Rather than the current situation where the game's official website is now ironically debunking the quality of the game. In an effort to save Yi Huifei, who was on the verge of becoming the group mascot, Lin Xian spoke up. I won't boast about myself, everything he said is true. Village bulldog. Field flower. My fish pond is full, even the show-off dog is here? I am Qin Shi Huang, the group admin averages less than 1 message per day. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a gaming group, not a fan group. 3 flowers in the field. Wait, I remember Brothers Show also got a closed beta spot for Under the Gods. Are you saying Suanzi Can Fly is him? People don't show off. Yeah, I logged in with Grandpa Can Fly for a 14-hour gaming session. I guarantee everything he said about the game content is completely true. Grandpa Can Fly, finally. Brothers Show. Tianli Sanhua. So Under the Divine really has 5 senses simulation technology? Hyper-realistic combat mode? Xiao Shang's fish pond is full. High degree of freedom? How high exactly? Master Can Fly, high enough to take off your pants without mosaic censorship. Xiao Shang's fish pond is full. Holy shit, that's insane. I am Qin Shi Huang. Wait, haven't you noticed? Brother Shio said he played for 14 hours in the game, but it's only 3 p.m. now. Village Dog. Chapter 32, Internet Friends Heart Flutters, the real situation of Brother Random Code. People don't show off, exactly. I suspect that the company behind Beneath the Gods has already mastered mind acceleration technology. They're just still in the experimental phase, so they haven't announced it yet. Village Idiot Ergo, holy crap, server opens at 8? That's like having double the time. What kind of god-tier tech is this? Field Worker Sanhua, bro Shio, you're not pulling our legs, are you? This beats that nonsense about flying grandkids by miles. I am Qin Shi Huang, ahem, let's not dwell on non-existent things. But speaking of which, if this technology really emerges, its impact would extend far beyond just the gaming industry. I am Qin Shi Huang, life extension, now that's something that would concern absolutely everyone. I don't show off myself, everyone in this group should know my temperament, I would never spread unverified rumors. I don't show off myself, if you trust me, make sure to join the next beta test recruitment. The earlier we get in, the more benefits we'll gain. Lin Xian's influence still carries weight. No matter how skeptical the netizens were, those who found the 99 yuan fee acceptable all enthusiastically declared they'd definitely sign up.
Especially, the rookie's fish pond is full. After hearing that Under the Deity wouldn't require censorship, they clamored to sign up right away. There was no need to wait for Lin Xian to drop his bombshell announcement.
Watching them left him torn between laughter and exasperation.
Having promptly shared the good news with his own people, Lin Xian took a deep breath and put on a solemn expression.
He should be grinding out the next video by now.
Before even starting the script, Lin Xian could already foresee the storm of controversy that would follow the video's release. This time, he wasn't just dealing with fans. This situation was bound to be far less smooth than before.
Blue Planet, located hundreds of kilometers away from Lin Xian's position in northern Hua country.
A young man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s lay on the bed. He was still wearing a gaming helmet on his head. It looked unbearably uncomfortable, yet the person seemed to be sleeping soundly.
Finally, the person on the bed stirred.
Wang Jin propped himself up with one arm, inching slowly and laboriously until he managed to rise. The right sleeve hung empty and loose. He removed the gaming helmet, revealing a pair of gloomy eyes. His originally strong and resolute features were overshadowed by those eyes and the deep, heavy nasolabial folds on his forehead, making him look a full decade older than his actual skin condition suggested. Wang Jin, or alternatively #UN and %, the garbage text guy in Lin Xian's words. He controlled his body to turn around and carefully placed the gaming headset on the nightstand. The movement looked particularly arduous, taking a long time to accomplish. Just this simple act of turning over unexpectedly triggered a chain of consequences. Feeling the pain that originated from his spine and rapidly spread throughout his body, Wang Jin's brow furrowed even deeper. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ahem, just playing games for one day and already can't handle hardship. His smile looked genuine, but it was filled with bitterness. For 14 hours now, he hadn't experienced the lifelong neuropathic pain caused by spinal cord injury following paraplegia.
Having a healthy body is so wonderful.
Wang Jin's gaze was wistful. It was as if he had been given a new lease on life, granted another possibility of existence. He tried putting on the game helmet again but found he couldn't log in, probably just as the game panel had mentioned. He would have to wait until the game character's unconscious state ended before he could go online.
It's all thanks to Grandpa Flying's absurd theories, insisting that repeatedly exhausting mana would make training faster than meditation and proper practice. Even got all three of them knocked out from exhaustion and forcibly logged out. Wang Jin found it somewhat amusing. How could he possibly agree to such a clearly problematic proposal? I must be regressing, completely losing my mind. Snap! The dinner plate clattered to the floor. Auntie Wang stood at the doorway, her eyes brimming with tears. Wang Jin looked up and immediately struggled to get out of bed. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine.
Mother Wang quickly entered the room and urged him to lie back down properly.
Mom was just too happy.
Mother Wang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. As she spoke, she was still reminiscing about the involuntary smile that had appeared on Wang Jin's lips when they entered.
How long had it been? How long had it been since she last saw him smile?
Double amputation below the knees, complete amputation of the right hand, paralysis from the waist down. Ever since that day 3 years ago when Wang Jin was severely injured and forced to retire from service, she had never seen her son smile again since then. A sour ache welled up in Mother Wang's heart. Back when Wang Jin first returned home, all he brought with him was a half-crippled body and a box full of honorary certificates. Along with them came a sizable sum of prize money and compensation from the state, enough for Wang Jin to live comfortably for the rest of his life without lifting a finger. The most dazzling among them was undoubtedly a copper gilt medal shaped like an interlaced five-pointed star. Due to confidentiality issues, Mother Wang didn't know the full story, but these items were proof enough. She knew her son had quietly saved countless families in the shadows. He would forever be the family's pride. But Wang Jin couldn't break free from it. His family had produced soldiers generation after generation since his grandfather's time. His grandfather was a retired lieutenant general, his uncle a rear admiral, his father a colonel, and his mother had been an army doctor. It could be said that Wang Jin had been steeped in genuine military ideology from childhood. So, he grew up to become a special forces soldier. So after becoming a useless person, he couldn't stand his own worthlessness. Watching his parents' temples turn gray, not only was he unable to fulfill his filial duties, but his parents also had to take care of him instead. He couldn't stand himself like this, just like a burden. Aunt Wang saw all of this. Her once so confident and radiant child was sinking deeper into despondency day by day. The neighbors and auntie next door all came to persuade her, but she had tried every method she could think of. Yet it only seemed to speed up his decline. Once, Auntie Wang even found a fruit knife hidden beneath his pillow. To prevent him from hurting himself, every sharp object in the house was placed out of Wang Jin's reach. Mother Wang had no idea how he obtained it, but this incident frightened her so much that she never dared to bring anyone else to counsel him again. She could only watch helplessly as Wang Jin grew more and more despondent day by day. But now, Mother Wang actually saw her son smile. This is a good sign. Mother Wang looked at the gaming helmet on the bedside table and helped Wang Jin adjust the pillow behind his back. She casually asked, "Did you make new friends in the game?" Wang Jin's lips curled involuntarily. "Sort of. I found a great game. Mom, I realized the martial arts I learned before weren't wasted, they're still useful in the game." As he spoke, Wang Jin recounted his battle against the red-skinned earthworms in the game, describing it in meticulous detail. Mother Wang watched her animated son with nodding approval, her eyes gradually growing moist. She knew. It wasn't so much that Wang Jin was describing the game's content. More than anything, he was describing his able-bodied self within the game. Wang Jin looked up, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. "Once this game enters open beta, I should be able to earn money through gaming and lighten your burden." "Silly child, raising you has never been about burdens. Have you forgotten the prize money you brought home?" "Mom, don't lie to me. The prize money may be enough for me to live on, but it could never buy such an advanced wheelchair." Wang Jin raised his hand, and the wheelchair by the wall automatically moved closer. The wheelchair's frame emitted a silvery sheen. Equipped with various high-tech functional modules, it looked undeniably expensive at first glance. Chapter 33, Divine Power Update, A Windfall. The changes brought by Faith Energy. Mother Wang was stunned into silence. Mom, I've known about this for a long time. You don't need to lie to me about it being some supermarket lottery prize." Wang Jin stroked the armrests of the wheelchair, his gaze exceptionally calm. This wheelchair had once been a thorn in his heart. His family never spoke of it, and he pretended not to know. But now, he could finally confront his inner self, determined to remove the thorn in his side. Wang Jin held his mother's hands, his expression both resolute and earnest. "I have faith in this game, it will definitely help me earn enough for the first, the second, even the 10th wheelchair. I will make sure we live a good life." Good. Just having this thought shows your filial heart. That's enough to make your mother happy." Mama Wang blinked rapidly, forcing back her tears. Growl. Wang Jin looked down at his stomach in mortification. How dreadfully ill-timed this noise was. Mother Wang clapped her hands. "Oh dear, I just realized there's something I forgot to mention. I noticed you haven't logged off to eat, so I came to bring you some food. I got so absorbed I completely forgot." Turning around, her gaze fell upon the meal left at the doorway. Mother Wang's face flushed red. "Ahem, I'll bring you another serving later," Mother Wang said. "It's nothing." Wang Jin propped himself up and shifted toward the edge of the bed. Auntie Wang hurried over to lend a hand. Once seated in the wheelchair, Wang Jin looked up at her. "Come on, Mom, let's go downstairs and eat together." Auntie Wang was flattered beyond measure and nodded repeatedly. Good. Going downstairs is wonderful." Her son was finally willing to go out on his own initiative. Pushing her son's wheelchair, Auntie Wang carefully maneuvered around the debris at the doorstep, her footsteps betraying her eagerness. She couldn't wait to share this joyful news with the old man. Eltia, Sweetwater Town. 3 players fell straight backwards, the backs of their heads hitting the ground with a dull crack sound. Even though Yi Ji had been dead for hundreds of years, this kind of head injury couldn't possibly hurt him anymore. Feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head upon hearing the sound. If Yi Ji's guess holds true, all 3 players would find themselves with a chestnut-sized bump on the back of their heads when they log in tomorrow. Hope the players who've learned Holy Light have enough mana, Yi Ji muttered to himself. Running out of magic power is hardly a pleasant experience. Even if players only connect to their bodies through consciousness projection, once the stimulation of pain reaches the threshold, the transmission of pain sensation shuts down. But even the tolerable level of pain is enough to give them a tough time. Mana depletion is absolutely not pure pain. Yi Ji had Edgar carry the bodies of the 3 players into the church. He deliberately set up a defensive array inside, covering it with dry straw. It temporarily served as the player's makeshift logout site. The player's body may be unconscious, but lying on the ground all night will still make them sick if conditions warrant. If handled poorly, this could become yet another reason for players to quit. Yi Ji maintains extreme vigilance toward any issues that might hinder the game's early-stage development. Outside the church, Yi Ji carried out the stone stool that Edgar had recently carved. The ground at the church entrance. This place has the most stable and abundant flow of magical energy, making it ideal for his recovery. Moreover, it offers convenient access to absorb the energies emanating from both the divine sanctuary and the moon god's palace. Right, this must be what they call the sun and moon on Blue Star. Sitting alone outside the door, Yi Ji gazed at the star-filled sky and let out an undead sigh. After all, a skeleton can't really sigh. Being a game designer is no easy job. With just 3 players, Yi Ji already had a splitting headache. It feels like going back to the early days when the Sentinels were first established. But the players are even more troublesome to deal with. With Sentinel members, you could just sweet-talk them into compliance. For the players, not only do you need to coax the beta testers, but you also have to monitor the feedback from armchair gamers online. Yi Ji extended his bony hand, drawing an arc in the air before him. A magic scroll and quill materialized out of nowhere.
When the players log in next time, I need to figure out how to guide them into building houses. Yi Ji began writing on the parchment. Keeping players confined in the church isn't a sustainable solution. As more players join, the small town chapel's capacity will quickly become insufficient. We might even reach the point where we have to throw out the sacred statues. He paused mid-jotting. Wait, with only 3 players building houses, how many years and moons will it take? Either they need powerful magic or enough people to make it happen. Unfortunately, the 3 players currently have neither. The house building plan will have to be put on hold for now. Yi Ji marked this task with a "leave it for now" label. Better let those 3 roam freely for now and gather more diverse resources first. Maybe I'll find a dwarf craftsman someday, or perhaps a player who studied architecture? Glancing at his remaining 23 divine power points, Yi Ji's fantasy bubble instantly burst. With his current divine power level, he could barely recruit 2 more new players. How could he afford to be picky? A silver arc of light cut across the night sky. It was the moon goddess's chariot. Though the moon goddess has long fallen, yet with each new day's dawn, the carriage still flies from the lunar palace to the land of gods, following the rules laid down by K, to welcome a master who'll never return. Day after day. Second day. Yi Ji's heart leaped with joy. Xiao Ming must have successfully converted the power of belief into divine power. He opened the system panel once again. As expected, the divine power value had quietly changed. Even more surprisingly, there was a new item in the special objects column. Name, Yi Ji, Ji Mephistopheles Cullen Yi. Divine power value, 365. Believers, 3. Special items, abnormal, time, space, web, spirit, divine contract, reversed, under the gods game console. Status, severely wounded, weak, frostbite, burning, poisoned, mental collapse. Summary, a dying undead. Survival time, 8 days 13 hours 14 minutes. Yi Ji stared at the words believers on the panel, finding them particularly grating to his eyes. With a careless wave of his hand, the line of text instantly changed to, players, 3. Yi Ji nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. Only then did he turn to review the other information. Divine power points skyrocketed by 342. The divine power required to create the player's body and game interface paid for itself in an instant. Before he could even rejoice, Yi Ji's attention was immediately drawn to the additional special item. The Under the Gods game control panel? Wow! It appeared so quickly. Although during the planning stages, Yi Ji knew that by misleading players, he could generate faith power with misinformation, inducing changes in divine authority, thus obtaining gamified items. But he never expected it to happen so quickly. It had only been a single day, and already there was progress. Aha! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out inside the church. The emotion was akin to that of a decent married man waking up in the imperial palace's castration chamber, abruptly realizing he'd become a eunuch. Yi Ji opened the main door, and a pale golden cannonball immediately came charging at him. Leaf, look, how I've changed. Chapter 34, Little Ming wears a skirt, the game console of Under the Gods. Little Ming anxiously spun in place. This gave Leaf a perfect chance to clearly see its current state. The once perfectly palm-sized glowing sphere now seemed slightly larger. Its limbs, though still barely noticeable on its round body, had also grown a bit longer. The most obvious part was the sudden appearance of a ruffled trim around its body, positioned precisely between its arms and legs. It looked like a skirt. Xiao Ming frantically tugged at the trim, trying to pull it off, only to yelp in pain from the attempt. Yi Ji stopped it. Don't pull it off. This should be considered part of your body. Yi Ji also understood the source of the change, the power of faith. Yi Ji had heard 3 players refer to Xiao Ming during the day as the goddess in her childhood form. That was probably the reason. The glowing orb was now gradually transforming into the appearance of a goddess statue. After sharing his speculation with Xiao Ming, Yi Ji couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark. See, this is the faith power you've been yearning for. Actually, the influence of faith power on deities usually wouldn't manifest so quickly and obviously. But who made the light sphere possess so little divine power to begin with, leaving its current divine power mostly composed of transformed faith energy? So isn't this outcome inevitable? Xiao Ming, the sphere, trembled all over upon hearing this. What should I do? I don't want to change my gender. Technically speaking, you've merely inherited Oral's memories while remaining a genderless divine entity that doesn't count as a sex change. No way. Xiao Ming's fur stood on end. His glossy fur bristled like a hedgehog. Anyway, I don't want to become a goddess. As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. You said as long as I served as the game mascot, you wouldn't turn me into a goddess statue. Wasn't the premise that all the settings would be fake? Yi Jitsi looked at it with loving eyes. Although I'm very happy that you're finally willing to acknowledge your identity as the game mascot, but you should know better than I do that the influence brought by the power of faith is almost impossible to change. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in shock. You promised me. Yi Ji spread his hands helplessly. But I'm just a wraith, I don't have the power to alter the effects of faith's influence. Moreover, I am also a dark mage, as everyone knows. Dark magic is the epitome of all things evil and despicable, encompassing deceit as a matter of course. Xiao Ming staggered backwards midair, as if deeply shocked. You did that on purpose. It was deceived. Yi Zhijing quietly watched it go through. Fear, anger, the dejection of realizing it couldn't resist, anger again, dejection again. Finally, despair. Yi Zhi watched with particular amusement. Don't say it. No wonder dark wizards always enjoyed building their happiness upon others' suffering, because it truly was joyful. After getting his fill of amusement, Yi Zhi finally let it be. Ahem, as everyone knows, I'm different from your average dark mage, so of course I wouldn't lie to you. As he spoke, he opened the newly acquired, God's subordinate game console. The familiar programming interface made Yi Zhi's head ache. He remembered the mental energy he'd expended designing the game's official website these past few days. Fortunately, all those days of cramming online knowledge proved useful. Yi Zhi successfully located the game's icon settings. After some tinkering, Xiao Ming successfully reverted to his original orb form. With a snot bubble still clinging to his face, Xiao Ming nearly failed to react when he saw his suddenly shrunk-down physique. Ha! I've changed back. It happily spun a few circles in the air, too excited to stop. Indeed, some things are only appreciated after they're lost. Little Ming stared at the ghost with a belly full of questions. How did you do that? What Yi Zhi said earlier wasn't wrong either. If the influence of faith power could be so easily resolved, there wouldn't have been so many deities perishing in the wars of faith. Yi Zhi revealed a mysterious smile. That's a secret. Rather than that, you'd better remember what happened today, go back and work hard. Otherwise, if something goes wrong again next time, I can't guarantee. Xiao Ming's spherical body trembled. Got it, just asking casually, it's not like I care. To prove its point, it whooshed into the church. His retreating figure bore all the hallmarks of a panicked flight. Yi Zhi glanced briefly before returning to sit on the stone block, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze skyward. Yet in truth, his eyes were fixed on the floating game console hovering in the air. The solution to Xiao Ming's transformation was surprisingly straightforward. The power of faith doesn't directly act upon it, so of course it can be resolved. It's just a mascot in a game. Players will romanticize its image. But more of the faith's power lies in the belief that Under the Gods is just a game, which created the current gaming console. What do you think of the game icon? Players can provide feedback. But in the end, how things turn out depends entirely on Yi Planner G's idea. Yi Zhi tinkered with the console for a while longer. Success makes the page appear more convenient and user-friendly. Game production. Game character appearance design, consumes 1 divine power. Realistic game panel, consumes 100 divine power. Realistic game panel data, name, consumes 100 divine power. Game panel data materialization race, consumption of 500 divine power. Game panel data materialization level, consumption of 500 divine power. Game panel data materialization experience points, consumption of 500 divine power. Game panel data materialization sanity value, consumption of 10 million divine power. Realize game panel data skill, consumes 500 divine power. Realize game panel data backpack, consumes 1000 divine power. Realize game panel data customization, no divine power limit. As Yi Zhi scanned through the rows of functions one by one, he couldn't help but feel a silent shock in his heart. After finally breaking through 100 divine power points, I can only afford 2 or 3 functions? How tragic. All for nothing. Whether he possessed 1 divine power or 100 divine powers, the only relatively high degree of freedom feature is changing Xiao Ming's outfits. The row of realistic skills below are adjectives Yi Zhi created himself through translation. The current player panel is just an empty shell he created based on divine attributes. All data changes were made by him secretly observing and covertly altering them, creating the illusion that it could detect player information. Originally planning to rely on the side effects of faith power to gradually make them become real later. As it turned out, Yi Zhi had indeed overthought things. Side effects are called side effects precisely because their benefits can never outweigh their drawbacks. All these features required Yi Zhi to expend divine power to manually unlock them. This was especially true for functions involving detecting players' physical conditions. Unlocking starts at 500 divine power points, though after unlocking, it's a one-time service. You don't have to spend a bit of divine power on each player like Yi Zhi did when creating the game interface. Without money, you can't take a single step. Yi Zhi let out a long sigh. After turning it over and over for half a day, he still hadn't found a single skill that he thought was worth the price. The most useless feature had to be the realistic player name function. This was literally just transferring the player's registration ID into the game itself. And it actually cost him 100 divine power points? Chapter 35, Feature Selection, Configuring Player Death Penalties. And why is the feature to make sanity values realistic priced so much higher than the other features? Didn't I just casually set this thing up? This was the point Yiji couldn't wrap his head around the most. Could a believer's fanaticism truly be quantified as some sort of sanity meter? Yiji meticulously sorted through the items on the operation table. Several skills had caught his eye. One is the realistic game panel. The realistic game panel essentially buys out the functionality of the game interface. While 100 divine power might seem expensive, as long as the game has over 100 players, buying this feature becomes more cost-effective than crafting individual panels. The other is the backpack. Extra storage with 5 grid spaces included. A portable inventory, absolutely essential for gamers. Yiji glanced at the price of the backpack feature and instantly cooled his enthusiasm. 1,000 divine power points? No way, that's too expensive. Early game features are crucial. The first functional choice must be made with utmost caution. 1,000 divine power points can usually unlock 2 abilities. Using them just to unlock the backpack is totally not worth it. The last function he had his eye on was the customization feature. The operational flexibility there is much greater, so the divine power consumption might not be fixed. Yiji wanted a customizable feature. It was about adding the player's magic power data on the game panel. He wanted this feature, primarily influenced by 3 players who got kicked offline after exhausting their magic power. The players aren't native-born Altians after all. Asking them to understand their own magic reserves like true mages would be asking too much. With quantifiable magic values, this problem gets perfectly solved. No more worrying about players collapsing from magic exhaustion because they can't gauge their own condition. Yiji went through a series of operations in the customization panel, successfully configuring the feature to make magic power values realistic. Price, 500 magic power. Yiji, just as I thought. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished. He still couldn't afford any features at all. After much deliberation, Yiji finally remembered something important. Didn't I originally check the control panel to solve the player revival penalty? Yiji rubbed his smooth skull thoughtfully. Xiaoming ran out midway. I completely forgot about that. The player's encounter with the red-skinned earthworm during the day served as a reminder for him. Though the player had died, Yiji could easily craft them a new body. However, creating a new human vessel consumes magical materials. Several materials in the magic circle are exceptionally rare. Given that Yiji is currently being hunted by everyone, obtaining them has become extremely difficult. Now, with every use, they diminish bit by bit. Who knows when they'll be completely exhausted? Before finding replacement materials, he had to first deal with the revival penalty. Yiji first checked whether it was possible to customize the game's revival point. The good news was that the control panel did indeed have this function. The bad news was that the required divine power cost was an impossibly long string of zeros. Not something Yi Jineng could afford with only triple-digit assets to his name. And as for the penalty required for resurrection after death, Yiji took out a quill pen, recording on the floating parchment. First is the resurrection cooldown. Activating the magic circle to craft a new body takes a full day. That alone should count as punishment for players too. Then there's mission experience. Right, I haven't set save points for players yet. Yiji held his head in pain. Just moments ago when updating divine power values, he'd still thought the returns would come quickly. But only when actually using it did he realize what truly spending money like water felt like. Leave the save point aside for now. Anyway, upon resurrection, the unrecorded portion of experience points can't be carried over. Consider this punishment number 2. And one more thing. Oh right, our game doesn't even have in-game currency yet. Death should cost money. That'll be the final punishment. Yiji tossed aside the quill and meticulously reviewed the resurrection mechanics she'd noted down, confirming nothing had been overlooked. The penalties were comprehensive: before death, unarchived experience; during death, resurrection cooldown; and after death, currency deduction. Everything accounted for. By then, Yiji would set the deducted currency at a relatively high difficulty level. This would absolutely make players think twice before casually throwing their lives away. With a gratified gleam in his eyes, Yiji thought, with game currency, starter gear, and quest items, it's time to monetize them all. Their initial resources are scarce. They can't afford to let players waste them recklessly. Only things that cost money will they truly value. Yiji kept tinkering obsessively for a long while. Successfully used 100 divine power points to mark the necromantic resurrection array as a player's save point. This way, when the player dies, the new body created from the array will use the data from the player's last saved state. Next was creating game currency, but unfortunately, making game currency required 500 divine power points, and there can only be 10,000 coins in total. If you want extra, you'd have to spend divine power to buy more. The price made Yiji's heart race. They might as well have robbed him outright. Instead, they gave him a pile of chips whose value was arbitrarily assigned. Yiji cursed the laws of the world in his heart for a long while when suddenly a spark of insight flashed through his mind.
Wait a minute, the value of in-game currency isn't like other features, it absolutely couldn't reach this price point. In-game currency doesn't require monitoring the player's physical condition like other functionalities. Comparatively speaking, it's more akin to something priced at around 100 divine power points. Just assign a special identity definition to an item, and calculate accordingly. The only catch is that the game currency requires creating something out of nothing. There must be a way to lower the price, Yi Ji declared with certainty. As long as it resolves the creation issue, simply have the divine power add a special identity-defining function to the finished product. Would the price be completely different? Thinking of this, Yi Ji immediately continued tinkering with the game console. He researched until dawn broke. Finally, he found a cheaper way to produce in-game currency. Use alchemy to mint currency, and let divine power handle only the final anti-counterfeiting certification. Just do it. Yi Ji rose and entered the church, heading to a corner where he began clanging away at alchemy equipment. Sparks and electric lights flashed continuously. Startled awake, Xiao Ming, who had been sleeping belly up on the deity statue, groggily opened his eyes. Is it morning already? It blinked its beady little eyes, staring at the faint morning light outside the window. Xiao Ming. Looking at this light, he strongly suspected he'd been asleep for less than 4 hours. It flew toward the culprit with morning grumpiness, its tone stiff and unyielding. What are you doing? Can't a ball get some sleep around here? Alchemy, replied Yi Ji naturally. What else would I be doing? You know alchemy? Xiao Ming's eyes widened. Wait, even if you do, couldn't you do it during the day instead? Snap! Yi Zi flung the iron funnel from her hand. Her hollow skull stared intently at it, the ghostly blue flames in her eye sockets blazing coldly. If you're so capable, why don't you come help me? This severely wounded patient hasn't slept a wink. Working hard for our future, have you heard me complain? With that, Yi Ji summoned the system panel. His focus was primarily drawn to the single-digit survival time displayed on it. Survival time, 8 days 20 hours 24 minutes. Chapter 36, Rune Furnace, Crafting Game Currency. The light sphere immediately grew timid. It muttered hesitantly, well, and look at Edgar over there, he's covered in wounds too, yet he didn't wake up from the noise. Yi Ji pointed at Edgar resting in another corner. They used the barely usable bricks available in the town to partition off individual rooms in the corner. Even though Yi Ji's side was making tremendous noise, there wasn't the slightest movement from his side. Yi Ji turned around and questioned sharply. As the only one among us three without a single fart injury, don't you feel ashamed at all? When you encounter problems, look for reasons within yourself. Isn't it because your daytime work is too easy that you can't sleep at night? Xiao Ming froze in place. Is that so? Of course, Yi Ji declared resolutely. I don't need your help either. Go back to sleep now. Xiao Ming hung his head in shame, all traces of arrogance vanishing from his posture. My apologies for disturbing your work. Then he obediently returned to the palm of the statue. Yi Ji turned back to continue what he had been doing earlier. Having lived for 700 years, he knew a bit of every kind of magic, and alchemy was no exception. But even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Last time on the Frostwind Plains, those two reckless novice cultivators had smashed his storage pouch. Now he had precious few magical materials at hand. The substances suitable for alchemy were even scarcer. After picking through what remained, he could only manage to craft an alchemical item that transformed ordinary soil into some sort of copper-like hard disk. Yi Ji named it Rune Forge. The Rune Forge had 3 material input ports. After passing through the reaction chamber and conversion matrix, they each led to 3 separate outlets. The alloy discs produced at the 3 outlets varied in size and had distinct patterns. From childhood to adulthood, the denominations were 1, 10, and 100. The shell was finished, but there remained one final step. Activate the conversion matrix at the furnace's core. Golden red light coalesced in Yi Ji's palm, casting his hand bones into crimson silhouettes. He shouted loudly, seal. The entire furnace shuddered violently, its color shifting from pure black to brass. Cough, cough. Yi Ji's body collapsed with a pop, scattering across the ground as a pile of white bones. 3 seconds later, the white bones reassembled themselves once more. Yi Ji leaned against the wall as he rose to his feet, straightening his own head with resignation. Alas, it seems I pushed myself too hard after all. He summoned the system panel, staring at the dwindling number that marked 2 fewer days of lifespan. Survival time, 6 days 19 hours 56 minutes. The already scarce survival time had decreased by nearly a quarter directly. Yi Ji glanced at it as if reading an ordinary string of numbers, then closed it immediately. Meanwhile, he calculated the mana he'd just consumed. Using Fireball to rescue 3 players only shaved off 10 minutes, while crafting alchemy items took 2 whole days. Guess I should be more careful about using magic less often. Looking at the squat runic furnace, Yi Ji opened the control panel. The currency function above had successfully reduced its price to 100 divine power points. Yi Ji's eyes lit up, Perfect. Those 2 days weren't wasted. It just converted to 400 divine power points. He immediately purchased the currency function, and immediately began the experiment. 10 minutes later, Yiji picked up a freshly minted game token. The token's obverse was stamped with the denomination 100, while its reverse bore a stylized cartoonish skull. Both sides of the token had serrated edges featuring ornate decorative patterns. It looks like the kind of currency only the evil faction would use, Yiji remarked with a scoff. But, who cares? As the designer, I like it, that's what matters. Anyway, due to his undead identity, the Watchers organization had already been branded as part of the evil faction. Meanwhile, Yiji's game interface popped up. Game currency added, 100. Wait, is the currency really just called game currency? Yiji quickly opened the GM console and changed the name. Let's call it Spectral Coins? No, Arcane Gold. After all, it's a product of magical alchemy. Yiji carefully stored away the 100 denomination magic gold coin. Then he carried the half-man-tall rune furnace across most of the church. He knocked on the temporary wooden door to Edgar's room. A moment later, the door opened. Edgar appeared before Yiji dressed in impeccable attire. Yi, it's not work time yet. Outside, the sky was a misty shade of blue. It'll take at least 2 more hours before the land of gods fully rises. Yiji replied without a hint of guilt. Even so, didn't you still wake up? And dear Edgar, you'd better get used to the time difference now. When more players arrive, they won't care what time it is, they'll be knocking on your door 24 hours a day. Edgar, suddenly I think we should reconsider our plan to restore the Watchers. I refuse, Yiji declared decisively. Are you sure you won't invite me in for a sit-down? Edgar stepped aside. As it was a temporary rest area, the entire room was very cramped. Other than the bed, there was only enough space to stand in half the room. One person and one undead standing inside already made the space feel somewhat cramped. Yiji tossed the heavy rune furnace to Edgar and explained its functions to him. From this day forward, you shall be the treasurer of the Watchers organization. Keep this item safe with you, I trust you'll guard it properly. Edgar looked down at the alchemical device forcibly shoved into his hands. Though mostly made of common materials, its intricate structure spoke volumes about its extraordinary nature. Even disregarding its functionality, the craftsmanship alone made it worthy of careful preservation. But, Lord Commander, I believe you're aware that just 4 days ago, you appointed me as the Minister of General Affairs. That is, assigning tasks to players and settling task rewards. Now they've put him in charge of finances too. With such a heavy workload, are they treating him as anything but human? Ha, is that so? Yiji laughed awkwardly. Then we'll leave this with you too. After all, among the 3 of us, your current cultivation level is the highest. It's safest in your hands. This is 100 divine power points we're talking about. The trio consisted of 1 weakling and 2 cripples. Although Edgar had lost most of his cultivation when he defected from the sect, but over such a long time, much has been restored. They couldn't possibly let Yiji, who only had the strength of an intermediate mage left, or Xiaoming, who completely lacked combat ability, handle the custodial duties. The mission rewards will include magic gold coins soon. Keeping them with you makes task settlements easier. Isn't that right? Yiji quickly found a justification for Edgar and gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Xiao AI, the organization believes in you. When we have more staff in the future, I'll assign you assistants at once. Edgar paused, then finally relented. Fine, but the assistant matter must be resolved quickly. Of course, the moment some unlucky loner wanders near Sweetwater Town, I'll drag them straight back here to be your extra pair of hands. Yiji, relying on the fact that he was undead, could spin tails without batting an eye. Aside from that, Edgar's eyes instantly turned wary. What else do you intend to do? He drove a paladin who had been educated in the virtues of an upright knight to the point of developing persecution paranoia. He even became wary of his own superior and flashed the expression of a protesting wage slave. Yiji couldn't help but wonder, had he usually gone too far? Chapter 37, Shooting the Game version 1.x promo, Player's Resource Crisis. No way. He's truly the most approachable leader. Yiji decisively dismissed this possibility from his mind and gazed at him with kind and amicable eyes. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just came to share some good news with you. Just last night, our plan made a major breakthrough. Yiji informed him about how players could provide a massive amount of divine power. Sure enough, Edgar showed an expression of astonishment and disbelief, especially after learning that Yiji successfully used the gaming console to eliminate the side effects of the faith power on Xiaoming. Edgar's gaze became resolute beyond measure. Lin, perhaps you were truly right. If divine power could indeed rid itself of the side effects of faith power, it is indeed the best choice to achieve the ultimate goal of the Watchman organization. In that case, his workload is a bit heavier, but it's not unbearable. Edgar resignedly closed his eyes. Go on. You truly live up to being the most powerful and wise Dawn Knight of the Emberlight Church since the Divine Fall era. Yiji spared no flattery, then shifted his tone.
there's indeed one more matter I need your help with. Edgar wore an as expected expression. Yiji raised a skeletal index finger, bleached white to the bone. Do you know what a game trailer is? Yiji had been browsing through the messages on Planet Blue's network all along. He also had a general understanding of the most severe public criticisms surrounding Under the Divine. It's just that there's too little internal gaming information, making netizens skeptical. As long as the promotional trailer for Gods and Mortals can be released, such doubts would significantly lessen. After these days of continuously channeling magic into the blue orb, Yiji had finally accumulated enough privileges to upload a 10-minute video to the official website. Getting a simple video upload feature has been this difficult. One could only say his golden fingers still have much room for development. Yiji carefully explained to Edgar what a game trailer was. After listening, Edgar pondered for 2 seconds. You want to make my image into a video for your players to watch? I have no objections. You're this agreeable? Yiji was somewhat surprised. I remember you used to be very resistant to image capturing artifacts. After all, once the footage gets out, there's no telling how people might use it. It's simply beyond the original subject's control. Under the Divine currently has terrible reviews. If the first promotional video gets discovered by antis or rival companies, Edgar might just end up appearing in parody meme videos. That's exactly why Yiji came to seek Edgar's opinion first. Look, he truly is a good boss. Edgar placed the rune forge by the bedside, turning around with calm eyes. Judging from the 3 players you brought, they do behave strangely unsettling enough to raise concerns. There's no guarantee how the footage would be treated if it fell into their hands. But don't forget, after meeting you, I've long been accustomed to such treatment. He had simply disliked taking photos before, but as a member of the Kaizing sect, social engagements were unavoidable, thus leaving behind a few images. These very images, following his defection from the Kaizing sect, became damning evidence used to hunt him down. It had passed through so many hands, already worn out by countless people. What else could Edgar do but accept? Joining the Watchers meant being prepared to face condemnation from everyone. Yiji coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Since you agree, let's find an open space and start filming right now. Can you still use Dawn Judgment? The Dawn Judgment was Edgar's signature skill created at age 14. It also became the origin of his title Knight of Dawn. While we'll withhold judgment on its actual power for now, its flashiness was undeniable. Back then, this kid managed to rise to the rank of Knight Commander in the Blazing Light Church right after coming of age, thanks to the devotion and admiration of his followers. His popularity stems from the dazzling effects created each time he uses the Dawn Judgment. The skill animation is dashing, its area of effect immense, all enhanced by radiant holy light effects. It's guaranteed to become a major selling point for their game trailer. Edgar's gaze was complicated. I'm left with less than 1/10 of my original cultivation now, of course I can't use it. Didn't you know? Forget Dawn's Judgment, he couldn't even activate advanced skills in his current state. Yiji froze momentarily before exclaiming in shock. Didn't you say you'd already regained 30% of your strength when we last met? Some things happened along the way. Oh, Yiji didn't ask further, because in their current situation, asking wouldn't make any difference. For a moment, silence filled the room. Yiji let out a sigh. 2 wounded men, each more severely injured than the other. His cultivation level was actually lower than Edgar's, preventing him from discerning Edgar's true strength. So there had always been a misunderstanding about the injuries on each other's bodies. Viewed this way, the workload he assigned to Edgar was indeed rather heavy. Yiji's conscience ached a little, but since the undead have no hearts, the ache lasted only 0.1 seconds. It's alright, just show off the fanciest skill you can muster, let's go. Wait, Edgar called out to stop him. What now? Just so we're clear, no takebacks here. Edgar shook his head. It's not about going back on my word. You just told me that the purpose of the game trailer is to showcase the landscapes of Eldria, to attract more, players to become our allies. So you're trying to use this footage to find new players, right? Yiji nodded. He currently had 164 divine power points left and was indeed considering recruiting new members. 3 players were still far too few. Relying on them, who knew how long it would take to leave Sweetwater Town. Of course, the sooner he could acquire more players, the better. Yiji was preparing to release both the game trailer and the announcement for a new round of closed beta testing simultaneously. Let's see if we can recruit a few more new players. Edgar could understand Yiji's approach, but he still felt obligated to give a reminder. The equipment we prepared for the players is running a bit low. Welcoming new players requires not only divine power consumption. The starter gear and mission tools also represent significant expenditures. As both Minister of Internal Affairs and Finance Minister, Edgar needed to make Yiji aware of their current financial situation. Whether it's tools or starter gear, they're currently suffering shortages across the board, especially for beginner's gear. Originally, Edgar only brought back 10 sets. The players got caught in the rain yesterday and used up 6 sets at once.
Who knows if there'll be any additional wear and tear in the future. If we don't want new players running around Eltia with bare bottoms, they must solve this issue first. Yiji's headache returned. You can't go robbing the rich to aid the poor in Naili Town again, alright, you're not strong enough yet. He had previously thought Edgar went to Nari Town to loot a farmer's granary. Now it seems the other party must have only gotten clothes and tools from abandoned farmhouses around Nari Town where there were no militia patrols. No wonder they fit so poorly. Edgar, lacking sufficient strength, he pretended not to hear Yiji's final words and continued explaining. The farmers' lives aren't much better than ours. 10 sets of clothes are the maximum I can exchange with them using Qiyang coins. Qiyang coins, a widely accepted currency that has always circulated under the influence of the God of Light. The minting rights belong to the Church of Blazing Light. No matter what you say, their lives will be affected. No amount of money could compensate for that change. Chapter 38, Deity's Trial Beta version 1.1 Hotfix announcement. Anyone who survives in Eltia isn't a fool. It goes without saying that Edgar's money shouldn't be used lightly. Farmers would need to hide those Crimson Sun coins for at least a year. Only then would they dare venture beyond their hometown to spend them in neighboring cities. If the supplies provided to Edgar affected their livelihood for those 6 months, the farmers would be absolutely unwilling. Yiji stroked his jawbone. That really is a problem. Even if the new player's clothes problem is solved, before their strength is fully restored, the shortage of supplies will recur. So besides architects who can construct buildings and blacksmiths who forge tools, they still lack tailors who could stitch beginner outfits. Apart from players, Yiji also needed to recruit some locals to handle prop production for the game and serve as guiding NPCs for players. Yiji made the final decision. Let's shoot the promotional video first. I'll try to solve this problem as quickly as possible. The promotional video was shot very quickly. After all, the lens was Yiji's eyes, and the magic skills Edgar used weren't special effects. To make the final product look even better, Yiji also hauled out Xiao Ming, who was snoring loudly. The originally planned air shooting session was changed to hunting down an unfortunate monster outside the town. With a sense of urgency and real bloodshed, the visual impact would be stronger. By the time they finished shooting, the morning dew had just evaporated. The 3 players still hadn't woken up. Yiji went over to check on their condition. He discovered the aftereffects of their magic exhaustion were severe. They remained unconscious. They likely wouldn't fully regain consciousness until tomorrow. That is to say, not a single player will visit Eltia for the entire day today. Xiaoming successfully secured a day off. Edgar attempted to go out to see if he could buy a few more sets of unwanted clothes from other farmers. Whether Yiji finds a tailor or not, they still need to address the immediate issue first. Yiji stayed in the church, fully focused on handling matters on the Blue Star Network. After his efforts, the 10-minute video was successfully edited and compressed to 6 minutes. Yiji reviewed and watched it several times repeatedly, and after confirming it was flawless, he set it aside temporarily. He began working on the game announcement. Under the Divine Closed Beta 1.1 Hotfix announcement, key updates. 1. Currency system unlocked. 1. Watchers will no longer provide free novice meals or beginner outfits. These items must now be purchased using the Watcher's faction currency, arcane gold coins. Magic coins can be obtained by completing quests and other methods. 2. Trading function unlocked. Players can purchase various new items from Knight Edgar if needed. 2. Resurrection mechanism improvements. 1. Upon death, players will lose a certain amount of magic coins. 2. Resurrection cooldown. Faction leader Yeji suffers severe injuries. Each time a new body is forged to ferry players back to Ursha, there is a 12-hour cooldown period. 3. Added save point feature. After resurrection, players' body data will revert to the most recent save. Current save point 1. Sweetwater Town's initial church. The game is unforgiving. Cherish your character's life. 3. Sweetwater Town area bestiary completion. New creature log, Redskin Earthworm. 4. Infrastructure construction activities begin with great enthusiasm. After the game update, house building missions now provide additional experience points bonus. Extra magic gold coin rewards. Land purchasing channels are now open. Visit Knight Edgar for specific details. Create your dream home and together we'll build a prosperous and vibrant Sweetwater Town. Other features. 1. Optimized game graphics. 2. Adjusted game physics engine. 3. Fixed minor bugs. Yiji checked it once more to confirm there were no issues, then set it aside. Next was the official website update announcement. Below the God's official website update notice. Key updates. 1. The reservation test channel for Beneath the Gods has reopened. The registration information page now includes a player specialties section, providing outstanding players with more opportunities to be selected. 2. Added Beneath the Gods version 1.0 promotional trailer. 3. Added a forum discussion module for in-depth player interaction. 4. Added a game illustration module, periodically updating background information and bestiary beneath the Divine Realm.
5. Optimized the official website's layout design. That should be sufficient. Yiji clicked send, releasing both announcements along with a promotional video onto the official website. As he looked at the increasingly polished webpage, Yiji grew more and more satisfied. What's the big deal? It's just been 682 years since I last wrote code easy to pick back up. With that, he casually swapped out the game's icon for Xiaoming's sleeping photo. The chubby ball of light filled the entire picture. With added limbs and a wide-open mouth, its coloring wasn't as monotonous as Yiji had imagined. It looked just right. Indeed, this little thing was born to be a mascot. Yiji once again affirmed her good judgment. Look, what a perfect creature for a game icon. Yiji was just about to close the web page when a registration notification suddenly popped up in the background. Yiji? During the last beta test, he had boldly acted as a hype poster, leaving the registration info up for days before finally getting 3 players. How come someone signed up right after posting it this time? Not just that, there was more. Ding, ding, ding. Notification messages kept popping up one after another. Before long, Yiji had gathered information from 6 players. He clicked on the registration details of one player named Field Trio. At the final message section, he spotted a line of text. Sent by Xiao Ji's recommendation, asking for special treatment. Xiao Gu? Could it be that player called Show Off or Die? Yiji's mouth fell open in surprise. He gave Under the Gods a game recommendation? Yiji immediately went online to search the name and actually found a gaming blogger with the exact same name. As luck would have it, they had just posted a new video an hour ago. Does virtual reality gaming really have no future? No, the future is already here. This title is way too easy to guess. Among the virtual reality games gaining traction online, there are only 2 worth mentioning, Divine Realm and Under the Gods, the latter riding on borrowed hype. Yiji clicked on it without hesitation. Hello everyone, I am People Don't Show Themselves, and trust me, if I don't show off, I might as well AFK in the fountain. The gaming community is buzzing about virtual reality games lately. What a coincidence. As my longtime viewers know, your host here is also a die-hard VR gaming enthusiast. Everyone's been arguing about whether Divine Realm can truly become the virtual reality game we all imagine, but old Shio here has already secretly gotten access to the closed beta for another game of the same genre. Speaking of which, I bet you've all guessed the name of the new game by now. That's right, it's Beneath the Gods. Since screen recording isn't allowed in the game yet, I can only use promotional images and other materials from the official website to create the visuals. Incidentally, Beneath the Gods' official website is legit garbage. I could throw rice on my keyboard and the resulting page would look better. Game company, wire me 50 yuan and I'll get you a college student who can do better. Yiji, hey, that's a personal attack. What's wrong with the official website? Don't we already have all the basic features we need? At worst, the page might look a bit worse, load a bit slower, and be a tad more prone to bugs. Anyway, he's optimizing in optimizing.jpg. Chapter 39 Lin Xian's Game Review, a legendary masterpiece across centuries. Yiji clicked to continue. This is a game review video. Let's start with the verdict. It's a groundbreaking game that should have been released centuries later. The greatest game, the god of games, none of these titles suffice to describe Under the Gods, nor can they express the awe shaking my soul. Hence, this is also a recommendation video. Due to insufficient footage, Lao Xiu won't bother with lengthy arguments or self-justification. I'll simply share my perspective. 14 hours of gameplay on the first day of beta testing. From its very conception, virtual reality gaming has been the holy grail for countless gamers, bearing the weight of immense and mature expectations. So after the advent of brainwave reading technology, VR games branded as virtual reality faced such widespread resistance from players. But I promise, whatever expectations you have for virtual reality games, Beneath the Gods delivers. At the start of the game, players wake up inside a dilapidated church. The spawn point is atop a massive magic circle, roughly the size of a small living room or bedroom, so initially no other players are visible. The game's attention to detail is incredible. The magical circles are so intricately designed that I had to crouch down to appreciate every tiny glyph. I can't even imagine how long the artist spent crafting just this starting point design. Praise the artists. Folded hands. Then comes the game's opening scene. Though players wake up in a church, surprise, or actually part of the anti-deity faction. Grinning, squinting face. I haven't fully grasped the specific context yet, so I'll set that aside for now. What I really want to talk about is the game's NPC system and art style. When I saw the NPC push open the church door and step inside, to be honest, old Shio here felt a momentary pang of fear. Because the game's art style is incredibly realistic, even those AAA blockbusters online that imitate real-life graphics don't come close to matching the divine authenticity of this style. It genuinely feels like stepping into another world. The advantage of this art style is obvious. It creates an incredibly immersive experience for players. The downside is more obvious. The more delicious a cake is, the more conspicuous that mouse dung on top becomes. In an ultra-realistic art style,
the slightest unrealistic element creates an overwhelming sense of incongruity. Humans often find animals adorable when they display human-like behaviors, such as dogs using pillows or chinchillas eating with spoons. But if something becomes too human-like, it triggers fear in people, like certain types of dolls. That's the famous uncanny valley effect. Lao Shou was scared of exactly this when he saw the NPCs appear, especially one particular NPC who looked no different from a knight straight out of medieval times. If they spoke with AI voices full of electronic tones, or reacted in ways that weren't remotely human-like, that feeling would surely be just as terrifying as seeing a world overrun by fake humans. My worries turned out to be completely unfounded. Among the 3 NPCs, while one orb couldn't speak, the other 2 who could speak simply chose not to. Judging solely by their exhibited reactions, their intelligence level was extraordinarily high, so realistic it could fool anyone. Moreover, there was a significant difference in personality responses between the NPCs. Our faction leader, Yi Ji, is an undead creature, basically a skeleton man. According to the setting, he's a fellow townsman of the players. No matter how much mischief me and the other 2 beta testers caused, that guy always maintained this undead-like creepy smile, just like a textbook villain. Shivering. The other knight NPC Edgar was a pure native character with the most interaction with players, so he always gave us these complicated looks. Ha ha ha, too bad the game doesn't allow screenshots, otherwise I'd definitely piece together a 9-square grid of Edgar's for a browse for everyone. It's also on his promotional image, look, this one right here. The video promptly showcased the game's only 2 promotional images. After the opening remarks concluded, we followed the procedure to receive our missions and props, then stepped outside to finally see what the church exterior looked like. The starter village is located on the outskirts of the forest, surrounded by greenery in every direction, while the interior of the village itself has a gray-toned palette. I mentioned earlier that the church was abandoned, but compared to the other buildings in town, it's downright luxurious. It actually has a roof, and the walls don't crumble at a touch. The streets of the starter village are pockmarked with potholes and littered with undecomposed trash, resembling a garbage dump abandoned for many years. They say this was a town wiped out by the magical tide. Judging by all the abandoned junk left behind, the power of that calamity must have been terrifying. Thumbs up. According to Old G, the faction leader, a demon surge is coming soon. Who knows when exactly? Ugh, terrifying. Then we spent the entire day cutting trees for our quest, gathering supplies needed to withstand the demon tide. I really like this kind of gameplay where all the players' actions can influence the main storyline. That's what truly makes you a participant in the narrative. It's a pity this gameplay approach requires too much development effort with too many uncontrollable factors, so most games don't implement it. The tree-cutting tools in the game also have unique characteristics. They're made from a plant leaf called broad spine, which cuts through metal like butter. Advanced Edition. The tree-chopping mechanic in the game is incredibly satisfying too. The sound of those leaves rubbing against tree trunks is more sleep-inducing than ASMR. In reality, Old Shou is a total otaku who never exercises voluntarily, but thanks to the stamina recovery from occasional XP gains, he somehow managed to chop trees for an entire day. Looking at the row of tree stumps I'd just chopped down and the manually expanded field of view, I felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. Why did I mention earlier how effortlessly quanjing leaves could slice through iron? Because I was about to put it to good use. Smile. As evening fell in the game, heavy rain started pouring. The 3 of us players encountered our first monster, a giant redworm straight out of a biological disaster film that could have been its boss. At that moment, I took a quick step back, twisted my body around, and charged straight at it. Ahem, I seem to have rambled on a bit too much. Anyway, back then the 3 of us players worked together and managed to chop that giant earthworm, the kind that'd take at least 2 people to wrap their arms around, clean in half. Using nothing but the broad bramble leaves we had thumbs thick and half an arm's length long. If only we could have recorded it, I swear I'd have downloaded that footage and printed it onto magnet cards to keep as souvenirs. It turned out that the earthworm was still alive and even split into 2 separate ones. If the NPC hadn't shown up in time, my first in-game death would have been credited to it. Shy. Old Ye's fireball spell was absolutely dazzling. It made me feel like I was watching a 5D blockbuster on a movie set. After leveling up my character, I chose fireball as my starting skill. New players are welcome to join me. Let's go roast some worms together. Chapter 40, a virtual reality game? 100% realism? Don't make me laugh. At this point, my day of gaming is almost over. To test out the newly acquired magic, I worked so hard that I couldn't even taste my dinner. What a shame. After all, it's the first proper feast in the game. Finally found a game with 100% realism, yet couldn't fully indulge in culinary delights. What a shame. This day, from the opening storyline to exploring the beginner's village, leveling up through quests, battling monsters while learning magic, was incredibly eventful. These experiences alone are enough to surpass 99.99% of the games on the market. But that's not all. What truly makes Beneath the Gods unbeatable becomes apparent after exiting the game.
The time ratio between the game and reality is 2 to 1, 1 real-world hour equals 2 in-game hours. The game company Under the Gods has developed mind acceleration technology. After playing the game, it feels like you've just had a good sleep, refreshed and full of energy. Just these 2 points alone have elevated its significance beyond the gaming realm, making it another method to extend human lifespan besides telomere research. Sleep time can be utilized, and even doubled in efficiency. Under the Gods essentially opens up a new life for us in another world. Seeing the last sentence, the soul fire in Yiji's eyes flickered slightly. That was close, he nearly figured it out for real. Fortunately, even Lin Xian, who said this, didn't take the remark seriously, just treating it as a metaphor. Otherwise, Yiji ought to find a way, reducing their sanity to 0 through legitimate means, thereby reclaiming the beta tester qualification. Yiji glanced at the sky. It wasn't even noon yet in Eltia, which meant less than 6 hours had passed since the players logged off on Blue Star, and they'd already produced a review video. Does this guy start grinding videos the moment he goes offline? Yiji murmured. This undead's astonishing productivity. He tapped open the comments section. There weren't many comments below, indicating this no-show-off wasn't doing too well. But many passers-by mistakenly clicked on the video because of the recent incident with Divine Realm. Their attitude was, of course, uniformly skeptical. Virtual reality game? 100% realism? Yeah, right. Mind acceleration technology? Did you make that term up yourself? Did you even patent it? Finally found my own comment section for Beneath the Divinity. Now I can let loose and curse to my heart's content. So the blogger spent over 10 hours chopping trees in the game? What kind of masochistic fun is this supposed to be? No one believed what each person considered to be their blockbuster feature when they showcased it. It didn't even draw as much mockery as him chopping trees for an entire day. There were even comments from his old audience members inside. Thought Broshio was a breath of fresh air in the gaming scene, didn't expect him to start shilling trash games for a quick buck. Recommendations based on rumors unfollowed. Even such ridiculous boasts can be made. Shogo has ultimately taken the path of an internet clown. Though there were a few scattered comments supporting him, they were quickly drowned out by overwhelming opposition. Perhaps Rinshioji had foreseen the direction of public opinion. After pinning the comment with the official game link to the top, they quietly played dead. After reading it, Yishi felt a jumble of emotions in his heart. The intention is good, but the effect it can achieve is probably limited. In an era where even photos don't necessarily reveal the truth, relying solely on 2 promotional images to hype up a game is utterly unrealistic. Had he waited 2 more hours to see the promotional images Yi Jixin uploaded, the situation might have turned out slightly better. Moreover, the other party inadvertently revealed the disparity in time flow between the 2 worlds. Yiji chose not to list this feature on the official website precisely to avoid unnecessary complications. But after being inadvertently exposed by someone's viral video, the secret of time dilation was no longer concealed. Who knows what kinds of troublemakers might come sniffing around next? Although some of his plans were unexpectedly disrupted, Yiji remained relatively calm overall. The time flow difference was exactly double, so it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. All they did was expose it to the public earlier than planned. After some thought, Yiji decided to leave it be and let the video develop naturally. The game just officially launched, there aren't even enough players to count on one hand. Even if it's going to bring trouble, it's still too early for that. With thousands of video views, at least I don't have to worry about attracting new players lately. Yiji closed his internet connection with relief. Maybe I'll even get to enjoy the luxury of having too many players and needing to be selective. TSK, what a dilemma. The online matters were all settled. Now, all that's left is to wait for time to work its magic. Yiji stood up and stretched, his bones emitting crisp cracking sounds. The side effects from forging the runic furnace this morning had almost completely healed. At last, it won't fall apart after just a few steps. Now I can leave the church and go out for a stroll. What to do this afternoon? Right, let's try my luck on the outskirts, maybe find a few unlucky souls who wandered into the great oak forest by mistake. If I don't find some new NPCs, Sweetwater townsfolk Edgar might just go on strike. Yiji left Xiaoming snoring away on the deity statue and shut the church doors. Screech, Blue Star. Lin Xian removed his gaming helmet, his eyes filled with disappointment. Still can't get in. The account remains forcibly logged out. He repeatedly checked the helmet in his hands, his anxiety plain to see. The game's phased reactions started just 7 hours after shutdown. Unable to log in now, his entire body ached with unbearable impatience. I finally learned magic skills, at least let me log in for some real fun. He howled his frustrations to the empty room. Lin Xian set the helmet down on the bookshelf with a sigh of defeat, muttering under my breath. It seems I'll have to use my magic more sparingly from now on, the consequences of depleting it are far too terrifying. Lin Xian turned on his computer, and a flood of red notifications, 99 plus unread messages, immediately popped up.
Just glancing at the fragmented words in the latest pop-up messages revealed plenty of insults and personal attacks. These were all private messages and comments triggered by Lin Xian's newest video. As expected, it had to happen eventually. Lin Xian ignored the notification badges outright, clicking away the message alerts. But in a careless moment, the mouse in my hand accidentally moved to the left. Instead of closing the unread message, it clicked open the backend of my Quaidu account. At the top, the follower count had just dropped from 100,000 to 99,000. Lin Xian's heart ached. Though I knew I'd lose followers, did you really have to rub my face in it like this? Lin Xian had just hit 100k followers 4 months ago. Then he posted one video and lost them all again in under 2 hours. Kuaishou still hasn't mailed his 100k follower plaque, now he's not even sure if they'll send it anymore. Lin Xian's already less than ideal mood sank even lower. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine, just early investment. When Under the Gods opens additional beta test slots, it's bound to blow up. The number of followers lost because of this video will skyrocket back exponentially. He will prove that he's truly not taking dirty money. Nor has he been tricked into a pyramid scheme, laundering money through a shell game." Chapter 41, The Power of the Trailer, Lin Xian's fan group explodes. However, Lin Xian sighed, "Under the gaze of the gods, you must hold on until the large-scale testing phase." He wasn't worried that Under the Gods wouldn't be popular, because he had actually played the game. But he was worried the game company might run out of money. There are too many praiseworthy aspects about Under the Gods, but precisely because its quality is too high. Gao Lin had reached the point where every extra minute spent in the game made him worry the company might go bankrupt. What if the developers ran out of money halfway through and abandoned the project? This move by Lin Xian was a mistake. Beep beep. The penguin notification sound chimed. Lin Xian clicked to see it was a mention from his fan group. The regulars in the fan group were old friends, of course he wouldn't ignore them. His cursor hovered over the group name for a second. The member count in parentheses beside it had dropped by more than half since yesterday. Lin Xian forced a bitter smile. Even though I announced it in the group yesterday, half of my longtime followers still left. These loyal followers had accompanied him through every milestone, from 1,000 to 10,000, and finally to 100,000 subscribers. In the end, they all drifted apart. The thought barely flickered before his mouse clicked, sending several ad mentions scrolling across the screen like a flood. Village Dog No 2, is Showdog asleep? At Show Off Not Self, damn, how can you sleep at your age? Field Blossom Try, at Show Off Not Self, bro show come out quick, is the game trailer real? I'm so hyped. My pond overflows, shit, Showdog actually hit the jackpot, easy win, at Show Off Not Self. I am Qin Shi Huang, hey, Lao Show, Brother Show, Daddy Show, say something already, at Renbuk Suji. What's up? Why are you looking for me? Village Dog number 2. My fish pond is finally full. Field Trio, hey, stop spamming the group chat. Shoji, check out this video link. Quick, can we really experience scenes like these when we enter Under the Divine? Village Doggo, so impatient. Need answers ASAP. Lin Xian frowned and opened the link shared by Field Trio. The painfully slow webpage loading speed, coupled with that obviously copied video player from another site, like some sort of anti-counterfeit certification. Lin Xian didn't even need to click on it to confirm that the video was indeed from the official game website Under Divine Being. The official site actually updated? Closing the video, Lin Xian stared at the completely refreshed webpage with a dazed sense of cyber disorientation. Teacher, is this still their official game website? Did I get it wrong? It feels like it's evolved from a half-finished webpage that nobody would want even if given for free, to something resembling a college student's final project, and it would have to be made by a junior student, something you could sell for around $100 on Taobao. Only by spotting his own registration info still left on the official site did Lin Xian finally confirm it. The right sidebar of the webpage displayed 2 eye-catching announcements in bold font. Lin Xian was about to click to check them when he noticed his QQ chat was exploding with notifications. He smacked his forehead in frustration. Oh no, the official site took forever to load, I haven't replied to any messages, my stream buddies must be freaking out. He immediately returned to the Penguin account. Little Fish's pond is full, bro, where are you? If we don't get a reply soon, we'll die of curiosity. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang, you're the one who introduced us to this game. If we die, we're dragging you down with us. Evil. One who doesn't show off. Ahem, sorry I'm late. You know how the potato servers Under the Gods can be. Field Blossom, aw Shoji, you're finally back. Village Dog, old thief Shoji, spit out everything you know right now. Shoji the human, if the animation style in the trailer matches the promotional images, don't worry, that's exactly the real game environment we'll get to play. Shoji the human, you've all seen my new video, right? Just trust me on this one. Don't doubt yourself, no need to worry that the promotional video used real-world scenery footage to fake it. Lin Xian typed rapidly. Even without watching the trailer, he understood exactly what these cloud gamers were obsessed with. The ruined state of the starter village did indeed carry a strong narrative atmosphere, even giving off slight post-apocalyptic vibes.
The vast and boundless great oak forest is truly awe-inspiring when viewed from below. Don't ask how he knows, he's climbed up the trees to see it in the game. The great oak forest is like a vibrant sea of green. Closer to the center, ancient trees dominate, towering like sky-piercing pillars stacked together, blocking out the sun. Field trio, how could we have doubted it was a photograph of reality? Village dog, exactly. That scene, if someone called it CGI, you'd have to compliment it as high quality and budget burning. Xin Huang here. What we want to ask about is the combat system. The combat system? Lin Xian looked bewildered. Did the gods record their battle against the red-skinned earthworms to make a promotional video? Show off, don't rush, I'll check the video first. With that, Lin Xian ignored the penguin's message notifications and clicked on the video. An ethereal and crystal-clear humming sound served as the background music, marking the beginning of the promotional video. Though devoid of lyrics, the unique cadence of the woman's humming still conveyed a profound sorrow. There was resentment, despair, and yet a faint glimmer of hope. Lin Xian listened so raptly that he closed his eyes in delight. Wonderful! This music must have been composed by a true master. Not just the lyrics, but the vocal performance too, absolutely above masterpiece level. And indeed, that was the case. The opening music Yi Shi chose for the promotional video. A work left behind by a once extremely prosperous kingdom over 500 years ago, now fallen. A timeless classic passed down through generations by wandering minstrels. Of course it's beautiful. The performer is one of the Watcher's members, the Siren Claire. The Siren song is their weapon of attack. That's why every other Watcher's member carries recordings of Claire's singing to some extent. At this very moment, it served an ingenious purpose. Lin Xian continued reading. As the screen lit up, a splendid game scene came into view. Beyond the boundless forest, majestic snow-capped peaks stretched across the distant horizon. A small stream flowed down from upstream, eventually converging into a turbulent, surging river that rushed beyond the frame of the scene. The first rays of dawn sunlight scattered across the river's surface, sparkling brilliantly, illuminating the clusters of gray-white buildings not far away. Lin Xian's spirits soared higher. It's Sweetwater Town. Turns out that looking down from higher than even the treetops can be even more breathtaking. The camera zooms in, sweeping past the outskirts of Sweetwater Town, the town itself, the church, and a series of other locations. Lin Xian watched with great interest. Suddenly, the style shifts, and the music becomes impassioned. The colors of the scene instantly darken. The camera pans beyond Sweetwater Town. Purple mist, bubbling brown swamps, immense caverns, and within them, the faint outlines of menacing monstrosities. Pairs of blood-red eyes fixate directly on the lens before suddenly charging from the distance. This happens every time. The camera would automatically switch to the next scene. Chapter 42, Edgar's power revealed. Coach, I want to learn this. Time and again, monsters charged forward, their snarls piercing clearly through the background music. Lin Xian watched with his skin crawling in horror. Holy crap, is this what a real demon beast looks like? Compared to this, those red-skinned earthworms they fought on the first day were practically beneficial insects. Clang! The metallic ring of steel tore through all other sounds as the background chanting abruptly ceased. A knight clad in silver-white armor stood upon the marshland's edge. The long sword in hand reflected a cold, piercing glint under the sunlight. The next second, the rock-like monster hidden in the swamp suddenly lunged toward the camera. It bared its fanged maw, drool dripping to the ground in corroding pockmarked pits. The silver knight moved swiftly, appearing like a ghost behind the monster. Blue light circled beneath his feet, intertwining with the glow of his sword to form a dazzling magic circle. The knight planted his foot firmly and thrust his long sword skyward. The sword's radiance intensified, splitting into countless smaller blades. All at once, they plunged toward the demon creature's rugged, stone-like hide. Like a dragon of gleaming steel, the sword light tore through the air with a howling wind and brilliant azure radiance. The air seemed torn apart by swordlight, leaving several clearly visible cracks in its wake. All this happened within the span of a single breath. One moment, the knight stood forefront in the frame. The next, the demonic beast's roar was abruptly silenced. Black blood sprayed out as the demonic creature's massive body instantly shattered into fragments. The silver-armored knight slowly sheathed his long sword, his face showing not the slightest ripple of emotion, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a trivial matter to him. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 10,000 swords unleashed at once. Lin Xian's jaw hung slack until it ached, his mouth simply wouldn't close. Such dazzling magic, such dashing moves, such disgusting monsters. All his favorite elements were there. That silver-white knight in the video, who else could it be but their mission NPC? So cool. Lin Xian's hands were shaking with excitement. No way, I have to watch it again. The result? The penguin notification's beeping sound erupted frantically, as if precisely timed to coincide with the moment Lin Xian finished watching the video. It forcibly yanked back his hand that was about to click replay. The message alert tone was jumping like an air raid siren,
revealing the sender's desperate urgency. Needless to say, it was definitely his stream fans who did this. Lin Xian cast one last reluctant glance at the video before resigning himself and opening the fan group chat. Village Dog's Bane, Showdog must have finished watching the video. Come on, tell us, can we players actually reach that level in the game? I am Qin Shi Huang. Can we choose classes in the game now? Is picking Knight the most promising career path? Field Trinity, hurry hurry hurry. I'm the king of impatience. The people in the group chat were practically going insane. Lin Xian swallowed hard, his hands still trembling with excitement as he typed out a message. Renbushioji brothers, that trailer was insane. Tianli Sanhua, dude, look at how pathetic you're being. Village head ergo, damn it. We wanted to hear the different experiences from beta testers, but instead we got people who've seen even less of the world than we have. We don't show off. An 8-foot-tall man shedding tears. You folks have no idea how difficult this game's control system is. It's like actual real-world combat. Where would I have seen things like teleportation and flying acrobats before? We don't show off. If I could actually do this, would I have been getting beaten like a dog by an earthworm during the day? Wiped snot. I am Qin Shi Huang. You got chased by monsters? That's not what the video said would happen. People who don't show off, cough cough, artistic exaggeration. By the way, did you know I can fly? I am Qin Shi Huang. Don't even mention it. That monkey couldn't answer a single question properly. After howling in the group chat about logging in, we never heard from him again. Village Dog, we tried asking about the authenticity of the promotional video, but couldn't get a single reliable answer. I am Qin Shi Huang, old show-off. Didn't you interact with the NPCs from the video? How did it feel? Did they radiate that aura of absolute dominance? Renbu Shioji, not at all. The two NPCs already implemented both come with severe injury debuffs. Renbu Shioji, if I hadn't seen the promotional video, I'd never have imagined he could be this awesome. Just goes to show true masters stay hidden. Tianli Sanhua, I know about this one. Starter NPCs always carry power seals to facilitate future power-up patches. Kunto Ergu, we're the anti-deity faction, who's to say our opponent won't double-cross us and transform into the final boss. I am Qin Shi Huang, exactly. One look at those bold eyebrows and big eyes, just perfect villain material. 3 Flower from the fields, don't even joke about it, his looks make an amazing villain. Even if players guess there's a twist coming, the effect still hits hard. Show off no more, be careful, you guys. The NPC AI is highly advanced, he's the one handling our quest settlements. I am Qin Shi Huang. By the way, old show, you've learned magic in the game, right? Villages ergo, exactly. So how does it feel? Just as awesome as in the videos, right? No show off allowed. Well, after all we're new accounts, still need time to grow. No show off allowed, but I've seen Olji casting magic, his skill is also called Fireball, same as mine, but the effects are completely different. Lin Xian lavished praise on that fireball engulfing half an earthworm. The oppressive presence standing beside me was even more terrifying than watching Edgar fight in the video. Not only could it attack, but it even accounted for environmental damage, turning wetlands into arid land. Absolutely fucking insane. Only after a long while did Lin Xian reluctantly stop, still craving more. People don't boast about themselves. Trust me, the effects in the promotional video must be real. I am Qin Shi Huang. Finally, this is exactly what I wanted to hear. Here I come, beta tester spot. Tianli Sanhua gasped, hiss. Terrifying. What a money pit this is. With this level of computing power, even hundreds or thousands of servers couldn't handle it, exclaimed Second Dog from the village entrance. Village's Second Dog, I bet the data center their company uses to house servers would take up 3 or 4 floors of an office building. I am Qin Shi Huang, more than that. They'd probably need 2 dedicated floors just for air conditioning and power systems to keep those servers running. I am Qin Shi Huang, otherwise, that setup would turn the data center into an instant barbecue pit. Fields 3 Blossoms, does that mean they'd have to buy an entire standalone building? Second Dog at the village entrance, of course. If virtual reality games didn't burn money, they wouldn't live up to the name. Lin Xian gasped in astonishment. With his livestream buddy's comment, he finally grasped the terrifying scale of the company behind Divine Descent. Their 99 yuan game helmets probably couldn't even cover the electricity bill to keep the servers running. After a moment of silence, Lin Xian spoke, his voice inexplicably hoarse and filled with disbelief. Is the game company running a charity here? Now he was increasingly worried that Under the Gods wouldn't survive until the next closed beta test. Without a license number, the game currently can't monetize through in-game purchases. If all else fails, the gaming company could just jack up the price of the helmet several times over. This was the first time Lin Xian actually wanted to spend money on a gaming company but had nowhere to spend it. Chapter 43, the 4th player to obtain closed beta access. The group chat history continued. Tianli 3 Flowers, by the way, who's Olji with the fireball spell? Village Dog, our faction leader Yi Ji. Since the setting makes him one of our own, he's also the only NPC with a Chinese-style name in there. I am Qincher Huang, claiming faction leader status without even having game access, are we? He's clearly the faction leader for me and Lao Xiao.
The pond is full for Junior. Screenshot of closed beta qualification for Under the Gods.
The pond is full for Junior. Haha, brother, I'm a beta player too now. Field trio?
Village dog, holy shit, where did you get the beta slot?
Aren't there only 3 players in the game right now? My fish pond is full. Haha, I wrote a 10,000 word essay directly in the comments section at the end of the application form. My fish pond is full, just sent it out and the spots came in right after, can't help it, bro's luck is just that good. Wink. I am Qincher Huang, you sneaky bastard. No wonder you disappeared halfway through our group chat, turns out you were silently striking gold. Second dog from the village, the organizer is actually online. I'll go and resubmit my application right now. Tianli Sanhua, I think my registration information isn't complete enough. I'll go back and make some changes. The group chat erupted with wild theories and outrageous jokes. The newly selected beta tester Little Fish's pond is full was being showered with praise. Fans were eager to learn from him, hoping to discover some tricks for obtaining beta access. Everyone submitted their registration info, so how come only you succeeded? After Fish Pond got the qualification, he became so full of himself that he did nothing but boast. Everyone got so mad they immediately turned on him and muted him. But since Fish Pond was actually an admin, he simply unmuted himself and kept on showing off. The chat group erupted into complete chaos. Lin Xian was thoroughly amused, grinning so wide her face might split. Suddenly, a viewer named Pretend I'm Blind jumped into the conversation. Pretend I'm blind, ha, watching these paid shills entertain themselves is hilarious. Just pretend I'm blind, with 99 bucks for fraud, how much can each of you even pocket? Fine, I must be blind, even taking such dirty money, I really misjudged you. Aren't you human? Just consider me blind, has left the group chat. The group suddenly fell silent. Lin Xian's smile froze on his face. This viewer named Blind Eye was actually one of his longtime fans. Coupled with his flashy message bubble display, it was impossible for Lin Xian to pretend he hadn't seen it. Not just that, there was more. As if coordinated, several more group exit notifications popped up in quick succession. May there be no internet scams has left the group chat. The internet is not a lawless place has left the group chat. Asterisk 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 has left the group chat. It took a while before it stopped. Field trio, it's alright, brother Xiao, we believe in you. Village dog, if you really wanted to make dirty money, you would have joined when all those influencers were pushing blind boxes last year. My fish pond is overflowing, been a loyal fan for 4 years, don't worry. I am Qincher Huang, I believe a company capable of producing those battle effects shown in the promotional video wouldn't scam people for just 99 yuan. The little scholar's fish tank is full, right, I just checked, there are only 12 people signed up now. If this really were a scam company, they'd undoubtedly be at the bottom of the industry's performance rankings every month. Lin Xian felt warmth in his heart, his eyes brimming with emotion. No show-offs here, don't worry, time will tell. The current situation is much better than I imagined. No show-offs here, it's getting late, good night, everyone. I am Qincher Huang, alright, resting early sounds wise. Soon, Lin Xian's profile picture turned gray. Tianli Sanhua sighed, Xiaoji still got hurt already saying goodnight at just 10 p.m. Must have tucked himself under the covers, secretly dripping little pearls, chuckled second dog from the village. The young master's fish pond is full of these fragile-hearted youngsters. But the real Lin Xian, the moment he logged into QQ, he immediately opened the still-running promotional video for Beneath the Gods. Wow, oh, so cool. Lin Xian gazed wistfully at the uncensored black blood and demon fragments on the ground. His eyes shimmered with excitement. Every time I watch it, I discover something new in old AI's combat moves. It's as if he's truly mastered these fighting techniques through lifelong practice from childhood. The magic segments in the promotional footage have exceptionally well-executed special effects. The realistically logical hand-to-hand combat sequences are equally impressive. Even he, a professional gaming blogger, couldn't find a single flaw in them. It was more like watching an actual combat tutorial. Lin Xian licked his lips with a sly grin. The kid in the group finally quieted down. Let's play the promotional video again. Click, play. He watched it over and over again. Only when Lin Xian could hum along to the background music did he finally feel satisfied. That's the feeling, amazing. Checking the time, he realized it was already a new day. Time flies so fast? Lin Xian clicked his tongue in surprise. He grabbed the game helmet again, only to find he still couldn't log in. Lin Xian reluctantly placed the helmet back. If I can't log in tonight, by the time I wake up tomorrow, 2 days will have passed in the game. I wonder if my character will starve to death. Lin Xian flopped backward into his chair and began wriggling like a worm. It feels like 10,000 ants are crawling all over me. Without god-tier gameplay I'm gonna die. Games, he just wants to play games. Ltia. An undisturbed afternoon without players. Dappled sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, casting bizarre patterns of light and shadow.
Edgar pressed onward, vines twining around him. At last, as the final shadows of the dense forest fell away behind him, his vision opened up to boundless clarity. Traces of human activity appeared in the distance. After half a day's journey, he finally left the forest of giant oaks. Chapter 44, The Vagrants on the Wasteland. Prisoner Blade. The interior of the forest of giant oaks was infested with monsters, while its center was an absolute forbidden zone occupied by high-level creatures. But the abundant magical resources and the buried treasures from the previous era attracted countless adventurers and mages who traveled from afar, disregarding the dangers to their lives. Where there are people, there are city-states, and thus emerged the towns of Nali and Dis. Yet not everyone could dress in fine clothes, live within the city limits, and enjoy the protection of the town guards. A significant portion of the lowest commoners, unable to bear the exorbitant taxes within the city walls, they dwell beyond the city-state. They sustain themselves by cultivating lands near the great oakwood forest, where taxes are far lighter. Slowly hoarding coins, they strive to secure passage for themselves and kinfolk into the city when the arcane tide comes, a precious ticket to refuge behind those towering walls. Resilient grass covered the hillside, swaying in the wind like shifting gray clouds. Only a few patches lay bare, revealing fields where crops had just sprouted or the occasional crude wooden hut, like neat fabric pierced by scattered holes. Edgar deftly scaled the hillside. A crude thatched hut was found in the lee of the wind. Thud, thud, thud. 3 rhythmic knocks sounded on the door. Yet, only deathly silence answered from within. There was no response whatsoever. Edgar's expression remained unchanged, his voice low. Stop pretending. I know you're in there. But what answered him remained a deathly silence. Edgar took a deep breath, his tone now tinged with helplessness and sincerity. This time what I brought isn't just red sun coins. As the words fell, a soft click sounded. The tightly shut gate swung open. A gaunt, dark-complexioned old man with wolf-sharp eyes leaned halfway through the doorway. He warily scanned his surroundings, confirming all was safe. His movements visibly loosened as he heaved a sigh of relief. The old man's name was Prison Blade. A name that didn't sound like one at all, yet represented an utterly common naming convention among the lower classes of Alteria. Even the old man's name was somewhat pleasant to the ear. At least it wasn't as careless as simply calling him Short Stool or Blackfoot based on whatever was nearby. Edgar had met him just a few days prior. The man was a local bully in the area who had lived there for 5 years and commanded considerable respect. From him, Edgar purchased 10 garments made of tough grass for 20 scarlet sun coins, along with a pile of practical farming tools for land cultivation. Resilient grass grows with the wind, found everywhere. Because of its sufficient toughness and low moisture content, cordgrass is exceptionally easy to weave into clothing, making it the most common attire among the lower classes. Nari town belongs to the kingdom of Yon, where the common currency is called the soul. The price of hardy grass garments generally ranges from 1 to 5 souls. 1 crimson sun coin is worth 100 souls. It may seem Edgar got the short end of the stick, but in reality, the other party would gladly accept 100 souls rather than 10 crimson sun coins. Currency that's too valuable feels more like a hot potato when held in one's hands. Edgar couldn't spend this money anyway due to his identity issues, so the transaction a few days ago could be considered a mutually beneficial deal at an acceptable price. Now, Yiji wanted him to find more starter gear for players. The first trading partner Edgar thought of was still him. The prisoner moved aside, revealing the pitch-black room. Come in. Edgar stepped across the threshold, and the door immediately shut behind him. Inside, the doors and windows were tightly sealed, making it dim even during daytime. The prisoner groped in the dark and lit an oil lamp. The dim yellow light flickered in the cramped space, barely illuminating the scene inside the room. Well, one could say the room was practically bare of any furnishings. Apart from a table, a broken bed, a 3-legged stool, and a few jars and bottles tucked away in the corner, there was nothing else. Edgar looked at the room, now even more bare after several days of absence. Playing poor is a bit too obvious. The imprisoned swordsman snorted disdainfully. How could a noble knight like you ever truly understand the lives of us common folk? He moved a square stone from the corner to the table's edge, propping it beneath the stool's 3 legs. Though the stool still wobbled, it stood considerably steadier than its initial teetering state. The prisoner's blade sank heavily onto the 3-legged stool. Crossing his legs, an air of defiance gleamed in his eyes. Come then, the Dawn Knight of old, who once propelled the Radiance Church to glorious heights during the Godfall epoch, only to deal it the final crushing blow as its arch-heretic. The infamous degenerate sword, Edgar Renault. What business does such a legend have with this old man today? Edgar raised his eyes, a sharp glint flashing momentarily before settling back into unfathomable tranquility. Impressive intelligence-gathering skills. Edgar examined Prison Knife carefully, with even more focus than during their first meeting. He couldn't help feeling inwardly surprised. No matter how you look at it, the other person was utterly ordinary, never having been touched by any magical transformation. And in just a few years, they would reach the final chapter of their human life. Yet somehow,
within merely 2 days, they had uncovered his true identity. There was a hint of inquisitiveness in Edgar's tone. This isn't the kind of information network drifters on the wasteland would have access to. Who exactly are you? Prison Knife let out a low chuckle, his voice hoarse and bearing the marks of time, particularly grating to the ears. Heh, so the noble knight knows nothing of the lives of us insignificant folk. The old man has managed to be neighbors with monsters for 5 years, he must have some cleverness in other areas. Since we can't use magic, the only thing we can train and improve is our ability to read people. Having said that, his tone shifted, becoming more cautious and pleading. I've heard about the Watcher's situation too, we're all in the same boat, so I hope we can show each other some understanding. Life isn't easy for anyone. Today is our last deal, after this, please don't come back. Before powerful mages, ordinary folks are always the first to suffer. Mystical magic and prophecies of eras to come have nothing to do with them. They simply want to live their lives in peace. Edgar narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat surprised inside. The other party's attitude was far better than he had anticipated. They maintained a relatively neutral stance toward the members of the Watchers. He had absolutely no connection to the so-called small fry he mentioned. Surprise was but a fleeting emotion. Just as the prison blade never inquired about the purpose of traded goods, he too asked no questions about the other party's origins. Edgar produced his meticulously prepared list of required items. I need large quantities of tough grass garments, as well as farming and construction tools, the more, the better. Prison Blade stared at the lengthy list of tools, veins throbbing visibly across his forehead. His heart sank with foreboding. A trade, my foot. Edgar certainly didn't hold back, he thought bitterly. Every item on the list was basic equipment, yet crucially essential nonetheless. But there are too many varieties. Even if you went shopping at the busiest store in Naily Town, you might not be able to gather everything at once. The more Prison Blade looked, the more regret he felt. If he had known such a god of slaughter would come today, he should have hidden in town. No, knowing the other party's true identity, he should have moved out overnight. The deeper Prison Blade read, the more alarmed he became. The other party had listed a bunch of iron weapons in the inventory, yet still had the audacity to call them farming tools. They didn't even pretend to disguise them, making it hard for him to play dumb. Chapter 45, Are there more wanderers on the wilderness lately? Finally, with a sharp snap, Prison Blade shut the obviously shady inventory. He closed his eyes to suppress the surging emotions within. They really didn't treat him as an outsider. These things clearly indicate that the Watcher's stronghold is nearby, and it's currently under construction. Having such a neighbor is far more dangerous than the occasional low-level magical beasts that wander out from the forest of giant oaks. Prison Blade opened his eyes and said through gritted teeth, I have stone picks and iron hoes, but iron swords, and all the tools that come after, none of them. His tone carried a touch of helplessness and determination, with an air that brooks no argument. Although the weapons on the list were utterly insignificant compared to the strength of the Watcher's members themselves, it couldn't even be called a weapon, just a sharper piece of metal. But the church didn't see it that way. If they really made this deal with Edgar, they'd be effectively boarding the Watcher's pirate ship. That would be practically asking for death. No, even if it might anger him, Prison Blade simply couldn't agree to this. Edgar's eyes reflected disappointment. Yet considering the other circumstances, one couldn't help but understand. The quantity of what he wanted was indeed substantial. No single person could supply everything needed. It required cooperation from nearby farmers. This was precisely why he sought out this local power broker. Had these peasants possessed sufficient resources, they wouldn't have been reduced to living in the wilderness. Only those with surplus clothing or tools could afford to trade them. It's already considered good enough. There's no way to expect a complete variety of items in the trade. Edgar pondered for a moment, ultimately settling for the next best option. What about the triangular ruler? I can do without other things, but the triangular ruler is indispensable. The triangular ruler was one of the essential supplies Yi Ji insisted Edgar must purchase before his departure. Sweetwater Town currently lacks any surveying instruments for building construction. Relying solely on intuition would result in serious structural stability issues for the houses. The triangular ruler was absolutely indispensable. Other non-essential tools, Yi Ji suggested, could be left for the players to freely improvise. And clothing made from resilient grass will need at least 6 sets. Prison Blade closed his eyes and took a deep breath, reminding himself not to lose his temper. This adversary isn't someone to mess with. Even if the intelligence suggests that the fallen sword is severely injured, with less than 1/10 of his strength remaining, he is still not someone to be trifled with. My sincerest apologies. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy thud abruptly cut him off. Bang! Edgar turned sideways and retrieved a bamboo basket from the storage space that reached up to his thighs. It was fully loaded with bright red wild fruits, each about the size of a baby's fist. They were the same type of wild fruits he had taken out yesterday to serve as lunch for the players. As soon as he brought them out, their fruity fragrance immediately filled the entire room. Are these sweet fruits enough to trade for all the supplies I mentioned? Edgar said. Sweet fruit trees are very common in the Great Oakwood Forest. They have a sweet and sour taste, provide strong satiety, bear fruit throughout all seasons, and produce abundant yields. They serve as the staple food for many magical creatures in the forest. Just some peripheral monsters, Edgar found them easy enough to handle. This basket of sweet fruit counted as cost-free resources. Shiodao's gaze was instantly drawn to the overflowing basket, a flicker of greed and delight flashing in his eyes. He eagerly agreed. Enough. Of course it's enough. A triangular ruler and linen clothing, right? I'll go prepare them for you right away. He wasn't even worried that Edgar might tamper with the house while he was gone. With that, he dashed out the door in a flash. Before leaving, he casually snuffed out the wick of the oil lamp as well. Edgar. With his strength, he could clearly see his surroundings even without an oil lamp. But Prison Blade's action of pinching the wick was so decisive and matter-of-fact that it was impossible not to notice. He looked around, gazing at the empty room devoid of people and nearly devoid of anything else. After a long while, he slowly exhaled and muttered to himself. You really guessed right. Before coming, he had surmised that Prison Blade would no longer gladly accept Crimson Sun coins, so he prepared a life-preserving magical artifact to trade with the other party. But the basket filled with sweet fruits was thrust into his hands by Yi Ji just before departure. Food undoubtedly proved to be a harder currency than magical artifacts. He'd left feeling doubtful, yet now it appeared the results were unexpectedly excellent. Saved a whole lot of debate. At this thought, a flicker of confusion flashed through Edgar's eyes. It's currently summer, though not harvest season yet. Food is nowhere near as scarce as in winter. Could something have happened outside? The significance of the triangular ruler was different from the tools mentioned before. Edgar could clearly tell that the other party initially didn't want to help them with this favor. But for a basket of sweet fruits, the prisoner immediately changed his mind. This shows how important food is. Sweet fruits are highly satiating, but their shelf life is limited. With so many sweet fruits, Xiaodao alone couldn't possibly finish them all. This suggests other farmers have the same need. Are there really this many farmers near the giant Oakwood Forest? Edgar murmured to himself. When he visited 2 days ago, it took the farmers an entire afternoon just to gather 10 pieces of resilient grass clothing. Now he asked for 6 more items, and Prison Blade actually agreed without hesitation. The difference couldn't be more striking. After waiting for nearly half an hour, following a faint creaking sound, Prison Blade sneaked in through the door like a thief. He held behind his back a bulging, oversized sack that nearly buried him. The door had just closed. He immediately slammed the bag onto the ground, producing a loud clattering noise. There, everything's here. The prisoner leaned on his waist and plopped back down onto the 3-legged stool. He gasped for breath against the table. Oof, hauling all these things at once, this old body of mine is completely spent. Edgar rested his hand atop the woven basket. The sack brimmed full with sweet fruits, now piled high in a rounded mound. Is this enough? He eyed the overstuffed sack where any more would make the fruits tumble out. Prisoner Blade sat up straight at once, grinning to reveal a yellowed front tooth. That's enough. This old man isn't tired at all now. Fortunately, we got lucky. The 2 new refugees used to be tailors and brought plenty of supple grass and ready-made supple grass garments with them. Consider the extra as a small token of appreciation from the farmers of Jibu Slope. Take them all as gifts. Edgar stepped forward and meticulously examined the contents of the cloth bag, verifying each item one by one. The other items on the list matched the numbers correctly. Processed tough grass and ready-made garments made from it took up half the bag. At minimum, enough for 30 or 40 garments could be produced. Edgar was quite pleased with this generous bonus. He deftly retied the cloth bag and slipped it neatly into his personal storage space. Then, as promised, he pushed forward the basket filled with sweet fruits. The captive bladesman immediately broke into a grin and pulled the basket into his embrace. He began busily counting the sweet fruits in the basket. While he was counting the sweet fruits, Edgar casually brought up, "Seems like there have been quite a few more drifters on the wastelands lately?" The smile on Prison Blade's face faltered momentarily before quickly returning to normal. He continued counting the sweet fruits with ease, his tone relaxed. "Nothing particularly special, just several times more refugees than the highest number I've seen in 5 years, that's all. Heh, even the wasteland is being snatched up by them." Chapter 46, The Harsh Taxation of Nari Town. Who knows, maybe one day we'll have a town called Stop Sloping Hill, and then even I, Prison Knife, could be the mayor of. Then, Prison Knife continued counting the sweet fruits as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Edgar slightly furrowed his brow. This desolate land was called Halt Slope by the drifters, being the closest human activity spot near the giant oak forest. The meaning was quite clear: one must stop and turn back upon reaching this place. Going further in, one would truly be keeping company with monsters. Only those desperate refugees who couldn't even afford the cheapest outskirts land in Naily Town would choose to reclaim the wilderness not claimed by Naily Town. and only those ostracized by other wilderness refugees would drift all the way to this most dangerous part of the wastelands. The land on Stop Slope is tax-free, yet entirely unprotected. The town's militia, though lazy and gluttonous, rarely patrols. But having something is fundamentally different from having nothing. Here, the refugees could only rely on luck and past experience to avoid the occasional monsters that strayed out of the dense forest. They also had to seize opportunities to clear wasteland and grow crops. Life was hard and filled with fear. Normally, even if people ended up here, there shouldn't be more than 20 at most. So many people gathered together, it's practically a feast box luring monsters out of the forest. She recalled Yijiline's parting words, try to pay attention to major events beyond the forest. Edgar, who had originally intended to drop the subject, brought it up again. Why has the number of refugees increased? Though he believed it would still be a long time before Sweetwater Town was fully built and ready for outward exploration. Perhaps by then, this matter and its consequences would have long since ended. But his job was simply to get things done. After all, it was just a small effort with no harm done. A gleam of sharp intelligence flashed through Prison Blade's eyes, then vanished without a trace. He chuckled as he counted the sweet fruits, his tone tinged with self-mockery and resignation. Why else? The number of drifters isn't decided by me, nor by themselves, it depends on what the town mayor does. Who'd choose to gamble their life in the wastelands if they could live in the urban district? Then came the self-muttering, telling jokes about recent happenings in Naily Town. First, the town mayor's youngest daughter's pet dog died. The mayor had a sudden enlightenment to make the townsfolk realize the importance of the dim-witted creatures around them, so they wouldn't regret it only after losing them. All livestock in the town must pay additional taxes, under the pretext that money cannot replace feelings, but it makes one more aware of the other's importance. Mercy me, how could townsfolk afford to keep pets? The animals in their possession were all oxen, horses, sheep, livestock that could serve as transportation and participate in labor. From dawn till dusk all year round, farmers relied on them for milk, milling grain, breeding, just to survive the winter properly. These creatures were the lifelines of entire families. Who wouldn't take it seriously? Who dares not to take it seriously? Even though the town mayor had already collected livestock taxes during transactions, now they're adding a temporary maintenance tax. Not to mention the usual expenses for livestock feed. They're absolutely driving people to desperation. Then, the town mayor suddenly decided to celebrate his 52-and-a-half-year birthday extravagantly, insisting that all townsfolk attend to share in his joy. Sharing joy? More like soliciting birthday gifts. Those who couldn't afford presents or whose gifts weren't thoughtful enough all saw their residential taxes increased afterward, punishment for their disloyalty. Those who couldn't pay were drained of their savings before being driven out of Nari Town. These are actually the most ordinary two minor incidents in the recent township head's operations. With endless varieties of taxes cropping up one after another, how could wandering refugees not increase? Recently, there's been an order compelling all plantation owners to fully utilize the wastelands they've contracted. Start cultivating early and strive to harvest another batch of crops before winter arrives. Prison Knife smiled mockingly, his tone laced with a mix of sarcasm and sorrow. Ha ha! He probably forgot those wastelands came to be because the farm owners, eager to please him, had just planted fussy magical herbs there as enchanted fields. Land not on magic nodes got ravaged like this for a year. Barely any yield, yet it sucked all the nutrients dry from the soil. If you don't let the land rest, how could anything grow there? Yet not only did he pretend not to know, he still insists these worthless plots should bear taxes just like productive land, his newly increased 60% taxes no less. The Prison Blade's tone grew increasingly icy as he spoke. Edgar listened quietly to all this. After Prisoner Knife finished speaking, he gave a slight nod, his tone carrying a sigh. May you overcome these difficulties soon. Since the sweet fruits have been counted correctly and the deal is done, I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned to leave. Prison Knife's expression froze. Seeing that Edgar truly had no other intentions, he left with clean, decisive movements. Finally, he grew anxious. Prison Knife hastily dropped the basket he was carrying, leapt to his feet, and blocked Edgar's path. Wait, aren't you the least bit curious why? His voice carried a new tone of urgency and expectation. Edgar stopped at the call, his gaze unervingly calm and devoid of emotion, as if that fleeting trace of reluctance in his earlier words had merely been Prison Blade's mishearing. Early this spring, a section of the Great Oak Forest collapsed, sending numerous demonic creature corpses down the Volund River, turning its waters black. It's a sign that high-level demons have died, heralding the outbreak of a demonic tide. Without a doubt, this year's winter will be a harsh one to endure. Was everything that happened in Nari Town preparing for the demon tide? Monsters have a strict hierarchy among themselves. A high-level magical creature often rules over a territory within the Great Oak Forest. With such a creature now dead, chaos won't erupt immediately. But come winter when food grows scarce, these leaderless monsters will start venturing beyond the forest. Edgar crossed his arms, narrating Nari Town's current situation as if telling a story. Neri town, being the closest settlement to the giant oakwood forest in the kingdom of Yon, was bound to be swallowed by the forest sooner or later. It had long been relegated to a state of semi-autonomy, practically abandoned.
Alas, the town's mayor, Abel, was nothing but a hedonistic fool.
He barely maintained his lavish lifestyle by leeching off adventurers traveling to and from the giant oakwood forest.
He couldn't care less about management or militia training.
Nerith town's forces are nowhere near strong enough to withstand a magic surge. Every time a magic surge hits, we barely scrape by with assistance from the royal capital.
Isn't that right? Edgar hadn't been in the kingdom of Joan for long.
He owed his knowledge of this to Yiji's constant complaining. Nerith town, known for its corruption, and the minor demonic tide caused by monster clashes, make perfect training grounds for new adventurers. Prison Blade let out a bitter laugh, his heart heavy as if weighed down by a stone.
Exactly.
Just like previous years, the town mayor requested aid from the royal capital this year, and the capital sent 2 Radiant Light Church initiates as promised.
But not long ago, they met with an accident along the way.
In any case, their remains are already being transported back to the capital.
The kingdom of Joan would never casually abandon any piece of its territory.
Thus, when Abel sought to leverage his connections to request aid from the royal capital, he succeeded with ease. Yet equally, the kingdom of Joan wouldn't place much importance on a small town destined for ruin sooner or later.
Once the support runs out, there'll be no replacements coming. Chapter 47. Why is the script completely different from what I imagined?
The prisoner's knife punched the wall in frustration. Both Friar Grilza and Friar Shilin are of Archmage caliber.
Handling a minor surge of demons would be more than enough for them.
Similarly, the kingdom has only dispatched these 2 as our reinforcements this year. Now with both Archmages dead, we'll have to find another way to survive the demon surge. The capital not only refused to send reinforcements, but also pressured the town mayor to hastily pay the reward for their so-called aid, and guess where those funds ended up?
Straight into the hands of ordinary folk.
Though they enjoy no benefits whatsoever, they are forced to pay exorbitant aid fees, then continue facing the impending tide of demons.
The imprisoned Blade grew angrier the more he spoke.
2 grand archmages, actually dying while crossing the frigid wind plains, how utterly.
The subsequent curses were simply too vile. He didn't voice them in Edgar's presence. Edgar paused in silence for a moment. 2 magister-level clergymen from the Church of Blazing Light? The frigid wind plains? How familiar those words sound.
It turns out they could also be counted as one of the driving forces behind the crisis in Neli town. As Prison Blade continued to curse, claiming the archdemon mentor's reputation was undeserved, Edgar suddenly thought, perhaps the other party's information channels weren't as extensive as he'd imagined. Edgar cleared his throat. The only solution for Nerith town is to prepare another round of aid rewards and seek help from a different faction.
That's why the mayor has been imposing so many harsh taxes, isn't it?
Midsummer has already arrived, and there's no hope of relying on the royal capital anymore.
By the time reinforcements arrive, the flowers in Nerith town will have long withered.
The best course of action is to seek protection from Ironstone City, our neighboring stronghold. If the defense line of Neli town is breached,
the town's now facing the same predicament as Neli town would be them. Thus, if Neli town offers sufficient rewards to seek aid, Ironstone City will surely agree.
Prison Blade gazed at him admiringly. Exactly. The ties between Neli town and Ironstone City have indeed grown increasingly close lately. But with Ironstone City's help, we've nearly gained another slim chance of survival. This winter is bound to be exceptionally harsh in the eyes of most Neli town residents.
Assistance doesn't mean they'll stake their lives on Neli town's survival.
Ironstone City also lies within the Demon Tide's reach and can't possibly deploy all its forces to support Neli town. As a border town of the Kingdom of Yon, Ironstone City doesn't have many mages at its disposal.
An optimistic estimate.
After winter passes, at most only half of Neli town's population of 900 will survive.
But now, it's the process by which the town mayor selects those destined to die. Get them out early. There are monsters in the Demon Tide that carry contagious viruses. Ordinary people without combat abilities become mere burdens in the Demon Tide.
Prison Blade let out a long sigh. Those gifted with magical talent are still too few. Humans are doomed to be utterly defeated by the tide of magic. Magic, after all, remains a power grasped only by a select few at the very top. Ordinary people are still too powerless against the tide of magic, left only to migrate through the increasingly hostile environment of Eltia, barely clinging to survival. Edgar fell silent for a moment, visibly moved. Try heading west, cross the wasteland and the Volland River, and you'll reach Dis City in the neighboring duchy of Essary. His words carried an air of unwavering conviction. Though Dis City also faces the Demon Tides, as a renowned mercenary city, their combat capabilities won't be lacking. As long as you make it through safely, you'll surely survive this winter. Prison Blade's lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. The demonic creatures roaming the wasteland, the dangers lurking in the Volland River, how could ordinary folks like us possibly handle them? How can you know without trying? Edgar countered. He maneuvered around the prisoner's knife and pushed open the creaking wooden door. The afterglow of the setting sun spread across the floor. "I'm just giving you a suggestion, whether you want to follow it or not is up to you." With that, he strode completely out the door. "Wait, hold on, sir." The imprisoned Blade called out anxiously several times, but there was no response whatsoever. Edgar was long gone. He slammed his fist against the wooden door in rage. Damn it! The already fragile wooden door let out a creak that seemed on the verge of collapse. Xiaodao's brows furrowed tightly, his mind filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why did the plan go wrong? Why didn't he take in the refugees? The captive sword racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what had gone wrong just now. If the other party was truly the Dawn Knight Edgar Reynold, this shouldn't have been his reaction. The glorious past of the Dawn Knight and the heavy shadow of the fallen sword stood like two insurmountable chasms, making the name Edgar Reynold become a complex and ambiguous symbol in people's mouths. To ordinary people, he was a dishonorable traitor. For those devout followers of the God of Light, he was an unforgivable apostate. But Prison Blade was different. As a child, he had once been fortunate enough to witness the final radiance of the Dawn Knight before his fall. It was an ordinary church baptism. As the one receiving baptism, he had brief contact with the other person. At that time, the other person perfectly embodied everyone's image of a knight. Humble, honest, compassionate, brave, righteous, powerful. Like a lighthouse that would forever guide believers back to the God of Light and restore the divine era. He already seemed poised to become the backbone of the blazing light church, though no one knew why he had betrayed the faith. Yet upon meeting him again, his demeanor remained completely unchanged, his gaze still firm and clear. Then it must still be the Dawn Knight from back then. Yet the righteous knight actually chose to turn a blind eye to the people's suffering? No, something must be wrong somewhere. Prison Blade kept shaking his head in denial, not daring to confirm the suspicion in his heart. The knight showed no reaction to what happened in Naili Town, acting as coldly as if it had nothing to do with him. Though indeed it had nothing to do with him. But this was absolutely not something a knight upholding the 8 virtues would do. And this was under circumstances where the list of items presented by the other party was filled with urgent requests for manpower. Has he truly become a complete apostate, just as the rumors say? Impossible. Prison Blade murmured in disbelief, his voice laced with complex emotions. He spent years struggling among the refugees. He sneered at the justice and kindness preached by the powerful. The lives of those at the bottom are already hanging by a thread. A group of privileged elites who've never known hardship are instead accusing them of being deceitful and cunning? In Elsha, kindness is the most useless thing of all. But for Edgar, who truly follows the path of chivalry, there remains genuine respect in his heart. He couldn't do it, but he respected those who could. Yet sadly, even they could no longer do it. Witnessing the fall of what was once human glory is like reading a tragic story's ending. After seeing it, one can't help but feel an empty melancholy in the heart. Prison Blade clasped his palms together and closed his eyes in prayer. O great Lord of insight and web weaving, is there truly no way out for humanity? Even the Dawn Knight could change his heart and betray the faith. Humankind truly is as described in the divine proclamations. A race incapable of internal tolerance, destined for endless strife, doomed to destroy itself in civil conflicts? Chapter 48, a new NPC candidate delivered to our doorstep. Monsters are creatures that emerged after coming into contact with the remnants of fallen gods, undergoing mutations. They typically exhibit the following characteristics. Possessing immense magical power but extremely low intelligence. After establishing nests in certain locations, they rapidly alter the local environment to transform it into a habitat suitable for their survival. Thanks to these traits, they rapidly developed over the 600 years following the fall of the gods. Step by step, they occupied more than half of Eltia's territory. Even the dragons found these magic creatures, harder to kill than cockroaches and adept at reproducing, utterly exasperating. A single misstep could leave you bitten and bruised all over by their relentless assaults. The good news is, magical creatures aren't without their flaws. For example, they have extremely limited mobility. Under normal circumstances without special situations, most magical creatures won't venture beyond their nest's territory. Ordinary people only need to know how to avoid monster nests. They can thus avoid 99% of potential encounters with them at times other than during demonic tides. What a pity. If everyone were this cautious, there would be no such profession as adventurers. The steadily rising death rate in the Great Oakwood Forest. Without these people, there wouldn't even be a denominator to count. On average, every week, another mercenary squad falls in the Great Oakwood Forest. In a certain sense, the outskirts of the Great Oakwood Forest are actually far livelier than many small towns in human kingdoms. On a tree so large it takes 4 people to encircle its trunk. Yiji sat on the tree trunk and let out a heavy sigh. I did say I came out to catch a few reckless youngsters to bring back as NPCs, but isn't the speed of finding people a bit too fast? Almost immediately after leaving the range of Sweetwater Town's magic array, he had already discovered bloodstains and numerous footprints nearby. Following the footprints, he found over a dozen people in one go, and every single one of them was at least an intermediate-level mage. Look, they're right there under that tree just ahead. Leafno had never felt more distressed in his life. When did the numbers of outsider mages increase so much? And why are they all rushing to the great oakwood forest to throw their lives away? He murmured to himself. Currently, Yiji could only display combat prowess equivalent to that of an intermediate-level mage. Forget about capturing anyone and dragging them back to Sweetwater Town to serve as NPCs. If he could just avoid getting caught in the crossfire and keep his own neck intact, he'd count himself lucky. To avoid being caught up in the chaos, he had no choice but to temporarily climb up a tree and observe the unfolding events below. Under the tree, Elian's clothes were tattered, her face smeared with blood and filled with unwillingness. She attempted to chant the spell once again, waves of pain coursing through her body. Put! Arian spat out a mouthful of blood, her face growing even paler. The black-robed figures surrounding her hastily stepped back, avoiding the pool of blood. The leader of the robed men even disdainfully brushed off his sleeve in disgust. Give it up, Arian. Do you still think you're that magical genius from back then? You're nothing but a worthless waste who stole magic from a heathen god and got reduced to a mere mortal after suffering the backlash. Save your breath, and just enjoy the last moments of your life quietly. The black-robed figure beside her crossed their arms, watching Alien's miserable state with a mocking laugh. Looks like she's not ready to accept her fate yet. If you ask me, the Lord's punishment of simply banishing her to the outskirts of the Great Oak Forest was still too merciful. She should have been thrown straight into the monster's den. Not a shred of hope should have been left for her. Heretics deserve to be burned alive. No matter what, she's still the Lord's adopted daughter. There must be some affection there. What a shame, to raise such an ingrate. Alien lowered her head, showing no reaction to these words. She felt the shattered pathways of magical cultivation within her body. The once powerful font of magical potency was now like a parched, empty well. Not a single drop of mana could be squeezed out. Instead, waves of pain pulsed through her. Only when the black-robed figure crossed the line with their words did Elian lift her head, revealing her heterochromatic eyes. Someone recoiled in disgust, muttering under their breath about how this was just what you'd expect from a heathen's two-faced nature. Elian moistened her cracked, parched lips with her tongue. She hadn't drunk water in too long. She spoke the first words since being brought here. I'm not. Fearing some might not have heard clearly, she even repeated them once more. I've never practiced the magic of the outer gods. Her voice was hoarse, as if it held grains of sand within. What? A black-robed man said incredulously. The evidence is irrefutable. Even at this point, you still refuse to confess? Another black-robed man chimed in. Indeed, we personally witnessed you wield the storm god's magic. Could we all be hallucinating? Heretics are always stubborn, just like the fallen blade. The lead black-robed figure smiled in silence, waiting until nearly everyone had voiced their outrage. Only then did he choose to speak. Alright, we can't stay long in the Great Oak Forest. Since we've delivered the person, we'd better leave as soon as possible. Wait, Carl. Elian is so unpredictable. What if she really manages to escape? Exactly. I must stay here and witness the end of that damned heretic with my own eyes. Just as he finished speaking, faint beastly roars echoed in the distance. It seemed to be running straight toward them. The previously agitated crowd suddenly fell silent, like ducks being choked by the neck. Witnessing the fate of heathens was one thing, but actually facing mortal danger, that was quite another matter. Chapter 49. Fools will always be fools. Even from such a great distance, the commotion from the demonic creature could be clearly heard. Evidently, that monster was relocating its lair. If any unexpected incidents occurred midway, there was a high probability it could trigger a small-scale demonic surge. The crowd began to grow restless. These few greenhorns fresh out of the nest could barely venture to the outermost edges of the great oakwood forest, relying solely on the magical artifacts they carried. Expecting them to handle magical beasts, let alone a full-blown monster surge, was simply asking too much. Carl gave a gentle smile. I understand everyone's desire to eliminate heretics for the Frost Moon Goddess, but this place is truly not safe for prolonged stays. How about this, we leave one representative behind. They can still monitor Elaine and report her fate back to everyone. Moreover, a single person presents a smaller target and is less likely to attract monsters. The group immediately seized this face-saving solution and voiced their enthusiastic agreement. That's a great idea. I agree. But support is one thing, who's actually going to stay behind? Though everyone agreed in principle, no one dared to be the first to ask. Everyone knows the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Carl covered his mouth and gave a light cough. I'm the most skilled in concealment magic among everyone present. For me, safely leaving the great oakwood forest isn't an issue. I'll stay behind. The group was more than eager at the suggestion and showered Carl with praise. Both are the adopted sons of the Lord. How could one be in heaven while the other in hell? Then they seized the opportunity to hurl insults at the fallen alien, as if doing this could conceal the dark thoughts in their hearts and highlight their own righteousness. Having said that,
They chanted spells one after another, running faster than rabbits. Wait until no one was around. Carl no longer needed to maintain that gentle facade. He stepped closer to Elaine, one deliberate stride at a time. The shoes crafted from unknown monster leather mercilessly crushed Elaine's fingertips. Ah! A terrifying sound of bone fracture rang out. Accompanied by Eliana's dry, sandpaper-like moan of pain, it sounded especially piercing. Carl curled his lips into a chilling smile and looked down condescendingly. Eliana, 3 years ago, did you ever imagine I'd be crushing the bones in your hand? Ariane suddenly looked up, her eyes a turbulent mix of shock and fury. Carl, you're the one pulling the strings behind this. The rumors in the territory, the forbidden books about the storm god in my room, the inexplicable appearance of taboo magic, all this was your doing? What exactly have I done to offend you, that you would frame me like this? Carl gave a light laugh, his smile devoid of even a hint of warmth. Why should I tell you? Wouldn't it be more amusing to let you die with confusion and resentment? Eliane's heart sank into an ice cellar. She had considered countless possibilities. Even her adoptive father fell under suspicion. He was the only one never doubted, even if they were now rivals. But if not for Carl back then, Ariane would have failed her assessment long ago, destined to wander the wastelands like most fostered children. There's absolutely no chance of ever becoming a magician. Now they're going all around to deal with her. What are they really after? Eliane clenched her teeth as fragments of the past flashed rapidly through her mind. 3 years ago, was it because you lost to me in the territorial contest and missed out on that talent-cleansing potion? 3 years ago, the Lord had many foster sons. The resources each could claim were pitifully scarce, making the rewards from the territorial competition all the more crucial. Especially that mysterious vial of physique-reforming potion for first place. No one knew where the Lord had obtained it. Truth be told, given the circumstances back then, Carl was the most accomplished among all the adopted children, even possessing a talent so extraordinary it stood in a league of its own. First place was practically a done deal. But then, Ariane emerged as an unexpected dark horse. At first, by drawing a weak opponent, she smoothly advanced to the finals. Once again, due to a temporary explosive surge, she effortlessly defeated Carl, who had already been exhausted from the battle of attrition. As for that bottle of magical potion-washed talent, it didn't actually provide Eliane with any significant improvement. There was not slightest change in her cultivation speed, making her momentarily suspect it was just a bottle of fake medicine. However, after the grand competition's explosive growth, her talent in physical combat became evident, and she discovered the magic swordsman path perfectly suited for her cultivation. Her strength gradually caught up to Carl's, and for now, their cultivation levels were roughly equivalent. During each training session, their wins and losses were nearly equal. Alien's eyes were filled with disbelief and fury. Just for this reason, you'd attempt to take my life? Although their strengths were virtually equal, the Lord clearly favored Carl more. She was less like an adopted daughter and more like just a hired thug. She didn't believe the other party was unaware of her desire to break free from the organization. Of course, Carl grinned. Not. Eliane's angry expression froze on her face. What? Had she misunderstood him? Carl was genuinely amused by Alien's comical expression and burst into heartfelt laughter. Just throwing out a random number, and you actually believed it? You'd really come up with such an absurd excuse to help me? You really are an idiot. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, yet the force in his steps never weakened. Every violent movement was accompanied by Eliane's increasingly agonized moans and the crisp sound of snapping finger bones. Arg! Eliane's forehead was slick with cold sweat from the pain. Carl wiped away the tears that had welled up in his eyes from laughter, his voice turning icy again. But then again, how could that old bastard even think of making a fool like you his heir? Don't you find this ridiculous? Eliane forced herself to endure the excruciating pain, raising her head with fury. I had no knowledge of this whatsoever. How could he possibly choose me as his successor? Indeed, how could he? Carl maintained his smile unchanged. So that statement was also a lie to you. A look of astonishment flashed through Eliane's eyes. Carl chuckled softly. See? You believed it again. Your mouth says impossible, but a fool's eyes never lie. At this rate, if I said, kill you, and the heir's position will be mine, you'd probably scamper off to believe that too. A fierce sense of humiliation and rage surged through Eliane's heart. You! Never before had she wanted so desperately to stand up. She wanted to grab Carl by the collar and smash a fist into his hypocritical face. Yet she couldn't even move a finger, and her lower body had completely lost sensation. She could only wait helplessly like a lamb to the slaughter. Ariane turned her head away, unwilling to look at him or answer any more of his questions. Carl roughly forced her face straight, a malicious smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Don't stop now. Keep talking. From the moment this plan was set in motion, I've been looking forward to seeing that despairing expression on your face. Since I'm going to die anyway, why not give me a little more fun? Eliane remained silent, but he could keep talking to himself. Carl surveyed Eliane, who was half drenched in blood like a demon,
and slowly spoke word by word. You argue that in terms of cultivation, I'm no worse than you, and when it comes to methods or abilities, you have nothing at all. What exactly did that old immortal see in you? Unless... His gaze drifted downward, settling on her chest, half propped against the floor yet forcefully arched into a curve, then slid further down. Chapter 50, Betrayal? Now you're the traitor in everyone's eyes. Eliane's eyes blazed with fury as she growled through gritted teeth. Get lost. She would never believe another word that came out of their mouth. Yet this sleazy, lust-filled gaze still managed to set her blood boiling with rage. For the first time, Eliane hated how inarticulate she was. She couldn't even find words strong enough to vent her fury and curse them out. Even worse, I had to worry that speaking up might make me fall for their tricks, becoming the butt of their mockery and ridicule. Carl pretended not to hear. His gaze traveled downward as he bent over and forcefully pried open her left hand, the one that hadn't been stepped on. The deep crescent marks left by her nails in her palm were shocking to behold. As it opened, blood dripped down effortlessly. Carl laughed even more recklessly. Look at this, even your anger only harms yourself. Those fools actually thought you could escape the great oak forest alone? You'd probably be seen as nothing but deadweight even by traveling mages on their training journeys. Eliane clenched her teeth so hard she nearly crushed her gums. She strained with all her might to move, but it was utterly futile. Despair flooded over her like a tidal wave as she tightly shut her eyes. The worst possible premonition had already taken root in her heart. However, Carl suddenly let go and stepped back, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What? Did you think I was interested in your body? I've no interest in a scar-covered tomboy, just touching you makes my skin crawl. He dusted off his hands as if completing some tedious chore. Those fools are easy to deal with, but the old ones are troublesome. I won't let you die by my hand. I just wanted to check your cultivation level again, but now I see it was completely unnecessary. Carl let out a scoff. To think I'd worry about an idiot like you holding back and pretending to be weak. In that case, it was time to erase his only piece of incriminating evidence. Magic beams gathered in his hand. Eliane's shattered right hand, along with her entire palm, was completely torn to shreds by the raging wind. MMMPH. Eliane gritted her teeth, swallowing the moan that nearly escaped her lips. His expression was even more shocked than when he discovered Carl was the mastermind behind it all. Gale Wind Kamaitashi, Advanced Wind Magic. You've truly pledged allegiance to the storm god? With all her strength, she screamed, you're the real heretic. Eliane had originally thought that Carl's actions were merely about framing her and slandering her for worshipping other gods. But who could have known that Carl would go to such extremes? The spell she cast before everyone's eyes turned out to be neither illusion nor deception. Except the true caster was someone else entirely. Eliane's voice trembled uncontrollably with anger. Did you also have a hand in this magical backlash on me? If not for this inexplicable magical backlash, she wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Ming, she had been preparing for years to leave. Even if the action was hasty, the chance of successful escape wouldn't be low. Carl gave her an approving glance. After guessing for so long, you finally got one thing right. What a pity you realized it too late. Only the truth makes the most perfect trap. Otherwise, do you think the old man could be fooled so easily? Of course, only the emergence of a genuine heretic could solidify the accusation of Eliane being a heretic. Only then could all her escape routes be severed at once. Then, and by crippling her cultivation, we'd eliminate the last possibility of her resurgence. You betrayed the Frost Moon Goddess, and one day you'll get your comeuppance. Eliane roared. Betrayal? Right now, you're the traitor in everyone's eyes. Carl sneered. Even if I do face retribution, you certainly won't be around to see it. I'll witness your downfall personally, and first. Rest assured, it'll take me less than half a day to leave this godforsaken place. Care to guess why? Ha 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 ha. On the tree. Yiji listened to the increasingly grating and unpleasant laughter below, yawning out of boredom. He casually remarked. Another classic case of the villain dying from excessive monologuing. Though honestly, this one talked so much it nearly put him to sleep. Yiji adjusted into a more comfortable sitting position, careful not to let his bones clatter down and reveal his presence. What a tedious story. Better wrap this up quickly. The sooner it's over, the sooner he can get down. Damn that senior magician Carl and his absurdly cautious nature. While claiming Eliane would never rise, his body honestly stayed put, waiting to witness her demise with his own eyes. This forced him to remain perched in the tree, listening to this entire story where the protagonist and villain's power levels were completely mismatched. Beneath the tree, Carl didn't get to laugh for long. The sound of monstrous creatures colliding in the distance grew louder and louder, with even similar noises from a second and third monster emerging. His smile froze at the corners of his mouth, then he swiftly turned his head to gaze in the direction of the sounds. Seeing entire swaths of trembling treetops, Carl's face filled with astonishment. Could it really be a monster migration? He initially saw others timidly fleeing at the slightest disturbance. He sneered disdainfully in his heart, thinking they were scared so easily by mere noises. Perfect, let these cowardly idiots clear the space for him to tidy up loose ends. Then the demonic creatures actually came charging in their direction? Carl glared resentfully at the barely breathing Eileen lying on the ground, then clenched his teeth. Forget it, not like you'll be able to escape anyway. Dying in a monster's maw is more than you deserve. With that, he turned and quickly vanished into the depths of the dense forest, while the commotion caused by the approaching monsters grew louder in the distance. Elian's consciousness grew increasingly blurred from blood loss. Boundless resentment filled her heart. Is this truly my final ending? She muttered resentfully. Her chaotic mind suddenly became crystal clear. No way. An unprecedented will to survive surged through her like a tidal wave, shattering all physical limitations. Elian reopened her eyes, her left hand struggling forward inch by inch, gripped the ground harder. Her fingertips left crimson trails of blood on the rough terrain, each scratch a desperate testament to her struggle. Unfortunately, her body remained completely still, its position unchanged. Elian didn't give up. Blocking out the increasingly loud and chaotic noises approaching, she continued her attempts. Gradually, her left hand began moving with greater range, and gradually more parts of her body regained mobility. Arian extended her right hand, now missing its palm. With a forceful motion, threads of crimson blood tinged with azure blue continuously flowed from the wound at her wrist. I must survive. Arian mustered all her strength to roar, yet produced only a sound as faint as a mosquito's hum. She supported herself with her right elbow, straining to crawl forward. A stranger's voice rang out beside her. Hey, your arteries busted open and you're still crawling? Chapter 51, Dragon's Blood. Arian's eyes, not yet completely obscured by blood, brimmed with despair. Had she been fooled yet again? There were no magical creatures after all, just Carl's cruel joke to toy with her? He must have found her pitiful, wretched state absolutely hilarious. But when Elian looked up, she froze instantly. The speaker was completely concealed beneath a flowing black robe. The same colored robe looked completely different on him than it did on Carl, and his stature was somewhat taller than Carl's. Gazing at the suddenly appeared mysterious stranger, Elian demanded sharply, "Who are you?" She could sense it, the aura radiating from the opposing figure was overwhelmingly powerful, not due to magical fluctuations, but an intrinsic essence emanating from within. That's the demeanor only a centuries-old monster could possess. He is a powerful mage. At this thought, Alien's gaze grew even more wary. And the fallen leaf knows. He didn't respond at all, bowing his head to scoop up a trace of bloodstain from the ground with his fingers, studying it intently. In the still-flowing blood, the red and blue colors remained distinctly separate. Though scarce, the blue blood showed no signs of dissolving, resembling an unbroken silk thread. Yiji originally had no intention of intervening in Elaine's affairs. He eavesdropped by the wall, hoping to find a laborer with potential to cultivate. Yet after listening to the entire conversation, only one thought remained. There was a reason Elaine had fallen to such a state. Elthia had no place for mages who possessed only power, yet remained naive and kind-hearted. Bringing back such a person would do more harm than good. Laborers can be found anywhere, but she must not cause trouble for the Watchers. With Carl, the only threat to Yiji, gone, it was time for him to leave too. The result? Alien could actually move again. Yiji extended his magical tendrils into the blue blood, muttering to himself. Paralysis, mana depletion, mental collapse, weakness, infection, severe blood loss, dizziness. In this condition, you can still move? Haven't even managed to kill yourself? Yiji clicked his tongue in fascinated surprise. On Earth, a wrist cut like that would be fatal enough. Yet, Alien, who lost her entire hand, was still hopping around without any hemostatic measures. Well, according to the standards of Eltia continent, mages aren't immortal cultivators. She should have been unconscious and waiting to die from such an injury. Yiji sensed there was something unusual about this. About 10 seconds passed. Yiji shook off the bloodstains remaining on his hand bones, the azure flames in his eye sockets flickering briefly. Dragon's bloodline? No wonder his physical constitution is so exceptional. So it turns out he's just activated his hidden bloodline talents. Yiji stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's why I always say, never give your enemies a rage buff for no reason. See what happens now? Dragons were inherently ill-tempered and easily enraged creatures. This fury directly activated the ancestral bloodline awakening. Rage, Papa Rip? Alien's eyes clouded with momentary confusion before regaining their determined focus. What are you saying? I can't understand you. She stared at the exposed white hand bones protruding from Yiji's sleeves, her eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Who the hell are you? In the distance came the unnatural sounds created by demonic creatures, tangible omens of approaching danger. Yiji slowly lowered his hood, revealing a skull composed entirely of bones. His eye sockets held no eyes, only a pair of ethereal flames emitting an eerie blue glow. Me? I too am someone who has betrayed the gods and will suffer retribution, as you say. Elian's pupils contracted sharply in shock, then abruptly widened. A sentient undead, you are G. Mephistopheles Karen Yi. Wow, even I can't remember such a long name myself, only those churches would keep it in mind. Yi pulled his cloak back on. Seems like the forces behind you are a bit troublesome. But never mind, who told you to run into me? As luck would have it, he was currently short of NPCs, especially professional instructors who could teach players draconic magic. Finding a descendant of dragons in such a remote town, the troubles brought by Elian were completely insignificant. Kinda naive, how wonderful that she possesses such power yet lacks cunning. This is called justice that listens and possesses formidable strength. Wouldn't she truly be perfect to serve as an NPC in his game? Yiji's moral bottom line shifted rapidly as his gaze softened considerably when looking at Ailian. With a wave of his hand, a parchment scroll materialized out of thin air before Ailian. This is not a safe place to talk. If you want to live, sign here before those little bastards catch up. A master-servant contract. Ailian instantly recognized the purpose of the parchment scroll. Her eyes clearly reflected inner turmoil. That's true. If there were no benefits to gain, why would a dark mage like him bother saving her? Was she truly going to abandon the Frost Moon Goddess and solidify her status as an apostate? Yishi gazed at the distant direction from which the anomalous sounds were moving. The monsters will probably arrive here in about 2 minutes. I'm only giving you 1 minute to think. His tone was calm, as if Alien's answer would have no effect on him whatsoever. Alien's face was unnaturally pale from blood loss. She glanced at her paralyzed body and mutilated right hand, then lifted her gaze to Yiji, who stood as immovable as a mountain. Fear, hatred, and unwillingness intertwined in her eyes. 50 seconds left, Yiji calmly announced. From the dense forest behind them came the thunderous sound of trees snapping. 45 seconds. The beast's roar grew closer, vibrating through the air and trembling through Elian's heart. 30 seconds. Elian stared at her inexplicably blue-tinged blood. My mind scrambled through all the knowledge I'd ever learned, but no answers surfaced. Elian attempted to negotiate. Did you save me because of my blood? 25 seconds. Am I important to you? 15 seconds. You, just how many of my secrets do you know? Who exactly am I? 10, 9, 8. I agree. Elian used every ounce of her strength to press her bloodied hand onto the contract before the countdown ended. A magical contract wouldn't become invalid just because the fingerprints were damaged. The moment Alien's hand left the parchment, it erupted in a blinding white light. Then it transformed into 2 streams of light that flew toward the wrists of the human and the undead respectively. The pact is sealed. Yiji glanced at the newly appeared contract information on the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. Alright now, don't move around carelessly. With my current strength, I can't fully guarantee your safety. With those words, he bent down and gently lifted Elian's black robe, now stained with dust and blood. Beneath his feet, magical circles suddenly ignited one after another, their radiance dazzling like a convergence of stars. Swish! By the time the monsters arrived, only a puddle of blood with peculiar hues remained on the ground. The monster, drawn by the still-warm blood, came to an abrupt halt in its frenzied dash. Its massive head lowered, greedily sniffing the lingering scent in the air. Then it lifted its gaze to survey its surroundings, blood-red eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. The prey's scent was unmistakable, so why couldn't it find the source? In the end, he could only let out a frustrated growl and randomly pick a direction to keep running. Chapter 52, Return to Sweetwater Town. Elian's origins. An abandoned town swallowed by the forest. Despite several days of cleaning efforts, the marks of time left by vines and moss still hadn't been completely cleared away. Before the great banyan tree at the entrance of Sweetwater Town, white runes on the ground suddenly lit up. 2 figures descended from the sky. Snap! Elian, already weakened by excessive blood loss, coughed up another mouthful of blood from the Madair fall. Tui, cough cough. After coughing twice, she completely passed out. Crash! That was the sound of Yiji's skeleton falling apart. After quite a while, Yiji reassembled his skeleton and stood up. Opening his system panel, he took a look. The survival time had indeed decreased by another full day. Survival time, 5 days 13 hours 28 minutes. Yiji sighed and closed the panel, then put on his wizard robe which had fallen apart from collapsing. Sigh, I'll have to use fewer high-level spells next time, or I really won't have any life left to waste. After nurturing it for so long, the injuries haven't lessened but worsened instead. But intermediate-level spells, they're only truly effective when performing tricks. There's simply no way to activate the teleportation array. He's just a walking corpse that might fall apart any moment. Without a teleportation array, there's no way to carry a living person and evade the keen noses of those 2-headed howling wolves. Yiji reattached his dislocated arm. As for finding new NPCs, I'll leave that to Edgar next time. Given his current physical condition, it'd be better for him to stay put and recuperate in the church. Glancing at the nearby church, Yiji resignedly hoisted the unconscious Elian from the ground. He staggered forward unsteadily. She's a dragonkin after all, just a few scrapes shouldn't be a big deal, right? With that thought, Yiji dragged Alien along with an even greater sense of justification. Fortunately, while running wildly through Sweetwater Town yesterday, the player casually completed some street cleaning tasks along the way. They cleared away the trash and stones along the short route from the town entrance to the church. Though various weeds still grew rampant, at least there were no major tripping hazards. By the time Yiji dragged Elian to the church entrance, the wound on the other person's right palm, severed clean across, had already scabbed over. Truly worthy of the Dragon Clan, Yiji murmured enviously, his eyes lingering on Elian's injury. If only this regenerative ability could be mass-produced, they could raise an elite force capable of sweeping through Eltia with ease. At that thought, Yiji's eyes glittered faintly with ambition. Gasp! Don't say it, but that really might be possible. Forcibly integrating the bloodline of an alien race comes with tremendous side effects. But what if one possessed draconic lineage from the very beginning? Ordinary people couldn't manage it, but players certainly could. If he could even create humans, why couldn't he make dragons? It just requires some experiments to confirm feasibility. Twilight was approaching. Elaine awoke from unconsciousness, her vision blurry as if the entire world was slightly swaying. Her throat felt as if it contained a piece of crimson burning charcoal, each swallow accompanied by an intense scorching sensation. Water, water. With great effort, she managed to discern her surroundings. It appeared to be inside a church. The sensation beneath her felt like a stone bed. Yiji, sitting not far away, snapped out of his connection with the Blue Star Network upon hearing the voice. Are you awake? Seeing Alien's frail appearance and her chapped, peeling lips, he smacked his forehead in frustration. Almost forgot excessive blood loss causes dehydration too. I bet those people didn't give you any food before bringing you into the Great Oak Forest. Xiaoming, go pour our guest a glass of water. A glowing orb floated down from Alien's head, its voice tinged with reluctance. Sure. A glass of water was slowly consumed. Though flames still seemed to lick incessantly inside her stomach, it already felt much better than when she first woke up. Ariane struggled to sit up and looked around. Judging from the decorations nearby, this was indeed an abandoned church. This is the prayer room of Sweetwater Town's church, the only room that's still somewhat intact. I originally planned to fix it up as a changing room for players, but since you're here, you can use it to recover from your injuries for now. Yiji approached, examining Elian's condition while stroking his chin. Truly remarkable, the recovery abilities of the Dragonkin. Just a few ordinary holy light spells and most of the external injuries have healed. The remaining issues will resolve themselves with some peaceful rest. However, that only applies to the external injuries. As for internal injuries, those on the other side are troublesome indeed. Elian lowered her head to look at her bandaged right hand, then raised her gaze, her voice tinged with dazed confusion. Are you really Ji Mephisto Karangyi? Even now, she still found it hard to believe. Let's not mention that name. My current identity is the Lord of Sweetwater Town. Oh, I almost forgot. Your adoptive father happens to be some sort of lord from who knows where. Yiji changed his wording at the last moment. You can call me Chief. From now on, you're also a member of our Watchers organization. Watchers. Elian's spirits lifted, and her complexion looked less pale than before. I know this. The Watchman, the gathering place of the fallen gods. Staring at the sun and moon-shaped Watchman emblem on the stone bed, the one she had overlooked earlier, her voice grew steadily firmer. You really are the legendary butcher of flesh. Yi Ji. God knows how he ended up with so many bizarre titles, but at least the other party believed it. Ariane felt like a character from a storybook had stepped into reality, her whole being still half submerged in the unreal, afraid that upon fully awakening, she would find herself still lying in the depths of the Great Oak Forest's wilderness, with monsters lurking all around. Compared to that ending, falling into the hands of the Dark Mage didn't seem so bad after all. Elian spoke with concern. Why is the power within you so weak? She still remembered losing consciousness after falling from mid-air through the teleportation array. The other party couldn't even maintain a stable short-range fixed-point teleportation array. This was completely different from the image she'd heard about in books. Wasn't he supposed to be a powerful, evil Dark Mage who could single-handedly oppose all the churches? Where did all that power go? Yi Ji coughed awkwardly. You'll find out later. To avoid having more of his embarrassing past exposed by the simple-minded Dragonkin girl, Yi Ji quickly changed the subject. Since we've signed the master-servant contract, I have a few questions for you. Elian immediately nodded. She wasn't someone who couldn't read the situation. Her life was still in the other's hands. Yi Ji asked something, and she answered honestly, such as her adoptive father, the one she had previously served. At first, when Yi Ji overheard the black-robed figures talking incessantly about territories and lords, he assumed they came from one of Berry Empire's vassal states. Also under the control of the Blazing Light Church, it was a nation ardently devoted to maintaining elaborate hereditary aristocratic systems, but it wasn't. Instead, it was the Kingdom of Ceylon, separated from the Great Oak Forest by several nations, a minor vassal state of the Biting Wind Empire. The primary deities worshipped are the god of war and the god of winter. The so-called territory was merely a large mercenary organization.
Chapter 53, the treatment was successful, you're now an ice dragon.
When it came to mercenaries, Yi Ji was quite familiar with them.
A band of desperados living on the edge of death, while others shunned the monster-infested wilderness in fear.
Mercenaries, however, often relied on those wildlands for their livelihood.
Back when the Watchers were short on funds, they'd done this line of work too. The money comes fast if you can survive the job. The mercenary corps' tradition was to take in orphans and train them from childhood.
Only then would they grow into the sharpest blades in their master's hands.
Elaine's Ironblood Mercenary Corps was somewhat special, they maintained a permanent stronghold.
Other mercenary groups may also have a headquarters, but they could relocate due to interests or minor shifts in circumstances.
Ironblood Mercenary Group, however, seemed firmly rooted in the Kingdom of Saren.
Even as they grew powerful enough to bypass the Kingdom of Saren and establish ties with the Church, their stronghold never once changed. The leader of their mercenary group, also known as Alien's adoptive father, still insisted on being called a lord.
He demanded everyone address him as such. Wow, your adoptive father has issues, Xiaoming declared emphatically, cutting into the conversation.
The movement of the entire sphere was too exaggerated, nearly causing the water cup balanced on his head to topple. Despite being a mercenary who cares the least about aristocratic etiquette, he's so hung up on this impractical lord title.
Anyone who didn't know better would think he came from the Berry Empire. Yi Ji took the ceramic cup off Xiaoming's head and shooed him aside. Shu, don't interrupt when someone's telling a story. He actually didn't see any problem with the Ironblood Mercenary Corps.
In this world, any mage who survives without being driven mad by magical corruption inevitably has some serious issues. According to that senior mage named Carl, their foster father was actually quite elderly.
It's even more normal to be mentally disturbed. What's so special about merely being obsessed with playing house?
Yi Ji had seen plenty with far more extreme and deranged thoughts.
Yet Ailian still bitterly retorted to Xiaoming.
We're just blades of the core, how could we fathom the Lord's thoughts?
Ailian continued speaking.
From what she knew about the Ironblood Mercenary Corps to her childhood experiences, then to the causes and consequences of this sudden frame-up. She had merely crossed the Warrens Mountains on a distant mission.
Less than a month after returning, things had turned out this way. She wasn't given any chance to react at all.
Thinking of her recent treatment, only resentment filled Elian's eyes. Her intact left hand clenched into a fist, each word spat out as if she were chewing the name to pieces.
Carl, I'll never let him get away with this.
Then a trace of melancholy flickered across her face again.
Actually, I've always wanted to retrieve my soul lamp and leave the mercenary group. To think it would ultimately be achieved through this method.
A special magical plant, when the user's heart's blood is dripped upon it and supplemented with magic,
can be used to create a spirit lamp.
The spirit lamp can record the target's survival status, and through it, curses can be cast upon the target. It's a method used to control the Death Warriors.
For a better life after leaving the mercenary corps. Before retrieving the soul lantern, Arian dared not act recklessly.
Little did she know, through a twist of fate, she was expelled from the mercenary group for being mistaken as a heretic. The soul lantern was destroyed before everyone's eyes. Yet by letting the wrong take its course, she ultimately achieved her original wish.
However,
compared to the freedom she desired, it still fell short. She had merely wandered into another wolf's den.
Elian's voice gradually trailed off. Yi Jian pondered quietly.
The distance between the kingdom of Selene and the great oak forest was considerable, and apart from him, no one had discovered her true lineage.
So it seems.
The troubles Elian brought to the Watchers were still within manageable limits and wouldn't escalate in the short term.
Well, within his estimated risk tolerance.
Yi Ji clapped his hands, effectively drawing a conclusion to this storytelling session.
I understand your desire for revenge. The master-servant contract I've signed with you is only valid for 50 years.
Just devote yourself to working for me during these 50 years, and I'll definitely release you when the time comes.
Alian was startled. 50 years?
She truly thought she'd signed a slave contract. Yi Ji's face darkened. You must have skipped your contract magic classes. I wouldn't even accept a slave contract with someone like you. The agonizing lessons of the past kept ringing warning bells in his mind. Raising a dragon with more destructive power than a husky and an even more uncontrollable temper, what a terrifying thought. Now he's only short on manpower. 50 years will be enough.
Arian stammered slightly. I don't study contract magic anyway.
Contract magic doesn't fall within the domain of the Frost Moon Goddess. The magic of foreign deities is slow to master and prone to magical backlash.
Her magical aptitude wasn't particularly remarkable to begin with.
Only a fool would betray the Frost Moon Goddess like Carl did, seeking forbidden magic beyond her grasp. Yi Ji was left speechless. Having interacted only with Watcher members for too long, he momentarily forgot about this fact. Yi Ji's voice turned melancholic.
The gods have been dead for over 600 years, and you're still keeping vigil for them? But people outside all think like this.
he couldn't change Alien's mindset overnight either. Yi Ji continued. Since you've come to the Watchers, forget everything from before, including that nonsense about not being allowed to learn magic beyond the Frost Moon Goddess's domain. Since you were practically unattached when exiled, just treat this as the beginning of a new dragon life. Alien's eyes widened slightly. A new life? She had waited so long to hear those words. I'm already sick of the mercenary group's endless missions, assassinating nobles, hunting down monsters. All I dream of is some peaceful days when I don't have to sleep with daggers tied to my wrists and ankles. That feeling, so cold, so hard against the skin. Never expected the first person to say those words to me would be. It turned out to be none other than the undead butcher, who was ranked first on the mercenary bounty list. Alien wiped her moistened eyes. After a few seconds, she froze mid-motion. Wait a minute, did you say, Longsheng? Yeah. Xiao Ming floated up before Alien, his pale golden spherical form seemingly haloed in a sacred glow. Didn't you know? You carry the bloodline of a dragon within you, and it awakened not long ago. The dragon's blood is domineering, you'll probably turn into a little dragon soon, he said. Xiao Ming spun excitedly in midair as if he were the one who'd just discovered his draconic heritage. GG giant dragon? Alien stammered in disbelief. Despite being an orphan, she had lived as a human for nearly 20 years. How could she suddenly transform into a dragon? Alien threw a pleading look at the undead gentleman by her bedside. Yi Ji nodded earnestly and solemnly. The dragon bloodline within you is very faint, it must be an ancestral heritage passed down from your grandfather's generation. Moreover, it's from a rare ice dragon lineage. There aren't many ice dragons among the great WIRMS, and they live exceptionally long lives. Perhaps when the contract concludes, you might even find your kin in the Valley of Dragons. Alien repeated blankly, family? She still had family? Chapter 54 Alien's Role. Moments later, Alien stood frozen in place like a statue. No matter how Yi Ji shouted, she remained unresponsive. Xiao Ming circled around Alia several times, his voice filled with astonishment. Unable to digest just these few sentences? Hey, snap out of it. Alia still showed no reaction. Xiao Ming hovered mid-air, grumbling half-complainingly. The dragon's IQ truly is. Enough. Yi Ji lifted it up while simultaneously cutting off whatever was about to follow. By Dragon Age standards, she's still considered a minor. It's perfectly normal to feel overwhelmed when suddenly receiving so much information at once. After all, she's a mercenary, the unusual healing speed of her wounds would definitely be noticeable. Thud, thud, thud. This was the sound of Elian's heartbeat. She stared at Yi Ji again, opening and closing her mouth several times without knowing where to begin her questions. At the end of his thoughts, he asked in a faint voice, I've worked for you for 50 years, are you truly willing to release me and let me find my family? Yi Ji waited as the other person gathered their thoughts for what felt like forever, only to hear this. He retrieved the master-servant contract, made a copy, and casually floated it over to her with a levitation spell. If you had properly studied contract magic and understood the terms of agreements, you wouldn't be asking this question. The moment the contract was in her hands, Alien could physically feel the binding timeframe radiating from the parchment. Tears welled up instantly in her eyes. I'm sorry, I just. She spoke two words in a voice almost too quiet to hear. Thank you. What she really wanted to ask was she truly a dragonborn? Did she really still have family? The thing she'd dreamed of her whole life had just been casually placed in her hands by Yi Ji. It's all too unreal. Until the contract was in hand. The emotions born from the overwhelming information she had just received flooded over Eliane like a tidal wave. Tears instantly poured down like rain. She had signed a master-servant contract with Yi Ji. There was no reason for him to tease her about such matters. Moreover, she could more or less sense the unusual changes happening to her body. I might truly have living relatives. Yi Ji listened to the muffled sobs around him, unsure which nerve it had struck in his heart. Damn it, it made him think of his own past life with both parents again. He softened his voice. It's extremely rare for a dragon to produce offspring. If you truly have a dragon kin among your relatives, it would certainly be a joyous occasion for all. Wow! Elian could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears while hugging Yi Ji tightly. Chief, you're truly a kind person. Her address of Chief was spoken with complete sincerity. Yi Ji, you're the nice one here, your whole family is nice. Still, considering the emotional roller coaster she'd just been through, he didn't push her away. Not like anyone enjoys hugging a stiff as a board skeleton indefinitely anyway. A 700-year-old monster like him wouldn't stoop to nibbling on freshly sprouted grass. Yi Ji gently patted her back, whispering like the dead. Do your job well, and I might even terminate the contract early. Yi Ji skillfully dangled the carrot, earning Alien's sparkling gaze in return. Xiao Ming quietly moved closer, only to be muted on the spot by Yi Ji. Xiao Ming? He just saw Alien crying right after waking up and was afraid she'd dehydrate from crying. When Alien had cried enough, the rusty iron gate of the prayer room let out a piercing squeak. Edgar pushed the door open and paused for a silent second. Am I interrupting something?
Yiji seized the moment to stand up, her voice tinged with pleasant surprise as if she'd encountered a savior.
Edgar, you're finally back. This little girl is surprisingly strong.
If she hugs him any tighter, she'll twist his ribs right out.
How could he maintain his leader's dignity if he fell apart on the spot?
Edgar nodded at Yiji and turned his gaze toward the unfamiliar newcomer on the bed. His brow furrowed involuntarily.
A dragon?
Then he shook his head in denial.
No, more like, a dragon born with partial dragon bloodline? But since that draconic bloodline has already awakened, whether you call them dragonborn or not makes no difference. That makes things even more complicated. How could a stray dragonborn appear in the Grand Oak Forest? Edgar was filled with bewilderment and could only stare at the culprit. Yi, why did you bring back another dragon? Well, it's a long story.
Yi Jisheng stood up to introduce them to each other.
His name is Edgar, I suppose no further explanation is needed. Ariane wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded hesitantly.
She knew all too well the notorious reputation of the fallen sword. She had carefully studied his achievements before his apostasy.
Saving civilians, expelling monsters, reclaiming lost lands. He was practically the perfect model of a knight,
and had once been the idol of all knights. Then the blue flames in Yiji's eye sockets flickered with mischief as he said,
Edgar, meet your sister from another mother, Elaine. So, how about that? Pretty surprising, huh?
Though Edgar had known Yiji for over a century, he still couldn't wrap his head around those bizarre jokes that occasionally popped out of her mouth. Choosing to ignore it, Edgar persisted with his previous line of questioning.
You still haven't answered my question from earlier. Everything is coincidence.
She herself doesn't even know her own identity.
Yiji scratched his jawbone. Anyway, from now on she'll be your assistant. Didn't you complain about your NPC workload being too heavy? Now you can split half with her. Once she fully awakens, she can even become the player's dragon language instructor. How about that? Satisfied?
Edgar examined the injured girl before him. His scrutiny made Elian nervously clench her fingers and freeze stiff.
Hello there, Lord Edgar Reno. Edgar nodded politely.
Then he turned to Yiji and delivered his blunt conclusion without hesitation.
Does she serve any other purpose? Dragon tongue magic is an art that requires at least an adept mage's level to attempt mastering?
Even if your helpers possess special traits, at their current rate of progress, it would still take them 3 years to reach the level of advanced mage.
So she can only do odd jobs during this period? Leaf Knowledge once again defended the players.
Trust me, they won't need that long. Never underestimate the potential of hardcore grinders.
But, that does seem a bit unfair.
Yiji rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Even if the first-tier players reached the level of senior mages within a year, Alien would still be stuck doing menial tasks for an entire year. During this time, all her work would be highly replaceable. The cost-effectiveness of harboring the other party seems rather low compared to the magical consequences it might bring for the Watcher.
Alien's eyes widened as alarm bells rang in her head.
Just now, Yiji had told her that good behavior could lead to early termination of their contract.
But what if she performed poorly? Thinking of distant dragon kin yet unseen, Arian dared not be careless, swiftly volunteering herself. I can use ice magic now. I can even be an ice magic instructor. Are you sure? Edgar showed a skeptical expression. Chapter 55. Barely able to protect oneself, where would one find strength to shelter others? Edgar couldn't sense any magical fluctuations from this unfamiliar young girl. I thought she was just some ordinary person who suddenly awakened.
At this moment, Yiji remembered what he'd forgotten and explained. Almost forgot she actually studied magic from the Frost Moon Goddess School, but someone planted demon-devouring vines in her body, so she can't use it for now.
Alien's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Magic-devouring vines?
She had read about magic-devouring vines in ancient tomes.
A parasitic magical creature that drains its host's mana, classified as extremely dangerous.
No host it has ever parasitized has survived according to records.
There's a demonic creature inside her? And of this relentlessly lethal variety. Alien's face went blank, as if the sky had collapsed.
Yiji rubbed his aching head.
Ah, my bad, I didn't have time to explain earlier. Your external injuries are easy to treat, but the internal damage is quite serious. It'll take time to resolve.
Yiji rotated his mind, untrained for centuries in conversing with ordinary people, searching for fragments of comforting rhetoric.
Actually, the magic-devouring vine isn't as scary as you imagine. Compared to those monsters that kill on the spot, isn't it much better?
The magic-devouring vine only absorbs the life force of ordinary people. You're a mage.
As long as you have magic power within you, the magic-devouring vine poses no threat. The name magic-devouring vine is admittedly a bit intimidating.
That was also why he didn't explain it immediately earlier. But the more Yiji comforted her, the paler Elian's face became. He had no choice but to stop awkwardly.
Never mind. Maybe you should take some time to process this first. he still underestimated the common people's fear of demons.
This feeling is probably similar to having a ghost baby inside your body that might burst out at any moment and wreak havoc. Alien's recovery will take quite some time, so any matters can wait until later.
It happened that Yi Ji and Edgar also had matters to discuss. As they were leaving, Yi Ji stopped Xiaoming.
You stay and look after her. Why me again?
The noble divine persona of the god of light was furious.
Because you're the least busy.
Yi Ji spoke with emotionless Taoist detachment. With those words, she shut the prayer chamber's heavy doors.
Xiaoming, the god of light, vehemently protested, flared up in anger for a moment, then went back to pouring water for Elian. Outside the church,
a gentle breeze swept over the crumbling earthen walls overgrown with weeds.
Edgar took out the procurement list. I've got the triangular ruler. The rest are just basic tools, and we've got some extra clothes to spare. Are you sure your helpers can rebuild the entire Sweetwater town with just these?
Yi Ji spoke up with a reminder. They're helpers for the entire Watchers. You should call them players. Wait, no, NPCs shouldn't directly address players either. Yi Ji suddenly stumbled over his words. Or maybe he should follow the setting properly.
Call the players the homecomers bearing the lofty mission of saving Aletheia? That name might be a bit too long.
Yi Ji decided to set this matter aside for now. He carefully reviewed the procurement list, nodding slightly to himself.
Not bad at all.
The quantity and variety of supplies are slightly more than I expected, especially the resilient grass garments.
Yi Ji closed the inventory list and continued his inquiry. Have the ruffians on the wasteland increased recently? Given the distance from Sweetwater Town to the edge of the giant oak forest.
In a single day, Edgar made a round trip to and from Nari Town. Edgar's eyes flickered briefly before he nodded.
Well, something's happened out there. Next,
he proceeded to recount everything he'd heard from the prison blade, holding nothing back. The amount of supplies he produced indeed far exceeded the typical tradable assets of wasteland drifters. The credibility is no less than 70%. Yi Ji rubbed the procurement list in his hands, remaining silent throughout.
After a long while, he looked at Edgar with a complicated expression. Setting aside the situation in Nali Town for now, did you really just turn and leave in the end?
Yi Ji still remembered the circumstances of their first meeting. At that time, Edgar had accepted an exceptionally difficult mission from the church. With no more than 10 personal guards, he went to rescue a village on the verge of being overrun by demons. Note, this on the verge was what the report said when the news reached the Bright Flame Church headquarters. It takes no brains to figure that out. Now, setting out on such a long journey to rescue an ordinary village that can barely put up a fight, the chances of success are almost zero. Clearly, someone within the church has it in for Edgar. This is nothing but a setup to mess with him. Just wait till he fails the mission and we can hold him accountable. Yet Edgar still accepted the mission and went that very day. And inside a wine jar in a cellar, he miraculously found the village's sole surviving child. Fortunately, since the village now had only one person left, it still counted as mission failure, earning Edgar a proper punishment. Under the influence of fate's wings, when Edgar and Yi Ji met, both were injured, neither able to overpower the other. Eventually they became properly acquainted. How could such a kind-hearted old man truly turn a blind eye to someone in mortal danger? Yi Ji expressed his skepticism with a direct look in his eyes. Edgar cast a cold glance at Yi Ji. I thought you understood the Guardian's situation better than I did. We simply can't afford to accommodate large numbers of refugees. Yi Ji felt somewhat guilty and coughed awkwardly twice. It does seem that way, huh? The current Watchers find themselves in a state where their reputation points are maxed out, while all other stats are in the negative red. Their only food sources are the red-skinned earthworms they caught yesterday and the sweet fruit grove 2 kilometers away. The refugees lack combat effectiveness and cannot survive independently in the Great Oak Forest. On the contrary, they might be exposed by the monsters due to excessive human activity, revealing Sweetwater Town's location. As for living arrangements, all current members, players included, are still crammed inside the church. There's simply no space left for anyone. He couldn't even accept willing helpers that came knocking. What a failure of a leader he was. Just as expected. Players who don't take up space, aren't afraid to die, and can feed themselves still offer the best value for money. Edgar continued. At this stage, the lowest tier helpers we need should be at least comparable to the ice dragon you brought back. Drifters are practically worthless. Yi Ji teased slyly. The Watcher's reputation wasn't great to begin with, and now there are going to be even more critics. However, this batch of supplies is quite substantial, but the refugees have limited resources to trade. We'll only engage in these 2 transactions with them. Overall, there's no negative effect either. Such minor episodes, at most, would only shatter the hearts of a few young dreamers still harboring illusions about the Dawn Knights. Yi Ji looked at the procurement list in his hand, pondering what player quests should be updated tomorrow. Perhaps the extra benefits for the house building quest could be increased a little more. After thinking for a long time, Edgar finally decided to speak up. You said new help is coming soon. About how many helpers will there be? Yi Ji thought for a moment. He currently had 164 points of divine power remaining. It seemed like significantly more than when he started. But, creating a player's initial body required 10 points of divine power, while crafting their exclusive game interface cost 1 point. Upgrade to level 2, bestow basic magical blessings upon the players, still requires 10 points of divine power. Chapter 56, the all-round player who's about to arrive. There are still 3 veteran players left. Yi Ji plans to grant the second magical blessing when players reach level 5, or perhaps to unlock the second skill. Divine power is equally required. After all the meticulous calculations, let's find 6 for now, Yi Ji replied. New players can reach level 2 in just 1 day, and the divine power needed for the initial magic blessings must not be skimped. It amounts to exactly 126 points of divine power. The remaining 38 points of divine power are kept as a reserve for emergencies. Otherwise, if Xiaoming were ever about to meet his end, he wouldn't have any divine power left to use. Speaking of players, Yi Ji finally has some good news to share. His hand habitually rested on Edgar's shoulder as he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. It's still the early stages of our venture, no rather, the rebuilding phase of our organization, so progress is bound to be a bit slow. But I've already found an all-around player who studied architecture and is also skilled in farming and weaving. Very soon, we'll be free from this life. Edgar dodged Yeji's hand while refusing the grandiose promises he was being fed. Tell me straight up, which of those words inside are true? Yi Ji had a face full of black lines. Is my credibility really so unreliable? Of course it's all true. He had already seen her registration details while gleefully watching Alien's miserable situation unfold that afternoon. I thoroughly investigated before sending out the beta test invitations. Edgar looked utterly unconvinced. The 3 players he'd encountered so far, plus Jia, were all rather eccentric characters. It was hard for him to imagine these people performing delicate textile craftsmanship. His doubtful gaze was almost painfully intense. Yi Ji even began to doubt himself. Although he had checked that player's profile and all traces online, the other party indeed showed profound insights into these 3 skills, and had also shared various non-stock image achievements of their own. It looks absolutely real. But hey, it's the internet. Who can tell what's real and what's fake? Yi Ji brushed off this question and moved on. Forget it, even if he cheated, we can just kick him out when the time comes. Although Yi Ji can currently only create 10 divine avatars, meaning the maximum number of players allowed cannot exceed 10, but these 10 avatars can be reused repeatedly. If this player doesn't work out, just delete the account and pick someone new. With great power comes absolute freedom to do whatever one pleases. After concluding their serious discussion, the 2 entered the prayer room once more. Alien had already fallen unconscious. Xiaoming stood far from the bedside, nervously saying, I really took good care of her. It wasn't me. Yi Ji placed the unfinished tray of sweet fruits by Edgar at the bedside. Of course I know. When she wakes up, feed these to her. She's been fasting too long, don't let her eat too much at once. Now this was basically their only staple food left. Yi Ji looked at Xiaoming's exaggerated reaction with disdain. Do I really seem like some unreasonable boss who hands out punishments indiscriminately? Alien had lost too much blood and hadn't eaten for far too long. It was perfectly normal to faint after such extreme highs and lows of emotion. In any case, it would still take her a long time to recover from her injuries. There would be plenty of time later to discuss arrangements for her settlement. Yi Ji turned to leave, then paused as if remembering something. Oh, right. When she wakes up, give her that player communication manual I gave you. Xiaoming looked around blankly, taking a couple seconds to process this. Me? If not you then who? Yi Ji retorted impatiently. Does Edgar even have that manual? Since teaching you a few basic phrases is already such a challenge, that booklet won't be of any use anyway. Edgar scrutinized the unconscious alien lying on the bed. Aren't you going to give her a mental brand? Yi Ji responded calmly. I'm not that senile yet. No matter what, she's still a believer of the gods. Just don't know whether she follows the Frost Moon Goddess or the Dragon War God. Followers like her can't simply be bound by an ordinary master-servant contract. Players are Yi Ji's greatest safeguard. The fewer unstable factors, the better. The commonly used phrases from the player communication manual are enough to help Alien become a qualified mission NPC. That is, she only needs to respond based on a few keywords. Moreover, keeping her away from players is another form of protection, Yi Ji added. The silly girl from the Dragon Clan, who knows what scheme she might fall into when left to the player's devices. There are some things the players shouldn't know just yet. And then what? Edgar pressed on. Are you really going to make her do menial work? As he spoke, his gaze lingered pointedly on Alien's missing right palm. Yi Ji helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps I wanted her to teach me water and ice magic. As for the palm, I'll find a chance to restore it eventually. It's just that this process would probably take quite some time. Regenerating severed limbs is an extremely advanced magic. Comparatively speaking, it's about the level where Yiji could be buried on the spot after casting his spell.
So, this is similar to making Elian a draconic magic instructor. It will require time. Draconic magic possesses tremendous power. It's an exceedingly rare skill path. Shilong is currently trapped in Dragon Valley. She's our best option right now.
This ability barely offsets the risks brought by her identity, as well as the time and effort required to raise her.
Calculated this way, the cost-effectiveness of saving her is still acceptable? Edgar reminded expressionlessly.
But she has a devouring vine inside her. You should know how difficult such a fiend is to deal with.
Alien learned this piece of news secondhand from the church's collection of books.
To evade the church's pursuit and warrants, members of the Watchers often chose to operate in abandoned monster lairs. Having personally dealt with magical creatures, I naturally have a deeper understanding of devourer vines. They're not as utterly unsolvable or inevitably fatal as Elian imagined.
But resolving the situation isn't that simple either.
At most, they've only successfully dealt with it once. They used all kinds of precious magical potions as well.
Where could they possibly find those potions now? And until the magic devouring vines were dealt with, Elian couldn't use magic for even a single day.
She couldn't possibly work as a magic instructor under these circumstances.
Leave this matter to me.
Yiji confidently patted his chest. There's a mana node near the church.
As long as she stays in Sweetwater Town, her life won't be in danger. Though small, this mana node can easily sustain 2 patients.
It's just about refining a better prescription. Give me 6 months and I'll have it done.
Edgar was surprised. You can even improve prescriptions? Living long enough makes you learn a little of everything.
What if I told you I almost became a god under the name of the deity of herbs and healing? Would you believe me?
Edgar's eye twitched slightly. He sighed inwardly at his leader's eccentricity.
You claimed last time that you almost ascended to godhood under the name of forging and smelting.
Chapter 57, Logging Back In. The Closed Beta Player's Gaming Strategy. Is that so?
Ha ha. Then I'll ascend to godhood with both titles attached to me. Yiji smoothly changed his response accordingly.
Edgar shook his head. No longer willing to waste time with Yiji on this fabricated tale, he went back to continue inventorying the newly acquired tools. Of course, Yiji didn't dump all the work on Edgar either.
The player registration applications and game panel refinements still fell to him. After reminding Xiaoming to take good care of Elian, he also returned to screening new players and preparing the magic arrays for their new bodies.
In Yiji's view,
the type of player he needed absolutely couldn't be the kind who purely seeks casual entertainment or stress relief.
The continent of Eltia had nothing whatsoever to do with those concepts.
What he required were hardcore gaming enthusiasts who came from traditional online gaming backgrounds,
commonly known as cyber coolies,
equally adept at farming trees and constructing armies to storm castles, maxing out their tech trees while demonstrating exceptional adaptability to magic.
This is truly the ultimate form of fourth calamity players. Then, based on the current situation, we must first filter up those players best suited for farming and tree cultivation.
Yiji browsed through the newly appeared registration information, feeling somewhat surprised inside.
56 applications? The promotional video had such a great effect? Less than a day had passed.
Converted to Blue Star time, it was even shorter, just half a day.
Could there really be this many players willing to pay 99 yuan?
Yiji was accustomed to going 3 days without a single inquiry, so this sudden interest left him pleasantly shocked. But then he dismissed the thought. No, it must be those player-made recommendation videos working their magic, no matter what netizens who see the video might think.
Are they genuinely convinced, or just paying 99 yuan to test the game's authenticity?
Either way, Lin Xian helped attract considerable attention for him, making Yiji's new player screening process all the more stringent.
The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes.
Sunlight streamed through the broken stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns upon him. Gazing at the strangely familiar church, Lin Xian scrambled to his feet with uncontainable excitement.
I've finally logged in.
A voice rang out beside him at the same time.
Ha, as expected, the early bird catches the worm.
Wait, no, said that wrong.
Anyway, good thing this master woke up early.
Lin Xian turned his head to look and grew even more delighted.
Master flies. Show time. Yi Huifei came running over with big strides, grinning widely. We really are fated, even logging in at the same time.
He turned his head and scanned the surroundings for a while. No idea if Brother Garbled has logged in yet.
If he's here too, our beta team will be complete. I'm here.
A feeble voice came from below his feet.
Lin Xian and Yi Huifei were startled by Luan Ma's ghastly pale face. Luan Ma, achoo, you, achoo, how, achoo. Lin Xian crouched down to help random code up, but when he opened his mouth, what came out was a stream of sneezes. With both people supporting him, Random Code staggered to his feet.
Cough cough, must be from getting caught in the rain right before we logged off. My immune system's weak, looks like I caught a cold. He spoke while coughing. Lin Xian glanced at their sleeping area, nothing but a thin layer of dry grass above it.
Sleeping there overnight, no, make that a full day and night, would absolutely give you a cold. Between sneezes, Lin Xian stood stunned. Achoo! Do we really need this level of realism? Do characters actually get debuffs when logging off? Yu Weifei was supporting a player with one hand when he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, we all got caught in the rain together, how come I didn't catch a cold? Luencode kept coughing violently, as if trying to hack up his entire lungs. You, cough, did you forget your tier 2, cough, chosen magic skill? Lin Xian covered his nose and mouth, his eyes gleaming. Exactly, **achoo**. Yi Fei, didn't you cast multiple holy light spells on yourself before logging off? That must be Kachoo, the reason. Yi Huifei widened his eyes in shock. Holy shit, can healers cure everyday illnesses too? Wait here, I'll give it a try. He experimentally cast holy light spells on both of them, successfully turning his own face as pale as the initial garbled text. Lin Xian and garbled text's complexions visibly improved, though. No more sneezing or coughing. Now the roles were reversed, with both of them supporting him. Grandpa could fly. Lin Xian touched his nose, then his chest, disbelief washing over him. Damn, that worked ridiculously fast? Less than 20 seconds had passed. He instantly recovered completely from what had been a moderate cold. His real-world body had weak resistance, catching colds without fail during every seasonal change. He knew the entire process of falling ill to recovery like the back of his hand. This feeling runs far deeper than witnessing Grandpa Fei's sprained leg being healed by holy light magic. Is this the charm of virtual reality gaming? It's as if magic truly exists in this world. Holy light magic is badass. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with envy. Why is his fireball spell at beginner level just a lighter, while others have LED light tubes? Stop bragging, Yi Huifei weakly raised his hand. I'm almost completely drained. The two players, who were still basking in the afterglow of successful magical healing, instantly snapped back to attention. He helped Master Yi to lie down on the hay to rest. There was no choice. Yi Ji hadn't even prepared a single stool for the players. Lin Xian looked at him with concern. How are you? Are you okay? Yi Huifei rested for a brief moment, the pallor on his face gradually fading. He shook his head. This feels like just finishing a 1,000-meter run, just pure exhaustion. It seems now I can consecutively use holy light spells 2 times at most. Luan Ma let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully this game has a pain protection mechanism, otherwise the side effects of overusing light magic would be unbearable for us. After resting for a while, the old man could fly again and was full of vigor. From beginning to end, Yi Ji and Edgar never showed up. The 3 players didn't pay any attention to it either. Once the opening cutscene was over, it was time for the players to actively seek out NPCs. As one of the only 3 beta testers beneath the gods, they had agreed to form a team since the very first day. What to do for the rest of the day became a major question. Therefore, none of them rushed to leave or accept missions. Instead, they first held a small meeting at the rest stop. Garbage Code was the first to speak up. Have you all seen the announcement? Of course. Flywell immediately responded. You have no idea how thrilled I was when I saw the announcement. Currency system, resurrection mechanics, in-game events. Holy moly. I nearly fell asleep wearing the gaming helmet. Lin Xian also nodded, not finding Yi Huifei's description exaggerated in the slightest. He had almost forgotten about this entire matter last night, but remembering it right before bed, then reading the announcement, left him completely unable to sleep. My mind is racing with how amazing the game will be now that it's officially launched. At last, the game has finally introduced the currency system that capitalists love most. Lin Xian started speaking. I just glanced at the mission interface. There are definitely lots of new quests added, and the rewards even include the newly introduced magic coins. The rewards for the house building quest are so generous it's almost inhuman, and the experience points are the highest among all quests. Chapter 58, the house building quest and new rules for obtaining magic skills. Lin Xian swallowed hard. He had nearly been moved to tears by the experience points listed on the quest board. I think this is basically the best way to level up quickly for a long time to come. Garbled nodded in agreement. I think the same way. We can't always log in at the church every time. Along with the event launching, the game also opened up land purchases. We can exploit loopholes and grind our houses out during the event period. I just glanced at the messy icons in the taskbar. Among the dazzling array of construction tasks, each building type offers unique development experiences. From basic residential buildings to taverns, blacksmith shops, markets, you name it. Unlike the Lord's Residence or Edgar's Cottage, these basic residential units aren't assigned to specific NPCs. As long as you build the house within the designated area, you'll receive the mission reward. At the same time, residential zones are also within the range of land plots players can purchase. The land purchase rules only stated that buildings previously on the plot would incur additional fees, but after buying the land, nothing says you can't also claim the mission reward for building a house on it. Master Canfly jumped up in joyful surprise.
There's actually such a bug? Then let's move fast. What if they patch it before we get there? Garbled text grabbed him by the arm. Hold on, there's still one more problem. Lin Xian continued the thought. Does any of us three actually know how to build a house? Master can fly. The three of them exchanged bewildered looks. The truth was revealed in their eyes. Very well, not a single one. Lin Xian sighed, holding his head in his hands. I've built houses in plenty of hardcore games though. From tents to wooden cabins to futuristic structures, I know them all. But here's the thing, this game is way too hardcore. Even combat feels like real fighting, and building houses is probably the same. At the very least, right now, Lin Xian doesn't see anything resembling a tutorial or guidance system. The garbled text fell into silent contemplation for a while. Let's go ask Old Ji. He should have a way. The others also thought it made sense. Slapping the dust off their pants, they got up and went out to find him. Yi Ji was on the open ground not far from the church. Seemingly basking in the sun, he was actually fixing bugs in the game's official website code. Compared to when the players came looking for him last time, the only change was swapping the hard stone bench behind him for a wooden lounge chair, crafted from the supplies Edgar purchased yesterday. Yi Ji simply scribbled it casually, yet reaped an unexpected reward. As soon as Yi Huifei opened the door and saw Yi Ji, he shrieked loudly. Holy crap, Old Ji upgraded his gear this fast? Lin Xian's eyes widened in horror. A skeleton sunbathing? Is this some suicidal plot foreshadowing? Yi Ji, not far away. Just because he has no ears doesn't mean he can't hear. He's neither a vampire nor a ghost, why shouldn't he be able to bask in the sun? What kind of otherworldly prejudice is this? Yi Ji repositioned himself, sitting upright on the recliner. The eerie blue flame gazed in the direction of the three players. Were you looking for me? Old Ji, do you have any quest guidance here? The kind that helps us build houses. Lin Xian pushed his earlier doubts to the back of his mind, deciding to address the urgent matter first. Yi Ji tilted his chin upward, understanding dawning on him. About this, my fellow townspeople needn't worry, everyone has their own areas of expertise. To speed up Sweetwater Town's reconstruction before the winter magic tide arrives, a second wave of returning townsfolk will arrive soon. Among them happens to be someone particularly skilled in construction. You can start by gathering some materials first. Yi Huifei's face fell with disappointment. Gathering materials? So we're still just chopping down trees? With Sweetwater Town's current primitive resources and abundant nearby timber, the only houses they could build were wooden cabins. Therefore, wood gathering also comes with a certain amount of additional rewards. But compared to the serious construction tasks that followed, this seemed rather lacking in experience. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Exactly. Another damn tree-cutting quest. Yi Ji was utterly exasperated. Who's the one in the video saying chopping trees is stress relief? Hasn't even been a full day yet? He shouldn't have stayed up late adding so many new tasks in the first place. Finding new players, laborers, is urgently needed. The creation of new players' bodies requires integrating the characteristics of divine avatars. Thus, the construction process is slow. Yi Ji had a sudden inspiration and coughed lightly. Every task, big or small, is important. Perhaps every fivefold period, Xiao Ming might have new rewards to offer. Almost forgot to show the carrot that keeps players hooked. Half of a 10? Glitch rubbed his chin in thought. Does that mean when our character levels reach 5 and 10, we can learn new spells? Leafno merely smiled without speaking, implicitly confirming the assumption. Lin Xian gave the collar of his shirt a shake. Suddenly, I think the tree-cutting mission isn't bad after all, I'm heading out first. Garbled text promptly followed suit. Me too. Wait, there's me too. Yi would run after them, flying like. Yi Ji watched calmly as they ran off into the distance, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. Good thing players are still so easy to fool. As for how long it would take to reach levels 5 and 10, that would still depend entirely on Yi Ji. After all, the experience needed to level up wouldn't necessarily be the same for each tier. After walking a long distance, Lin Xian opened the game panel and got a shock. Holy crap, it takes 1,000 points to level up to 3? That's highway robbery. For real? Shio, you're not messing with me, are you? Master can fly followed by opening his game panel. After learning magic yesterday, the sensation was so marvelous that he hadn't even checked his game panel. Upon opening it, it was truly astounding. Master Can Fly's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Leveling up to 2 requires 100 EXP, but reaching level 3 needs 1,000? Are they robbing us? Even though the game's first event is now live, offering extra EXP gains, but with this exponential increase rate, how many years will it take them to reach level 5? Box Lunch stared at the nearly empty progress bar and remained silent for a moment. Perhaps that's not entirely accurate either. From Olja's fireball spell, we can see that the skills the game teaches us are capable of self-improvement, right? After all, Lin Xian was a gaming blogger. The garbled text made a flash of realization immediately appear on his face. Exactly. Every magical ability the game gives us comes with a new skill slot. If leveling up were too easy, within just a month or two, our skill count would probably grow so large it couldn't even fit in the skill slots anymore. Yi Huifei asked doubtfully, what's wrong with that? This is an all-round gamer. He couldn't even imagine how much fun he would have in the game when the time comes. Lin Xian wore a "you're still too young" expression as he walked and talked. Browser games love to cram the entire interface with skill buttons, just look at their quality and lifespan then. Chapter 59 Learning to build log cabins in the game. Random Code nodded in agreement. The creation under Divine will involve tremendous effort, they definitely wouldn't make such a basic mistake. I suspect it already has a complete and sophisticated system in place for skill designs. Perhaps in the end, it's not about having more skills, but about mastering a few with excellence. Yi Huifei listened in a daze. Then we don't need to level up anymore? Who says we don't? Lin Xian retorted. Being elite doesn't mean mastering just one skill. Even in MOBA games you need at least 3 active abilities and 1 passive. The first skill is basically like a newbie starter pack, completable in a single day. It's normal for progress to slow down afterward. Glitch picked up where he left off. But we can't afford to slow down, we need to reach level 5 as quickly as possible, the faster the better. Only then will we have enough time to level up our skills. So, we must hurry and start completing quests immediately. Near the giant banyan tree at the town's entrance, the players found Edgar, who was about to leave town. Edgar seemed to have anticipated what mission they were going to take. He shoved 8 or 9 broad vine leaves into the arms of all 3 of them. After noting the approximate time of his return and telling the players to settle the quest with Yi Ji before then, he hurried off. He only withdrew his gaze when Edgar's figure had completely vanished into the dense forest. Edgar moved too quickly, they didn't even have time to utter a word in response. The NPCs in this game are really busy. It genuinely feels like we're all working together to rebuild the city-state. That's precisely what showcases the game's thoughtful design, Messicode replied calmly. Even if there aren't many NPCs in the game right now, its sense of immersion and the urgency of reconstruction never falters. That's precisely what makes it work. The broad buckthorn leaves are sharp-edged, and quite heavy as well. Luanma first tossed the leaves onto the ground for a moment, then called the others over to pick out a couple. Just leave the rest where it is. After all, there are only a few of them playing the game right now, so there's no fear of anyone taking it. Their current stamina is no match Edgar, who can effortlessly carry piles of stuff around. Speaking of Edgar, Lin Xian felt somewhat emotional. If you didn't watch the trailer, you'd never realize how formidable old Edgar is, not to mention that sword he always carries around. Although Edgar's sword doesn't look half bad, just the exposed sheath and hilt alone are enough to showcase the exquisite craftsmanship. When Lin Xian first saw Edgar, his eyes kept drifting back to the sword at Edgar's waist multiple times, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, what knight doesn't carry a sword? But a sword that can glow like a lightsaber and create shadow clones? Now that's unnatural. Lin Xian couldn't help clicking his tongue. So this is the legendary playing dumb to catch tigers? Is that the wounded debuff? Gibberish murmured while sorting through the wide briar leaves. His name's prefixed with the severely injured title. Usually in such cases, their strength drops dramatically. Flylord sighed wistfully, weighing the leaves in his hand. Honestly, having 2 NPCs in our faction wounded makes us look like some kind of old and feeble infirmary to outsiders. Lin Xian thought about Yi Ji's ID he had just seen, noticing the countdown there, his voice carrying a hint of hesitation. By the way, the countdown above old Ye's head, has it decreased by several days compared to yesterday? Yi Huifei jerked his head up in astonishment at the words. It really decreased? When I first noticed it, I thought I must have remembered wrong. Luanma frowned slightly. Did something unexpected happen in the game while we were away? Lin Xian looked utterly bewildered. The servers are still running after players log off? TSK, the gaming company must be burning through cash. Money isn't the main concern, Yi Huifei said worriedly. The question is, while we're away, could Olji end up getting himself killed by messing around? The faction leader is a unique NPC. If there is a program error, you will be killed. The game's closed beta might just end early. Where else would they find such an amazing game when the time comes? The action of sorting through garbled text paused briefly. Lin Xian shook his head and said, it's not that serious. As long as Olji stays still, the countdown keeps increasing. At worst, we can discuss it and try to ensure someone is always online to keep an eye on him and stop him from acting recklessly. I'm a gaming blogger, so I have plenty of free time. Code immediately chimed in, I can do it too. Yi Huifei stared at them in shock. No way, am I the only 996 wage slave here? Still doing the 996 grind? Lin Xian eyed him skeptically. Your online hours don't look anything like a 996 schedule to me. Yi Huifei looked around guiltily. Cough, I took some leave these past couple days. Since I still hadn't used annual leave anyway, I figured I might as well use up all the vacation time I could. As he continued, he flung aside the broad vine leaf in his hand and spoke with increasing enthusiasm. You all saw how much money this game burns through. Nobody knows how long this game will last,
so of course I'm gonna get my money's worth. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. Then he thought about the gifts the other person had showered on him and relaxed again. Probably the flying job was forced on him by his father too, with the full attendance salary likely less than his pocket money for tipping streamers. No wonder he seems so carefree. They chatted intermittently. The three players didn't venture toward Sweetwater Town's outskirts anymore, opting to first clear all nearby lumber instead. Since they were engaged in a construction activity, they didn't have to be too concerned about the size of the timber. When the time came to process the logs into planks for settlement, the experience gained wouldn't be any less. Felling trees, transporting timber, dividing logs, stripping bark. The entire morning passed just like that. Phew! Old Man Can Fly took a deep breath, then blew hard at the wooden logs propped up in front of him. Wood chips flew everywhere. He gazed at the row of cylindrical logs with their orange-yellow inner layers exposed. Leaning on a broad bramble leaf, Old Man Can Fly paused to rest, muttering to himself, "I think this should work now? Gotta say, using mediocre plants as tools is weird, but broad bramble leaves are genuinely useful. It vividly demonstrates what it means to have fully maxed out attack power, capable of doing anything. Not only can it chop trees and fight monsters, it even doubles as a wood plane for processing timber. Don't mind if it gets broken." Lin Xian had just finished processing the lumber on his side and came over to inspect. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good, now just leave them here to dry for 2 days. Fresh timber can't be used directly to build a log cabin, otherwise it'll easily warp and deform from excess moisture. That's how it worked in a game I played before, should be roughly accurate." Yi Huifei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. "Never thought I'd be learning hardcore house building techniques from a video game someday." "Feeling like you've gained more useless knowledge?" Lin Xian teased. "Not far away." Luanma dragged back a pile of logs, connecting them together with vines and making some minor improvements along the way. This allowed him to roll the logs all the way back. After losing their pulling force, the logs rolled forward a bit further before bumping into each other with a rumble. The garbled code untied the vines binding the top part. "This is the last batch." "Alright, good work." Lin Xian looked at the sun directly overhead and called out, "Everyone take a break now." He took out 3 sweet fruits and tossed them to Garbled Code, who caught them steadily. Master Fei also got several. He stared at the sweet fruits in his hand, his brows knitted tightly together. "Are we eating this again? I feel like I'm getting cavities already." "This is the only food available right now, and it costs 1 magic gold coin per piece," Lin Xian said helplessly. Chapter 60, The Two-Headed Howling Wolf. Lin Xian took a crisp bite, devouring half of it in one go. The taste of the sweet fruit was still tolerable to him. "I can only say Master Fei doesn't really have a sweet tooth. If we want to improve our meals, we'll have to go hunting," Lin Xian proposed while chewing. "Or see if any traveling merchants happen to pass by," he added. Luan Mao shook his head disapprovingly. According to the backstory, the forest we're in is extremely remote. It would take ages for traveling merchants to come by. "So I was just making a suggestion," Lin Xian shrugged. "My fireball spell is practically useless, Flybro is a healer, and only Random Code is combat capable. But Random Code's role is assassin. With no frontline, we'll have to postpone our hunting plans." "Ha!" Flybro's eyes betrayed disappointment. "No way." Lin Xian patted Flybro's shoulder with a comforting tone. "Just bear with it a little longer." Old Fei made a bitter face as he swallowed the sweet fruit in his hand. Fortunately, the feeling of fullness came quickly. Eating just too satisfied him. He took a sip of water, trying to wash away the cloying sweetness in his mouth, but his heart remained dissatisfied. "Later, I'll ask old G. I remember we had meat that first night," he muttered. "Yeah, that same crimson worm that almost ate us," Glitch chimed in. "What?" Grandpa Can Fly's pupils trembled. Lin Xian nodded. "When I went to swap for supplies, old G told me the same thing." The mere thought of the crimson worm looming over him, jaws gaping with rows of razor-sharp teeth, made him. His stomach instantly churned with the sensation of flying. "Hold on, I need to catch my breath." Clutching his mouth, he hastily rushed behind a nearby patch of grass to retch. Lin Xian watched his disheveled state and let out a mocking chuckle. "Can't handle it that badly?" Although when he first found out, he wasn't any calmer than Yi Huifei had been. But that didn't stop him from taking schadenfreude in others' misery. After all, eating earthworms, and what's more, a gigantic mutated earthworm at that. Even if it's just game data, it still makes people feel uneasy all over. Garbled Text noticed his schadenfreude and explained, "Earthworms aren't bad either. The NPCs have processed them, so there are definitely no parasites. Plus, because of the mucus, they have a slight salty taste. It's a rare salty delicacy." Lin Xian's smile froze. "Thanks, but please stop talking. If this continues, he's going to vomit too." At that very moment, from afar came the terrified, trembling shrieks of Yi Huifei. "Holy fuck 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 fuck." Both men looked up simultaneously. Before them, a monstrous creature the size of a truck was slowly advancing toward the town entrance. With each lumbering step, the surrounding ground trembled in response. The creature's appearance was utterly horrifying. Like a rotting zombie, or countless human-shaped tumors fused together, its skin covered with pustules. Lin Xian's heart instantly tightened. He propped himself up with one hand and sprang to his feet, his voice both wary and shocked. Holy shit! Where did this boss-level monster come from? Compared to this thing, the red-skinned earthworms they fought 2 days ago were practically cute, Q-version small fries. Let's go! Scrambled hastily grabbed broadleaf vine beside him, hunched over as they edged toward the great banyan tree at the town entrance. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Haven't even left the starter village yet, but the mobs keep getting more outrageous. With that, he too leaned in closer. The 3 of them hid behind the banyan tree, the monster's foul stench so pungent it seemed right beside them. Lin Xian covered his nose and mouth. What do we do now? This size seems too much for us to handle. Should we go find old Yi? Yi Huifei whispered. Luan Ma looked serious. Let's observe first. The next second, his pupils suddenly dilated. Wait, that's not a monster, it's old Edgar. Only upon getting closer did they realize it. At the monster's very base stood a particularly diminutive figure. It was Edgar. The monster wasn't moving on its own, it was being carried by Edgar. Since they were allies, there was no need to hide anymore, so they all emerged from behind the trees. However, the monster Edgar was carrying was so massive that they couldn't even get close enough to greet him properly. They could only exchange nods before following him along the way. Lin Xian covered his nose and mouth. Is this the monster from the plot? Yi Huifei nodded gravely. If it can still emit such strong mental attacks after death, it's definitely a monster. He refused to believe something that looked like this could be a normal part of the ecological chain. The monsters here, aren't they overly gigantic? Glitch's eyes showed worry. Last time's red-skinned earthworm was nothing to speak of, fat as a 10-year-old tree. This time's monster is even more bizarre, sheer size alone makes it absolutely dominant. Though Luan Ma has never seen it alive. Whether it's the pustules covering its body or its 4 muscular legs, everything about it looks lethally dangerous. Lin Xian, if every monster's like this, solo players can probably forget about leaving the beginner village. You'd need at least a 3-person party to stay safe. Yi Huifei shivered with delayed fear. Remember how in the opening plot, we were supposed to survive some demonic tide or something? And this was just one demonic creature. That's no ordinary demonic tide? Not quite. Yi Shi sauntered leisurely alongside them. This is a 2-headed howling wolf, one of the largest demonic creatures native to the outskirts of the giant oakwood forest. And it happens to be an alpha wolf, which makes it appear even more massive. Ordinary magical creatures aren't this terrifying, there are some smaller than rabbits. It's just that a magical creature's danger level isn't much related to its size. Though soul-devouring vines are practically invisible in size, they remain a taboo topic wilderness adventurers won't speak of. Yi Huifei leapt sideways in fright when an undead creature suddenly appeared beside him. Old Yi, when did you get here? You're the ones who approached the church, Yi Ji replied calmly. Why are you looking at him like that, as if you've seen a ghost? He's undead, not a ghost. Wolf? Lin Xian opened his mouth wide. This lump of flesh is a wolf. He stepped back and truly found 2 wolf head-like sections amidst clusters of pustules and fleshy growths. They grow at opposite ends of the body. The facial features above appear twisted and compressed together, barely recognizable unless examined closely. Sharp teeth protruded and jutted out of its mouth, with a mixture of saliva and blood dripping from them. Lin Xian measured roughly. The creature's single head was nearly taller than his entire body. He couldn't help but shudder. Luan Ma gulped. Could there still be a pack of them? Chapter 61, Monsters, Chosen Ones. Of course, divine remnants affect entire species. It's perfectly normal for social creatures to remain in groups. Yi Ji paused, staring at the faintly quivering blood vessels still visible beneath the double-headed howling wolf's fur. Don't judge by its ugly appearance, the power it carries is at the level of a chosen one. Incredible regeneration, exceptional magic affinity, bizarre and unpredictable talents. After 600 years of evolution, most surviving monsters have assimilated abilities from multiple deities. Even a monster hatchling isn't something ordinary people can easily handle. What's a chosen one? Glitch asked. Yi Ji said, a boring pastime devised by the gods. Every chosen one possesses the peak talent of their own race, along with a unique and powerful ability bestowed by the deities. The intelligent beings of Eltia can ascend to godhood through comprehending the laws of the world via cultivation, while the chosen ones are practically equivalent to a reserve force of new gods. All they need to do is ensure they keep breathing, and time alone will carry them smoothly, without any bottlenecks, all the way to the demigod level. Holy shit! What kind of cheating hack is this? Yi Huifei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Is there really a way to achieve success without hard work? Gibberish's tone was full of skepticism. He frowned at the 2-headed howling wolf ahead and turned away uncomfortably. Chosen creatures look like zombies. How can they represent orthodox deities? This is clearly an evil god. Yi Ji smiled without answering. Wait, that doesn't add up? Grandpa Can Fly suddenly remembered the setting Yi had previously mentioned. Every magic creature can become a god, but hasn't Eltia gone 600 years without any new gods appearing? Yi had anticipated this question all along. Before I Can Fly even finished leaving his lips, the other had already picked up the thread. Because magical beasts merely possess the power and gifts of a chosen one's level, but in the end, they are not true chosen ones. Unacknowledged by the world's laws, the pinnacle of their growth can only reach demigod status, and merely theoretical demigod status at that. The chosen one is a lucky individual selected by a deity. As for the demonic creatures, they have absorbed the remnants of multiple deities. The fate of heretics who follow multiple faiths goes without saying. Yi Jidwa doesn't need to elaborate. To become demigods, they would need an extraordinary amount of luck. And as long as it becomes a demigod-level magical creature, even 10 saint-level mages combined probably wouldn't be its match. Wanma couldn't help but ask, why? With so many magical creatures out there, hasn't there ever been an exception that suddenly achieved godhood? Yiji sighed, it's a long story. The three players waited quietly for him to continue, but Yiji said no more. Lin Xian couldn't help asking, and then what happened? How long could this story possibly be? Why wouldn't the other person just get to the point? The reason for what happened next? I'll tell you when there's a chance later. Yiji directly cut off the conversation, earning herself 3 pairs of eyes filled with grievance. He remained unmoved. To truly explain the origin of these demons, we'd have to start with the divine war that occurred over 600 years ago. To explain the divine war, we must first delve into the earlier faith war that engulfed all of Eltia and involved every intelligent race. Let's talk about the War of Faiths. We must trace back even further, to the gods' attitudes toward the power of belief. Even if I spoke for 3 days and nights, I probably couldn't cover all the fundamental concepts. Too much trouble. So Yishi simply gazed at the two-headed howling wolf, his thoughts drifting far away. Living too long is such a nuisance. I can't even tell stories coherently anymore. The restrictions placed on monsters might be the only decent thing the fallen gods ever did. No matter how the 3 players pressed him, Yiji refused to say another word about the origin of the monsters. Such matters were beyond what players could comprehend at their current stage. Damn it, I hate people who only say half of what they mean. Yi Huifei grumbled angrily. Turning a deaf ear, Yi Zhichong continued introducing the two-headed howling wolf before them. The two-headed howling wolf king possesses 3 innate abilities: corruption, phantom sound, and split control. It's a mid-level tier 3 magical beast. It's already a dangerous level magical creature that even 3 senior mages working together couldn't handle. Only level 3 with such a massive size? Yi Huifei's mouth formed an O shape. Then what's the highest level possible? A monster's level mainly depends on how many divine remnants its ancestors absorbed and how many innate talents they obtained. Currently, there's no upper limit. No upper limit. The trio gasped in unison. Then wouldn't they have a chance to see magical creatures that can soar through the skies and burrow underground, capable of anything? In the end, wouldn't there be invincible monsters? Yi Ji immediately saw what they were thinking and added. No one knows the situation in the earliest occupied monster lair areas. Your speculation is indeed possible. The more powerful the demonic creature, the stronger the restrictions on its movements. As long as there isn't the once in 10,000 years magical tide to break their restraints, ordinary people would never have a chance to see them in their lifetime. Of course, if you do encounter one, don't worry, I'd advise you to lie down and wait for death. If you die quickly enough, you might even leave a whole corpse behind. The 3 players? Though it's the truth, isn't it a bit too harsh to say it straight out? Yes, they truly are those useless weaklings who couldn't even handle a single red-skinned earthworm. But they have their dignity. Take away the respawn cooldown already. They were furious, they pounded the table in frustration, utterly powerless. Yi Huifei wiped his face in bitter frustration. Thank goodness we didn't foolishly venture deeper outside. The power gap between enemies and allies in this game is way too huge. If such monsters appeared during the Demon Tide, he suggests immediately fleeing with the faction leaders. Ahead. Edgar found an open space and set down the two-headed howling wolf. Bang! The colossal corpse of the magical beast slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, as the black blood oozing from the two-headed howling wolf made contact with the earth, a sinister hissing sound of corrosion erupted. Starting from the point of contact, the soil gradually darkened and expanded in creeping tendrils of black. He turned his head to look at Yi Ji approaching. Is this demonic beast enough? Yi Ji circled around the two-headed howling wolf and nodded in satisfaction. Plenty. An old wolf king recently driven out from its pack has far more recoverable materials than I imagined. Yesterday, when Yi Ji brought Alien back, he deliberately left marks in the remaining blood on the ground. As expected, the twin-headed howling wolves couldn't resist the temptation of the Dragonborn's bloodline and picked up the scent of the blood. This successfully allowed Yi Ji to track their movements. A monster without a lair is much easier to deal with than ordinary ones. Edgar successfully brought it back in just half a day.
Yiji gestured toward the church gate nearby, comparing its size with that of the two-headed howling wolf. Unfortunately, it's too large, we'll have to cut it up to transport it inside. Bring it inside? Lin Xian, who had just walked over, was taken aback. Old Ji, what are you planning to do with this thing in the church? Chapter 62 Edgar's Confusion. Yuefei carefully avoided the blood oozing from the twin-headed howling wolf. Even after death, this demonic creature's corrosive properties remain so potent. Won't it just burn through the church floor? It's actually not just the floor. If it weren't for the fact that the church is currently the only habitable building left in Sweetwater Town, Yiji would have already torn it down. The source of the magic node lies beneath the church's sacred statue. Only near the statue is there sufficient magical energy to activate the flesh reanimation array. He had no choice but to do so. To activate the flesh rebirth formation, we need a mana-rich conversion base, Yiji replied. The second group of brethren charged with returning to Eltia are already on their way back. We need to prepare physical vessels for them. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Our bodies are made of monsters? Yi Huifei took a step back, hugging himself fearfully. No way? Aren't our bodies downright disgusting? Yi Ji, kid, don't fail to appreciate a blessing when you have it. He wishes he could use this kind of body to regain his human form, yet here we can't even do that. He immediately added the task of collecting conversion bases to the player resurrection penalty. Every player must provide an equivalent amount of monster corpses upon resurrection. Oh, and make them provide the clothes needed for resurrection too. Yiji furiously jotted this down in his little notebook. Then he began to hurry people off. The two-headed howling wolf corpse is highly corrosive, you guys can't handle it. We don't need assistance here for now, so please leave first, he said. No sooner had she finished speaking. The players who had been full of questions and pestering him moments ago immediately stood up. Yi Huifei, could have said so earlier. We're off now, old Ji. Lin Xian, then it's alright. Turns out it was just a side plot after all, not a hidden quest. Garbled text, I'm going to do the mission now. Not long after, all three players vanished without a trace. Yi Ji was both amused and helpless. No need to be quite this mercenary about it. They certainly have boundless energy, Edgar remarked with mixed emotions. He gazed in the direction where the three players had departed, his eyes filled with profound bewilderment. I saw them hauling back logs of wood along the way. What's wrong? Think the players are progressing too slowly? Yi Ji inquired. Edgar shook his head. On the contrary, the progress is too fast. So fast that Edgar's first reaction was disbelief. Then he secretly counted them again. A full 90 trees. The player chopped down a total of 90 trees in just a day and a half. This amount of wood would be enough to build 4 or 5 cottages. If left to the refugees outside to do, 3 people would probably take half a month to complete the same task. Even though the players' bodies are avatars of gods, essentially one step above chosen ones. But even the best constitution needs time to develop. So far, they remain ordinary people. At most, during tree cutting, they might reduce some fatigue by comprehending the laws of nature, simply granting them slightly better stamina than ordinary people, in theory. But, the player actually turned theory into reality, making full use of that bit of extra stamina. It's like working non-stop without ever taking a break. Edgar didn't understand. How could anyone willingly keep doing tedious, repetitive drudgery without supervision or time constraints, not even considering the idea of slacking off for a break? He was even more incomprehensible than any fanatic Edgar had ever seen before. Thinking this, Edgar voiced his doubts aloud. Yiji sighed inwardly, we'll have to start with the Black Slave Simulator in online gaming. The reason grind lords are grind lords lies in their utilization of time. For them, stopping before exhausting stamina would be sheer waste. As long as their hands can still move and hunger hasn't started draining HP, they'll keep grinding. This isn't manual labor, it's essential time management for joining the top-tier player ranks. Even a single wasted minute would be an insult to these hardcore grind lords. What? Edgar didn't catch the meaning. Never mind, just know they're the type to constantly work miracles. A look of nostalgia flickered in Yiji's eyes. Otherwise, how could they dare call themselves the fourth cataclysm? Don't think he hadn't noticed. When discussing magical creatures earlier, all three players showed fear towards high-level monsters. But could the players truly be afraid? They're probably just waiting for Yiji to develop a method for rapidly manufacturing player avatars. Then they could brazenly venture into the deepest parts of the Great Oak Forest with level 1 accounts, even daring to challenge demigods. Yiji made his point succinctly and said cheerfully, you'll naturally gain a deeper understanding of them when the second batch of players arrives. Looking at the neatly divided pieces of the twin-headed howling wolf, he raised his hand and cast levitation. A rotting wolf's head floated beside Yiji as he leisurely made his way into the church. Let's dispose of the two-headed howling wolf carcass first, otherwise the entire Sweetwater town will stink for a whole week. Tisk, transporting monster corpses is always such a hassle. I should find a chance to tear down Oral's church one of these days. Yiji glanced at the church door, barely wide enough for 3 people to pass through simultaneously, and muttered under his breath.
Sweetwater Town hadn't seen a single visitor in decades.
The lush vegetation flourished as the abandoned house gave way beneath the slightest push, its final wall collapsing with a thunderous crash. Lin now flipped through the game panel.
Excellent. The task of clearing the ruins was successfully completed. Seems like today's experience points are growing faster than yesterday's, but we're still far from leveling up. The garbled text showed no optimism.
He held the triangular ruler against the wood, marking the spot before making the cut with a broad bramble leaf, effortlessly splitting the wood in two. The second batch of players is arriving soon.
As the first group, it would be embarrassing if we can't outpace the newcomers, wouldn't it?
Before they arrive, we should complete the 2 highest XP rewarded tasks ranked just below the top one in the quest log.
The top rewarded task involves building a wall sturdy enough to withstand the demon tide for Sweetwater Town. But this quest is grayed out and currently unavailable. Probably requires meeting certain conditions before it can be unlocked. The second highest priority quest is to build dwellings for 2 NPCs who can speak. Lin Xian had just cleared out a section of land with a headache, surrounded by piles of scattered lumber. The only bad thing about this game is that you can't repeat quests. Don't want new players freeloading on quests.
They'll just have to grind harder during this time. Yi Huifei yanked out a weed reaching up to his thigh from the ground, nearly toppling over in the process. The root system of weeds makes up a full 3/4 of their total length. He wiped the mud from his face, only succeeding in smearing it further.
Speaking of which, our progress is pretty fast, right? I took a quick break earlier to check the game announcement on the official website.
The second batch of players won't log in until 3 days later, which means 6 in-game days.
That's enough time for us to build 2 wooden huts. Little did he expect. Garbled text and Lin Xian shook their heads in unison. Not enough. Chapter 63, New Discoveries About Grandpa Can Fly.
Lin Xian sighed and patted Grandpa Can Fly's shoulder. Take a closer look at the mission description.
Master Fei opened the game panel and read the task description aloud. Create a temporary lord's residence that satisfies Lord Yiji? The key lies in the word, satisfaction.
Lin Xian took out the Sweetwater Town map given by Edgar, or more accurately, the Sweetwater Town reconstruction map. Look, the houses for the 2 NPCs are not only assigned to specific zones but also have defined dimensions. We want to complete the task, at the very least, we've got to fill up the entire area. The scale of the project was incomparable to building a small cabin meant for just one person.
Yi Huifei stared at the 2 mission zones, each at least the size of a 5-bedroom apartment, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way? You're this picky about a temporary residence? Otherwise, how could building a house directly give 3,000 experience points?
Lin Xian shrugged helplessly.
Moreover, the house building task didn't even include collecting raw materials.
Completing these 2 tasks would ensure each of them leveled up at least twice. Scratching his chin with a puzzled expression.
It's not exactly being picky. To complete the task, I specifically asked both of them about their detailed requirements.
Old Ji has injuries and spends most of his time near the church. His house is mainly intended for hosting the Lord's guests later. Old AI wants to regain his strength, so he needs a sufficiently large training ground. His living quarters just need to be a single-person cabin, but he wants a fence built around it.
Lin Xian slapped his palm in sudden realization. Wait, we can actually ask NPCs directly about their needs? Why didn't I think of that?
In previous games he'd played, NPC requirements were always listed in the quest log. None had been this intelligent like in Divine Dominion.
He'd completely forgotten about this possibility. Lin Xian looked at him in pleasant surprise. Glitch, so you're a method actor? Half, I guess.
Glitch paused. Used to be into the thrill of battle, but now I just want to chill and enjoy myself. Master Huifei counted the logs that had been transported back and frowned, saying, Indeed, even with clear requirements, our timber shortage remains significant. A lord's residence large enough to receive guests required a considerable amount of timber, as did the fully enclosed fences for the training grounds.
Moreover, freshly cut wood couldn't be used immediately. Lin Xian sighed helplessly, so we'll just have to work harder and do what we can. To avoid being stuck on long-term tasks continuously, these past few days only yielded some bonus experience points.
They planned to clean up the mission area while they were at it, exchanging their efforts for some daily mission rewards.
Another busy afternoon had passed.
The 2 mission areas near the church were thoroughly cleaned up.
The weeds and debris they cleared piled up into garbage mountains over 2 meters high. Edgar looked at the mission results from the 3 players and was very satisfied.
He generously distributed the mission rewards to them. Among these rewards were physicalized magic coins. At noon, since the 3 players were in a hurry to eat, the missions they submitted were just enough to exchange for sweet fruits. Yiji simply didn't wave the magic gold coins in front of them. Scrambled Code raised the Tan 100 denomination skull coin high, closing one eye against the setting sun. No matter which angle you look from, the coin reflects a broken chain pattern.
Lin Xian walked over, somewhat amused.
Still looking? This is all our worldly possessions, don't lose it. Magic coins are harder to obtain than experience points. Some tasks require completing several rounds just to earn a single magic coin. Even for tree chopping quests, the ratio is 5 experience points to 1 magic coin. After laboring all day, chopping trees, pulling weeds, and picking up trash, they finally managed to save up 100 yuan. Since the only things currently available for purchase in the game are food and clothing, they couldn't use them for the time being. And so at Edgar's place, they exchanged the loose change for lighter 100 denomination bills, to be kept by one person. Garbled carefully stored the coins away. It's just amazing that the in-game currency actually has an anti-counterfeiting system. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. True, could we really create counterfeit money that NPCs can't detect? Oh no, this is bad. This game gives too much freedom, it's practically criminal. He tossed a sweet fruit across the air. We'll talk about the rest later. Let's eat first. Manhwa steadily caught it, looking at the sweet fruit in his hand with a sigh. Eating again? I'll have to eat another meal once I log off later. Why are you just like Yefei, suddenly despising sweet fruit now? Lin Xian laughed. He, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with this kind of food that could ward off hunger in just a few bites. It's a godsend for people who hate cooking and eating. Lin Xian looked around in confusion. By the way, where's Yefei? Did he hide because he doesn't want to eat? He thinks our current tree cutting efficiency is too low and wants to make a chainsaw, Random Code said. Although broad willow leaf grass is good, it's too all around and not specialized in anything. If they could make a chainsaw, their current task efficiency would easily increase by 4 or 5 times. Now, isn't the time frame too tight? Lin Xian objected disapprovingly. Their current technological development is still at a primitive stage. Suddenly having to make an industrial-era chainsaw in 6 days was completely insufficient time. It would actually delay their original task progress. Manhwa pondered and said, he mentioned not needing an electric motor. Even a hand-cranked chainsaw would be faster than cutting trees with broad brambles. And the materials required are simple too. Just setting aside some time during lunch breaks or evening meals would be enough to get it done. Lin Xian opened his mouth in surprise. A chainsaw without a motor? He really came up with that. But if they could actually make this thing, the benefits would indeed be huge. Lin Xian said immediately, where is he? I'll go help out too. I don't know. He said he doesn't even know what materials he needs to find yet, so he's just going out for a casual stroll. Garbled Code replied while munching on sweet fruits. He then proceeded to share the whole theory that Grandpa Could Fly had explained to him earlier with Lin Xian. The broad bramble leaves proved exceptionally sturdy. Grandpa Could Fly plans to process them into replaceable cutting blades for the chainsaw. It's just missing the gears and chains. These things are best made from iron or alloy, but lacking the means, they had no choice but to search for alternative plant materials. Lin Xian broke into a cold sweat. So it's still just a theory? What a disappointment. Manhwa shrugged. If we could find an iron mine, I'd have a way to smelt iron. But no such luck. At that very moment, in the distance came Grandpa Fei's shouting, look what I found. The two looked up to see Yahuefei running toward them with vines all over his head, looking like some green-haired female ghost. Lin Xian was so startled he nearly choked to death on a mouthful of sweet fruit. Demon, where did you come from? Messed Up Coder's gang helped Yahuefei pull off the tangled mass of dark green vines from his head and asked in confusion, isn't this the vine I used to transport wood during the day? Can it serve as a chainsaw chain? Chapter 64, Discovery of Iron Ore. Amidst garbled confusion lingered doubt. He had to admit the vine's remarkable toughness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as a rope and left it at the town entrance, planning to continue using it tomorrow. But can a rope really replace the functionality of a chain? You lost it? That's perfect. Yefei exclaimed with joy. Brother Random Code, do you remember where you found the vine? Lin Xian couldn't help but interject, his expression puzzling. Wait, are you really planning to use it as a biological chainsaw? Biological chainsaw? Yi Huifei took 2 seconds to process the meaning of this sentence before decisively shaking his head. The chain needs to match the gear, since when do mechanical parts grow out of the ground? What I found was something else entirely. He buried his head in a pile of vines, digging through them. After a while, he finally found what he was looking for. Covered in sweat, it was the root system. Vines tough enough to withstand the friction of hundreds of pounds of force naturally had robust roots. Too lazy to bother with the mess, he simply took a section of the vine root with him, still clinging to a bit of soil. Just this bit of mud carrying chaotic codes, lingering at the town entrance, became Old Man Huifei's treasured find. What do you see? Chaotic codes leaned closer to examine the vine's roots. This was what he had discovered. If there had been anything special about it, we wouldn't have had to wait until now to notice. Garbled text tentatively spoke up. It's greener than ordinary vines? Lin Xian stepped forward to test the hardness of the soil. Hard as stone, no wonder it's been clinging to the roots without falling off. Seems Garbled text put in quite some effort to chop it down. Wrong, dead wrong, Yi Huifei said with grave seriousness. None of you have seen the essence beyond the appearance. He angled the vine's roots toward the setting sun, and they immediately shimmered with a faint metallic gleam. Metallic sheen, hard and compacted soil, along with tiny metal particles within. The guy who could fly sniffed the air and let out an admiring sigh. This is the scent of iron ore. Iron ore? They exclaimed simultaneously. Luan Ma tore off a clump of dirt with tree roots still attached and sniffed it. There really is a metallic smell. After spending a day in pollution-free nature, this scent was unmistakable. Yi Huifei smiled smugly. See? You found where the vines are. Isn't the vegetation unusually lush nearby? The garbled text nodded affirmatively. Although the vegetation in the great oakwood forest was plentiful enough, but at least Sweetwater Town was an abandoned settlement, where wild grass had only begun to grow in recent years. It was still far from being a truly natural forest. Wherever Chaos Codes discovered these special vines, the vegetation grew unusually dense, leaving him almost no place to set foot. He initially thought it was because of the proximity to the river, where water was abundant. Yi Huifei's gaze was resolute as he nodded firmly. That's it. The higher mineral content near iron ore deposits can sometimes actually promote plant growth. Lin Xian looked at Yi Huifei as if seeing him for the first time, exclaiming in shock. Holy crap, you can even analyze mineral veins? What other surprises are you hiding from us? I found some information online last night. Yi Huifei shuffled his feet bashfully. He had already decided yesterday that he wanted to make a chainsaw. Although he had done similar handiwork before, it didn't mean he could create a chainsaw without any preparation. The first thing, of course, was to research how to find iron ore and how to smelt iron. Who would have thought that what he researched just yesterday would come in handy today? Random Code fell into brief contemplation. I still remember where the vines are near the riverbank, but a good distance from the town. The area might not be safe. He could retrace his steps solely because the vines were exceptionally long. Groping along, they had already gone farther than the distance where they last encountered the red-skinned earthworm. But he was lucky, nothing happened. But if they were to go out and mine iron ore, the commotion would undoubtedly be significant. What might happen then is something no one can guarantee. It's unclear whether they currently have the strength to fight even the least dangerous red-skinned earthworm on their own. Moreover, smelting iron and burning ore requires a container that can withstand high temperatures, Lin Xian added. I thought we could start mining right away. Yi Huifei's eyes revealed disappointment. His whole demeanor instantly wilted by half. At this rate, when would he ever be able to start making chainsaws and achieve efficient point grinding automation? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. We can't mine it alone, but there are others who can. You mean, old G and his crew? Grandpa can fly caught on. Gibberish nodded in agreement nearby. With the faction suddenly gaining a new mineable resource, of course the faction leader needs to know. Speak of the devil. Yi Ji, accompanied by the glowing orb Xiaoming, happened to be strolling in this direction. Could there be a better opportunity than this? Old Yi. The three players shouted as they rushed forward, surrounding the man and the orb, chattering excitedly to report their discovery. Yi Ji? Wait a minute. Yi Ji's mind was in a state of chaos from the noisy clamor of these three duck-like players. After considerable effort, he finally managed to sift through the players' nonsense to extract the crucial information. You're saying, you discovered an iron mine around Sweetwater Town? His voice was filled with utter disbelief by the end. Since the dead have no ears, there was no chance he'd misheard. But how could there possibly be an iron mine near Sweetwater Town? It may be abandoned now, but it was once a bustling settlement. If there really were iron ore deposits, they couldn't have gone undiscovered. The veins of the Ayrshire continent contain quite a few treasures. What's more, there's even a mana node nearby. This is too important, Yi Ji said without hesitation. Where exactly is it? Take me there. Meanwhile, he told Xiaoming to go back and bring Edgar along as well. If the distance was too great, they would need a fighter with decent combat skills. Upon receiving news of a possible iron mine discovery, Edgar arrived quickly. The group set off in grand fashion along the Woland River. Within a 1-kilometer radius around Sweetwater Town lies the magic array constructed by Yi Ji. The place where Random Code had brought them was right at the edge of this magic array. About 30 more steps forward, and they would enter the hunting range of the magical creatures. At the same time, this location was close to the most unpredictable stretch of the Warren River's banks. To keep walking here without any incident, one could only say that Garbled Code's luck was truly exceptional. The destination Garbled Code pointed to, the vegetation was conspicuously abundant, with vines intertwining like a natural green fortress wall. Yi Ji glanced at it, then turned his gaze toward the mud-stained riverbank nearby. He retrieved the black magic wand and plunged it into the damp shallows. A faint golden shimmer flickered along its length. When he lifted it 5 seconds later, the base of the wand had thickened considerably compared to before. A closer look revealed that it was entirely covered in clinging black granules. Edgar inquired, "What is this?"
Iron sand, Yiji observed the vegetation on the shore. Confirmed, there's really an iron or vein here. Chapter 65, a hidden task appears. Yiji's mood was quite complicated. He still couldn't understand why there would be a mineral vein right under Sweetwater Town's nose, but the iron sand drawn up by magnetic forces wouldn't lie. The iron ore reserves in this vein seemed substantial. Yi Huifei stared in amazement at the black magic wand. Wow, what kind of magic is this? No, it's science. Yiji flicked his wrist, causing the pale golden light on his staff to pulse once before extinguishing. Grain-sized iron filings cascaded downward, falling back onto the riverbank with a whisper. A minor spell that can make ordinary objects magnetic. Yiji turned his head to look at him. Just an intermediate-level magic, you're not ready to learn this yet. The astonishment on Grandpa Can-Fly's face hadn't even faded before it froze stiff. They value science in another world too? Handmade magnets? Does becoming a magician first require being a scientist? Why won't you explain it? Yiji retorted. There's little difference in practice between magic and science. For instance, combining fire elemental magic with wind elemental magic mobilizes water particles in the air to create heat waves. Water magic spells must follow fluid dynamics formulas to produce varying effects. If magic exists, then its essence is science itself. Hearing the term fluid mechanics come from an NPC who looked straight out of a Western fantasy setting, Lin Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. This feels a bit too grounded in reality. After a moment of silence, Glitch muttered, feels like some kind of specialized lecture. His performance in academic subjects had always been questionable during his childhood, particularly in the trio of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The pressure suddenly felt overwhelming. Seeing the three players with inexplicably solemn expressions, Edgar reassured them. Don't worry about it, ordinary mages don't study these things either. Even the magnetic spell earlier was all special magic he had developed through his own research. That's because outside mages don't understand the scientific approach to cultivating magic. Yi Ziyi countered with complete seriousness. But you're different. As fellow countrymen, you should be able to judge for yourself whether what I'm saying makes sense. None of these were his original theories. They were the lifelong efforts of countless predecessors he'd brought from Planet Blue. Saying all this, Yiji had only one purpose. That was to correct players' understanding of magic. Magic is not omnipotent. Elsha is not a high magic world. Or perhaps, below the level of deities, magic isn't sufficient to handle all troubles. It's more like an alternative scientific product. Just like technological devices, it can only serve as a tool. So, stop pestering him with hints about whether there's any magic to build the entire Sweetwater town overnight. Yi Ji thought with resentment. If such magic existed, would he have needed to summon players from another world as helpers? Are you saying, the game truly replicated real-world physics one-to-one? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. In a world where magic and technology merged, how on earth did the game company design its foundational code? That's fucking awesome. Before the three players could think it through, Yiji shook off the remaining iron sand from his magic wand and walked toward where the scrambled code had revealed the vine's destination. After some searching, he indeed discovered a hollow area. He opened the NPC panel and posted a quest to help clear the bushes. The players immediately tossed aside their headache-inducing magic theories and eagerly accepted the quest to lend a hand. Clearing the surface weeds turned out to be unexpectedly effortless. Soon, a massive stone slab was revealed beneath them. Everyone united their strength and together they lifted it up. Thud! The stone slab tipped over to the other side, revealing a small iron ore opening wide enough for two people to pass through simultaneously. The entrance to the iron mine was weathered by time, with only two half-hanging ropes left where the ladder once stood. The surrounding rust was mottled and dull. The mine shaft was like a devouring black hole, with faint rays of light slanting and yet utterly unable to penetrate to the bottom. Edgar reached down and groped beneath him. The magical flow is normal. There shouldn't be any danger below. Yi Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Good, let's go down and check it out. Three players followed closely behind. Because it was close to the river, the walls of the mine were unusually slippery, covered in patches of moss. The three players descended into the mine, each looking more awkward than the last. Ah! Bang! 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 Three dull thuds echoed as their bodies hit the ground. At the very moment they slipped and fell, Yi Ji deliberately took a step forward. They narrowly avoided the tragedy of being smashed to pieces by them. Looking at the three players who were stacked on top of each other, their eyes rolling back from the pressure, Yi Ji shook his head in frustration. Too weak. Current players are still too weak. Even descending into a mine pit is a struggle for them, so unmotivated to practice magic. Fortunately, the mine shaft wasn't deep, and the three players had only fallen partway down. Their injuries were minimal, nothing worse than a sprained ankle or some scratches. It hurt a bit, but nothing serious. Yi Ji was about to turn and walk forward when suddenly, as if remembering something, he paused mid-step. Wait a minute. If their game only forced them to do hard labor, and they always ended up with minor injuries not severe enough to be ignored by pain suppression, but persistent enough to be annoying. What kind of masochist would keep playing this? No, I had to find a way. Yiji looked at the fastest magic practitioner among the three, random code, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He raised his wand and used the levitation spell to separate the three of them. Then he turned to random code. I remember you were learning the wind control spell, why didn't you use it earlier? Me? Scrambled Code staggered to his feet despite the pain, exclaiming in surprise, wind riding technique can make you fly? He had just tried it once that very day. The wind riding technique only affects the inside of the body, accelerating its movements. At best, it makes the body appear slightly more agile, still a far cry from actually enabling flight. Of course, Yiji said matter-of-factly, the wind riding technique can be considered the foundational spell for all wind-based magic. To ride means to control and harness. When you can completely master the wind, why wouldn't you be able to fly? Luan Ma was rendered speechless. Isn't this obvious? He can't do it. And just now, nobody knew that Lin Xian at the top would slip, causing both him and Yi Hui to be sent flying. The fall happened too quickly, while the incantation's casting time was too long. Even if he knew how to use it, there wouldn't have been time to react. Lin Xian got up from the ground, utterly bewildered. What was Olji suddenly bringing this up for? Yi Huifei rubbed his sore behind while grimacing. No way? Have we really gotten so pathetic that even Olji can't stand watching anymore? Right at that moment, a brilliant idea flashed through Lin Xian's mind. He jabbed the glitched character with his elbow, cutting off whatever they were about to say, and urgently whispered, "Hurry, hurry, keep playing along with his words. This is a hidden quest." An unexpected topic suddenly raised by an NPC, what else could it be but a hidden quest? The glitched character caught on, flattered by the revelation, and quickly asked, then what do I need to do? Edgar stopped not far ahead, looking back with confusion at the situation behind him. Yiji pretended to ponder for a moment. I happen to have a basic spell cultivation method here. Chapter 66, The High-Spirited Players, The Untapped Vein. I'll take it. Luan Ma exclaimed with both shock and delight. It really is a hidden quest. So besides leveling up, there are actually good things in this game. At the same time, a task popped up on his game panel. Limited time quest successfully accepted. Complete the following tasks within 2 days to receive the following rewards, essential spellcasting techniques, etc. Task 1, use wind soaring spell 8 times. Task 2, complete lumber collection mission 10 times. Task 3, scanning through line after line, Wan Ma couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Such task density is definitely not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Using wind-controlling magic would greatly deplete physical strength, and most other tasks required brute force labor. The only advantage was being able to control one's own start time. To get it done, he'd definitely have to set aside an entire day, making perfect use of both in-game days down to the very minute. The difficulty of this task is so high. The garbled text showed no anger but instead grew increasingly eager for the final mission reward. The trigger conditions were extremely demanding, meaning Yiji spent most of his time staying in town browsing the internet, scratch that, recovering from injuries. It requires tremendous time and effort to complete. What kind of hidden reward could possibly justify its difficulty? Almost in the mood to quit immediately and go do other quests, Wanma clicked accept. Yuifi watched from the side, burning with envy. My lord, what about me? Any quests with holy light magic? Bathed in the eager, expectant gaze of Yi Can Fly, Ji Yi had a row of black lines creeping down his forehead. Only when you need something do you remember to call me my lord, huh? None. Holy light is it's literally just a healing spell with barely any room for growth or variation. Yi Huifei's face fell with disappointment. Does that mean the light path has no future in this game? At this moment. After watching for a while, Edgar cleared his throat lightly. Holy light is a fundamental spell that every mage under the Blazing Light Church must learn. While it may lack flexibility, it's crucially connected to many subsequent light-based spells. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. As these words were spoken, 4 bewildered faces stared back. No, wait, make that 4 faces plus 1 glowing orb. Xiao Ming, who hadn't received Yiji's spiritual imprint and thus couldn't understand player speech, had been drowsing on Yiji's shoulder the whole time. But the spiritual imprint only helped both parties comprehend each other's meaning. Their actual spoken words remained in their original languages. The moment Edgar said this, the orb instantly startled awake. No, I won't allow it. Xiao Ming's entire orb flushed pale red with anger. How could we possibly teach light magic to some undead creature of unknown origin? They don't even possess basic reverence for the god of light. Yiji slapped it back down, objection overruled. Since when do you get a say here? He patted Edgar's shoulder approvingly. Comrade Reno, you truly haven't let the organization down. If Edgar was willing to cooperate, he wouldn't have to worry at all about the player's progress in mastering holy magic. He actually thought the other party would find this role-playing task meant to build player anticipation too troublesome. Nearby players huddled together whispering. Yuifi, wait what? Old AI is actually a healer? Lin Xian, he can both tank and deal damage. If he switches factions midway, old AI's gonna be tough to handle. Garbled text, probably gonna get nerfed next patch. The players' voices were loud enough for everyone present to hear. Edgar fell silent, suddenly regretting his earlier decision. Yiji gave an awkward smile and deliberately switched to the Yelshan common language to block out the players. Players are like that, their thoughts jump around, they love to make outrageous remarks. You can just pretend not to hear them. I know, Edgar also muted the player-side communication, hopefully they can truly work miracles as you said. For that reason, even if they were a bit unprofessional, he could endure it completely. Compared to what the players would eventually have to face, this was far simpler and easier. They had walked quite a distance through the slippery mine tunnel. Yi Ji led the way in front, with the players following behind. Lin Xian carefully moved forward, illuminating the path with a flickering flame on his middle finger. Don't underestimate Xiaoming, this luminous orb was bigger than a clenched fist. But the light it emitted couldn't even illuminate an area within 1 meter. In contrast, Lin Xian's fireball spell, though currently far from spherical, emitted astonishing brightness comparable to a 30-watt desk lamp. Moreover, without attempting to enlarge the flames or hurl it outward, Lin Xian could sustain it for an remarkably extended duration. Lin Xian let out a resigned sigh. I never thought my skill talents would be in lighting. Don't lose heart, bro Xiao. Judging from my gaming experience, Fireball will definitely be the main DPS in Conquest mode. The future looks bright. Yuefei avoided the puddles on the ground as he encouraged enthusiastically. Lin Xian let out a bitter laugh. I hope so. Right now, I'm the only one without any cultivation path. Among the 2 NPCs, only Yiji knew Fireball technique, but he'd already been assigned missions by the Glitch sect. There was no way to tutor Lin Xian simultaneously. But, Lin Xian's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I've seen what a fully grown fireball spell can do. I won't give up. Garbled Code stared at the taskbar. My mission reward is the Essential Spell Cultivation Guidebook. It doesn't specify it's only for wind control spells. Maybe we can share it later. Really? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. You're the best, buddy. From behind came a chorus of noisy chattering, filling Edgar with both irritation and a strange, complicated emotion. You really understand them well, getting their fighting spirit back so quickly. Truth be told, players' usual energy levels were terrifyingly excessive to begin with, and now their enthusiasm was practically materializing before their eyes. To be honest, this exceeded my expectations too, Yiji admitted frankly. The mission he had originally intended to post was nowhere near as extreme as the current one. The NPC panel simply malfunctioned. One accidental misclick on multi-select had added numerous unintended tasks. Yet surprisingly, the garbled text and other players who saw the mission accepted it so readily. And all along the way, players were discussing how to reasonably plan the 2 days, even getting other players to help trigger some bugs. Their words were full of fighting spirit. Yiji pondered quietly in his heart. It seems I'll need to put more thought into task design going forward, creating a variety of missions to better engage players' enthusiasm. The metallic tang of rust grew thicker in the air as the narrow, winding mine shaft revealed its terminus. Yiji paused, stepping around discarded mine carts and abandoned excavation equipment. So soon? He was somewhat surprised. Considering the depth of ore deposits near the biting wind plains, this distance probably only covers the range where iron ore can be extracted. Yiji frowned while examining the walls on both sides of the mining tunnel. He successfully found some fragmented ore pieces in a corner. What's wrong? Edgar asked. This is an almost untouched vein of ore, Yiji affirmed confidently. Chapter 67, Monster Incubation Chamber. It's strange. Although the technological level of Ertia was not high, it had already entered the Iron Age. Mining iron and silver ores presents no problem. Such a massive mineral vein lying openly at their doorstep, Sweetwater Town had every reason to mine it. Yiji picked up the scattered fragments of iron ore from the ground and crushed them forcefully. The stones proved no match for the hardness of his knuckles, shattering effortlessly. The unmistakable scent of rust spread through the air. Yiji's heart sank gradually. Not only was there no mining being done, but the quality of the iron ore is frighteningly good. Sweetwater Town had been abandoned for decades, if not a full century. Being near the river, the mine shafts retained a humid environment, making the iron ore prone to oxidation and rust. Even so, these mined ore fragments are still of medium quality, with considerable usability. One can imagine what a high-quality vein this is. Edgar's expression was equally grim. I'll go check the mine entrance. With that, he strode past the chatting players jostling behind him and quickly disappeared around the corner of the mine shaft. Seeing the 2 NPCs behaving as if facing a formidable enemy, Lin Xian straightened up with a serious expression. Isn't high-quality iron ore a good thing? He had originally thought this was just a newbie village resource point exploration event. As for why there would be an iron mine near an abandoned town, that sort of question was completely unnecessary. It's not like they could actually give players a newbie village completely stripped of all resources, right? Xiaoming, perched on Yiji's shoulder, sneered twice, humph, ignorant otherworldly undead. Though I don't know where Yiji found these bizarre undead creatures, but from observing them these past 2 days, they've clearly inherited the low intelligence characteristic of the undead. Just as it was about to continue mocking them in Elshan common tongue, Yiji ruthlessly silenced it. 2 days of peace and you've already forgotten your lesson, haven't you? He explained to the players, setting aside other factors, the higher the quality of the iron ore, the better, of course. There's a magical node at the center of Sweetwater Town where the flow of magic is gentle yet highly concentrated. Within its radiant influence, the surrounding natural resources become more abundant. At the same time, it's also more likely to give birth to ores and metals imbued with magical properties, such as starlight stones and sunken iron. The veins before us absolutely meet the basic conditions for producing ore with magical properties. Even if Sweetwater Town's mana node isn't powerful enough, the quality of this ore vein could perfectly compensate for that weakness. If we can extract magic ore with properties similar to sunken iron, it would provide immense benefits to Sweetwater Town's current situation. Since Sweetwater Town was chosen as players' starting spawn point and Yiji's convalescence site, the winter tide of magic was a hurdle they had to overcome. Yiji had already posted a task in the game character panel to build a wall to defend against the demon tide, but once it was posted, it was immediately locked in the first column, preventing anyone from accepting it. The reason is, they currently lack all the necessary conditions to achieve this goal. Yiji listed it out just to give the players a heads up. This way, when the demon tide truly arrives, the players won't be caught off guard and suffer too badly. But with the heavy iron, everything changes. Iron is highly resistant to magic, capable of absorbing and transforming the energy of most magical attacks while also maintaining considerable physical hardness. It's extremely suitable as the raw material for the first line of defense against magical tides, city walls. Taking advantage of the time before Edgar finished his investigation and returned, Yeji patiently explained to the players. The 3 players listened with eyes sparkling. Whatever the principles of the Altia veins were, it went in one ear and out the other. They only remembered the last sentence. Yi Huifei gripped Yiji's hand bones excitedly and said, "So if we mine the sunken iron, we can unlock the most rewarding task of building the city walls?" If we can actually mine the sunken iron, Yiji hesitated before answering. He only said there might be sunken iron, not that it was guaranteed. Plus, there are still many issues to resolve regarding smelting the sunken iron and crafting the city walls. But, putting aside the subsequent task difficulties, it would indeed achieve the goal of unlocking the mission. When that massive sunken iron ore deposit hangs there, it'll serve as a far more tangible warning to players about the impending demonic tide than any vague quest marker. Wonderful. Damn right I can fly. That's exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. Lin Xian looked at him with envy. Impressive, you rascal. That ore was definitely worth digging up. Because of a clump of soil tangled in the vines, he helped them find a hidden quest all at once, plus unlock the prerequisite condition for the main storyline city wall construction mission. Garbled Code frowned. Don't celebrate too early. This mine probably won't be that easy to exploit. Oh right. Flywell scratched his head. Olji, can we even mine this deposit? All 3 players stared at him with intense curiosity. Yiji smiled without speaking, turning his gaze to the space behind the 3 of them. There, Edgar had already returned. His expression was even graver than when he had left. Confirmed. There's a ceiling formation etched on the wooden board at the mine entrance. It's just that the mage who set up the spell wasn't very high level, and too much time has passed, it's long since expired. Edgar wanted to restore the traces of the magical formation and figure out its purpose, which took quite some effort. Yiji lowered his head in contemplation. So that's how it is, it's magic power that's being blocked? Exactly. Edgar replied. Initially, it appears the spellcaster intended to set up a mana-draining array. Yiji sighed. What a shame, he failed. Yi Huifei listened to their conversation, utterly confused. What does sealing off magic mean? Can this mine not be mined anymore? Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings of the mine tunnel but couldn't detect anything unusual. Why does it sound less like a mineral vein and more like some kind of monster that needs to be quarantined? But then Edgar mentioned that the formation had failed, and they had already stayed in the mine tunnel for so long. Nothing happened. From this perspective, it seems like there's no issue at all. Unfortunately, you guessed right, Yiji suddenly said. 3 players? The 3 immediately stood back to back in full alert, adopting an exaggerated defensive stance. What evil spirits lurk here? Show yourselves, Master Fei bellowed. Lin Xian cautiously held the tiny flame on his middle finger, terrified that something might lunge out from the darkness and bite his finger off. What? There are really monsters nearby, fiends, around here? His back stiffened as he answered in a low voice, I don't know, but there's been no movement nearby for now. Yiji fell into a long silence. Currently, players know too little about the magical creatures, so only he can explain. Not right now, but if you dig a little deeper inside, you might find some. The types of magical creatures are diverse, and their abilities vary. Naturally, their living habits differ as well.
So monsters like to nest in or veins? Glitch speculated. No, monsters can't move long distances, but that doesn't mean they dislike moving. Limiting their nests to or veins essentially anchors them to one spot. Yiji quickly refuted Glitch's conjecture and revealed the correct answer. But or rich in magical properties can be used by monsters, even consumed as food. The purpose of the veins is to serve as incubation chambers for monsters. Chapter 68, The Prophecy of Destruction really exists. Monster incubation chambers? The three players' tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Master Fei wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Oh, what's the big deal? It's just an unhatched magical creature egg. Almost gave me a heart attack. Just a false alarm. Lin Xian patted his chest. Olji, next time just say everything in one go. With all that dramatic buildup, they'd thought it was something serious. Lewenka exhaled with relief. Unhatched magical creatures probably aren't very powerful, right? He looked at the expressions on Liangji and Edgar's faces, his tone gradually losing confidence. Normally, that's indeed the case, Liangji said. Before successfully hatching, magical creatures do experience one of the few vulnerable periods in their lives. But the moment they break out of their shells, they seamlessly gain their first chosen one talent, embarking on an invincible path against creatures of their own level. Unlike true chosen ones who have to painstakingly activate their talents, monsters, leveraging their absolute absorption ability of divine remnants, can completely skip this step. And over time, they'll awaken their second, third talents. But that doesn't include the current situation, Edgar seamlessly chimed in. Grandpa can fly, sucked in a sharp breath. No way? There are actually monsters that can attack people with placentas inside eggs? Edgar's words reached his lips, but when Grandpa can fly interrupted, they were swallowed back down. His gaze became extremely complex. Yiji almost burst out laughing on the spot. He could sense that Edgar was already trying his best to accept the player community, but the player's unrestrained and boundaryless behavior simply wasn't something the average Ursha native could handle. Yi Jiqing coughed lightly. Let me explain. As mentioned earlier, magical creatures can consume or with magical properties as food. To be precise, this refers to providing nourishment for unhatched magical creatures. So, magic eggs and creature eggs can absorb external energy to accelerate the incubation process. But aside from ores, the main food source for adult monstrosities is sentient races. Humans, elves, sirens, all are on their menu. These creatures add humans to their diet while still in their eggs. Should they recklessly mine the veins and someone accidentally falls into a monstrosity's nesting grounds? Losing an arm or a leg is trivial. What truly frightens me is that consuming these limbs might cause the demon to hatch prematurely. Yiji's tone was deadly serious. I don't know the exact time Sweetwater Town was destroyed. After all, the last time he came here was 400 years ago. But judging by the decay in this town, it can't be less than 50 years. Meaning, 50 years ago, these veins were discovered, and with them, the hidden monster breeding nests within. This timeline couldn't have been far from the fall of Sweetwater Town. After all, the monsters have built their nests right at the town's doorstep, yet the townsfolk can only resort to blockading them. Not exactly the approach you'd expect from a prosperous town, but 50 years should be sufficient. Any monster that takes over 50 years to hatch, even freshly hatched, players would stand no chance against it. Not even Yiji currently has full confidence in defeating it. Lin Xian felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Doesn't that mean the monsters in the vein could emerge from the ground at any moment? Absolutely. After incubating for 50 years, even if it's not fully formed, it wouldn't just be separated egg whites and yolks anymore, its combat power would be off the charts. Grandpa can fly, he swore with conviction. Yiji really wanted to explain that a monster's egg was nothing like a chicken's or a bird's egg. But understood this way, it really is a bit more convenient. They'll probably understand when they see a real demonic egg. He thought to himself, then offered no further explanation. However, after learning there was a powerful demon nearby, their fear and worry lasted only for the briefest moment. Then came endless excitement. A creature cultivated for over 50 years, isn't this just the first major boss for newbies? Though they couldn't defeat it yet, that didn't stop them from pestering Yiji for detailed information about the creature. When preparing to face a boss, you can never go wrong with extra strategy planning. These were things Yiji would have told them anyway, so he went ahead and explained everything together. For example, how does a monster egg eat meat while still inside its shell? Detailed information can be found by referencing the corrosive pus sacs covering the two-headed howling wolf's body. By dissolving the meat into a nutrient-rich meat broth, doesn't that make it absorbable? Though magical creatures have no concept of familial bonds, their instinct to protect their offspring remains. Before laying their eggs and departing, they still leave behind incubation chambers enough to safeguard their young and provide them with nourishment. Yiji stroked his chin, speculating. The previous residents of Sweetwater Town must have feared the incubation chambers would consume the entire ore vein. That's why they hastily sealed the mine as soon as traces of these creatures were discovered.
A monster that an entire town couldn't handle? Glitch felt a chill run down his spine.
He gained a clearer understanding of the power gap between ordinary people and monsters in the game setting.
Would his real-life combat training and martial arts experience still be effective against such creatures?
The faint sense of superiority he'd developed from fighting the red-skinned worms gradually faded away.
This game is way harder than he imagined. Lin Xian frowned and thought, is there any profession that allows you to tame monsters and use them as tools?
In reality, many carnivorous animals include humans in their diet.
But that doesn't mean peaceful coexistence between the two is completely impossible.
Taming and training have always been a beastmaster's forte. No, Yiji replied decisively.
Demonic creatures can only be enemies.
They're completely different from ordinary animals, there's absolutely no way to communicate. It was the crucial spark that triggered the doomsday prophecy. Indeed, among all the lies, the prophecy served as the opening narrative for players was the closest thing to truth. 600 years ago, the fall of the gods changed too many things.
Only species without intelligence could absorb divine remnants, transforming into monsters.
And monsters exclusively feast on intelligent races, without exception. Monsters have lifespans different from other species, their intelligence gradually declines over time.
Ended up brain dead straight away.
They could only prolong their lives by feeding on intelligent races, stealing their intellect. This was a contradiction that couldn't be reconciled or changed at its very root. So there's no such thing as a monster tamer. Garbled suddenly realized, using wisdom to balance strength and lifespan, no wonder you don't classify it within the food chain. This method of growth and survival makes it seem less like a living creature. It was more like a mechanical life form set with extreme parameters.
Why? How could such a bizarre creature exist? Old Flyer couldn't comprehend it at all. Who knows?
Yiji shrugged indifferently.
Anyway, it just appeared.
Maybe it's related to how the goddess of wisdom died first back then.
Chapter 69, Reward for Discovering the Ore Vein.
The abilities and talents of magical creatures originate from gifts left by divine remains. The goddess of knowledge and wisdom, Erona, perished before the divine war. Since it was the gods who struck her down, Erona left nothing behind, and thus could not bestow the corresponding abilities upon the monsters.
However,
this is merely speculation.
No facts can substantiate it. Did Ilona die before the divine war? Edgar was stunned. How would you know?
Oh, haven't I told you? I was there when Ilona died. Yiji searched his memory, but truly couldn't recall ever mentioning this to others. After all, given the usual reputation of the Watchers organization in Ilithia, no one would come to him to discuss the principles behind how demons take form. He had lived for 700 years and experienced many things. It was perfectly normal to have forgotten some details. Yi Zhixing casually brushed aside the matter he'd forgotten and instead countered with a question. After all, conspiring to murder the god of wisdom isn't exactly honorable. Naturally, the gods wouldn't allow the truth to spread.
Surely you don't actually believe, like those rambling lunatics in the Revelation Church, that Kay is still alive?
Edgar remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head.
Nothing.
It's just that, gods dying before the divine war is truly too far removed from what he had been taught. Even though 6 centuries had passed since the fall of the gods, the public perception of divine immortality remained unchanged. Even before the divine war, there were gods who perished, one of the 13 ancient deities, no less. If this got out, it would undoubtedly be declared heresy by the ancient god church, triggering a kingdom-wide manhunt across Eltia.
What? Has the Watcher Order already been wanted by both the new god cult and the ancient god church? Then it's fine.
Edgar exhaled a heavy breath and gazed at him intently.
I'm really curious, why were you at the scene that time?
Ever since joining the Watchmen, Yiji had been constantly overturning his worldview.
The key point is, no matter how absurd the opinion may be, the other person always manages to produce evidence or reasoning to convince them. Muted Xiaoming energetically jumped twice on Yiji's shoulder, signaling that it wanted to know too. Yiji glanced at it, looked into the void, and sighed. Ah, it's a long story.
The players were huddled nearby whispering among themselves. Yihuefe, here we go again. I bet old Ye's going to make up some excuse to weasel out of this. Lin Xian, always leaving sentences half finished. Someone's gonna stuff him in a sack one of these days.
Glitch, is pulling aggro some kind of undead racial trait or what? Yi Ji, there are some words that simply can't be spoken to someone's face, don't you know?
Since all the players were already undermining him, he didn't even bother making excuses anymore, directly skipping past the previous topic.
Ahem.
Yiji looked at the players, his tone solemn. Though the monsters in the vein cannot be dealt with immediately, it's far better than discovering them after they've fully hatched.
The Watchers will remember your contributions.
No sooner had she finished speaking, a message simultaneously popped up on the game panels of the 3 players.
Accept gratitude from Watcher leader Yi Ji?
The 3 players' eyes lit up.
Only fools would pick the second option.
I'll claim it. I'll claim it. Congratulations, you have received the reward. 1. First exploration rights for the monster lair in the mine. 2. Assistance from leader Yiji 1, exchangeable for 1 mid-level or lower magical curse effect. Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the person next to him. It's dungeon exploration rights. We hit the jackpot. This was the game's first major dungeon instance, and it was even related to the main storyline. If used well, this could be the key reward that sets them apart from other players. The purpose of the second reward remains unclear for now, but getting faction leaders to lend a hand? That's serious prestige right there. Master Confly was turning pale from his clothes constricting him so tightly. I get it, but Brother Shou, if I get deducted resurrection penalties later, it won't be worth it. Lin Xian awkwardly released the sleeve of Old Man Fei and laughed guiltily. Sorry about that, huh? Got a bit too carried away there. Because there are monsters nearby, it's really not safe. After resolving the player's exploration rewards issue, Yiji led them out of the mine. He casually resealed the mine entrance. Until they found a way to deal with the monster incubation nests inside, it was best to keep novice players from wandering in by mistake. Seeing there was no further storyline, the 3 players quickly slipped away to complete their quests. Only a man, a ball, and 1 undead remained, continuing to linger by the Woolen River. Xiao Ming's silence was lifted again. After holding back for so long, it was nearly bursting. How foolish these undead are, so easily dismissed. With just a few small favors, they handed over the entire mining rights of the vein to Yiji. It was clearly they themselves who discovered the vein. Yiji responded calmly. I suggest you quickly adjust your mindset influenced by Oral's memories. In a way, they are your followers. What you'll look like in the future will be up to them to decide. It remained silent, and Yiji nearly forgot why he had come to demand answers from it. Xiao Ming, who possessed only fragmented memories of the God of Light, behaved like an extremist supporter of the ancient deities. He adhered to the notion of magical chastity, believing that only devotees of specific deities could learn their corresponding magic. Moreover, he exhibited a rigid control over his followers, treating players as his personal servants. If it can't be changed, Yi Zhizhen had to consider sapping its intelligence level to prevent future mishaps. Xiao Ming detected a dangerous undercurrent beneath these utterly flat words. The spherical body couldn't help trembling slightly, yet its tone remained defiant. Who says I've been influenced? How could a god possibly be wrong? Usually letting it do odd jobs is one thing, but actually trying to control its thoughts, that's too much. This is simply too much. Xiao Ming crossed his arms over his virtually non-existent waist, looking utterly unconvinced. When it first made that one-sided contract, it never even considered the idea of controlling the other party, even though it now lives within an organization of heretics. But the outsider has never been itself. One day, it will surely find a way to leave and regain its freedom. God doesn't make mistakes? Yiji chuckled as she looked down at it. I suggest you keep believing that. When an opponent becomes foolish to an extreme degree, even their anger starts to seem endearing. If all the deities could be this simple-minded, it would actually be a blessing. Yiji crumpled it into a ball and tossed it onto the stone slab at the mine entrance. After all, it was the divine essence of the God of Light. Its passive purification properties would make perfect enchantments for the ceiling array. It's always right to add another layer of insurance to the magic circle. Edgar watched the increasingly distant figure of the player, speaking with a touch of wistfulness. But in one thing he was right, your helpers are indeed easy to deal with. Had it been natives of Elsha, the vein would likely have changed hands several times before the territory owner even arrived. Most citizens of Eltia have no concept whatsoever of public land. Whoever can grab it, owns it. These players, they truly come from a world of perfect order. Chapter 70, Divine Power Value Update Revisited. It seems you have a pretty good impression of the players, Yiji said with a smile. Edgar usually doesn't comment on matters unrelated to himself. Territory resources belong to factions, that's basically a universal setting in most games. Besides, this is the pioneering phase of the game. If players were actually made to manage a mineral vein right now, they'd hate it. Yiji stretched lazily. Let's go. We'll have plenty to do when we get back. There was actually a monster incubation chamber near Sweetwater Town. It seems the number of monsters in the Great Oak Forest exceeds their initial estimates. The previous inspection of Sweetwater Town wasn't thorough enough, such a major oversight. You must flip every piece over when you get back and inspect them carefully. When Xiaoming finished enchanting the magic array, Yiji scooped it up in one motion and tossed it over his shoulder. He cast one last glance at the mine tunnel. People outside seem to have outdated knowledge about the giant oakwoods. The density of peripheral monster nests has even reduced to within a 1-kilometer radius. I fear the next wave of the demon tide will mark the day the Great Oakwood Forest expands. Players continued their lively activities until dawn, gradually logging off to eat. The unmanned moon god's carriage, right at midnight, transformed into a silver arc of light, streaking across the sky. Yiji's system template updated simultaneously. Name, Yi Ji. Divine power value, 170. Players, 3. Yi Ji, who had been lying down basking in moonlight, suddenly became fully alert. What's going on? Why did the divine power only increase by 6 points? Yi Ji originally planned to wait until the divine power was credited the next day to adjust the talents of the second batch of players all at once. He also intended to use some of it to heal his wounds. But with just these 6 points of divine power, he didn't even have room to maneuver. The first day saw a surge of over 300 points. How can the gap be this huge? To uncover the truth, Yi Ji dragged Xiaoming down from the statue in the middle of the night where he was sleeping. Tell me, what's with the anomaly in the divine power values? Xiaoming had been sleeping peacefully when he opened his eyes to see a skull with glowing blue eyes hovering above him. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest in fright. Ah! Shut up! Yi Ji effortlessly silenced it with practiced ease, pointing at the divine power value on the system panel. Explain. Xiaoming averted his gaze in sulky resentment. Why did it have to go and provoke that undead creature in the first place? Seeing his divine power increase by 6 points, Xiaoming quickly realized what was happening. Oh, so that's what this is about. Understanding the reason now, Xiaoming relaxed visibly and remarked casually. Of course, it's because those 3 undead didn't have strong enough faith. The amount of divine power that can be converted from the belief supplied by extreme fanatics naturally differs from that of ordinary believers. What's the big deal about such a trivial matter? Of course, this thought could only remain in its mind. Yi Ji relayed Xiaoming's explanation back in his own words, which means, the player's love for the game is worth precisely 6 divine power points. That first day's 300-something points were a one-time bonus from new believers signing up. If Yi Ji hadn't helped the players break through and become magic apprentices on day 1, without any special events to strengthen faith, a player can only provide 1 point of divine power per day. Yi Ji rubbed his temples in frustration. Divine power is this hard to earn? At this rate of earning divine power, when would he ever recover from his injuries, let alone nurture a game deity? Exactly. Faith is already the fastest way to cultivate divine power. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. If cultivation weren't so dreadfully tedious, none of the ancient gods would have lowered themselves to emulate the new gods by establishing mortal churches and harvesting faith power. Yi Ji never could have imagined. Just days ago, he'd been complaining about how pitiful the purchasing power of a single divine power point was. Now we have to worry about just 1 or 2 points of divine power. The boomerang came back so quickly. After confirming there was no other way to increase divine power acquisition speed except through brainwashing to strengthen faith, Yi Ji tossed it back into the hollow of the deity statue's palm. Alright, go back to sleep then. Xiaoming. It endured. Xiaoming turned over, angrily closing his eyes to sleep. As he fumed, he surprisingly fell asleep very quickly. Yi Ji returned to his room and continued to stare at the game panel with a troubled expression. The path of strengthening faith won't work, or I truly become the evil dragon. Using games to spread religion is no different from the methods of the ancient God Church or the new God Church. The player's current fondness for under the deities is just right. But this pace is simply too slow. I'll have to capitalize on the 100 divine power points each new believer contributes. At this thought, Yi Ji's heart grew heavy. No wonder every religious order is so fervently dedicated to spreading their faith. A single new believer provides more divine power than 3 long-standing followers who've been faithful for months. What a fantastic deal with minimal investment needed for maximum returns. Thanks to the success, there are fewer people in Ayrshire without specific faith than endangered magical creatures now. Yi Ji took out a parchment and quill from his storage space and began jotting down his next steps carefully. The slowdown in divine power accumulation rate would inevitably affect his subsequent plans to some extent, but the impact was limited. What truly gave him a sense of urgency was the incompletely hatched monster discovered at dusk. The best way to deal with it was to wipe out both the monster and its incubation nest before it fully formed. So he must recover from his injuries as quickly as possible and accelerate the collection of divine power. The number of players is also limited by the characteristics of the deity's avatars. Currently, no more than 10 are allowed. In other words, it's time for him to recruit native believers. At this point, Yi Ji set down his pen, his mood growing increasingly somber. This problem is far more troublesome than finding 10 blue star players. First comes the food issue. The sweet fruit groves outside town aren't limitless. Summer still makes things manageable, but come winter, Sweetwater Town will completely lose its reliable food source. Most magical creatures simply aren't edible. Surely we can't eat red-skinned earthworms all winter? When winter has passed, the red-skinned earthworms of the Great Oak Forest should be extinct by then. The second issue is faith. Finding natives willing to come to Sweetwater Town was easy. There were plenty of displaced people outside, but getting them to change their faith was harder than killing them. Yi Ji happened to have lived among the displaced for some time. Those who survived in the wastelands never lacked flexible moral boundaries. To survive, they would surely be willing to actively cooperate with the conversion efforts. Yet the psychological defenses forged through wandering the wastelands, combined with a lifetime of church indoctrination since childhood, made progress inevitably arduous. For these drifters, faith had even become one of the driving forces keeping them alive. Yiji propped her head in her hands and let out a long, distressed sigh. Thinking about it this way, it's actually easier to deal with adventurers who accidentally strayed into the giant oak forest. Although Yiji really didn't want to say it. But the truth was, the privileged lifestyle and the broadened perspective gained from boldly exploring monster-infested regions, gave adventurers more liberated minds, which inevitably led to deeper contemplation. Chapter 71 Player Experience Diary. None of the nearby city-states were aware of the anomalies in the Great Oak Forest. Only a fool of an adventurer would choose to explore the Great Oak Forest at such a time. If anything unexpected were to happen, if the demon tide arrived prematurely, they'd be gambling with their very lives. The quill tip left scattered ink stains across the parchment as Yiji let out a sigh. Guess I'll have to search outside more often, maybe I'll get lucky. Perhaps the recent giant oakwood forest would be suitable for disposing of bodies? Isn't that how Aileen got sent here in the first place? Yiji jotted down his plans on the parchment scroll and casually mapped out the player's task system along the way. Prevent the second batch of players from continuing to obsess over the tree-cutting activity, which yields the highest experience points. Once the basic rest lounge is built, it would be best to assign some players to farming. Let's see if we can cultivate a short-season crop before winter arrives. And today's hidden mission, it worked beautifully. We must get Edgar and Xiao Ming to make use of their mission posting opportunities too. Mission assignments that require dialogue must surely feel more engaging than static tasks simply listed on the quest board. The players' desire to explore Eltia burned fiercely. Yiji couldn't possibly keep them confined to Sweetwater Town forever. That would make it too easy to lose players. But players can't handle actual monsters right now either. Yiji stroked his chin thoughtfully. Should we go outside and catch a couple of red-skinned earthworms to satisfy the players' battle cravings? Whether they can win or not, it could at least serve as a carrot to dangle in front of the players. Yiji noted down each of these guidelines one by one. Looking at the full page of precautions and pending tasks gave him a slight headache. Being a strategist and faction leader is really not easy. You have to consider the current state of Sweetwater Town and guide players to help rebuild it. You also need to think about the players' enjoyment of the game. How can hard labor always be filled with fun? Having completed all this, Yiji stepped outside and came before the Flesh and Blood Rebirth array. He allocated 66 points of divine power and began crafting bodies for the 6 new players who would soon arrive. The magic energy and transformation base provided by the two-headed Hullwolf King were more than sufficient to create 6-player bodies. Soon, the array began glowing faintly with a pale white light. In just one day, 6 extraordinarily gifted bodies of the chosen ones would be successfully crafted. The night was long. Many decisions had to wait for daylight before they could be implemented. Yiji decided to step outside, basking under the moonlight to heal while browsing the Blue Star Network. Thanks to Lin Xian's promotional video, the official website of Under the Deities has recently seen a sharp rise in attention. Although a few dozen or 100 clicks might not even cover the cost of renting the website for other game platforms, but for Under the Deities, it's already more than enough. No matter how many players sign up in advance, Yiji can only offer 10 spots at most. Yiji immediately checked the backend of the official website. Good, the number of applicants remained steadily at 20. There was no change from when he last checked. Idiots, TSK, why isn't the application count moving? On Blue Star, barely a dozen hours had passed since Lin Xian released the promotional video. Had the promotional effect faded already? Yiji checked and discovered. Not only had the promotional effect disappeared, the entire video was gone. Yiji, looking at the feedback results from the backend. The target video is suspected of fraud and was locked on ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// contemplation. He had expected Lin Xian's promotional video to encounter various obstacles, but he hadn't anticipated them arriving so quickly. It's practically becoming a natural disaster. In less than a day, the video got taken down. To be honest, Lin Xian, as a veteran gaming blogger, still has solid editing skills. He actually managed to vividly depict the entire LTA environment using just 2 promotional images from the official website. You can tell a lot of thought went into this. What a shame it got shut down. Yiji shook his head inside. Ah, youngster, setbacks are part of growing up. There was nothing he could do about it, so he promptly put it out of his mind. Next, Yiji planned to add some new images to the official website, painting a promising picture. For example, today's 2-headed howling wolf would make excellent material for the monster compendium. He would also take the opportunity to refine the background lore of Elitia and the biological records, making it easier for new players to understand. But seeing is believing. While Yiji was dawdling around, the 3 players had already helped sync this content to the forum section. Hidden update in beta version 1.1. The design team daddy is secretly amazing everyone. That fast? Yiji said in surprise. They didn't even eat first before logging off? Having stayed in the game for 12 hours, they must have gone without food for 6 hours in reality too. It can only be said that Yiji still doesn't understand hardcore gaming enthusiasts enough. What does eating even matter? Sharing gaming experiences and creating game guides are serious business. Yiji cringed so hard at the post title she could have dug her toes into the ground. Leaving aside the player's ongoing debate about defining his identity hovering somewhere between human and humanoid, a 700-year-old undead can hardly bear the weight of being called daddy. If we scrutinize the timeline, he might qualify as the player's ancestor? Ahem, just joking. Yiji continued reading. Such a cheeky title could only have been written by the famous blogger Grandpa Can Fly. Before playing Beneath the Gods, the original poster never imagined that a mere X.1 version update could contain so much new content. First-hand experience confirms the game's astonishing freedom. Every player action influences the main storyline and even gameplay mechanics. Yes, you heard it right. Gameplay updates can now be triggered by players. Aside from the monetary and event updates mentioned in the patch notes, version 1.1 also introduces story exploration gameplay and previews of boss dungeons. Next, using my personal perspective, I'll break it all down for you one by one. When I logged in this morning, I noticed the NPC responsible for tallying mission rewards had taken leave. P.S. He didn't even leave a shadow clone behind. What a letdown. Olgi might be a faction leader who seems easygoing, but he's way too sharp. Pounding table.jpg, completely impossible to fool compared to old AI. There's absolutely no wiggle room in his tasks. But this also shows how much NPC's activity range has expanded after the game update. They're becoming more and more lifelike, so real they don't even trigger the uncanny valley effect. This setting is important, we'll come back to it later. Then around noon in game time, the NPC who'd been on leave returned, bringing along the first magical creature the original poster encountered in-game called the twin-headed howler wolf. Wow, talk about disgusting. It was way uglier than that fleeting glimpse of a rock monster from the promo trailers. The OP actually thinks the name double-headed corpse-eroding wolf fits better. Let's just say it's fortunate the official site doesn't have its picture. Trust me, you wouldn't want to see it. Attachment, hand-drawn double-headed howling wolf.jpg. Due to length restrictions, Yuifei's post will be continued here. Below are some replies from netizens. Garbled text, abstract sketch. Soy sauce leader, words fail to describe, doesn't even begin to cover this drawing skill. Banana you know Nana, is this post some kind of roleplay? Why's everyone humoring the fool? Chapter 72, the forum's first pinned masterpiece post is born. Only players who have registered for the beta test can post on the official forum. But not every registered player truly believes in or anticipates actually playing Beneath the Gods. There were quite a few onlookers. Clearly, Banana You're So Unreasonable was one of them. They paid that 99 yuan with the intention of exposing scams and enjoying the drama. For such a stubbornly single-minded fool, mere words won't be enough to persuade. So Grandpa Can Fly just ignored it. He only took the time to reply once under a friend from his fan group. Village Dog number 2, listen kiddo, your crappy drawing skills aren't the issue, the problem is you're polluting everyone's eyeballs with them. Grandpa Can Fly, piss off. A scrub like you without beta access doesn't deserve to understand my art. Village Idiot Ergo, asterisk hashtag $%. You're just twisting the knife, aren't you? Yiji continued scrolling down and finally found a few comments that actually made sense. Monk ban from women, hold up. You can haggle with NPCs when turning in quests, and each NPC's evaluation criteria are different? What is this, a flea market? Beauty mark genius, clearly you're out of the loop, pal. There's a hype video claiming this game achieves 100% realism, every tree grows differently, so of course the rewards vary. Gara, exactly, they even claim the NPCs in this game have intelligence comparable to real humans. Just take it as a joke. Chestnut just has them all, but honestly, OP, you really should practice your drawing skills. If you hadn't said it was a wolf, I'd have thought it was some kind of weird fleshy blob from a horror story. Gara, absolutely, it feels like something straight out of a horror movie or zombie flick, not a trace of that Western fantasy magic vibe. Among the 20 paying players, only a handful truly believed the game was real, just the beta testers and their relatives or friends. Yiji observed the situation with remarkable composure. Everything had to take its natural course. Actions speak louder than words, letting them actually play the game would be far more convincing. Once the second batch of players logs in, the forum's prevailing sentiment should start shifting. Though Yihuefei's drawing skills are terrible, he truly captured the essence of the two-headed howling wolf, its utter ugliness. He's got quite the talent for soulful doodling. Keep reading. Master Fei chose to ignore these comments about his drawing skills and continued writing. The key point is, through the two-headed howling wolf and another incident later, the OP inquired with an NPC and actually uncovered a whole series of monster lore. Over 600 years ago, for reasons unknown, the gods of Eltia suddenly had a brain lapse and collectively killed the goddess of wisdom, Ilona, sparking the War of the Gods, which ultimately ended in mutual annihilation. The scene was extremely bloody, with the corpses of gods scattered across the entire continent. Ordinary animals that fed on them successfully evolved into magical creatures with immense power. In the backstory, these magical creatures far surpassed all other species in power. Over the course of 600 years, they had already seized more than half of Eltia's territories. All races were pushed from reclaiming lost lands to cowering in corners, barely surviving, merely competing to see who could endure the longest. Yi Ji's face darkened as he read this. Who told him the corpses of gods were scattered all over the continent? As if blood rained from the heavens while the earth hosted an all-you-can-eat buffet of divine remains. He insisted that dying gods could pull off such a spectacularly undignified finale. The scale of every church would shrink by at least a tenth if this were true. Alas, the gods died too godlike, stubbornly keeping the churches going strong for 600 years while still suppressing anti-divine organizations. Perhaps the story's setting was too outrageous, it immediately blew up half the reservation player base beneath. First, garbled text, couldn't help but come out to correct. This sounds completely different from what old G told me. Lord Can Fly, coughed and said, ahem, artistic license, artistic license. The soy sauce leader, are all the gods beneath the deity's brain dead? Do they think they've lived too long and are itching for death? Consider me blind then, agreed. This is the first war I've seen end without a single victor, and it's a war of gods. Banana your blah blah, just look at this backstory and you'll know it's a crap game. My fish pond is full, the young scholar said. I suppose if the backstory is good, you'll say I've imagined it splendidly again. Village idiot ergo, wait a minute, at just call me blind. Bro, didn't you say you didn't believe games had exit groups anymore? Why are you making reservations on the official site then? Monk who abstains from women, took them 600 years just to conquer half the territory? These demons sound pathetic. Man with a prominent mole, exactly. At that rate, they somehow managed to beat all the races into submission? If those factions had just cooperated halfway through, those demons wouldn't have stood a chance. Yi Canfly also saw these last two comments and continued. Oh my, don't rush me. It's just backstory, we'll find chances to fill plot holes later. I heard Ursha has incredibly numerous intelligent species, so for monsters to have bitten off half the territory is already insane. One all others combined. Any single monster inside poses disaster-level threats. If they really occupied 80% of the continent's landmass, we might as well quit playing. The combat prowess of monsters is undeniable, the key lies in their weaknesses. First is their inability to move freely. A monster's power is deeply tied to its nest, which explains their slow expansion rate. Second, their lives are tied to intelligence. Becoming a monster means losing one's brains and surviving only by feeding on other intelligent creatures. If they're unlucky enough to be born far from the habitats of intelligent races, they perish quickly. However, the armchair gamers weren't convinced, each fixating on bizarre details. Monk who abstains from women, holy shit, monsters actually have no brains? Gara Gara, corrupted bodies, no brains, craving intelligent creatures, still saying monsters aren't zombies? Village Elder Ergo corrected, to clarify, they're zombies. Yi Huefei angrily snapped, could you lot focus on the actual issue for once? The same people who doubted the monsters earlier were now completely unconcerned about their slow expansion. Watching this, Yi Ji suddenly felt his mood lifting. Master Fly would usually ask him far more nonsensical questions than anything these netizens could come up with. What followed was Master Fly's conjectures about the iron ore monsters at dusk and discussions on how to trigger hidden quests. Yi Ji had already heard 3 players whispering together about this very topic in the game. After a quick glance revealed no new information, he didn't bother reading further. With a backhand motion, he pinned the post as a featured thread and, using his administrator privileges, edited a new post. Congratulations to beta tester I Can Fly for having their post *** silently astonishing ** become the first featured thread since the forum's establishment. Warmest congratulations. Throws confetti, throws confetti. Additionally, the official website forum submission review feature is now live. After review, high-quality featured posts will be selected for inclusion in the Game Encyclopedia module, with contributing players recorded in the credits section. Thank you for your participation and support. Chapter 73, The Hall of Fame Beneath the Gods. After confirming the content was correct, Yi Ji clicked send and pin. If it weren't for the fact that the master could fly over to assert his presence, he'd nearly forgotten players could be useful like this. Yi Ji usually had to handle both game design and Sweetwater Town development, making it impossible for him to spare much time to manage the official website. But the players could. There were always some players interested in sharing game experiences and creating game guides. They could help Yi Ji enrich the content of the database section, aiding new players in better understanding Eltia. Having multiple players is more effective for identifying and filling gaps than having Yi Ji manage everything alone. For example, Lord Can Fly.
Although his understanding of the Divine War is somewhat overly artistically embellished, his grasp of monster knowledge is excellent. He can even deduce information that Yi Ji hasn't explicitly stated. It would be perfectly suited to be directly incorporated into the illustrated reference module. Yi Ji wouldn't need to spend time figuring out daily communication topics with players, he'd simply need to serve as the final reviewer. At this thought, the expression on Yi Ji's face as he browsed the forum became noticeably kinder. Hardcore gamers are truly the gods of challenging games. You can get work done both in-game and out. Yi Ji sorted out the correct materials about Grandpa Can Fly and imported them all into the illustrated guide module, marking his ID at the end. Then he quickly created a new page on the official website, designing a section for player contributions. After repeatedly modifying the official website these past few days, Yi Ji's coding speed had improved noticeably. Slap on a basic template, tweak the layout a bit, replace the large text in the upper right corner with Hall of Fame, and you're good to go. Not even half an hour had passed from start to finish. After putting Grandpa Yifei's name in, Yi Ji ran back to the illustrated guide section. I crammed in the background of the Ersha Divine War along with all the minor forgotten details Flying Master never mentioned. Yi Ji looked at the refreshed page and nodded in satisfaction. There shouldn't be any other issues. Done. Only after completing all this did Yi Ji notice numerous red notification dots in the back-end message section. He clicked to check and found it was the announcement just posted. Soy Sauce Leader, front row. First Emperor Qin, holy crap, the developer's actually online. Mind hooking me up with a beta test spot? Gala, you've got time to browse forums but can't fix your damn slow official website? This monk renounces not female charms. It was hard enough getting the official website's aesthetic to transition from Syria Warzone vibes to countryside charm, finally something tolerable to look at. But the loading speed remains profoundly moving in its own tragic way. Clackety-clack, I can run games at 240 frames per second no problem. But your damn website turns into a loading circle animation festival. Yi Ji checked the time, 4 p.m. on Planet Blue, just as expected. He couldn't comprehend, don't these people have studies or jobs during daylight hours? And their website only allows 20 people to speak at once, right? The ratio of active users seems disproportionately high. Are these VR game fans just refusing to admit defeat verbally while their actions betray them? Or does it take 3 minutes to relog into the official site, making the sunk cost too high to quit? As for the website loading speed, Yi Ji truly couldn't do anything about it. Their official website wasn't registered through proper channels. Instead, it appeared mysteriously after Yi Ji injected magic into a blue light cluster, a sham URL obtained through dubious means. The site barely functioned thanks solely to the magical energy Yi Ji poured into it. After all, being an otherworldly network, connectivity issues were to be expected. It'll be fine once you get inside. Or you could go online from Altia like Yi Ji does, guaranteed zero latency. Look at all those comments down there criticizing the official website's connectivity. Yi Ji pretended not to see them and chose to play dead. Someone finally discovered the new content he had left behind. Tianla Sanua, I think I saw the Pokédex data module got updated too, and there's even a new Hall of Fame page. Village Dog, I saw it too. There's such a huge Hall of Fame icon on the homepage, such a quick update. Grandpa Can Fly, haha, did you guys not notice it's only my name in there? I'm the first player to make it into the Hall of Fame under our gods. While others were still scrambling for beta testing privileges, he had already left his mark in the game, visible to all players who came after. This feeling was simply unbeatable. Soy Sauce Leader, damn, it seems he really pulled it off. Banana you're not Nana, pfft, what's so impressive about making it into some imaginary games Hall of Fame? Village Dog number 2, damn it, I refuse to accept this. How come some lucky punk can get a featured post in the Hall of Fame by just randomly tossing up an article? Clatter, exactly. Give me a beta test slot, devs, and I'll promise you 2 premium posts on the very same day. I can't fly, keep hating all you want, your salt just makes my skill shine even brighter, lying back enjoying the show. As expected, Yuifei's snarky comment instantly drew a barrage of insults from other cloud players. After offending everyone, you still think you can just leave? Are beta testers so special? Yuifei smugly replied, sorry, but beta testers are just that special. The 3 tildes are about to ripple all the way to the heavens. This humble monk cannot resist feminine charms. Ugh. Graveler, come on, monk, you're going too far, getting yourself so worked up you vomit. This humble monk cannot resist feminine charms. Who said I vomited because of Master Fei? Haven't you checked the Pokédex entry? It just updated the information on two-headed howling wolf, complete with pictures. Master Can Fly, that's right, I provided the information. Adjust sunglasses. The ascetic is not tempted by feminine charms. Born with a noble mole, holy shit, this monster, gag, so damn ugly. Rattle, fuck me sideways. My eyes. Master Can Fly sketch actually isn't abstract art for once. Village head ergo, could this monster's attack method involve mental assaults? Field Manhwa, no,
but apparently it comes with a passive mental attack effect, eye-searing.
Pretend I'm blind. Does this game have Lovecraftian elements now? My fish pond's full. Didn't you claim this game doesn't even exist? Consider me blind. Heh, I just wanted to see how many people you could fool. Banana you idiot, +1.
Similar to Yiji's thoughts, there were still far too few players who could accept the appearance of the two-headed howling wolf. But once they had mentally prepared themselves and encountered other monsters, they'd probably change their minds soon enough.
Watching the positive flood of comments and the gamers eagerly criticizing the art style during pre-registration, Yiji couldn't help but sigh. Ah, to be young again.
Indeed, the happiest people are those who remain blissfully unaware of the truth. It all reminded him of those early days when he first crossed over to Eltia.
By 8 o'clock the next morning, the three players logged in right on time.
With bodies refreshed from a full night's sleep, they threw themselves into rebuilding Sweetwater Town with high spirits. On leaving the church, they even had a warm and friendly exchange with Yiji.
Morning, Lao Yi. Morning. Did old Yi stay up all night?
The dead do not need sleep.
Doesn't it matter if the skeleton sunbathes every day? I'm not a vampire.
Yiji replied casually. Then he watched the three players chattering excitedly, saying the NPC's intelligence has leveled up again,
before running off to Edgar's place to pester the next NPC. Chapter 70 for the second batch of players is about to arrive. 3 days passed quickly. It was time for the second batch of closed beta players to log in. Translated to Eltia's timeline, exactly 1 week had gone by. During this week, the players used 2 rewards for Yiji's assistance, helping them gather enough lumber. Working against tight deadlines, they finally claimed the rewards for Lord's Residence and Edgar's Cabin on the last day. Successfully leveled up to 4.
They were just 1 step away from receiving the second blessing and unlocking their second skill.
Sweetwater Town had also undergone significant changes through their dedicated, ox and horse-like labor.
Yiji attempted several times during this period to leave town and recruit others, but each attempt ended in failure.
He was also under constant surveillance by players to prevent what they deemed as self-destructive behavior that might prematurely end his existence.
Thus, his recovery efforts proved quite effective.
The current survival duration has exceeded 20 days, demonstrating physical capabilities sufficient to cast 2 Archmage-level spells simultaneously. Congratulations, splendid achievements indeed. Yiji's self-assessment, aside from remaining half-dead as usual, there aren't any particular drawbacks.
Edgar made a trip during this period to replenish the town's missing tools and facilities. Afterwards, he was constantly pestered by energetic players, tasked with playing the role of an all-purpose tool NPC, with a workload comparable to a 007 schedule. With the strength of 1 person, matching the workload of 3 players, I definitely didn't pick the wrong person back then.
The leader of the Watchers organization, self-proclaimed Lord of Sweetwater Town, and Necromancer Yiji, sincerely praised.
Xiao Ming had nothing to say.
Because the divine power growth rate is limited.
Yiji had been controlling the time it took for players to reach level 5. With no players coming to learn skills from it, it truly became a mascot that just ate, slept, and lazed around on the divine statue. Even after Yiji gave it 200 magic gold coins to enable it to issue quests, it directly placed 200 magic gold coins in the same task, letting players build a nest for it. The task was snatched instantly, and Xiao Ming successfully obtained a hand-woven tough grass nest. The player successfully pocketed the huge sum of 200 magic gold coins.
The already fragile currency system of Sweetwater Town was successfully undermined by its own people. This also successfully stripped Yiji of its authority to issue tasks. As expected, you can't trust anything from the divine faction, Yiji declared. He shouldn't have expected a deity who nearly spent their divine power to death to have any sensitivity about monetary value. And the person who changed the most, it has to be Elian. Thanks to her formidable dragon lineage's healing ability, her external injuries completely recovered within 4 days. Then on the 7th day, they finally mastered the NPC professional terminology that Yiji had marked as essential to memorize. Taking advantage of the moment when the second batch of players was about to log in, Yiji announced the arrival of this new NPC to the players via the version 1.2 update. For now, Watchers don't hold specific positions either, they're deployed wherever needed. So for now, he was temporarily appointed as Edgar's assistant. This change prompted casual gamers and beta testers alike to marvel that the game's computing power has increased again. No greater disturbances occurred. The morning dew had not yet evaporated from the grass.
Lin Xian deliberately set an alarm and logged in an hour and a half early. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar cracked glass dome of the church roof again.
Yi Huifei happened to be coming in from outside and waved at him. Hey Xiao, you're here so early today. When did you get here?
Lin Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise.
He had thought waking up at 6:30 made him an early riser. Little did he know there were masters of earliness. Ya Fei tilted his head and thought, about an hour ago?
And I wasn't the only one. Ilwanma showed up around the same time.
Going live at 6 means you have to get up before 5, right? Damn impressive.
Even if logging into the game feels no different from sleeping, 4 or 5 o'clock is Lin Xian's absolute resting time. Waking him up at this hour is worse than killing him. Yi Huifei set aside the tough grass in his hand. I've only got 2 days left of my vacation, gotta make the most of it while I can. Besides, today's the big day for the new workhorses. I mean fresh recruits. If I don't come early, I'm afraid I won't get any tasks later. Lin thought about it and realized she was right. For now, with Edgar being the sole quest NPC, handling 3 players shouldn't be an issue. The player count has reached double digits, there's a real chance you might miss out on mission items. He logged in early partly because of this very reason. By the way, didn't the announcement mention adding a new NPC? You could get quests from her too, haven't you encountered her? Nope, they said it's too early right now, the NPC is still resting, probably won't be available until new players start logging in. Old Man Can Fly was quite familiar with this gaming tactic. He placed the tough grass on the wooden cabinet in the corner. Because they had to log off daily within the magic circle Yi Ji had set up in the church to maintain their in-game character's health. The 3 players tidied up the magic circle and specially made a wooden cabinet to store their personal belongings. He also laid 2 layers of resilient grass on the magic array. Though they wouldn't actually sleep on the magic array, it was still nice not having stiff neck issues after logging in. Yeah, I'll fly, he said while packing up. Garbled text went to chop trees outside town again before the new players arrived. I went to do a water boiling quest, and picked up some tough grass along the way to make a pillow. Just having a mattress still doesn't feel quite right. Rubbing his slightly stiff neck, he looked up to ask, by the way, do you have any plans? Lin Xian propped his chin and thought, I might go grab a tree chopping quest, at least until I hit level 5. After all this time, cutting trees still offers the best value for effort. But we should still check when new players come online later, see if we can recruit a few teammates. Having just 3 in a party is really too few for this game. I agree completely, Yi Huifei chimed in. In our current team composition, you've decided to go the ranged mage route, while Random Code is the assassin. My talent clearly leans towards healing, our team is seriously lacking a frontline tank right now, although the starting skills are only 3. But Yi Ji had subtly hinted to them that holy light spells could branch into 2 professions, one a healer, the other a warrior. However, the choice between them isn't made actively by players, it's determined by innate talent. I can heal with a single flying swoop, works like a charm every time. When told to use holy light attacks, he never managed to land a single successful hit. Every time, he'd end up healing some random captured creature instead, just making our battles harder. Left with no choice, he had to give up and focus wholeheartedly on being a support healer. After all, what he wanted was to experience magic. Any kind of magic would do. Besides, when reaching level 5 he could always choose new ones anyway. Right at that moment, a notification sound popped up on both players' game panels. It's the sound of a taskbar update. Chapter 75. There are monsters in the church. New tasks available? Yi Huifei opened the game panel and read aloud the newly appeared task title with its green background. Limited time mission, newbie guide? Looks like they want us to mentor beginners. Lin Xian noticed it too, nodding as he read. This game really cares about new players, not only do they get introductory plot hints in advance, but there's even a guided tutorial mission. Probably worried the 2 NPCs can't handle the workload alone? Though divine intervention in tutorials does have its flaws. Master Fei glanced at the taskbar and speculated. After all, it wasn't like console games where you could directly set up a novice guide camera on the page. An unavoidable side effect of excessive freedom, meaning many gameplay elements required players to figure things out on their own. Yi Huifei scratched his head. Sounds a bit troublesome, so shall we take it or not? Take it. We're all going for new teammates anyway, Lin Xian said as if it were the most natural thing. The guidance quest only lasts a day, we can just have them join us for missions. Perfect opportunity to check them out. This game is seriously hardcore. If possible, Lin Xian hoped his new teammates would log in with sufficient time and have some grit. It would be best if they had a specialized skill. There would always be opportunities to put it to good use later. A glance at the clock showed less than an hour remained before the new players logged in. Lin Xian felt a sense of urgency and arranged to meet Yi Huifei at the church later. He then hurried off to get the mission items from Edgar. 8 a.m., Blue Star China time. Amidst the restless anticipation, the server opening time finally arrived. Yubai felt his mind reel as the world before him plunged into complete darkness. A peculiar, unpleasant odor suddenly hit his nostrils, something earthy like damp soil, yet tainted with a metallic hint of blood. Struggling to lift his eyelids, Yubai experienced the eerie sensation of inhabiting a body that didn't feel like his own. Yet as his eyes opened, this disembodied feeling evaporated with startling speed. Yubai stared blankly at the church dome, taking a long while to find his voice. Holy shit, had he really logged into the game? This light, these ceilings, this texture. Yubai felt the hard ground beneath him, his body twisting mechanically like rusted machinery. Old Shio never lies to me. They've actually created a virtual reality game beneath the gods. He struck it rich. All monsters, came a piercing scream. Yubai turned his head and saw two towering figures, each easily 3 meters tall, embracing each other while staring at him in sheer terror. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! These NPCs are so realistic. Their expressions, movements, even the textures of their clothes, everything looks just like the real thing. Unbelievably awesome under the gods. Yubai was about to reach out and touch the NPC to test the game's tactile feedback system. Suddenly, both giants erupted into action simultaneously. Hurry, hurry, the monsters are about to attack. Watch me interrupt their wind-up animation. These two lines packed with player elements finally made Yubai realize they weren't NPCs. He scurried away covering his head. Wait, I'm a player too. If you're a player then I'm the faction leader. Don't think I didn't read the official site's guidelines, players only exist in the human faction. I didn't even get to say you guys are too tall to be humans, this is unfair. Pa, you think a 2-foot-tall goblin like you can lie to me? A sudden realization flashed through Yubai's mind as he scanned his surroundings, spotting several unconscious giants still lying on the ground nearby. Looking down, he observed his own rough, bark-like hands and unusually elongated limbs. At last, he grasped what was amiss. It's not that others are too tall, it's that he's too short. The expression on Yubai's face began to crack. Damn it, it seems I'm not even human anymore. He hastily shouted. I'm innocent, I don't know what happened either. Wait, open your game panel and check, I have an ID on me. The two pursuing players stopped. According to posts published on the forum by 3 veteran players, it's true that players and NPCs from friendly factions are supposed to have their IDs displayed on the game interface. One player stopped another. Wait, the monsters in this game don't seem very intelligent, maybe we really made a mistake. Ha, this thing could be a player? Let me try summoning the game interface, you just need to think about it with your mind, right? I did it. Looking at the transparent game panel, the name displayed above Yubai's head stood out. Little Scholar's fish pond is full. The expressions of the two rookie players instantly turned extremely awkward. They helped Yubai up by offering a hand each. Their faces still wore a guilty look. Sorry man, I've never met anyone like you in real life before. I kind of freaked out instinctively. Yubai waved his hand. No worries now that we've cleared things up. He was burning with curiosity about his own appearance. What about it had provoked such an immediate hostile reaction? Wasn't it agreed that the player faction would be humans? At that very moment, from behind came Yi Huifei's voice, filled with shock and terror. Holy shit, there's a monster in the church? Yubai turned around to see a short-haired, blue-eyed boy gaping at him, fingertips glowing white. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. He instantly deduced the boy's identity. Fei Zi, Grandpa misses you so much. The lump on his head from being hit by 2 players just moments ago suddenly stopped hurting. His eyes welled up with tears of emotion. Is this holy light magic? Or did you just think ahead, coming right away to heal Grandpa's wounds? Master Fei watched the pale-skinned goblin transform from listless to radiant. He silently vowed that if he ever used holy light on a monster again, he'd be a dog. He distanced himself from Yubai with disgust. Wait, who are you? Since when can monsters talk? Me, the fish pond. Fish pond? Yi Huifei stared incredulously at the game interface, eyeing the ID floating above the other player's head. How did you end up like this? The prayer room behind the church. Yi Ji led Elian out of the church. Judging by the voices coming from inside, the players had already logged in. It was time for him to enter and begin the opening sequence. After all, it was Elian's first time meeting a player, so Yeji reminded her again. No matter what scene you witness later, don't pay attention to it. If you encounter something incomprehensible, just pretend you didn't see it. Elian nodded nervously, her heart pounding wildly. Though she couldn't understand, since players weren't blind, how pretending not to see things with open eyes would make Watchers members believe them. But the other party is the renowned Black Necromancer. She should just do as he says. After these days of recuperation, she genuinely sensed fragments of the Ice Dragon's inherited memories. If even her draconic heritage was visible to the naked eye, listening to him was definitely the right choice. She just couldn't stop herself from thinking pessimistically, always afraid she'd mess things up. The chance to leave after 50 years was gone. I can't use magic right now. Will this really work? I heard every member of the Watchers was once a legendary figure who made waves in their region. She was just an ordinary person now, and before that, she'd only ever been an intermediate mage with average talent. Not even remotely related to genius. Were they truly willing to go along with her arrangements? Chapter 76. There are actually players who reincarnated as dwarves? Alian gazed at her mangled right hand, her eyes filled with profound unease. Although the power of dragon bloodlines is mighty, she is merely a dragonborn with an extremely mixed and diluted heritage. To truly unleash the dragon's power, who knows how long one must wait. Yet her maimed right hand carried more presence than any dragon bloodline. An ordinary woman missing her right palm. In the Ironblood mercenary corps, such a person would typically be cast into the wasteland or relegated to Lust Alley. Well, Yiji didn't know how to explain for a moment, so he led her around to the front of the church. They belonged to another type of special talent among the Watchers. Anyway, you wouldn't understand their language. Just assign them tasks using the fixed phrases I gave you. Alien obediently nodded. Yiji touched the door and couldn't help but find it amusing how Alien's expression remained rigid as ever. Relax, they're not some kind of demons or monsters. After all, he was counting on her to be one of the key attractions for recruiting new players in the game. Players are experts at taking advantage of opportunities like this. If they noticed Alien's nervous demeanor, she'd have quite the headache to deal with. After all, she was a loyal worker who'd toiled for him for 50 years. Yiji still needed to consider her feelings. He pondered for a moment. If you're really nervous, try thinking about the mage who brought you to the Great Oak Forest. If you can't even handle something as simple as meeting players, wouldn't you truly be the idiot he claimed you were? Alien's gaze instantly turned sharp, her words enunciated as if she wanted to grind that name to dust. Carl. Every time her right hand ached from the aftereffects, it would drag her back to that forest again and again. Seeing Carl's condescending posture, that disdainful tone of his, one day, she would definitely get her revenge. Yiji nodded in satisfaction. Good, just this state, let's go in. Squeak! The rusted gates of the Holy See slowly swung open, revealing all sorts of bizarre-looking players inside. Some were attempting to climb walls, others were trying to pry materials from the magic arrays on the ground, and there were those who had stripped completely naked. Xiao Ming hid himself on the statue, pretending to be part of the sculpture. Yi Ji, Alien, by the Frost Moon Goddess, her eyes were about to be burned blind. Yi Ji could almost feel the scorching, piercing gaze from Alien behind her. He felt his old face was about to be completely humiliated. Yi Ji took a deep breath and summoned the GM panel. Several pop-up windows instantly appeared before the streaking player. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior, sanity points decreased by 1. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior, sanity points decreased by 1. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior, sanity points decreased by 1. The streaking player stared dumbfounded at the unclosable game panel. Holy shit, what the hell is a sanity stat? This game actually has Lovecraftian elements? Lin Xian shuddered, shouting desperately to rein in the rampaging players, but no one paid him any heed. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Your sanity points will drop to 0 and get your account banned. What? The nudist player, watching their sanity points hurtling towards 70, hastily put their clothes back on, swearing while putting on clothes. What kind of rule is this? Isn't leaving things uncensored meant to dangle temptations before players? Those damned game designers are entrapment fishing. Yi Ji, if only he could install holy light effects in the real world, he'd definitely be the first test subject for that. Another player moved beside Yi Ji, speaking with newfound excitement. Whoa, NPCs can actually get angry. The micro-expressions in this game are insane. If players act like jerks, will they beat us up? Pondered another player. Let me give it a try. Meanwhile, the wall-climbing players stealthily crept behind Yiji and Alien before shouting at the top of their voice. Hee, ambush. Alien turned her head sharply, pupils slightly contracting. Her body instinctively wanted to retreat and avoid. But remembering Yiji's repeated warnings these past days, when facing players in person, she absolutely couldn't show any weakness. Yiji remained motionless, so she couldn't move either. Alien closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing her instinctive reaction. Thud! The player collided with an invisible barrier mid-air, sliding down slowly with cartoonish special effects. Yiji snorted coldly in her heart. Little Yang had set up an isolation barrier for himself the moment the first batch of players arrived. It was precisely to prevent these meddlesome players from disrupting the plot. Who would have thought Lin Xian and his group would be so obedient? The barrier wasn't needed until the second wave of players came. The other players abruptly fell silent, then burst into heated discussion. Wow, an invisible wall. I told you magic exists in the world. Nonsense, this is a game, not reality. Can't you tell the difference already? Badass. Coach, I want to learn this. Players whose attention had been scattered in all directions now all converged in front of Yiji. Pressing against the invisible barrier, she stared at the human and undead inside with a face distorted by pressure. Yiji, accompanied by a grim-faced Eileen, rehearsed his prepared opening lines once more. Welcome home, returnees. Just as you can see, my mission has failed. The conflict between the deities and Eltia ultimately proved irreconcilable, and 600 years ago, the gods initiated the final divine war, resulting in their complete annihilation. Elfia has embarked on the path of ultimate destruction as foretold by prophecy. Yiji delivered his lines rapidly. After grabbing Xiao Ming, who was playing dead on the deity statue, and introducing him, they specifically highlighted the newly arrived alien. Then they planned to make their escape. What followed involved veteran players who had taken on the newbie guidance quest. He had more important matters to attend to. For example, just the sanity gauge alone exerts too little threatening force on players. He definitely didn't want to be forced to watch new players' bare buttocks every time he did the opening sequence. He'd need to come up with a more effective method later. A method that could make players fearful and restrained without having to drain their sanity to zero. But just as he was making excuses to leave, Yi Huifei called out to stop him. Wait, Chief. I have a friend. Oh no. I mean one of our returning comrades. His body seems to have developed some problems. With that, he pulled out Xiaoxing's fish pond is full from behind him. Yi Zhixin's heart skipped a beat. A dwarf? A player actually reincarnated as a dwarf? His flesh revival formation didn't have that function. A dwarf? You mean he's not a demon? Yi Huifei dramatically patted his chest. I was scared to death, thought I'd have to painfully sacrifice my own kin for righteousness. Yu Tang gritted his teeth fiercely. Get lost. Don't think I didn't hear you discussing first kill monster rewards with Lao Xiao. But seeing the faction leader didn't show obvious signs of rejection, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like his racial background wouldn't be an issue. Chapter 77 The Dwarven Racial Talent. For mischievous players, having a second faction to choose from would undoubtedly delight them beyond measure. But Fishpond just wanted to be a casual player, content with chatting up girls here and there. He had no interest in advancing the main storyline. If the second faction became hostile to the first, he wouldn't even have a chance to meet female players from the Watchers faction. He'd have nowhere to turn and cry. The situation in the fishing pond was truly unusual. Yiji decided to alter his plans last minute and stayed behind to investigate the reason. The remaining newbie players couldn't be left unattended. After some deliberation among the three veteran players, Grandpa Canfly took on the fish pond guidance quest. The other players let Lin Xian and Random Code take them out to familiarize themselves with Sweetwater Town. The group of chatty, wide-eyed players finally left, and the church suddenly became extraordinarily quiet. Yiji pulled up the specific data for the fish pond is full and drew a small sample of his blood. Multiple verifications confirmed it. The other party indeed had dwarf bloodline, not a developmental anomaly in humans. Where exactly did things go wrong? Yiji approached the flesh rebirth array, his black wand sweeping across it with a graceful flourish. The magic circle suddenly emitted a blinding white light. Lie down on it first. Ha, oh, okay. Hearing Yiji's unexpectedly solemn tone, Fishpond immediately tensed up. Without uttering a word, he obediently lay down at the very center of the magic circle and peacefully closed his eyes. Yi Huifei stood nearby with concern. Boss, can the fish pond still be saved? Yi Ji, please don't arbitrarily add drama to yourself. He's not a doctor, nor is the dwarf player suffering from some terminal illness. No. Having inexplicably changed races, who knows, there might truly be some unforeseen side effects. Yi Ji spoke solemnly. Let's take a look first. He tapped the ground with his wand, and the white light from the magic circle began to flicker, illuminating the intricate runes and totems woven across its surface. The demon dissolving rune, no issues. The matter transmutation rune, all clear. Reconstructing the runes, no problem there. Infusing them with life, also no problem. Which means the issue lies in. Yiji's gaze locked onto the runes of the second circular ring, comprehension flashing in his eyes. I see. It turned out to be an issue during the aptitude optimization phase, caused by the influence of those 10 points of divine power. Eltia is home to numerous magical creatures and intelligent species. However, most races did not evolve naturally. Rather, they originate from divine creations. The dwarves are one such example. They are creations of Hern, one of the 13 ancient gods and the deity of flame and smithing. Speaking of which, among the 3 initial spells players can learn, Fireball originates from Hern. Influenced by Hern's divine authority, dwarves possess innate high affinity for fire and exceptional talent in smelting and forging. They are staunch supporters of Hern's racial ideology. They closely resemble the dwarves from Blue Star's fantasy species in appearance. That's why Yiji chose to translate their race name as dwarves. If we were to strictly translate the meaning, the true racial name for dwarves should be servants of fire. The answer is quite clear. Humans were the foundation Hern used to create dwarves. For some unknown reason, this player named Fishpond happened to have a consciousness projection that resonated remarkably well with dwarves. Since it involved optimizing qualifications, naturally they'd aim for the best possible option, thus directly transforming the fish pond into a dwarf. The only problem was, creating dwarves was the ability of the fire god Hern, so how could Orai, the god of light, accomplish this? Yishi gazed with a complicated expression at Xiao Ming, who had followed along. The divine war 600 years ago seemed even more intense than he had imagined. The essence of creation could pass through another ancient divinity's divine nature. It was almost equivalent to the death of this deity, all caused by the other party. He always said that old fool Aura liked putting on airs. When it comes to ruthless tactics from behind, K is more decisive than any other god. That's roughly the reason. Yishi skipped over a pile of obscure magic circle principles and explained the basics to the 2 players. Your body is perfectly fine, you can get up now. Master Huifei suddenly understood. Oh, so you're saying Fishpond actually drew the hidden race? He gave Fishpond a firm slap on the shoulder, his tone full of envy and jealousy. Not bad, kid, how come I never get this kind of luck? Damn it, how would I know? The Fishpond rubbed his sore padded shoulder. After all, it was a symbol of his supreme luck, so he couldn't help feeling somewhat smug. No helping it, protagonists are born extraordinary. Chief, how common is my situation? Yiji shook his head, extremely rare. The dwarven creation ability just passed through Xiaoming briefly, then vanished who knows where. Now it possesses only two authorities, life revival and life purification. Successfully creating dwarves by sheer coincidence required both luck and the pond's compatibility with the dwarf race, neither could be omitted. And luck probably accounted for about 98% of it. After all, the divine authority that comes with godly power is like hands that have touched a gold medal. Whether the residual O element can be passed on to the next person who touches it depends entirely on how firmly the gold plating on the medal holds. Without prerequisite conditions, all talk of compatibility is meaningless. Upon hearing this, the pond fish got even happier, its nostrils almost flipping up to the sky. Hee, see that? I reckon this is an S-grade rarity race. You lowly humans better kneel down quick. He planted his hands on his hips, attempting a contemptuous glare, only to realize upon standing that he was still the shortest of them all, having to crane his neck upwards beyond 45 degrees just to look at people. Grandpa Can Fly cocked his head downward in confusion. S-grade dwarf, having eye spasms there? Take the lead. Yutang wiped his face, giving up on pretending. Chief, do dwarves have any way to grow taller? The special races had their perks, everything was great except for being a bit short. How could he pick up girls looking like that? Nope, Yiji said heartlessly. Damn, Fishpond dragged out his tone in disappointment. What damn? After all, it's an artifact of the elder gods, how could racial traits be so easily overcome? Thinking coldly, Yiji led the two players away from the magic circle's range. Before leaving, he set up a large-scale barrier to prevent players from causing trouble. However, after all, he was the first player of a special race, some comforting words were necessary. Yiji looked down at the dwarf whose height barely reached 1.2 meters, his gaze full of kindness. Eltia is a land of miracles. Just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it never will be. Your height is just a temporary obstacle, there's still hope for a solution. Even now, your talent is enough to compensate for the flaws brought by your appearance. On the whole, it might be more of an advantage than a disadvantage? With that, Yiji discreetly opened the GM panel. The Fishpond data has been corrected. The downside of manually modified fake panels is their inability to anticipate unexpected situations like Fishpond's. He could only discover it and secretly make adjustments in the dark. The words had barely left his mouth when a semi-transparent prompt box popped up in front of the Fishpond. Ding! Your character information has been updated. Fishpond hurriedly opened the game panel. Name, Xiaoxing's Fishpond is full. Race, dwarf. Level, 1, novice. Experience, 0 out of 100. SAN value, 100. Talents, smithing, poor, wrath, non-upgradable. Skill, none. Backpack, empty. Holy crap, 2 talents. Fishpond yelled out loud. What? Your character has talents? Yi Huifei widened his eyes in surprise. Show me. Without holding back, Yutang set the game panel to be visible to everyone. Perfect timing. Help me take a look, what do these 2 talents do? Chapter 78, Gains come with losses, Yutang stunned. In fact, just by thinking about clicking on 2 talents in your mind, you can obtain detailed information about the talents. The first forging talent goes without saying. As the name suggests, it grants the character bonuses in forging. The initial level of forging is poor. After that, there are beginner, intermediate, advanced, special, master, expert, and legendary forging abilities. By frequently using talents, you can level them up. The Fury talent cannot be upgraded, its effect is to increase your strength attribute by 25% when enraged. Holy crap, these stats are insane? And the skills can level up too. His jaw was about to hit the floor as his gaze toward the Fishpond shifted from envy to something more ominous. As expected, luck bastards never die well. Don't underestimate the second talent just because it can't be upgraded. But when character levels increase, their physical attributes still receive a bonus. With attributes improved, doesn't that extra 25% strength mean higher gains? As long as we make good use of this talent, even our routine grinding efficiency for experience will increase significantly. Fishpond stared at the game panel with a silly grin. Keep it low-key, Loki. A wave of secret delight washed over him. Sure enough, the fun of hiding one's race is seeing the envious looks from the unlucky players. But there are too many bugs in this game. I saw that the race was still human before the update, but it changed afterward, this definitely needs fixing. Hearing Fishpond's complaint, Yiji's heart skipped a beat. Their lucky mindset failed, they truly noticed this issue. The next second, Old Man Can Fly pondered, it's probably because hidden races are too rare. The game designers haven't adjusted the data properly yet. Text errors are pretty common.
That's right. Pon's heart swelled with even greater emotion as he theatrically brushed back his hair. What can I say? My race is just too exceptional. Leaf Knowledge let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness the player managed to smooth things over themselves. Once his divine power was sufficient, his first priority would definitely be materializing the game interface. When there are more players, he won't be able to follow all of them at once and fix vulnerabilities in their game panels. Fishpond watched his racial talent with glee. Aside from being a bit short, I've got both life skills and combat skills perfect for carrying newbies. Hey, what's with that look? Master Fei covered his mouth, choking back tears of laughter. No, it's nothing. Almost forgot, this guy's an absolute fiend for carrying female players. Ha ha, how do you deal with that jealous feeling vanishing instantly? Watching Master Fei's expression like he'd just eaten shit, Fishpond suddenly had a terrible premonition. He just heard the NPC mention something about physical defects? Yi Ji also came to a realization. You don't know what you look like? Indeed, there were no mirrors in the church, so it's perfectly normal for a new player not to know their own appearance. Out of humanitarian concern, Yi Ji thoughtfully broke off a shard of glass from the already damaged stained glass window. The colorful glass, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling array of hues, slowly drifted down from above, landing right in front of the fishpond. This is something you might need. Wow! Telekinesis. Coach, can I learn this? Yi Huifei gazed excitedly at the floating fragments of glass. Look at my name, I was born to be a pilot. What kind of nonsense is this? Where's the logic in that? If Yi Ji had a human form, his lips would be twitching uncontrollably right now. He hinted succinctly, you'll find out soon enough. Getting a skill on the second try? Yi Huifei's eyes shone with excitement as he answered his own question. I knew it, you're the best, my lord. Yi Ji, let's talk when you can settle on one form of address. As he reached out toward the fish pond to catch the falling glass shards, a skeletal hand clamped down on them first. Examining the mirror could wait. That was something to do after Yi Ji left. There's only one thing left for him to remind. Welcome. I've heard of your name before you came. The fish pond looked left and right before pointing at itself. Me? Yi Ji nodded affirmatively. I hear you excel at construction, invention, and farming. Now with the dwarves' natural talents, you've become practically omnipotent. You're precisely the kind of talent the Watchers need right now. The magical tide approaches in roughly one autumn and half a summer. Before it arrives, we'll need a city wall. Perhaps you'll be the key to making this happen. The fish pond widened its eyes in disbelief, scratching its buttocks with flattered embarrassment. Couldn't help it, nervous as hell. He'd known for ages within Lin Xian's fan community that there was this main quest about repairing city walls that remained permanently locked in the game. Turns out he was actually one of the key triggers? Could it be that he is the protagonist, the chosen one by destiny? I guarantee the mission will be completed. Fishpond excitedly shouted at the top of his voice. This special plotline clearly implies that only he can accept the mission, doesn't it? Who else could it be? Leader, rest assured. I will strive to improve my talent level. I won't let you down. Yi Ji nodded with satisfaction. Good, the organization has high hopes for you. The city walls of Chentai, of course, couldn't possibly be forged by a novice player with no experience in magical smithing. But that didn't stop him from using this quest as a carrot on a stick. He genuinely wanted to see how far a player with dwarf talents could go, to avoid any potential anomalies that might arise. After speaking, Yi Ji left the church without waiting for the two players to react. With this matter settled, he still needed to check on the other players. Yi Canfly looked on with envy in his eyes. Damn it, racial advantages come with mission bonuses too? The rewards for the city wall construction mission were substantial. It was practically a blatant hint that Fishpond would surely secure a spot. Now that's what you call a solid deal. Fishpond crossed his legs smugly, just about to say something. A sudden sharp pain in his hand from the colored glass fragments caught him off guard. Oh damn, I almost forgot, I haven't even seen what I look like yet. From the expression on Yi Huifei's face and the tone of Yi Ji's voice, he'd already prepared for the worst-case scenario. But when he finally saw the humanoid figure reflected in the glass surface, he still stared in stunned silence. What the hell is this? How could he see a humanoid goblin in real life? No way, even goblins are better looking than him. At least goblins don't have faces as hideously contorted as his, looking like they've been torn apart by 5 horses. Dull fish-like eyes, a hooked nose, sagging and deeply lined skin, and sparse yellow hair. Like slow motion, the fish pond touched the top of its head. He wondered why his head felt so chilly after logging into the game. Turns out he was actually bald. Ha 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 ha, crack. The glass fragment was snapped in half right at the fish pond. Chapter 79, Character Fraud. Do not judge the appearance of the dwarf race by the fish pond alone. Yi Ji had lived for 700 years, yet he had never seen a dwarf uglier than a fish pond. Ordinary dwarves might at most be prone to obesity and ruddy complexions, but otherwise, they hardly differed from humans. As for this situation with Yutong,
Yi Ji attributed it to an aftereffect of insufficient divine power reserves. After all the effects were focused on innate talents, some other abilities had to be sacrificed. Back to the present. Yutong stared blankly, murmuring under his breath. No wonder I was mistaken for a monster at first. Looking at the crumbling fish pond, Yi Huifei suppressed his schadenfreude and comforted him. It's fine, they're just, unsightly in appearance. But we've maxed out both our life skills and combat talents. He used Fish Pond's own words to comfort him in return. I've even secured a main quest assignment, the benefits are top-notch. The fisher finally couldn't hold back, his eyes brimming with despair. But the girls would never want to team up with goblins. And that's assuming all players have symmetrical facial features to begin with. He was like a puppet on strings, completely devoid of spirit. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, Grandpa Can Fly wouldn't listen. After a while, suddenly coming to his own realization, he raised his head with unwavering determination. No, I'm going to ask the game designer if I can delete my character and start over. Whatever innate talents came with that hidden race, compared to the flaws, none of that matters. Ha, just because of looks? Yi Huifei was stunned. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't care about looks. But to each their own, he wouldn't impose his own standards on others. It's just a pity to lose a potential teammate from a special race. Master Flying thought for a moment and indeed spotted the blind spot lurking within. It seems like no one has really asked the planners if accounts can be deleted. You could give it a try. After all, the number of players in this game hasn't even reached double digits. There are two possibilities when deleting an account. Either you can create a new one, or you lose even the beta testing qualification. Just let Fishpond help other players test the waters. If this works, new players might be able to use this method to roll a character with better stats in the future. Alright, I'll go try it right now. Fishpond decisively opened the game panel, ready to log off. At that moment, Grandpa Can Fly suddenly thought of something. By the way, when did you become a jack of all trades? You even know how to farm. I thought Manhwa was the only one in our group who enjoyed that. The movement of raising a hand over the fish pond suddenly became stiff. Farming? Yeah, Olji just agreed. Construction, invention, plowing the fields. Yi Huifei counted them off one by one on his fingers, reaching the end before noticing the silence. He glanced up and immediately met Fishtank's terrified gaze. Yi Huifei was stunned. You falsified your registration info? Shoo, keep it down. Fishtank whispered urgently, his eyes darting nervously around. If other players overheard, he'd be screwed. Master Can Fly crouched down with them, raising his hand in an okay gesture. The two moved furtively, gathering in the corner. Xiaoming glanced down from atop the statue. What foolishness were these mysterious undead up to now? No, how did you do that? Upon reaching the corner, Master Huifei immediately couldn't help but ask. As a veteran who'd filled out countless beta test questionnaires, he'd seen plenty of this kind of mindless self-promotion in application forms. However, the screening process under the gods was notoriously strict. He'd never seen one that wasn't discovered. Especially the guy in the group called I am Qin Shi Huang. His application got rejected and rewritten 13 times before finally getting approved. And this dude not only bragged about a bunch of skills he didn't have, but actually managed to fool the officials? Ahem. The fish pond cleared its throat guiltily. You know, bringing girls along requires a persona. I've done considerable research on professional jargon across various industries. Just scraping the surface barely enough to impress outsiders, only good for showing off. Fleeting Glory remarked disdainfully. Could the game officials really believe Fishpond's application essay was legit, just because it was brilliantly written? Like hell, do you think I earned the title of Internet Heartthrob for nothing? When it came to his strengths, Yu Tang immediately puffed out his chest proudly. For this persona, of course my social media accounts are flawless. From study logs to milestone achievements, it's all there and perfectly curated. And not a single stock photo in sight, making me the absolute top choice for online romance. Baby. No internet images? Then where did your results come from? Yi Huifei exclaimed in astonishment. Study traces can be faked, but could they really put in the effort to create some inventive achievement? A sudden thought occurred to him, and his eyes narrowed. Was it you who asked for those girl-chasing materials in our group chat? Fishpond didn't respond, instead changing the subject while running his hand along the dusty wall. This wall, it's really tall, huh? Grandpa Can Fly chuckled softly. Whose construction is this? Ergu, wasn't he a civil engineering major? Farmland? Sanhua, I grabbed these materials from Ergu. Invention? You? Me? Yi Huifei looked utterly bewildered. Since when have I been an inventor? Heh. Artistic license. Yu Tang flashed an ingratiating smile. Weren't you into tinkering with mechanical stuff before? After going through my storytelling, how could you not be an inventor? Yi Huifei took a deep breath. Now he truly understood how fake the online world could be. Even a gaming company could be fooled by this patchwork persona. No wonder you got that beta invite so quickly. You pinched the best bits from everywhere. I'll go back and tell this to Doggo and Calico. Before, I used one of their group personas to pick up girls, but now I've merged them all together. Fishpond muttered guiltily, if I've crafted personas with my own skills, why shouldn't I use them? Lord Confly leaned back with crossed arms and glanced at him sideways. Yeah, the game company used it too. They directly gave your Santee abilities to the NPCs in the game. Are you still going to ask the planner to delete your account? If the game developers find out, forget about creating a new account. Getting blacklisted would be the least of your worries. The fisherman reluctantly fell silent. Forget it. Suddenly, his character seems quite appealing. Meanwhile, Elian led the other players to Edgar. She felt extremely uneasy. Before coming, she had already prepared herself for scornful looks and contempt. Though she couldn't understand the language used by those called players, she would fill in the blanks herself. A waste-carrying monsters, keeping her around is just asking for trouble. What can an ordinary person without even a right hand do? They're not even qualified for manual labor. The Watchers don't accept people from the Divine Church. Every possible word pierced her heart until it bled. However, Elian could feel her scalp tingle under the scorching gaze from behind. The murmurs behind her hadn't ceased since she first laid eyes on them. Yet she couldn't shake the eerie sensation that not a single person harbored the thoughts she'd anticipated. Elian had encountered too many people in her life to remain insensitive to others' emotional undercurrents. There was no mockery, no contempt, neither loathing nor hatred radiating from those at her back. Not even much sympathy was shown. As if she was born to be this way, no different from anyone else. This doesn't mean they didn't react to her. It's just that the emotion reflected back was of another kind altogether, one she couldn't comprehend at all. Chapter 80 The Faction Leader's Romantic Dilemma. Unbeknownst to them all, rain began to drizzle from the sky. Elian shivered involuntarily. He shook his head, forcibly clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. The gaze from behind didn't make her feel disgusted, but it was somewhat unsettling. To be honest, from the very first moment she witnessed the players' unrestrained behavior, she knew she wouldn't get along with them. But for the sake of her bright future, she had to brace herself and push through even if she didn't like them. Pretend not to see them. Pretend not to see them. Elian repeatedly whispered Yeji's instructions to herself, psyching herself up. When encountering something you don't understand, just pretend you didn't see it. She tensed her facial muscles, doing her best to maintain an expression of perfect calm and ruthless indifference. The necromancer had warned her she must never show weakness in front of players. Behind, Lin Xian propped up a red-dyed tough grass garment with a stick, shouting at the top of his lungs to those behind him like a tour guide. Don't run off. Let's find NPCs first to get quest items and improve our efficiency. But it was all in vain. The players were all more headstrong than the last. Some people aren't even interested in grinding quests to level up. The moment rain starts falling, their attention is instantly captivated. Damn, the raindrop effects look so realistic. I swear I can hear the sound of the budget burning. Soon there were players who quietly slipped away from the team for various reasons. Malformed_data tried to maintain order from behind, but couldn't stop those truly determined to leave. They claimed they'd checked forum guides and already knew where Edgar's house was, needing no veteran player to lead them. With a helpless shrug, Malformed_data could only feel relieved he hadn't yet finalized the mentorship task assignment. The remaining players weren't being honest either, dragging their feet as they walked. They merely shifted their curious gaze from the scenic architecture to Alien leading the way ahead. A red-haired player stared curiously at the back of Alien's head. The new NPC turns out to be the stunning cold beauty type. I thought assistant roles would always go to sweet, innocent girls. Xiaoming from the church is the pure type, right? That statue looks downright suspicious, and on top of that, the other party is a nurtured type. Another player in a blue mandarin jacket chimed in. The blue mandarin jacket was made with the last scraps of fabric, so it had to be made without sleeves. But since it's summer now, he wouldn't catch cold anyway. The red-haired player rubbed his chin. True, though Xiaoming is just a ball for now, she's still a goddess after all. Have you noticed there are way too few female creatures in our faction? All 9 players were male, and the only gendered female was the new NPC leading the way up front. The blue-jacketed player lowered his head in thought. Rumor has it that NPCs in this game have high intelligence and authority. Could it be that our faction leader has questionable tastes? That makes sense. The red-haired player suddenly understood. He had also witnessed the intelligence of faction leaders in the church. They could actually respond based on players' unusual behaviors. Plus, with their authority to shut down the server when killed, it's completely normal for them to influence NPC appearances. The red faction player's gaze fell on Elian's missing right palm. Elian tried to conceal it, yet she stubbornly refused to wear any clothing that might hide her arms. Consequently, players would inevitably notice while passing by, especially when these players were curious about everything around them. So our faction leader's fetish involves bodily mutilation? That's some seriously twisted taste. The blue-robed player nodded with certainty. Definitely. Magic exists in this game world. These kinds of injuries are minor, they must have deliberately left them untreated. The two players exchanged glances, seeing delighted surprise in each other's eyes as if regretting they hadn't met sooner. The red-haired player exclaimed joyfully, "We're absolute geniuses." Garbled Code listened in utter bewilderment from behind. Is that really how it is? Why does this feel so off? Yi Ji, who happened to be walking by. What were the odds that he'd arrived just in time to hear rumors casting himself as the main character? Yi Ji was the first to notice the commotion behind him and nodded in acknowledgement. Leader, Lord. Whatever suits you, names don't matter to me, Yi Ji replied warmly and amiably. Then he turned to the two players who were discussing his preferences. The two players shuddered and exclaimed in unison, "Greetings, leader." For some reason, they couldn't shake off this creeping chill in their hearts. "No need for formalities, I'm just looking around." Yi Ji nodded at the two players before walking past them. His gaze subtly lingered on the red-haired player. "If I remember correctly, that's the player who just streaked through the church, isn't it? This guy's a bit too eccentric." Yi Ji's gaze grew profound. He walked right up to Ariane and took his place beside her at the forefront of the group. Alien immediately straightened her back. "Master." Yi Ji stumbled. He had always been the first to speak before, never expecting the other to address him like this. "There's no need to take the contract too seriously. The Watchers don't keep slaves, just call me Chief like everyone else." "Okay, Chief." Ariane obediently changed her address. For a moment, no one spoke. Ariane suddenly felt that these few hundred meters had become unimaginably long. "You're walking with the same arm and leg, don't be nervous." "Oh, of course. Right away." Understanding Yi Ji's meaning clearly, Ariane's face instantly flushed red, quickly adjusted her walking posture. She was immensely grateful that the players behind her were rowdy enough to dilute the awkwardness of moments ago. Elian's hands didn't know where to place themselves, her heart pounding incessantly. The person walking beside her was a demigod-level mage. "They actually noticed me." She urgently needed to do something to distract herself. "That's it. The players." "Boss, what are those players in the back discussing?" They seemed to be having quite an intense conversation. No sooner had she spoken than she realized the impropriety, quickly correcting herself. "I just said it casually, not meaning to pry into the Watcher's secrets." Elian internally bit her handkerchief, whimpering. Her brain always chose the worst moments to fail her. The other party was clearly wary of him, unwilling to let him know about the Watcher's unique communication language. "What on earth is she doing?" Yi Ji didn't take the issue to heart and casually remarked. "All this, they think I'm into special creatures or women with contrasting traits." The players, seeing he hadn't reacted earlier, assumed he couldn't understand. Now they were discussing even more brazenly. It has now evolved to the point of asking who Xiao Ming prefers between himself and Elian. Regarding this, the Lord of the Undead must set the record straight. First of all, although Xiao Ming has no gender, the memories it inherits belong to the god of light, Aurolution. Aurolution's gender is male. Second, magic isn't omnipotent. The reason Alian's hand wasn't healed was simply because the current Watchers lacked the corresponding potion. As an old-timer who's lived 700 years, Yi Ji's experiences are rich enough to fill an entire guidebook titled Romantic Encounters in Eltia. Such rumors are utterly insignificant. But if possible, he still hopes players could set him up with a more reasonable romantic connection. Elian's pupils contracted sharply. How dare someone openly gossip about the Deathslayer? No, behind the Deathslayer's back. Is this really the kind of atmosphere the Watchers organization has? Elian was utterly shocked. Chapter 81. I want to complain about NPC discrimination. That, sir, I know you took me in, but it's not. Elian became increasingly flustered as she tried to explain, only making things more confusing. Yi Ji shook his head. It's alright, just treat it as a story. No need to take it seriously. Players are always full of energy. Although Yi Ji deliberately set up a language barrier between the two parties. But who knows what unconventional communication methods they might come up with to gossip with Elian. To prevent even more outrageous rumors from spreading in the future, it's better to clear things up now and let those involved be mentally prepared. Story? Arian nodded blankly. Your players really are uninhibited characters. Such chaotic behavior was even more incomprehensible than monsters. You mean to say they don't follow rules? Yi Ji pointed out with a smile. I'll try to balance and curb some of their unruly behaviors, making their personalities, well, more aligned with what you'd recognize as human. Yi Ji's tone wasn't entirely confident. The player's traits had both advantages and drawbacks, and he didn't plan to restrain them too much. But the Watchers organization can't always consist solely of players. At the very least, newcomers shouldn't be scared away by the players. Alien shuddered. What did she mean by humans as she understood them? So the players really did have issues? Was it the forbidden magic's doing? She didn't dare ask further, nodding in agreement. Regarding Edgar's residence mission, the three veteran players completed it far beyond expectations. He directly built two side-by-side guardhouses, leaving the middle space for him to recuperate and cultivate. So, the place where players picked up their quest items was simply moved from the church side to Edgar's front yard. The room was divided in the middle by a partition cabinet, with Yiji personally setting up a magic array upon it. All the props are placed in the back half of the room, where players can't reach, to prevent mischievous players from taking all the props. Upon arriving at the destination, players swarmed in to pick their mission props. Thinking of her own task, Elian naturally shifted her focus away. The red-haired player cheerfully joined the queue, but upon seeing the props assigned to them, their face fell instantly. A broken stone pickaxe, a damaged bamboo basket. We even have to pay for damages? Our mission props are so shabby. No longer timid and hesitant as she had been before Yiji, Elian impatiently rapped her knuckles on the wooden table, gesturing that he could take it or leave it, and to hurry up and leave if he didn't want it. No time to waste holding up other players. Lin Xian and Garbled Code had already claimed their quests, standing with arms crossed watching the struggling newbie players. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel smug. I warned them not to fall behind, serves them right for not listening. There are only a few mission items in the game right now, and once a player uses them up, the item durability won't refresh. During the days when new players didn't come, the three of them had already squandered most of the decent mission items. The first batch of novice players were still okay, they managed to grab mission items that were barely usable. As for those players who ran off into the rain instead of following Lin Xian here immediately, consider themselves lucky if what they pick up doesn't break immediately. The Garbled Code shrugged. Anyway, we've already done our best to advise them. If they won't listen, there's nothing we can do. Those two uncooperative players probably won't become their long-term teammates either. The best candidates to complete the novice guidance tasks would still be the three obedient players who willingly followed along. Garbage frowned at the hesitant red-haired player at the front of the line. Because he couldn't make up his mind, Elian had already knocked on the table twice as a warning. Why does it feel like the new NPC is treating the red-haired player unfairly? The mission chosen by the red-haired player was to collect stones, so he needed a pickaxe and a container to transport them. Wanma clearly remembered there were better stone pickaxes in the warehouse, but the new NPC hadn't put them out. The basket is also made of bamboo, using it to carry stones would be laughable. Is there? Lin Xian turned his head doubtfully. Watching the red team players select mission items under the weight of deathly stares, the next player in line coincidentally also had a stone collecting mission. Elaine openly took out a few better items in front of everyone. The second player cheerfully picked a better prop and dashed off swiftly. The red-haired player widened his eyes. Wait, can I swap props? This sentence was among the must-know player phrases Elian had memorized, so she understood. Thus, Elian readily agreed, of course. Then, she put away the prop she had just taken out. Red-haired player, so I'm not allowed to choose the prop from earlier? Elian stared at him expressionlessly. Having witnessed everything, Lin Xian fell silent before finally speaking. You're right, the new NPC doesn't like him. It's indeed a blatant case of deliberate obstruction. The new NPC seems to exhibit much clearer emotions compared to the two veteran NPCs, not counting mascot Xiao Ming. I won't accept this. The red-haired player angrily charged toward the isolation cabinet. I'm going to report these NPCs for favoritism. Come on bro, it's really not worth it. The blue-clad player grabbed his arm. The NPCs are right here, we're no match for them. I don't care, I want justice. The red-haired player kept waving their hands forward. I want new gear. Yiji sat quietly at the wooden table not far behind Elian, watching this farce unfold. Is this the result of your training with her? Just speaking from experience, that's all. Despite the lively atmosphere in the room, Edgar remained composed as he took a sip of water. The tea leaves in his storage space had long been exhausted, leaving the watcher utterly destitute. Plain water would have to suffice. Showing appropriate attitude can make the job easier. This was the experience he had summed up after dealing with players for over a week. Otherwise, his sidearm would have been swiped by players countless times already. All Edgar did was assure her not to be afraid of angering the players. Who would have thought Arian could grasp the concept so intuitively? She was the first to express her stance. From what I've observed, this ice dragon hasn't inherited the tyrannical temper of its kind. Did that player provoke her earlier? Probably? Yishi found the question difficult to answer. He wasn't quite sure either. Was streaking inconsistent with the doctrines of the Frost Moon Goddess's followers? Was it Alien who noticed what the red-haired player was discussing? Before meeting the players, Alien had been awed and terrified of them. Yet, how long had it been before that respect and fear wore off? It just goes to show that these ridiculous players are quite skilled at shattering expectations. A flash of inspiration struck Yiji's mind. Perhaps, this little incident was the perfect opportunity to observe how the natives and players interacted. With this thought, he froze completely still. Over there. The red-haired player couldn't get past the magic barrier Yiji had set up no matter how hard he tried, eventually giving up in frustration. Meanwhile, Elian had reclaimed some higher-quality mission items. She seemed ready to turn and leave at any moment. The blue-jacketed player panicked and shouted, "Wait, I haven't accepted the quest yet. Without a second thought about sacrificing his comrade or himself, he unceremoniously shoved the red-haired player aside with his backside. With one hand pressing down on the last remaining prop on the table, his gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Sis, I have absolutely no connection with this guy, and I'm not picky either. I think that shorter pickaxe from earlier would suit me just fine. The red-haired player looked utterly disbelieving. Damn traitor. How dare you sell out your teammates? Chapter 82, Affection Points System. The blue-jacketed player took a step back, distancing himself. No, that wasn't me, stay away from me. Though Ariane couldn't understand their words, body language never lies. She glanced up at the two players. She actually pulled out the quest item she'd just taken back, and it happened to be the slightly shorter pickaxe that the blue-jacketed player had wanted. Though the quality wasn't as good as the first player's, it was far better than the red-haired player's. The blue-jacketed player accepted it with delight. Awesome, sis. Don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Of course, an NPC with key functions is far more important than temporary teammates. This NPC is incredibly lifelike. Lin Xian's jaw dropped. Did they implement the affinity system already? Luan Mo lowered his arm, his expression grave. Probably still in the testing phase, not announced yet. Then, the two veteran players exchanged a glance, dashing to Elian with lightning speed. Dear Elian, is there anything we can help you with? We are returning home to Elthia, bearing a solemn mission on our shoulders. Have you had breakfast yet? The overly attentive attitude left Alien momentarily expressionless. Alien. So when the Dawn Knight said he could make the work progress smoother, was this what he meant? And me, lovely lady, I too carry supreme honor and a sacred mission. Before she could react, the red-haired player also moved closer. His face bore a carefree smile, as if nothing had happened, while he chattered away in words she couldn't understand. Elian's face remained impassive. Judging from the vocabulary she had learned and their expressions, these people all wanted to help her. But why? Especially that red-haired girl, she was just giving him attitude. The Watchers are truly a bizarre organization. And those two NPC spectators gawking in the back rows. Edgar carefully set down the cup. It was, after all, one of the last possessions of the Watcher. Better not break it. Your players seem to have rather poor memories? They're simply not accustomed to dealing with NPCs carefully, though this particular player is exceptionally oblivious. Yiji let out a long sigh. I have to say, having players shamelessly recite randomly written settings right to my face really makes a dead soul cringe hard enough to dig a hole with their toes. Yiji watched the group of starving players before him, lost in thought. Perhaps I really should find some more emotionally stable players for the next batch. I wonder what hardships players have endured in other games. Their reaction to the NPC's differential treatment was so mild. As soon as they guessed there was an affection system, they immediately forgot their earlier displeasure and happily prepared to earn affection points. It made Yiji's conscience ache just watching. Wait, a favorability system. Yiji slapped the table and stood up excitedly. Exactly. Why not just go along with the players' expectations and create a favorability system? As everyone knows, the favorability systems in online games are extremely unbalanced. The favorability meter must have been maxed out. All an NPC can do is give handmade little gifts during holidays. But compared to what players invest in gift giving, it's pitifully little. And every single NPC comes with adjustable favorability settings. This currency yields far greater profits compared to magical gold coins that must have physical form. It can also be used to balance other attributes in the game. Perfect. Edgar shot a surprised sideways glance. Who's unfortunate enough to have caught your eye this time? Nothing much. Your assistant seems to be facing some trouble. Aren't you going to help her? Ahead, Elian truly didn't know how to react and eventually decided on playing ostrich. The leader had said when encountering the incomprehensible, one simply needs to pretend not to hear or see it. Edgar didn't even raise an eyebrow. If she can't handle even this matter properly, her competence is truly questionable. I suggest you reconsider how to deal with her. Fine, I'll leave the person to you. Teaching newcomers is more your thing anyway. Yiji just mentioned it in passing, but his thoughts weren't much different from Edgar's. What he needed was an assistant, not deadweight. If Elian couldn't handle players, then the Ice Dragon bloodline within her wouldn't be all that precious. The Watchman originally possessed a pure-blooded dragon. Yiji turned around and walked toward the rear. The player's condition is stable enough. I've got other matters to attend to, so I won't tag along any further. The more Yiji pondered the goodwill meter, the more ingenious it seemed. Relying solely on sanity points to address players' tendency to streak isn't a sustainable solution. It risks obscuring the genuine purpose of the sanity system. Xiaoming's lack of understanding about currency value can also be perfectly resolved. Everyone expresses their fleeting affection differently, like unique currencies exchanged in passing. Set its favorability to unlimited, let it do whatever it wants. Enough to truly motivate this slacker of a guardian. Player side. Elian's stiff reaction left the players utterly disappointed. The garbled code was the first to give up. Seems the favorability system isn't complete yet. No dedicated quests here. Lin Xian turned away immediately. Scatter, everyone scatter. When both veteran players said so, even the rookie player felt it wasn't worth sticking around and went off to do separate missions. After circling around, the newbie guidance quest target the garbled code eventually chose was none other than the red-haired player. Lin Xian had chosen the player in the blue jacket. The two parted ways at the entrance, each taking their newbie players to complete quests. Luan Ma brought Hedgehog to clear out the remaining ruined houses in Sweetwater Town. Hedgehog was the red-haired player, whose full username was Prickly Hedgehog. These past few days, all the wood surrounding the town, big or small, had been chopped down by 3 veteran players. Those looking for stone had to venture much farther out. Factoring in the round-trip time, it was no longer the most cost-effective task for new players. Instead, demolishing abandoned houses in town to extract stone had become a pretty solid alternative. Garbled Code at least had reached level 4, so his physique was somewhat better than that of new players. But to mentor the newcomer, he still accepted the same task as Hedgehog. All along the way, while explaining game precautions, Garbled Code taught him how to demolish buildings while preserving the integrity of stone materials as much as possible. Hedgehog felt his head swelling from all the information. This game is so hardcore, wrecking houses for real? Wait, Comrade Glitch, why are you doing this? Guide I found online. Without looking up, Juan continued hammering away at the wall. Soon, stone chips flew everywhere. Garbage Code gave a forceful push. An 80-centimeter long rectangular stone brick tumbled to the ground. This material is well preserved. Garbage Code praised. 2 days ago, they had specifically searched Baidu for precautions regarding every step of house construction. Once you get used to it, these tasks aren't actually that difficult. Damn, it actually works? The hedgehog widened his eyes staring at the stone bricks on the ground. What kind of technique is this? Did every strike only loosen the wall's adhesive material? He rolled up his sleeves. Let me give it a try too. Chapter 83 Team Invitation, Yiji's Cultivation Soars. Though Hedgehog had a whimsical personality, his efficiency was surprisingly high, almost on par with Random Code's speed. He was nearly catching up to old player Yi Huifei, who was the least adept at physical labor among the 3 veterans. The more Random Code observed, the more satisfied he became, especially through chatting. Upon learning that the other party was a combat player, the idea of recruiting him surfaced even more vividly. So during the midday break, Chaos Code straightforwardly brought it up. Invite me to join? Are you 3 veteran players planning to establish a guild? Hedgehog nearly choked on the water in his mouth before he could swallow it. Cough. Why choose me? Could it be that his fascinating soul was so dazzling it caught the veteran player's eye on the very first day? Luan Ma handed over a sweet fruit without hesitation. We've already explored all of Sweetwater Town and plan to form a small team to venture outward. Right now, we're short on a frontline tank. The in-game guild system hasn't been implemented yet, so there's no rush for now. Currently, everyone is voluntarily cooperating on a temporary basis. If you're willing to join, we'll provide more detailed guides beyond just the beginner tutorial missions. At this point, Luan Ma paused before adding another remark, including Tier 1 magic skill selections and practice techniques. Skill strategy. Hedgehog's eyes lit up. Deal, I'm in. That fast? Luan Ma was taken aback. Don't you need to think it over? He hadn't even finished stating all his conditions yet. No need, you guys are veteran players from the first tier, surely following a big shot means guaranteed benefits. Hedgehog grinned widely. Just based on you guys being able to help me breeze through the early stages, I'm definitely joining. Moreover, judging from his morning interacting with Random Code, the guy's personality really clicked with him. He also knew another veteran streamer. Rolling with them, he wasn't worried at all. At least it would save him some talking. Unicode nodded and emphasized once more. We're aiming to maintain top-tier progression, so we have high daily playtime requirements for members, plus mandatory missions. Are you okay with that? Of course we can. This is VR gaming we're talking about. I'd log in every single day if I could. The hedgehog readily agreed. Only then did he realize something was missing. Oh right, what's our guild? No, I mean our team name. His chewing motion paused abruptly. We haven't named it yet. With only 3 players in the game before, creating a chat group wasn't even necessary, so they simply forgot about it. I'll invite you to the group chat once we're offline, and we can discuss it then. Great, naming things is totally my forte, the hedgehog exclaimed with boundless excitement. With great difficulty, Luan Ma swallowed the sweet fruit, then glanced once more at Hedgehog's ID. The prickly hedgehog. Perhaps, he muttered to himself. What did you say? Hedgehog didn't catch it. Nothing important. Luan Ma patted his buttocks and stood up. Finished eating and resting? Let's try to get you to level 2 today. The hedgehog's eyes gleamed. Alright. He quickly scrambled to his feet and followed. Though partial pain dampening was in effect, he could still feel soreness throughout his body. But damn it all. It's just a game character's body, might as well work it to death since it can't die anyway. Yi climbed to the top of the church and found a spot to crouch. As the tallest building in the entire town, the church rooftop offered an exceptionally wide view. Holding a quill pen, he began jotting down plans for the game's framework and affection level system. From time to time, he would glance down at the bustling players below. He remotely monitored the equipment in their hands, adjusting the data on their game panels accordingly. Fortunately, he wasn't truly an intermediate-level mage. Though the issues in his spiritual sea were significant, they weren't severe enough to prevent him from seeing people within the scope of a small town. This multitasking is troublesome, but not impossible. However, continuing like this isn't a solution. Yi wearily set down his pen. The task of actualizing the game panel data must also be put on the agenda. Yi opened the control panel, staring at functions that demanded divine power values in the hundreds or even thousands. At last, he understood why those minor deities were so enamored with divine power. Luckily, everything's on track. None of the new players have turned out to be troublesome troublemakers. Smooth sailing all the way. Except not. A childish shout of anger came from below. Yi looked down. Little Ming was struggling to pull himself up along the church eaves with his stubby little hands that were almost invisible to the eye. His entire spherical body was covered in dust from scraping against the wall, and even his radiance had noticeably dimmed. Having hung there for so long, it now dangled precariously in midair, as if it might fall at any moment. Yi grabbed its half-solid, half-ethereal golden thread and mercifully pulled it up. "What are you doing here? And how did you end up in this state?" Yi stroked his chin, examining the pale golden orb floating in the air with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiaoming's body began to glow red as he argued defiantly. Hovering is different from flying. All its divine power resided with Yi. Being able to hover 3 meters above the ground through one's own strength was already quite remarkable. But if you wanted to reach the church roof, you'd still have to climb. It shook its head. "No, that's not why I came to find you. Can't you control your undead? Dark creatures are so cunning, it almost derailed the conversation again. 2 undead have been pestering me non-stop, and I can't shake them off. It's driving me crazy. Oh, I'm definitely not giving you any more magic gold coins. Give it up," Yi said coldly. His thoughts were seen through in an instant, making Xiaoming's entire sphere grow even dimmer. "I absolutely won't squander magic coins this time. Didn't you tell me to delegate more quests? Without those skeleton copper coins you make, the undead simply won't accept the missions." After experiencing the player's considerate service once, it simply couldn't forget that feeling. At last, so many new players have arrived, and it has already planned what to do next. First, it intends to renovate the divine statues. Replace the damned goddess statue with the most handsome and majestic human form of the god of light, or Aleutian. Not just renovations, no, not merely renovations, but a complete reconstruction of the entire church. It wants to drive all the undead out and turn the church into its personal palace. Xiaoming grew more excited the more he thought about it. His eyes, small as mung beans, shone like miniature flashlights. It was practically as if he had written his thoughts all over his face. Yi looked at him speechlessly. "Any request to change the church's layout will get 0 approval from me. Don't forget, if you want to get a quest published, it still has to go through him, the GM. He'll let the other party write any reward they want, but what the quest entails? He'll be keeping a strict eye on that." Yi was just about to warn the other party again. "Stop always calling players undead. The Shenge race was skilled at lying, yet one shouldn't wear their crucial cards on their sleeve." If Xiaoming refused to change his ways, he'd probably spend his whole life confined to Sweetwater Church, never meeting another soul. But at that very moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The drizzle just past was swallowed once more by thickening storm clouds. Buzz, buzz. A deafening vibration echoed in Yi's mind. The magical fluctuations in the air grew chaotic and restless, like an invisible storm, all converging toward Yi's location. The power within Yi began to surge. High-level mage, archmage, grand archmage, arcane master, grand arcane master. Yi was half-kneeling with one hand supporting himself on the ground, the quill in his hand dropping unconsciously. "Holy shit!" He managed to curse through gritted teeth while desperately suppressing the surging power within him. Not a trace of joy could be discerned in that unsightly expression. It was a divine resurrection ritual. To think they'd come at his most vulnerable moment.